On the outskirts of Qingzhou, on an unnamed, desolate mountain. Boom. A sudden earth-shattering explosion tore through the forest's tranquility, slamming into a cliff face and causing the entire mountain to tremble. Cough, cough, I'm finally back. The young man dressed in ancient-style robes with eyes as bright as stars and long flowing hair was Ninh Trần, who had just returned from the cultivation world. His story sounded like a joke. 2,000 years ago, during summer break after graduating high school, this exploration enthusiast got lost on Desolate Mountain and accidentally activated an ancient teleportation array that sent him to the cultivation world, passing through the realms of Qi Refinement Foundation Establishment, Violet Palace, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. With just average talent, he struggled for 2 millennia to finally break through to the Nascent Soul realm, becoming a sect patriarch. The ancient array only opens once every 2,000 years. Who knew that just as he was about to return to Earth, he would be ambushed by a mysterious group? His dantian was shattered, and his primordial spirit was severely injured. How could my injuries be this severe? The array is destroyed, and these injuries won't heal unless I go back to the little South Heaven realm. The spiritual energy here is just too thin. Ninh Trần gave a slight smirk, fresh blood trickling down his chin as his shoulders moved slightly, and the cliff face exploded. He picked up a dusty, earth-colored backpack. Huh, is this the backpack I left behind? Why does it still look brand new? The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated and his face changed 2,000 years. Not even a Nokia could survive that. He hastily pulled out the phone with 1% battery remaining. The screen showed Mom. Mom. His voice caught in his throat. After 2,000 years in the cultivation world, the words Mom and Dad had faded into a distant memory. He looked at the date. August 29th, 2025, he had been cultivating while only a single summer passed on Earth. If it weren't for his mountain-moving cultivation still being present, he would have thought he was dreaming. Hello, Mom. You little brat. You have a death wish, don't you? Not picking up for a whole month. Were you trying to give me a heart attack? Tell me, where did you run off to now, Mom? It's so good to hear your voice again. Chen, why are you saying such strange things? Don't scare me. Where are you right now? Are you safe? Very safe. Ninh Trần smiled faintly. Earth was like a newbie village to him now. Ripping tanks apart with his bare hands and slicing through planes was child's play, but his shattered dantian meant he couldn't absorb spiritual energy. Right now, he was like a broken battery. It could only discharge power, but not recharge unless he found some kind of divine spiritual medicine. Chen, school's about to start. Remember to go to Qingzhou to find your Auntie Chow. I'm a bit busy, gotta go. Chenlan quickly gave her instructions and hung up the phone. Ninh Trần felt a bitter taste in his mouth, forcing a nascent soul stage old monster to attend college. What a joke. Auntie Chow was his mom's best friend who later married a Qingzhou tycoon. When she heard I got into Qingzhou University, she personally invited me to stay with her, probably with the intention of setting me up with her daughter. At that thought, he lightly pushed off the ground to fly, but feeling his spiritual energy leaking, he sighed and landed, trudging his way off the mountain. That afternoon, at a coffee shop near the Qingzhou train station, 2 young women had been waiting since early morning. What's taking so long? I've already finished my coffee. Shuyan, give him a call and rush him. The girl in a Hello Kitty crop top whined, resting her chin on the table. I'm starving. He's not answering his phone. If he's not here in 5 more minutes, we're leaving. Shuyan crossed her arms haughtily. She was a girl of 17 or 18 with a slender build, her champagne-colored hair hanging in loose waves, and her delicate makeup-free face radiated a sense of pride. I have no idea why my mom is forcing me to pick up this Ninh Trần guy. I was supposed to go to the cat cafe this afternoon because he's your aunt's best friend's son, you know. Jiang Tang propped her chin on her hand and giggled. Hey, Shuyan, you think Auntie Chow wants to set you up with him, Zhao Tang? What are you even talking about? Zhu Shuyan's eyes went wide. A guy who crawled up from some backwater county. Why would my mom ever agree? Is she trying to push her own daughter into a pit of fire? But what if he's like sculpted by the gods? Handsome Jiang Tang licked her lips playfully. Well, I guess dating for a bit would be fine, but marriage is a definite no. Shuyan's cheeks turned pink. You're so corny. Jiang Tang stuck out her tongue. Are you 2 Auntie Chow's daughters? You must be Shuyan, right? A deep, warm male voice came from behind them. Ah, Jiang Tang yelped and fell back into her chair. Who's that? Shuyan pointed at the guy in worn-out clothes carrying an old backpack, her expression slowly freezing over. You're Ninh Trần, that's right, and you're Shuyan. Without hesitation, Shuyan pushed Jiang Tang forward to deal with him, whispering, cover for me, and I'll buy you a tube of 3 Trees Shiyonji lipstick. Deal. Ninh Trần. Hi, Ninh Trần. It must have been a long trip from Dongyang, right? Jiang Tang said with a smile. Let's go grab a bite and talk. He rubbed his stomach. He wasn't actually hungry. It was just his damaged primordial spirit causing his spiritual energy to leak. It was a bitter pill to swallow a great nascent soul stage cultivator, now needing mortal food to sustain his power. When they reached the parking lot, Ninh Trần was slightly surprised to see a Porsche Panamera. Getting a luxury car just for starting college was enough to show how rich the Shu family was. Nice car, right? Shuyan glanced at him as she unlocked the doors. Yeah. So my friend Ninh Trần, what kind of ride do you have? Shuyan asked with a slight smirk. Ninh Trần casually replied, I don't use a car. I normally just ride the clouds and wind. Sometimes I fly on my sword. Ride the clouds and wind, fly on a sword. Jiang Tang burst out laughing. Oh my god, he's read too many cultivation novels and now he's delusional. It's kinda cute though. You moron, aren't you embarrassed telling such a lame joke? Shu Shuyan rolled her eyes hard, her voice laced with sarcasm. If you think my car is so slow, then feel free to hail a cab. We'll see who gets there first. Sure, okay. Ninh Trần shrugged like he was talking to a child. Shu Shuyan's eyes widened. He's for real. We're going to Silver Black on the west side. It's about 4 miles from here. You dare. Loser buys dinner for everyone. If you want to race, let's race. Ninh Trần voice was completely unfazed. But I'm warning you, I'm starving. Shu Shuyan absolutely hated Ninh Trần nonchalant attitude. Hearing him accept the challenge, she suddenly flashed a brilliant smile. Okay, I'll see you at Gate 1 of Yintai City then. The second she finished speaking, she floored it and zoomed away. This young lady was born in Qingzhou and knew these streets like the back of her hand. Plus, she got a head start. Does he really look down on female drivers? He's definitely buying dinner tonight. Shuyan, are you really just leaving him there like that? Jiang Tang asked anxiously from the passenger seat. It's his first time ever in Qingzhou. On this weird road, aren't you afraid Haley will find out and punish you? What's there to be scared of? I'm a grown man. How could I possibly get lost? Ethan snorted saying that out loud, but thinking to himself, what an idiot. Why is he trying to act so tough? Wouldn't it have been easier to just give up and get in the car? The two girls had barely left when Ethan vanished in a blur of light, moving at a speed so insane that no camera could have caught him. A nascent soul cultivator doesn't even need to use spiritual energy to cross a city. His own 2 feet are more than enough. In less than 2 minutes, he was already standing in front of West Yintai City. And 1.5 minutes of that time was just spent asking for directions. Man, this is so annoying. I'm never using my divine sense to scan the whole city again. From now on, anything that drains my spiritual energy is not my problem. Don't even ask. 5 minutes later, 2 girls appeared at gate number 1 of Yintai City completely out of breath. Yes, we won! The 2 girls high-fived in celebration. Little did they know Ethan was already on the 5th floor ordering food. I'll have this and not this one. Also 10 servings of each dish on second thought. 2 servings will be enough. 10 minutes later and that jerk is still making me wait. Haley stomped her foot furiously. She'd never had to wait for anyone this long in her entire life. Chloe suddenly gasped. Oh no, do you think he got lost? That's impossible. I specifically told him gate number 1 of Yintai City. Hey, there's also a Yintai City in the West Creek district. Maybe he went to the wrong one. Haley froze. That absolute idiot. She decided to try calling him. Surprisingly, the number her mom gave her actually connected. Ethan, did you get kidnapped or something? What's taking you so long? I'm already here. Here where I've been standing at gate 1 forever, just look up. What Haley looked up, and there on the 5th floor balcony was a guy with his arms crossed casually looking down at them. Chloe shouted, Haley, look, it's Ethan. When did he even get up there? That jerk. Haley practically threw her phone down and stormed up to the 5th floor. Ethan, when did you get here? Don't you know, I hate waiting more than anything. I've been here for a while. You guys were taking too long, so I came up to order and the food is just arriving now. Ethan smiled. I ordered a lot. The great Miss Haley wouldn't go back on her word, would she? How did you know I was... Haley was stunned for a moment before forcing a cold smile and lying. How did you get here so fast? You must have cheated somehow. Chloe jumped in. Yeah, and we even took a shortcut. You probably called the restaurant ahead of time and snuck upstairs while we were waiting. Wow, Ethan, you look so innocent, but you're actually pretty sneaky. Ethan just shook his head and called a server over. Excuse me, ladies, but this gentleman arrived 15 minutes ago, the server said with a slight bow. Impossible. Chloe's eyes went wide. 15 minutes ago he was still hanging around North Station. Unless he can fly. Oh, just drop it, Chloe, Haley pouted. So what if he won? It's just one stupid meal. She was convinced Ethan had bribed the staff. A guy who was that conniving she had considered being friends, but now forget it. Stepping into the VIP room, Haley froze at the sight of the extravagant feast flame-grilled steak codfish fin, sea cucumber soup, bird's nest stew with papaya, steamed abalone, and even a whole pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. Did we walk into the wrong room? Chloe's jaw dropped. The server pointed. This gentleman ordered all of this. Ethan. Haley screamed, her face bright red. Do you have some kind of grudge against me? Why would you do this to me? I can't believe you're this kind of person. I did warn you that I eat a lot. Ethan shrugged. If you don't want to pay, I'll just cover it myself. She pulled out a black diamond credit card to pay the bill. Yes, miss. Your total comes to $2 million. The transaction is complete. Don't you ever let me see you again? Haley flipped her long hair and dragged Chloe away. $5 million was nothing to the heiress of the Shu family, but she couldn't believe this jerk would play so dirty. From elementary school all the way through college, she had always been the pampered campus goddess. She'd never been humiliated like this before. Hey, aren't you two going to eat? Ethan called after them, but the girls were already gone. Chloe was practically drooling, but still got dragged away. He had no choice but to sit and eat alone. The food tasted all right, but without any spiritual energy, it was as bland as chewing on wax. Do I really have to eat this stuff from now on, or what? That rotten Ethan, I am never ever seeing him again, Haley muttered to herself the entire way back. Suddenly, Chloe's stomach let out a loud growl. Hey, Haley, maybe we should go back and eat a little. Everywhere else is going to be packed right now. Besides, you already paid for it. That's right. Why should we let him eat the food I paid for? Haley snapped to her senses and spun around. Just then, a guy dressed in expensive designer clothes blocked their way. His eyes lit up. Haley, you're here too. It must be fate. It was Jason. Haley's eyes flashed with contempt. He was a well-known bully from their high school. A rich kid who loved picking on other students. And one of her many admirers. Just hanging out. Jason's eyes roamed over her greedily. You haven't eaten yet, right? Perfect timing, a new French restaurant just opened with 2 Michelin stars. I already made a reservation, and Chloe, you should come with us too. Jason gave Chloe a look that was supposed to be warm, but was filled with hidden lust. Her adorable chubby-cheeked face was a stark contrast to her ridiculously hot body, making him practically drool. Haley and Chloe were the most famous beauties at Qingda-affiliated High. Haley had been stunningly beautiful since she was a little girl with impossibly long legs that could rival any supermodels, which helped her secure her title as the school's #1 goddess, the girl every guy dreamed about on lonely nights. As for Chloe, she tried to maintain a cute image, but always struggled because her body was way too developed, so she usually only dared to wear baggy clothes. Jason's lifelong dream was to conquer both of these girls. Disgusting. Haley noticed the creepy way he was looking at them, and was about to pull Chloe away, but Chloe suddenly had a mischievous idea. Haley, what if we invite Jason to come with us? You know his personality. He'll definitely try to start something with Ethan. We can just sit back and watch. The dogs fight each other, wouldn't that be fun? Haley's eyes lit up. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? You're a genius, Chloe. So she turned back and flashed a strained smile at Jason. Jason, how about I treat you to dinner instead? Jason thought he was hearing things. His goddess just called him by his first name and invited him to dinner. Holy crap, this was his chance, of course, Haley. Where should we go eat? Qi Hao asked, calmly swallowing the frustration rising in his throat. Just follow me. Hua Nan gave a sickeningly sweet smile, then shot him a glare the second she turned around. Qi Hao obediently tagged along, trying to make awkward small talk while secretly silencing his phone. And just like that, the girl he was on a date with was ditched the moment she came out of the restroom. When the two beauties led Qi Hao into the restaurant where Ninh Trần was sitting, they found him pigging out without a care in the world. Before Qi Hao could even ask if they were in the wrong place, Quang Duang's eyes went wide. Oh my god, Ninh Trần, were you born in the year of the pig? You're eating like you want to devour the whole world. Hua Nan was also dumbfounded. They were only gone for a little while, but half of the more than 30 dishes on the table were already gone. Did he inhale a mountain of food, or what? Ninh Trần paused his chopsticks. Didn't you guys already leave? Why are you back? Hua Nan crossed her arms. I paid for this meal, so what if I came back to eat some? It's none of your business, but wait a second. Qi Hao pointed straight at Ninh Trần, his face pale. Thunan, who is this punk? Oh, that's Ninh Trần, Hua Nan answered casually. He's the son of my mom's best friend. He just got to Thanchao from Dongduang today, and my mom made me show him around. Just as Quang Duang predicted, Qi Hao's face turned black. He had gone through so much trouble to ask his goddess out for a meal, and yet this country bumpkin was sitting here stuffing his face. Hey buddy, Qi Hao walked over and patted Ninh Trần shoulder. If you're full, then scram. Thunan and I have important things to discuss. Ninh Trần was focused on dealing with a plate of stir-fried beef kidney. Ninh Trần tore off a piece of lemon chicken and chewed with his cheeks puffed out. Fine, Qi Hao pulled out his wallet. I'll give you 2 million to go eat at another restaurant. Ninh Trần sipped some bland Tonkin jasmine flower soup. Hey, I told you to stop eating! Qi Hao swatted the half-eaten piece of chicken out of Ninh Trần hand's. His blood was boiling with rage. Are you deaf or something? Quang Duang nudged her friend, and they both backed away. Before Hua Nan could process what was happening, Ninh Trần shot up, grabbed Qi Hao by the hair, and shoved his face into a large bowl of crucian carp soup. Glug, glug, glug. The soup bowl was filled to the brim. Qi Hao nearly drowned among the fish. You bastard, I'll kill you. Let go. Help me, Glug. No matter how much he struggled, Ninh Trần hand was like an iron clamp holding his head under. His cries grew weaker. Is he dead yet? Is he some kind of grandmaster? Quang Duang blurted out. Stop talking and pull him out of there, quick. Hua Nan rushed forward in a panic. But how could a slender girl like her possibly move Ninh Trần? Luckily, he didn't actually intend to kill him. He just wanted to teach the rich boy a lesson. A great nascent soul cultivator, even an injured one, wouldn't let some mortal brat disrespect him. Remember this, Ninh Trần said, pushing the sputtering head back into the soup. Don't interrupt me when I'm eating. He sat back down and continued to feast. In reality, he didn't enjoy eating like this. He was just using his true qi to compress the food in his stomach to sustain his spiritual energy for a few days. Even though this mortal food contained very little spiritual energy, it was still better than nothing. Thud. Qi Hao collapsed, sputtering soup from his nose and mouth. His face was covered in fish bones with a large fish eye stuck to one of his nostrils. Ninh Trần, you're not getting away with this. He staggered to his feet. Bits of fish meat scattered in his hair, his eyes filled with hatred. He had never been so humiliated in front of a beautiful girl, especially his goddess. Fine. Ninh Trần quickly slurped a snail. Go call your people. You just wait. Qi Hao kicked the door open and stormed out. The moment he was out of sight, Ninh Trần called the waiter to pack up the food. By the time Qi Hao had changed and returned with his goons, the table was completely empty. Where's that guy? A thug smoking a cigarette asked blankly. Damn it, we've been tricked! Tran Chi Hao kicked the door in and roared, Ninh Tran, don't even think about having a peaceful life in Tan Chao. I'll tear you to shreds. To Ninh Tran, Tran Chi Hao was less than a sesame seed. After leaving the mall, he got into Hua Thunan's car and headed to the Green Plum Garden Villas. It was the most luxurious villa complex in Tan Chao with fresh air and spiritual energy that was slightly denser than in the city. Hua Thunan glanced in the rearview mirror. I don't get why Mom is making me bring this violent guy home. Tran Chi Hao just threw a piece of chicken and he almost drowned him. That's terrifying. If a guy like this gets married, he'd probably beat his wife every day. Just then, her mother's call came through, insisting that she bring Ninh Tran home. Kwang Duong, on the other hand, seemed intrigued, asking him questions constantly, but only getting vague answers. The car stopped in front of a luxurious villa, where an elegant woman in her 40s was already waiting, accompanied by a butler in a suit. Butler Pham. Mom Hua Thunan ran over looking miserable. Next time something like this comes up, please don't make me do it. You have no idea. That Ninh Tran guy is a total psycho. Hua Thunan stomped her foot resentfully. The graceful woman shook her head and said gently, What are you talking about? Dear Tran is a well-behaved and sweet boy, and he's very active. And he has such a bright personality. Yeah, right, Hua Thunan pouted, that's just his appearance. His true nature is the complete opposite. Just then, Ninh Tran walked up carrying a bulky bag of stuff. Auntie Q, it's been a long time. You look even younger than before. Auntie Q laughed, delighted. Oh my, you've become such a smooth talker. You're just here for a visit. Why bring so many things? Butler Pham, come help him with his bags. Yes, ma'am. Butler Pham hurried over. Walking beside them, Kwang Duong giggled. Auntie Q, Mr. Pham, that's not a gift. It's just the leftovers Ninh Tran had packed to go. Huh, leftovers. Auntie Q looked stunned for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. That's wonderful. Being frugal with food is a great virtue. From now on, Tran, just think of this as your home. Make sure you get along with Thunan like real siblings. Who wants to be his sister? This guy is a top-tier psycho. Hua Thunan, who had been muttering to herself, suddenly flinched. Mom, what did you just say? Seeing the pile of luggage in the living room, Hua Thunan completely broke down. Mom, you can't be serious, right? You're making me live with this violent freak. How am I supposed to sleep at night? The girl collapsed onto the sofa, sobbing, her fair jade-like legs kicking against the floor. This is so unfair, I can't take it. Xiao Duong, you have to convince my mom for me, or we're both in big trouble. The Kwang and Hua families had been connected by marriage for generations. Kwang Duong had been living with Hua Thunan since middle school, and they were closer than real sisters. Jiang Tang hesitated. Auntie Q, Shunan and I are both girls. It'd be super awkward to suddenly have a guy move in with us. Auntie Q smiled gently. I trust young Chen's character. Meanwhile, Ninh Chen was just standing there, staring at the garden, his eyes twinkling as if searching for something, completely ignoring the argument behind him. Hey, you going to say anything? Stop playing deaf and dumb! Shu Shunan was fuming at his cold attitude. I don't want you staying here. I'm not Hey You. My name is Ninh Chen. Ninh Chen shot her a sidelong glance. This place is fine, I'll stay. Shu Shunan and Jiang Tang were just speechless. Auntie Q burst out laughing. This kid is so straightforward, he just says what he thinks. Old fam, what do you think? The butler in the suit standing behind them nodded. In his opinion, the boy was as mature as the madam said. Butler fam, why are you siding with this thug too? Shu Shunan hugged a pillow and sobbed. Auntie Q pulled Ninh Chen out to the garden. Young Chen, I've spoiled Shunan since she was a kid, so as the older one, please just humor her a bit, okay? She's not a bad person, you'll see once you get to know her. Ninh Chen grunted and pulled a thick envelope stuffed with cash from his pocket. Auntie Q's eyes widened. What are you doing? Is this rent money for me? Is this enough? Auntie Q suddenly flared up. What's this strange behavior you're going to pay to stay at your auntie's house? Anyone who heard would think your mom and I had a falling out. Put it away now. Yes, ma'am. Ninh Chen quickly put it back. It was just a polite gesture anyway. Auntie Q smiled again. If you really want to help, please keep an eye on Shunan at school for me. She's so pretty that a lot of boys chase after her. Your mom told me you often go mountain climbing. You must be really tough. Ninh Chen was a bit confused. Shunan pretty. He didn't see anything special. Compared to the beauties of the lesser southern heaven realm, she was just average. As a 2,000-year-old man, his human emotions had long since faded, but he vividly remembered how Auntie Q always sent money to help when his family was poor. Besides, this villa was situated on a spiritual eye. With the spiritual energy this thin, the spiritual vein must have been depleted long ago, so staying here for a few days would be fine. After Auntie Q left Nin, Chen casually strolled around the 500-square-meter garden. The luxurious villa was estimated to be worth $1 billion, which just showed how powerful the Shu family was. Woof woof woof, a dog's bark echoed. Shu Shunan approached him aggressively, leading a German shepherd that was missing an ear. And Ninh Chen, I don't care how you tricked my mom, you can't stay here. The girl dressed in bunny pajamas gripped the leash with one hand. Are you leaving? If not, I'm letting Heilong bite you. The dog named Heilong bared its teeth and growled. Oh, which room is mine? Ninh Chen asked. If no one's assigned one, I'll just pick one myself. You. Who do you think you are? Is this your house? Shu Shunan angrily dropped the leash. Heilong, get him. The dog. charged like a whirlwind. "Shu Nan!" Jiang Tang shouted from the back door. But Ninh Trần merely glanced at it, and Heilong suddenly tucked its tail and ran for its life, whimpering in its doghouse as if it had seen a ghost. Zhu Shunan's face went pale. What are you? Ninh Trần crossed his arms behind his head. What am I, you? You've killed someone before, haven't you? Heilong was military trained, and even he's scared of you. Ninh Trần squinted and grinned. Finally got a little smarter, I see. Ah, Zhu Shunan dropped the leash and bolted upstairs. Ninh Trần whistled as he went back inside, and eventually Jiang Tang led him to a small room under the stairs. Lying on the bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling. His mud-pill palace was damaged, his dantian was shattered, and both his primordial spirit and physical body were severely injured. An injury like this would be hard to heal even in the lesser southern heaven realm, but luckily, he still had 8,000 years of life essence left. After sleeping until 9 p.m., Ninh Trần discovered that Zhu Shunan had someone throw out his food. She was trying to provoke him into getting violent, so she'd have an excuse to kick him out. Shunan, he's going out. Jiang Tang pointed to Ninh Trần silhouette walking down the street. Zhu Shunan pouted. Then let's lock the gate tonight and make him sleep outside. Ninh Trần took a stroll around the university district, which was packed with rows of food stalls. He stopped in front of Li Mai's BBQ shop, went inside, ordered a few random things, and started munching while reading a web novel. So boring not being able to cultivate. A nascent soul grand cultivator like him was now no different from an idle bum. So he had to resort to his old high school hobby to kill time reading web novels. One look, that boy is so skinny but he sure can eat. He's your age but ordered 600. Thousands worth of barbecue, the shop owner, a woman in her 40s, said with a smile to her daughter while trimming chives. She was about the same age as Auntie Q, but looked a good 20 years older. It really showed the power of self-care. The daughter, helping her mom trim the vegetables, was surprisingly pretty, with plump pink lips and a delicate nose. Her old faded uniform only enhanced her innocent student-like charm. Mom, aren't you afraid of another dine and dasher? The schoolgirl asked. The owner replied, We only get a few each month. Most customers are decent and pay up. Su Wanwan pouted. Just one is enough to wipe out several days' earnings. Oh well, honey. We can't afford to mess with local tyrants like Brother Xiao. I'm working hard to put you through school so you can enter the upper class and get away from these thugs. Ninh Trần overheard their whole conversation, but his face remained impassive. He was focused on scrolling through his novel when a noisy group of youths with multicolored hair barged in. The atmosphere in the shop instantly tensed up. Su Wanwan's face paled as she frantically tugged on her mother's apron. Mom, they're here. Quick, go hide in this kitchen! The owner frantically pushed her daughter away. Hey, owner, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and bring some food for the big bosses. The thug in a skull bandana walked past Ninh Trần, loudly kicking a few chairs. The screeching sound made him frown, so he circulated his true qi to block his ears and continued reading. He was just getting to the good part. Ma Kun slapped his thigh. The usual. Sister Ma, you're still as charming as ever. Why stick with a total coward like Su Hai? If you were with me, who in all of Shui Yue Street would dare to bully you? The thugs all roared with laughter. Brother Khan, please don't mess with me. I'm an old woman, Li Mai said meekly. Hey bosses, just a sec. I'll throw in an extra grilled fish for you today. Hurry it up. Ma Khan propped his feet on the table and started talking trash with his goons about the girls they saw on the streets at night. Their obnoxious laughter made the few remaining customers run for it. Seeing that a customer hadn't paid to Van covered her face with her sleeve and chased after them. Whoa, Brother Khan, check it out, a schoolgirl. The blonde guy pointed at Van's figure. Ma Khan narrowed his eyes. Isn't that Li Mai's daughter? Did she send her away to school to keep her from us? We'll see how I handle this later. To Van rushed back out of breath, only to have the few $100 bills she was clutching snatched right out of her hand. Give me my money back! The girl stared at Ma Khan in terror. You think this money's gonna answer if you call it? He sneered, stepping forward to caress her cheek. I'm calling the cops, Van yelled. Ma Khan reached for her phone. What are you doing? Ninh Trần asked, looking up coldly. Right then, Li Mai rushed out. Brother Khan, the food's ready. To hell with your food. Ma Khan slapped her hard across the face. From now on, you'll pay an extra $4 million in protection money every month. That's an order from Brother Hugh. Mom to Van cried, hugging her mother. Li Mai fell to her knees, begging Brother Khan, please spare us. Where would we even get $4 million? We don't have that kind of money. All right, then. Ma Khan licked his lips as he eyed Van. How about your daughter becomes my sworn sister? That would make you my godmother, and who in this neighborhood would dare to touch you? Then Ninh Trần remained completely unfazed. In his 2,000 years of cultivation, he had seen countless thugs preying on the innocent. At least Earth had laws. The cultivation worlds were true jungles, where people robbed on sight and killed anyone who stood in their way. They would slaughter entire villages without blinking an eye. So who could you save, and how many could you truly protect? How much was it? Ninh Trần asked as he stood up. To Van sobbed. It was 530,000. He pulled out his phone to scan the payment code, but Ma Khan swung at him. Who gave you permission to pay? Ninh Trần caught his wrist and gave it a light squeeze. Crack! The sound of a bone snapping rang out, and Ma Khan fell to the ground, howling in pain. Payment successful for 530,000, a voice announced from the register. Van Van was frozen stiff. What in the world just happened? This guy just took down Ma Khan and then casually paid the bill. It's all paid for. Ninh Trần pocketed his phone and started walking home. Kill that bastard! Ma Khan shrieked, rolling on the floor like a pig being slaughtered. His 5 goons stared in shock before rushing at Ninh Trần all at once, ready to pummel him. What a nuisance. Ninh Trần frowned, and with a single swing of his arm, his hand flashed like lightning, slapping all 5 of the thugs in turn. Slap, 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 slap. 5 crisp sounds echoed in quick succession. Pentakill. A spray of blood and teeth flew through the air. The goons all crumpled to the ground next to their boss. They lay there clutching their ridiculously swollen faces, moaning in agony. One was crying because of his shattered teeth, while another stumbled around with a dislocated jaw. By the time Van Van and Li Mai came to their senses, Ninh Trần had already vanished. All he wanted was to get home and read his web novel. Wait. Just as he got to the intersection, Van Van caught up, panting for breath. Why do you walk so fast? She asked, leaning over with her hands on her knees. She was heaving her sweet scented sweat, soaking her shirt. It felt like he'd reached the intersection in no time. Are you an athlete? You walk incredibly fast. The girl was totally out of breath. If you're trying to thank me for earlier, then forget it. Ninh Trần stated bluntly. Van Van froze at a complete loss for words. Goodbye. Ninh Trần turned his back and left. There was a time when he had also been a passionate hero, always ready to fight for justice. But he eventually grew weary of it. Countless people he'd saved had turned rotten, taking his help as if it were their due. When Van Van got back to her shop, she saw Ma Khan and his gang all with crooked mouths and contorted faces as they staggered into an ambulance. Doctor, why is my mouth all crooked? I can't even turn my neck. Brother Khan, are we gonna look like we had a stroke forever? The thugs cried their eyes out. The paramedics had never witnessed such a strange scene. 6 guys with their jawbones completely out of place, the joints already set. The only fix would be to re-break the bones and set them properly. This was, of course, all Ninh Trần doing. A little bit of fun he had while dealing with scum. That bastard definitely pulled some trick. You old hag, this ain't over. Ma Khan snarled, his mouth crooked and his eyes looking in different directions. Around 10 o'clock, Ninh Trần casually walked back to the Rose Garden apartments carrying some groceries. He turned his key twice, but the door was locked from the inside. A small smirk appeared on his face. With a flick of his right index finger, a thread of true Qi fine as silk slipped through the lock. Shu Yan, maybe this is a bit much. In the living room, Jiang Tang looked hesitantly at Shu Yan. What's a bit much? Listen, he could be a murderer for all we know. Who wants to live with a criminal? Shu Yan said, sipping her bubble tea while staring at her phone. I'm sure he was just kidding. Jiang Tang rolled her eyes. Oops. Juggling her game and her bubble tea, Shu Yan spilled some on her nightgown. I just bought this. Hey, little Tang, can you wash it for me? This match is about to start. Then take it off. Hey, you're the best. As Shu Yan quickly slipped off her nightgown, the door suddenly flew open. Don't look, she screamed, clutching her chest. Her face turned beet red. Jiang Tang, who had the nightgown pulled over her head, was still clueless. I'm not looking, she said, then gasped. Ninh Trần, how did you get in here? I didn't see a thing. Ninh Trần gave a slight cough and walked silently into the kitchen. Kids these days sure are energetic. A moment later, in the upstairs bedroom, Shu Yan, I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Jiang Tang knelt beside the bed. But the door was locked. How on earth did he get inside? Shu Yan buried herself under the covers, her face flushed with embarrassment. Replaying the scene in her mind, she just wished the ground would swallow her whole. He must have called a locksmith. Little Tang, you need to find a way to get rid of him. This isn't safe. All right, what if we demand rent 10 million a month? A student could never afford that. Perfect. Actually, 10 million is too low. Let's make it 20. No, 30 million. As Jiang Tang marched downstairs to confront him, her train of thought was derailed by a delicious smell wafting from the kitchen. Wow, what is that amazing smell? Her dinner from 7 o'clock was a distant memory. Oh my god. Ninh Trần, you can cook. Jiang Tang peeked into the kitchen. Yeah, want some? Ninh Trần asked her. Of course, Quang Duong completely forgot about her mission. She swore she'd never had chicken soup so delicious she could have swallowed her own tongue. This wasn't just any soup, but a health tonic brewed with 17 different herbs. Too bad it was just the mortal chicken. If they'd used a snow-feathered chicken from the Cultivation World, it would have been a true masterpiece. After finishing the soup, a drowsy Quang Duong headed back to her room. Hua Thunan was already waiting, hands on her hips and glaring at her. The next morning, Hua Thunan was still pouting. She should have been demanding rent money from her friend, but instead she got hooked on that violent guy's chicken soup. What a traitor. In the Rolls-Royce, Hua Thunan glared at Ninh Trần in the rearview mirror for a full 15 minutes, all the way from the house to the gates of Qingzhou University. Yesterday I didn't mean to... Shut up! Don't you dare bring that up again! Hua Thunan covered her ears, her face bright red, while the driver broke out in a cold sweat. This information was way too sensitive. Don't worry, we won't be living together for long. That's for the best. Hua Thunan crossed her arms and turned away, her cheeks blushing. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up to the school gate, causing a crowd to turn and stare. Especially when Hua Thunan stepped out, with her long, wavy tea-brown hair, delicate Korean-style makeup, and a short school-style skirt 100 heads turned. Kwang Duong with her bombshell figure also drew a lot of attention. As for Ninh Trần, he just walked along reading a novel on his phone, yawning from time to time, because some thief had snuck into the basement last night to steal his pot of chicken soup. All the noise kept him from getting any sleep. They had barely stepped through the school gates, when 5 or 6 well-dressed young men swarmed them trying to hit on them. But Hua Thunan and Kwang Duong flatly rejected all of them. Whoa, she's a total goddess. Yo Liu, look over there. Along the tree-lined path, various clubs were enthusiastically recruiting new members. A guy with a vintage-looking camera stood there. His jaw dropped as he stared at Shunan's long, slender legs, which looked like they were sculpted. He was practically drooling. Liu Di was also stunned. As the vice president of the photography club, he'd shot countless beauties, but he'd never seen anyone as drop-dead gorgeous as the girl in front of him. He approached without hesitation. Hello there. Are you a new student? Liu Di's smile was obviously creepy. Can I help you? Shunan glanced at him, seeing right through his intentions, and didn't stop walking. Don't get the wrong idea. We're from the Qingming University Photography Club. We specialize in taking pictures of good-looking guys and girls. I was wondering if we could have the honor of taking a few shots of you. Liu Di and a few other club members trailed after them. You can check out our TikTok channel. It has 1 million followers. The girl's eyes lit up with interest and she stopped walking. Just as he thought, every beauty loves to be photographed. Good thing he learned photography beforehand. Liu Di smirked to himself and quickly pulled out his phone. Here you go, ladies. This is our Qingming photography channel. With looks like yours, just a few shots are guaranteed to make you go viral. Shunan, their skills are actually pretty good. Kwang Duong looked at a few clips. Each one had hundreds of thousands of likes. Should we do it? Shunan gave a delicate little nod. Might as well take 2 or 3 shots. Success. Liu Di broke into a triumphant grin. As long as he could get her into a conversation, the next steps would be a piece of cake. Before long, Hua Thunan and Kwang Duong followed the photography crew to the recreational lake. The photo shoot began, and everything was going fine until... You're a total sicko! Hua Thunan couldn't stand the slimy pervert anymore and turned to leave. What's wrong? We're not done with the shoot yet. Liu Di quickly apologized, his voice sickly sweet. If you're uncomfortable, we can switch to a different style. I have tons of other great ideas. I'm not shooting anymore. Hua Thunan's eyes flashed with anger, her posture proud and defiant. Get out of my way. All right then, if you're not shooting, then pay up. Liu Di blocked their exit. What money? Hua Thunan frowned. Are you kidding me? We spent the whole morning serving you two. You think that's free? A sly grin appeared on Liu Di's face. It's cheap. 500,000 per picture, and we took over 100 shots, so you can do the math. 500,000 for 1 picture, that's highway robbery. Hua Thunan screamed in anger. You guys were the ones who begged to take my picture. Shunan, let's just go. Don't mind these scumbags. Kwang Duong grimaced and grumbled. First day of school and we already ran into jerks. What bad luck. If you don't pay, then finish the shoot. We're taking a big loss here. Liu Di's lecherous gaze traveled up Hua Thunan's long, slender legs. Wow. A series featuring these amazing legs would definitely attract a ton of fans. Just cooperate, honey. Just as Hua Thunan stomped her foot about to yell at him, Liu Di was suddenly lifted into the air. Who the hell wants to die? Put me down. His 5'6" frame struggled pathetically in midair. With a loud thud, Liu Di was thrown against a pavilion pillar, seeing stars. Ninh Trần, Hua Thunan, looked at the guy who had suddenly appeared, her face flushing for some unknown reason. Ninh Trần, you're here. Kwang Duong cheered, her eyes sparkling with admiration as if she were looking at a superhero. Son of a... Who dares to interfere? Get him! Liu Di growled, scrambling up from the ground. But the photography guys were only used to hitting on girls, seeing Ninh Trần effortlessly lift a person, like it was nothing. Every single one of them started backing away. You want to take me down? Ninh Trần stepped forward and kicked straight out. Thwack! 2 streams of blood gushed from his nose. Liu Di clutched his face and let out a blood-curdling scream. The whole photography crew turned pale and took a step back. That ruthless kick, delivered without a hint of hesitation, made them tremble in fear. If we were in the little southern heaven realm, your head would already be off your shoulders. Ninh Trần muttered a cryptic sentence, delivered a few more kicks, and then turned to leave. Groaning, Liu Di was helped to the infirmary by his cronies. He's definitely not a normal student. I bet he's a gangster. Hua Thunan whispered, following behind Ninh Trần retreating figure. I don't know, but he looked so handsome just now. Kwang Duong clasped her hands, lost in a daydream. Handsome? What handsome? He's ugly as sin. Hua Thunan absolutely refused to admit that the brute had any attractive qualities. A few dozen minutes later, Liu Di, covered in bruises and reeking of alcohol, stumbled out of the infirmary and dialed Brother Peng's number. I got beat up. You have to get justice for me, or I won't be able to rest in peace. Hearing the name Zhao Li Peng, the star of the martial arts team, the entire photography crew's faces changed color. This guy is the notorious terror of Tsinghua University, a former city champion who can take on 10 guys at once. Plus, with his uncle on the school board, he gets away with anything. That other dude is totally screwed. We're here. Ninh Trần led the two girls to the arts department lecture hall, his voice dripping with annoyance. You two stay out of trouble. I'm not your bodyguard. Kwang Duong gave a cute little salute. Mighty bro. Ninh Trần frowned. What the heck, what's this mighty bro about? Because you're so strong, Kwang Duong grinned. Ninh Trần just pouted, not bothering to argue. Before leaving, he gave a cold warning. Remember, it don't cause any trouble. I hate drama more than anything. This lady does whatever she wants. I don't need to listen to you, Shu Thunan huffed, crossing her arms. If it weren't for Q, I wouldn't even bother with you, Ninh Trần replied, turning to leave without a second glance. You blockhead who asked you to care anyway? Shu Thunan yelled, stomping her foot. Does she really think that's cute or something? Ninh Trần muttered casually, making his way to the medical department. He was just an average-looking guy, completely unnoticeable. He found a quiet corner and started scrolling on his phone. Hey buddy, what are you so focused on? A chubby kid with glasses asked from nearby. A novel, Ninh Trần replied without looking up. What novel is more interesting than checking out the campus beauties? The guy chuckled, introducing himself. I'm Phuong Tu Bao. Ninh Trần, have you voted yet? Phuong Tu Bao asked. Not interested, Ninh Trần said, shaking his head and gesturing forward. A pretty innocent-looking girl was surrounded by her friends, getting grilled with all sorts of questions. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Seriously not interested, Ninh Trần said, turning back to his novel. After living for over 2 millennia, matters of the heart were hardly anything new to him. No matter how beautiful a girl was, after a while it was all the same. Pretty sure, but nothing special. Playing it all cool and virtuous, are we? Phuong Tu Bao shot Ninh Trần a provocative glance. He then turned to chat with the guy sitting next to him. That guy Truong Dai Xuan, a simple, good-natured kid from the countryside, immediately whipped out his phone and logged into the school forum as soon as he heard the words, campus beauty. So this is the Shu Thunan everyone's been hyping up. Whoa, she's prettier than a celebrity. Truong Dai Xuan stared at the picture, his eyes sparkling. Are you kidding? She'd never stoop to that level. You know the Shu Corporation, right? Shu Kan-sun is her old man, Phuong Tu Bao said, smugly pushing up his glasses. Shu Kan-sun, the businessman who's always on TV? Truong Dai Xuan asked, shocked. The Shu Corporation is worth trillions. Shu Thunan wouldn't even dream of being an actress, Phuong Tu Bao declared with a smirk. You're both wrong, Ninh Trần suddenly cut in. In a cool tone, he said, Shu Thunan's biggest dream is to be on stage. She's not as noble as everyone thinks, just another mortal with ordinary dreams. Phuong Tu Bao and Truong Dai Xuan both froze. Ninh Trần, I thought you said you didn't care about the campus beauties, Phuong Tu Bao asked. Yeah, so what? And you know Shu Thunan wants to be a star, Phuong Tu Bao pressed. I came to school with her this morning. She told me herself in the car, Ninh Trần said plainly. No way, what's your relationship with her? Phuong Tu Bao asked, trying not to laugh. We don't have a relationship. We're just acquaintances, Ninh Trần added. Dude, stop dreaming. A rich beauty like Shu Thunan is completely out of our league. Truong Dai Xuan laughed heartily while Ninh Trần said nothing. As the classroom filled up, Truong Dai Xuan and Phuong Tu Bao's discussion grew more animated. This Kwang Duong girl is supposed to be Shu Thunan's best friend. Dude, she has the face of an angel and a perfect body. And to Van Van. The beauty from a humble background from Nansong scored 718 on the Science College entrance exam, a real academic ace. Then there's Anthan Lam from the Traditional Martial Arts Club. Word is, she passed the Martial Arts Association exam and is a certified fighter. Thoi Lin too, a sophomore exchange student from Korea, she's a hot streamer too. And Somak, who plays the violin man, a tall beauty with a great name, shame about the hung part. After a long discussion, the two of them agreed to vote for Shu Thunan. All things considered, Shu Thunan was way ahead of the competition. A moment later, a group of guys barged into the classroom looking for trouble, led by a dude with rippling muscles. He stood with his hands on his hips, radiating danger. Brother Bang, that's him. The guy with cotton plugs in his nose and a pair of black eyes scanned the room before pointing a finger straight at Ninh Trần. He's the one who beat me up like this. A buzz went through the classroom. Beating up a senior? Who's this audacious freshman in clinical class 2? All eyes immediately fell on Ninh Trần. It's him. The delicate-looking girl in the front row thought, her eyes lighting up. As for Ninh Trần, he had just gotten to the best part of his novel when the interruption ruined his mood. Phuong Tu Bao and Truong Dai Xuan stared at him in absolute terror. In their minds, Ninh Trần was just a quiet bookworm. Who knew he had the guts to mess with a senior? Which one of you punks is Ninh Trần? Heard you think you're pretty tough, huh? The muscular guy growled, stepping down from the podium and slamming his foot onto Ninh Trần desk. The other freshman scrambled to get away. Truong Dai Xuan, who was tall and had a strong sense of justice, spoke up. Senior, what do you think you're doing? Smack. The muscular guy slapped him so hard that the nearly 6-foot-tall young man stumbled, needing a desk to keep his balance. I'm Trio Lap Bang, president of the Sanda Club. Now scram. The moment they heard his name, the Tsinghua freshman turned pale. Trio Lap Bang, a key member of the Sanda Club and a city-level champion. What, the city champion? That Ninh Trần guy is so dead. The students gathered around, staring at Ninh Trần with worried eyes. You fatty, you want some of this too? Triulap Bang snarled, swinging his hand. After taking down Truong Dai Xuan, his icy glare shifted to Phuong Tubeo, who was trembling uncontrollably. No, sir, Smack. A loud slap echoed through the room. Phuong Tubeo shut his eyes tight, but his cheek didn't hurt. An unbelievable sight unfolded before them. The vice president of the photography club, Lu Dish, was on the ground clutching his swollen face and screaming. Triulap Bang yelled, "Are you crazy? Why the hell did you hit me?" Lu Dish spat out a wad of blood mixed with fragments of a broken tooth. "I don't know, it wasn't me!" Zhao Libang stared at his right hand, backing away step by step, his face as pale as if he'd seen a ghost. The Sanda Club members looked at each other, confused. Did Brother Bang lose his mind from training or something? If it wasn't you, was it a ghost? Everyone saw you do it. Ninh Trần remained seated, his right index finger subtly curling under the table as he spoke. "Damn it really wasn't me," Zhao Libang had just roared, when he unconsciously threw an uppercut right into the face of Liu Di, who had just sat up. His poor nose, which had just stopped bleeding, took another heavy blow. Whoosh! The two cotton balls shot out, and Liu Di collapsed to the floor, muttering, "Zhao Libang! What the hell is this? You can go crazy just from practicing Sanda!" Zhao Libang frantically slapped himself across the face again and again until the corners of his mouth started bleeding. Ninh Trần just shrugged, acting as if none of this had anything to do with him, then helped Zhang Daxuan up. "Yeah, this Gao Chao guy is all right. He really jumps in when there's trouble. Miss, it was him, he was trying to hit my friend. Everyone please help." Just then, the cute girl led two teachers into the classroom, only to see Zhao Libang slapping himself repeatedly with a panicked look on his face. The girl was stunned, having no idea what was going on. The two teachers quickly led the Sanda Club members away. "Hey, are you okay?" the girl asked, walking over to Ninh Trần. It was her. Ninh Trần recognized her as the daughter of the barbecue shop owner from last night. Her name seemed to be Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled, and she was about to strike up a conversation when Instructor Wang walked in. She had to return to her seat. Instructor Wang asked Ninh Trần a few questions, and then made an announcement about the military training tomorrow. After class, Su Wanwan quickly looked for Ninh Trần, but found he was already gone. "Excuse me, do you two know where he went?" Su Wanwan asked Fang Xiaopang and Zhang Daxuan. Fang Xiaopang had never spoken to a pretty girl before, and his face turned bright red. No, maybe he went to the bathroom." Zhang Daxuan rubbed his cheeks, secretly amazed by Ninh Trần. His traditional massage technique was incredible. The pain was gone after just a few light rubs. "Okay, thank you both." A look of disappointment crossed Su Wanwan's innocent face. Ninh Trần didn't live in the dorms, so he didn't have a room or a roommate. He found a quiet corner to sit and read a novel, and when evening came, he went to the food street near the school for dinner. Inside Li Mai's barbecue joint, several fierce-looking thugs were pressuring the mother and daughter for Ninh Trần phone number. Half of them had crooked mouths and wandering eyes, and their leader, Ma Kun, even had crossed eyes that made him look like a fighting cock. The scene was both comical and bizarre, but Li Mai and Su Wanwan weren't laughing. "We can't do that, Brother Kun," Li Mai pleaded. "A customer's phone number is private. I can't just give it out. Please just leave me and my daughter alone." "Private my ass," Ma Kun threatened through gritted teeth. "That brat did this to me. If I don't deal with him, how can I show my face on the streets anymore? Either I smash this place to bits or you give me his number. Make your choice." "He's... actually..." Su Wanwan hesitated, unsure if she should reveal Ninh Trần identity. Suddenly, his voice came from the doorway. "You guys looking for me?" The thugs turned around to see Ninh Trần walking in with his hands in the pockets of his sports jacket, looking like a typical nerdy student. Ma Kun pointed directly at his own crossed eyes and growled, "Even the hospital couldn't fix this. Tell me, was this your doing?" "Yeah, that was me," Ninh Trần admitted calmly, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. "If you've got a problem, bring it to me." Then he pouted, "All of you just come at me at once. Don't waste my time. Hurry up, I still have to eat dinner." "Damn it, this kid's got a big mouth, get him." Ma Kun pulled an iron rod from his belt and charged forward with his 10 goons. The restaurant instantly erupted into chaos, with tables and chairs flying and dishes shattering. "Ninh Trần, don't be reckless, run." Su Wanwan for some reason found the courage to shout. These were 10 thugs armed with weapons. How could one person possibly fight them all? But in the next second, she witnessed a miracle. Ninh Trần took down one guy with a single punch, and even when a rod hit him, he didn't seem to feel any pain. In the blink of an eye, several guys were already lying on the floor groaning in agony. "I'm Zhao Libang from the Qingzhou University Martial Arts team. Don't let me see you guys hanging around here again or I'll beat you every single time." After saying that, Ninh Trần kicked them out the door like a pile of trash and casually sat down to order food. Li Mai and Su Wanwan were completely frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Shuiyue Street had always been chaotic, and they had seen countless fights, but they had never seen anyone so ferocious. One person defeated 10 guys and acted like it was nothing. Could he be a martial artist like the ones rumored about online? "Are you okay? I saw you get hit with a rod just now," Su Wanwan said as she walked over. "I'm fine," Ninh Trần replied. He could have easily dodged it, but there was no need. Forget an iron rod, not even a bullet could get through his defenses. By the way, besides barbecue, does your restaurant also serve stir-fry? Su Wanwan was a bit stunned. How could this guy treat a fight so lightly? Who on earth was he? Li Mai quickly replied with a gentle smile. We have everything, I'll make whatever you want, dear. You want dragon meat? Oh wait, I mean beef stir-fried with celery. All right, coming right up. Li Mai hurried into the kitchen, shooting her daughter a meaningful look. The thugs from Shuiyue Street were back in the hospital. Brother Kun. That Zhao Liban guy is terrifying, his fists hit like sledgehammers. I'll probably be in bed for 3 months. The green-haired thug whined from his hospital bed. The doctor just shook his head, used to this, they'd clearly run into a tough one. Ma Kun's face was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes burning with rage. I bet that kid trained at Shaolin, he might have even learned the evil warding sword manual. The evil warding sword manual. Didn't you see how we hit him with rods and he was totally unfazed? Damn it, if it's not the evil warding sword manual, then what is it? Ma Kun gritted his teeth. This won't do! I have to report this to Brother Xiao! When Bai Xiao heard the story, he immediately started yelling, Useless fools! 10 of you couldn't even take down one college student, Brother Xiao. That kid knows martial arts, where is he? I'll send Bao and Lang over. Brother Bao, Brother Lang. Ma Kun was terrified. He's just a student. Shut up, spit it out. Growls and a woman's moans echoed from the phone. Yes, he's at Li Mai's restaurant, he probably hasn't left yet. Bai Hugh hung up. Brother Hugh, we need to send 2 of the gang's most loyal guys. In the dimly lit hotel room, a seductive woman's voice purred. Are you blind? Shuiyue Street is a juicy prize. That kid definitely has some powerful backing. Bai Hugh, a fat middle-aged man on the bed, snorted. You think just because he's a student, he's gonna be a henchman forever. At Li Mai's restaurant, Su Wanwan stared at the mountain of empty plates and couldn't help but ask, How can you eat so much? Ninh Trần, who was busy scarfing down a plate of fried noodles, mumbled, Why do you care? I'm paying for it all. I just mean eating that much is terrible for your stomach. Hearing that, Su Wanwan nodded as if watching a competitive eater. I'm not one of those. Ninh Trần only put down his chopsticks when the bill topped 1 million. He pulled out his phone to pay, but Li Mai quickly stopped him. Young man, you've helped us so much these past 2 days. Please, this meal is on me. That's not necessary. Ninh Trần knew she was looking for a backer, and he hated complications. If the food hadn't been so good, he never would have returned. After paying, he was gone like the wind. On the way, Ninh Trần realized the money his mom gave him would only last a few more weeks. How am I supposed to make some cash, using a spell to turn rocks into money? Crafting weapons to sell or finding some dying rich dude to suck out his spiritual energy? All take too much effort. He sighed, then suddenly ducked into a dark alley. Where'd he go? His pursuers, 2 shadowy figures in black, immediately followed. Ninh Trần leaned against the wall, his voice as cold as ice. Looking for me. They were shocked to be discovered. The 2 men in windbreakers exchanged a surprised look. You're Zhao Liping, aren't you? Spotting us like that, you've definitely got some skills. Ninh Trần casually shoved his hands in his pockets. Just say what you want. Who sent you after me? This little brat. The guy on the left pulled back his hood, revealing a face covered in knife scars. If any other gang members were around, they would have recognized him as Chen Zibao. He was one of Bai Hue's 2 top enforcers, affiliated with the 4 Seas gang, the Green Dragon Society, and the Tiger Gate. Spit it out, what crew do you run with? Chen Zibao pulled a gleaming dagger from his jacket, the blade quivering. Ninh Trần sighed and deadpanned. I come from the Pure Yang Infinite Palace. The Pure Yang Infinite Palace. Are you messing with me with some crap from a romance novel? Chen Zibao growled, brandishing his knife. If you want to live, then start talking sense, you little punk. Chen Zilong, Chen Zibao's hulking older brother, spoke in a gruff voice. Let's drag him back for a little chat. We'll see what's tougher, his bones or our iron clubs. The moment he spoke, Chen Zilong coiled his body like a drawn bow and shot forward like an arrow. Whoosh! With just a glance, Ninh Trần assessed the guy's abilities. His physical condition was 10 times better than any normal goon, but he was still a million miles away from the lowest level of the Qi refining stage. Ninh Trần left leg whipped upwards. With a sickening crack of bone, Chen Zilong's chest caved in as he coughed up a fountain of blood and crumpled to the ground. Big bro! Chen Zibao's eyes went wide as he let out a deafening scream, gripping his dagger and charging. I'll kill you! Ninh Trần stood motionless as a statue, his right hand striking like a viper to grab the weapon in the moonlight, and the sharp blade crumpled, turning into a twisted piece of scrap metal in his slender fingers. What are you, a monster? Chen Zibao stumbled backward, shaking like a leaf. Ninh Trần smirked. You're even weaker than your brother. With a flick of his right index finger, a faint thread of true qi, thin as a spider's web, shot into the neck of the wheezing Chen Zilong. What is this? Chen Zilong suddenly shot back up to his feet, his legs stomping erratically. Zibao, run, this bastard uses some kind of dark arts. Big bro, stop it! Chen Zibao desperately dodged the blows, but his brother's body was completely out of his control, as he rained a storm of punches and kicks on his younger brother. Bam thud! The 2 brothers beat each other, senseless, splattering blood all over the alley. Ninh Trần dusted off his hands, turned to leave, and calmly dialed 911. Hello, I'd like to report a fight. Two guys are trying to kill each other in Alley 17 on Chiang Mai Street. Oh man, it's brutal, someone's about to die here. Ninh Trần casually strolled back toward the Rose Garden Villa. To his surprise, Xu Shuyan's father, Xu Jingshan, a well-known businessman in Qingzhou, was already waiting. In the living room, Xu Shuyan was curled up on the sofa acting all cute, her voice sweet like a 3-year-old. Daddy, you're home. The moment she saw Ninh Trần enter, she instantly dropped the cutesy act, crossing her legs and putting on a cold, aloof expression. You must be Ninh Trần. Xu Jingshan stepped out from the living room, his eagle-like gaze examining the young man. The butler Fan Yi followed quietly like a shadow. Hello, Mr. Xu. Ninh Trần gave a polite nod. I heard what happened today. Thank you for helping Shuyan with her problem. Xu Jingshan offered a gentle smile. Your mother and Shuyan's mother were soulmates. I hope that you two can also become good friends. Daddy, I don't want to be friends with him. Xu Shuyan immediately pouted. Me neither. Ninh Trần agreed with her. Furious, Xu Shuyan hurled a throw pillow at him. Just who do you think you are? People would line up for a chance to be friends with me. Don't worry, in 3 months max, we'll go our separate ways. Ninh Trần leaned aside, dodging the pillow. Who's going separate ways with you? It sounds like you're talking about a breakup. Xu Shuyan fumed, shaking her fist. That's enough. Xu Jingshan forced a smile and led Ninh Trần into the garden. As they stepped from the bright lights into the dark night, the man's face slowly turned ice cold. Ninh Trần noticed the shift and spoke first. Mr. Xu, if there's something on your mind, please be direct. Good. Xu Jingshan became serious. Frankly, I never approved of you moving in here. Shuyan is the apple of my eye. Her living with a young man full of vigor, if word of that ever got out, it would cause a massive scandal in all of Qingzhou. So my first rule is you are forbidden to tell anyone that you are staying here. Then why not just kick me out? Ninh Trần asked. 2 reasons. 1, my wife is extremely fond of you. She even wants to play matchmaker for you too. Xu Jingshan stated flatly. Don't even dream about it. 2, Shuyan mentioned that you possess extraordinary strength. Had martial arts training. Yeah, Ninh Trần nodded. Old Pham here is also an expert in Baji Quan. Care to go a few rounds? Wakan-san asked. That's a question you should ask him? Ninh Trần replied nonchalantly. Haha. Wakan-san and Pham Yi glanced at each other and burst out laughing. This kid is so young, but he talks big. Pham Yi clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. Have you ever heard of internal energy? Internal energy? Nope. Ninh Trần shook his head. It's just basic internal energy. What's the big deal? He scoffed inwardly, but suddenly got curious about modern martial arts. So he asked Old Man Pham. Above internal energy, are there any other levels? Seeing that Ninh Trần wasn't the least bit intimidated, Pham Yi mentally nodded in approval of his solid composure. Not bad, he replied. Young people shouldn't be too ambitious. Reaching the internal energy stage is already a 1 in 10,000 achievement. Back in the day, that was enough to become the martial arts champion. To get to my level, you first have to master external energy. Even with a top-tier physique, it would still take 10 years of grueling training. This old guy is so long-winded. Ninh Trần sighed. So what do you think, Old Man Pham? Wakan-san whispered. He could work as the young lady's bodyguard. He'd be fine against some petty thugs. Pham Yi concluded, and Wakan-san nodded in agreement. How about you take the job of protecting Thunan at school just like today? That's the second reason I wanted you to stay. Ninh Trần found it hilarious. A grand Nascent Soul cultivator working as a bodyguard for a schoolgirl. How original? That's right. I don't have to fight with my wife, and you get a place to live. It's a win-win situation. Wakan-san patted his shoulder. On top of that, I'll pay you a salary of 1 million. A guy your age always needs money. I'm just a regular student. You should find someone else, Ninh Trần said flatly before turning to leave. Guarding Hua Thunan. Just living with her is suffocating enough. That little brat. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Wakan-san was trembling with rage. Pham Yi just shook his head, exasperated. He turned down such a rare chance to climb the social ladder. What a shame. Now I'll leave him to my guy Trilat Bang. Even if he were a god, he'd be dead. Inside Tsinghua University Hospital, Bak Hugh gritted his teeth as he stared at Tran Tu Lang and Tran Tu Bao lying motionless in their beds. The 2 brothers were in a deep coma, and there was no telling when they'd wake up. Boss Bach, we've looked into it. Trilat Bang is a key member of the school's Sanda fighting team. His parents are just regular people. His only connection is an uncle who's a department head. Wang Nganhoa, his mistress and secretary, lightly brushed her wine-red hair. She reported in a sultry voice, just like all the other gangsters pretending to be businessmen. Bak Hugh made his living from protection rackets, but always hid behind a legitimate company front. How could some college Sanda fighter be that tough? To take down my 2 guys, damn that son of a Bak Hugh growled through gritted teeth. What's there to even think about Nganhoa calling all the guys? If 1 man isn't enough, send 10. If 10 can't do it, send 20. If 20 isn't enough, then 50. If 50 still isn't enough, then 100. I refuse to believe this damn Trilat Bang is some kind of Superman. If I don't erase him, then I, Bak Hugh, will just pack it in and call it quits for good. Wang Nganhoa frowned slightly in disagreement, but nodded anyway. Yes, Boss Hugh. I'll get the boys ready right away. We'll make sure he meets the Grim Reaper. During the first week of school, Hua Thunan woke up early and deliberately stomped her way down the stairs to wake Ninh Trần up. But to her surprise, he was already long gone out for a walk somewhere. When they got to school, Thunan told Ninh Trần to get out of the car at the main gate, while she and Quang Duong headed for the underground parking garage, not that Ninh Trần cared. The first week after a painfully long opening ceremony, the freshmen had to face their military training. Ninh Trần tried to think of a million ways to get out of it, but ended up having to stay. The 20-minute break was over. The second the order was given, all 50 students of the second clinical class collapsed onto the ground, wiping away sweat with their sleeves. Standing at attention like this is totally exhausting. Yeah, my legs feel like they're gonna break. Just standing still like a statue is pure torture. We still have 7 more days of this, Amidst the chorus of complaints, the young drill instructor shook his head exasperated. Kids these days are so soft. They can't even stand at attention for 40 minutes. A few of the guys in the class suddenly got competitive. Sir, not all of us are like that. A guy with short hair shot to his feet, puffed out his chest, and said, "Standing at attention is a piece of cake for me. I hit the gym and play basketball every day. My stamina is just as good as yours, sir." The instructor just smiled. "What's your name, Huyen Min?" the guy answered, holding his head high. Whoa, he's so cool, he's actually challenging the instructor. A few of the girls in the class were staring with wide eyes. Ninh Trần just crossed his arms and watched the show. "Want to have a contest?" The instructor decided it was time to teach these softies a lesson. "Sure, what's the challenge?" Huyen Min asked eagerly. "Beating the instructor would be super impressive, and there's no shame in losing. Push-ups sound good." Huyen Min patted his toned chest. The two of them got into position, hands flat on the ground. The rules were simple, the first one to give up loses. Word about the showdown between the student and the instructor spread, and kids from other classes rushed over to watch. Huyen Min kept pace for the first 80 reps, but by 100 he was soaked in sweat, and at 120, his entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Crap, this instructor is a total beast. He looked up, and holy crap, the instructor was doing one-handed push-ups. "What, stopping already?" the instructor asked as he got up, his face a little red but still smiling. "Dude, you totally lost. He's been using just one hand the whole time." Someone whispered, "Damn it." Huyen Min's face flushed beet red as he realized a gym rat like him was no match for a professional soldier. "These greenhorn students actually think they can take us on," a few of the other instructors nearby said with a wink and a smirk. "Anyone else want a shot?" the young instructor asked. The entire class was dead silent. If a guy as big and strong as Huyen Min lost that badly, who else would dare try? "Beat me and you're excused from the rest of the training." "Oh," Ninh Trần raised an eyebrow. "Now this just got interesting." "Daixuan, you're a big dude, you should go up." Fuang Tu Bao egged on Truong Daixuan. "I can do 70 push-ups with 2 hands max and maybe 20 with 1. Going against the instructor would just be humiliating." Daixuan shook his head. "No way. The stamina of these military guys is on a completely different level from us civilians." Tu Bao sighed. "Sir, I'll give it a try." A hand shot up. Ninh Trần got to his feet. He was completely sick of standing out in the sun. Whoosh! The entire class whipped their heads around to look at the scrawny guy, with looks of pure disbelief. Huyen Min scoffed. To him, Ninh Trần was just a twig with no muscle in sight. How could he possibly do it? "This is the guy who beat up Triulap Bang yesterday. That's the leader of the freestyle martial arts club. I heard he even beat up some seniors for real." The whispers started spreading. No one knew Ninh Trần background, but to challenge the instructor, he had to be something special. "You want to compete against me?" The instructor looked Ninh Trần up and down skeptically. "Are you sure you said if I win I get a break? You're keeping your word, right?" "Sure, but you have to win first." "That's fine." Ninh Trần smiled. The two of them began. They did steady 2-handed push-ups. "If he wins, I'll livestream myself eating crap," Huyen Min said to his roommates. "Wan Wan, do you think Ninh Trần can do it, a round-faced girl with glasses?" asked Su Wan Wan. "I believe in him." Wan Wan nodded. "Ugh, dream on." A girl with a high ponytail shook her head. "How can a student beat an instructor? This is what the guy does for a living." "That's right, he's totally outmatched," another student added. Despite that, Su Wan Wan still had hope. She had seen Ninh Trần take down Ma Khan and his thugs like it was nothing. Even a trained soldier probably couldn't do that. After passing the 50 push-up mark, the instructor started to show off switching to one hand. "You're still just a kid," the instructor thought with a smirk. "My push-up record in my unit has never been broken." Ninh Trần lips curled into a slight smirk as his left hand pressed against the ground. His 5 fingers slowly closed until only his pinky was on the ground, pushing his body up and down like a machine. How the hell is that possible? The young instructor's jaw dropped. The entire clinical medicine class, too, suddenly erupted in deafening screams, especially from the girls who had just been trash-talking him. "Oh my god, with just one finger, am I seeing things? Is that the legendary one-finger push-up technique, and with his pinky no less? Holy crap, that's so badass!" It wasn't just clinical medicine class, 2 students from nearby classes also started gathering around. The other instructors stared at the scene completely mesmerized. What in the world is this? Lahu Yanmin, the self-proclaimed fittest guy in class, had a face as red as a beet as if he'd just been slapped silly. YouTube is full of fitness gurus showing off all kinds of fancy push-ups, and the one-finger type isn't even that rare. But most of them use their index finger. Ninh Trần made everyone's jaws drop by doing dozens of consecutive push-ups with just his pinky without stopping. If he wasn't afraid of causing a panic, he could easily do push-ups without using his hands at all. Who on earth are you? When Ninh Trần stood up, the young instructor stared at him like he was looking at a monster. Ninh Trần, at a loss for words, decided to borrow Lahu Yanmin's excuse. I play basketball a lot, so my stamina just kind of built up like this. The instructor glanced over at Lahu Yanmin, thinking, is this punk trying to embarrass me on purpose? Lahu Yanmin gritted his teeth, especially when he saw the medical school's Belsu Wanwan looking at Ninh Trần with admiration. I can't believe Ninh Trần is so incredible. The rumors about him beating up those seniors were no joke. Fatty Fang and Zheng Dashuan stared at each other wide-eyed. Sir, if that's everything, I'll be leaving now, Ninh Trần said, brushing off his clothes. Wait! The young instructor rushed after him, sweating buckets as he explained, that bet was just a joke. Ninh Trần scoffed. What kind of joke? If there wasn't a bet, who would have the time to make a scene like that? The matter was eventually brought to the head instructor. To protect the school's reputation, he made an exception and exempted Ninh Trần from the military training. This kid is no joke. He stood in front of me without even flinching. The head instructor, a man in his 40s, muttered after Ninh Trần left satisfied. Sir, is that really all right? I'm afraid the other students will start gossiping. The young instructor complained with a worried look. What is there to complain about? The head instructor crossed his arms and declared with authority. Any student who can do 10 one-finger push-ups gets a pass too. What I say is final. Yes, sir. Ninh Trần wandered around campus, changed his clothes, and bought an ice cream, licking it as he walked. Isn't that Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang over there passing by the basketball court? He spotted the two acquaintances and sat down under a shady tree. This was the training area for the acting class, which was filled with beautiful girls, but he wasn't trying to girl watch. He just wanted to finish his ice cream. That's strange. Xu Jingshan could have easily pulled some strings to get his daughter out of this sun-baked training? Or is he making her do it on purpose? Ninh Trần wondered, pulling out his phone as he ate. Yan, look over there. It's that super strong guy. How come he's not at military training? Jiang Tang spotted him right away. Xu Shuyan turned around, and sure enough, it was that violent creep sitting under a tree and eating ice cream. That bastard, I'm getting scorched out here in the sun and he's just chilling. He's totally doing this to get revenge on me. As time passed, Ninh Trần dozed off under the tree. Since he wasn't in uniform, the instructors assumed he was a sophomore and ignored him. Brother Bang, that Ninh Trần guy is super weird. Next time, we gotta bring more people to teach him a lesson, Liu Di whispered. Last time my form was just off. If I run into him again, I'll beat the living daylights out of him, Zhao Libang growled. The pair stumbled past Ninh Trần spot without even noticing him, towing along their drinking buddies and a couple of cute girls all planning to go hit the bars. But just a few blocks from the school gate, a mob of thugs wielding weapons poured out of an alley and surrounded them. Oh crap, Brother Bang. What's happening? Liu Di shivered, hiding behind Zhao Libang. He was stunned too, swallowing hard to try and stay calm. It's just some gang beef, it doesn't involve us. We just need to back away quietly. Let's go. Zhao Libang started leading his group away quietly. In the silent alley, 4 of the thugs all turned to look at them. Brother Bang, something feels wrong, Liu Di said, his voice trembling. Why does it feel like they're all looking at us? Don't be ridiculous. As Zhao Libang turned to snap at him, a thug in a Hawaiian shirt holding a machete came forward and kicked him right in the face. You're Zhao Libang, right? Heard you messed up our guys. Brother Bao and Brother Lan pretty bad, huh? The blonde-haired thug pointed a knife in his face. No, boss, you've got the wrong guy. 2 of the goons went through his pockets and pulled out his ID card. The blonde guy snapped the card in 2 and threw the pieces in his face. It really is Zhao Libang. All right, get him. The scene exploded into chaos. 50 guys rushed in, and Zhao Libang's crew got the crap beaten out of them. Even Liu Di and his friends were beaten within an inch of their lives. Haha. Zhao Libang, the Sanda fighter from Tsinghua University, is this all you've got? The guys finally took off, leaving only Zhao Libang with a swollen face, a few broken bones, and his butt black and blue. Brother Xiao, it's all done, the blonde guy called to brag. Zhao Libang is a total wreck now. He'll be bedridden for at least half a year. For real? In the nightclub, Bai Xiao shot up from his seat. Yang Kai, you're not messing with me, are you? Are you joking? Yang Kai sneered. I snapped his ID card in half. If you don't believe me, I'll go back and take a picture for you. Haha, nice one. Bai Xiao laughed heartily. Yang Kai, I never realized you were this capable. Get over to Mingquan right now. I've got a cash reward for you. Yes, thank you, Brother Xiao. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Was Zhao Libang really that easy to deal with? Wang Yinhua asked doubtfully. Brother Xiao, what if Yang Kai got the wrong guy? Don't worry, he checked the ID card carefully, Bai Xiao said, wrapping his arm around her waist, and taking a drag from his cigarette with a faint smile. With 40 or 50 guys all armed to the teeth, even Wang Feiheng or IP Man would get beaten up, let alone some kid. Hearing this, Wang Yinhua nodded, relieved. Ninh Trần, in a daze. Ninh Trần heard a familiar voice calling his name as someone shook his shoulder. Su Wanwan, did I really fall asleep again? Ning Chen woke with a start, rubbing his eyes groggily. His primordial spirit was so damaged that he was always sleepy. If he had dared to sleep outdoors in the little southern heaven realm without setting up a formation, he would be dead by now. Ning Chen, why are you sleeping here? An elegant oval face as beautiful as a lotus glistening with dew appeared before him. Su Wanwan stood in the sunset. Her graceful figure was breathtakingly beautiful. It's nothing, I just dozed off. Ning Chen waved, standing up and stretching. Let's go to your place for dinner, I'm starving. Okay? Su Wanwan's eyes curved into crescents as she followed closely behind Ning Chen out of the school gate, just as the Shu family's Rolls-Royce pulled up. Jiang Tang tapped Shu Shuyan's shoulder and exclaimed, Shuyan, look, it's Hercules Gega, and he's with a super pretty girl. Did he fall in love on his first day of school? Shu Shuyan glanced over, seeing Ning Chen laughing and talking with an innocent-looking girl. She frowned unconsciously. Xiao Tang, next time you see him, don't make such a big fuss. He's not some big shot, so why bother? Okay. Jiang Tang stuck out her tongue. They were at the food street in front of the school. As Su Wanwan was talking, she heard her mother's sobs mixed with threats from some thugs. Mom! She quickly pushed through the crowd and ran inside. Are those scumbags back again? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and inside the barbecue shop. Ma Kun was leading his underlings and trashing Li Mei's place. The owner was sitting on the floor sobbing her heart out. You witch brother Xiao already took care of Zhao Libang, so if you don't pay 4,000 next month, you'd better watch your back. You scumbags! Su Wanwan rushed forward and punched Ma Kun in the chest. This little brat has a death wish. Ma Kun raised his hand to slap her, but froze when he saw Ning Chen, his face draining of all color. Well, looks like old habits die hard. Ning Chen walked in with his arms crossed. Brother Kun, isn't that the guy Brother Kai beat into the hospital? One of the underlings asked. You're asking me who the hell should I ask? Ma Kun forced a twisted smile. Ha ha, Brother Bang. It's all just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. Asterisk wham, asterisk Ma Kun went flying from the front counter to the back kitchen, crashing loudly before going silent. Holy crap, the crowd gasped. He sent him flying a dozen meters with one kick. It was like Wang Fei Hung reborn. They had no idea Ning Chen was holding back, as a kick from someone at the Nascent Soul stage could have turned the entire block to ash. Let's settle this today. Ning Chen glanced at the kneeling thugs. 30 minutes later at Mingxi nightclub, Ning Chen dragged a bloodied Ma Kun straight into a VIP room. The underlings were forced to write a 30,000-word self-criticism essay, pure torture for the illiterate thugs. And now a song from Brother Yang Kai dedicated to Brother Xiao, hoping they'll still be brothers in the next life. In the luxurious karaoke room, Yang Kai was screaming into the mic when asterisk bam asterisk the door flew open. Bai Xiao and Wang Yinhua stared wide-eyed as Ning Chen shoved Ma Kun inside. Who's Brother Xiao? Ning Chen's eyes scanned the room. That'd be me, what do you want? Yang Kai yelled, thumping his chest. Good! Ning Chen appeared before him in a flash, slapping him repeatedly. Asterisk smack smack asterisk. The sounds echoed like firecrackers. By the time Bai Xiao and Wang Yinhua could react, Yang Kai's face was swollen like a pig's. His nose was bleeding and his teeth were scattered everywhere. Kill him! Bai Xiao roared, and 20 guys charged forward. In less than a minute, the room was filled with bodies. Tables and chairs were smashed, glass was everywhere, and the thugs were all passed out with broken arms and legs. Who are you? Bai Xiao trembled uncontrollably. Weren't you looking for me? Ning Chen was already sitting calmly beside him. You're Zhao Libang. No, Yang Kai was tricked. Who are you really? So you can use your brain after all. Ning Chen smirked. In the dim light of the VIP room, Ning Chen's figure moved like a ghost. Too fast for the naked eye to follow. So fast. Wang Yinhua cowered in a corner, her pupils dilated in terror. Bai Xiao, scared out of his wits, screamed and tried to run, but Ning Chen grabbed him by the neck and slammed him back into his seat. A small fry like you isn't qualified to know who I am, Ning Chen yelled, his voice full of menace. You just need to remember that I'm a regular at Li Mei's barbecue shop. If you ever dare to send your trash to ruin my meal again, I'll smash that dog head of yours. Got it. Answer me. Do you hear me? Seeing him silent, Ning Chen's eyes widened as he delivered 3 vicious slaps. Blood shot from Bai Xiao's nose as he collapsed onto the chair, squealing like a stuck pig. Got it, I got it, Bai Xiao screamed, nodding frantically. Ning Chen grabbed his collar, gritting his teeth. I'm a little short on cash lately, so give me 20 million now. Hurry up. Yinhua, give him the money. Bai Xiao knew this guy was not to be messed with, so he decided to comply for now. But big brother, just give me your QR code, I can transfer it right now. He tried to suppress his anger. Wang Yinhua shakily got up from the corner and fumbled for her phone. Do I look like an idiot, Cash? Ning Chen gave him a cold look, knowing a bank transfer would leave evidence. Bai Xiao could report him for extortion. He didn't want the trouble since memory wiping spells used up a lot of spiritual energy. A moment later, his men brought in 200,000 in cash. Ning Chen stuffed it in his pockets, dusted himself off, and stood up. Remember this. Mess with Sister Mai's barbecue joint, and you're messing with my livelihood. Watch it or I'll smash your damn skulls. Don't think I'm kidding. After saying a few more words, Ninh Trần left. Bai Hyo just sneered. Those threats were just empty words to him. If he could kill someone just by shouting, "Watch out, you're dead," he'd have a mountain of bones by now. Ninh Trần, you little punk, no one has ever dared to snatch money right from under my nose. You just wait, you're dead meat. Bai Hyo's roar echoed throughout the VIP room. Wang Ganhua timidly spoke up, Brother Hyo. It seems this Ninh Trần is a martial artist, we can't mess with him. Smack. Bai Hyo's hand struck her face, making her stumble and almost fall. Martial artist Maya asterisk asterisk. If I had finished learning the Bai family's iron sand palm when I was a kid, I'd have beaten the crap out of him by now. He yelled, waving his arms, then plopped down onto the sofa, and then suddenly bared his teeth in a sinister grin. If force doesn't work, then I'll use my brain. He didn't notice the venomous glint in Wang Ganhua's eyes as she lay on the floor. Back at the barbecue joint, Li Mai and her daughter had already cleaned everything up. Ninh Trần took out 100,000 and handed it to her. Little Tran, this is... Li Mai stared blankly at the thick wad of cash, hesitant to take it. Where did you get so much money? I just went to negotiate with Brother Hyo. He agreed to pay compensation and won't ask for protection money anymore. Ninh Trần lied. Really? To Van Van's eyes sparkled, but Li Mai was still skeptical. You should take this and renovate the restaurant. Ninh Trần pushed the money into her hands and rubbed his hungry stomach. Auntie, is there anything to eat? Yes, of course, I'll go make something right now, just you wait. Li Mai turned away quickly, wiping a tear with the back of her hand. Ninh Trần sighed softly and sat down. To Van Van sat across from him, her big innocent eyes shimmering. Ninh Trần, does this mean Brother Hyo's gang won't really bother my mom and me anymore? I think so. Ninh Trần couldn't promise for sure. How did you do it? She asked, full of curiosity. Did you actually beat all of them? How could you fight dozens of guys? Ninh Trần waved his hand dismissively. I just used my charisma to win them over. Wow, you're not just a great fighter, you're a smooth talker too. To Van Van rested her chin on her hands and gazed at him with admiration, her cheeks blushing slightly. I don't know how I can ever thank you. Just don't bother me. His sudden words left her speechless. This was a girl used to being chased by countless guys at school, yet Ninh Trần treated her so coldly. He had no intention of apologizing. As someone who had lived for 2,000 years, he could clearly see the spark of affection in her eyes. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before she fell for him. And emotions are the greatest shackles on the path of cultivation. It was best to nip that seed of affection in the bud. The new school year began, and the second-year clinical medicine schedule was packed, but Ninh Trần had no interest in the lectures, spending all day with his head down either napping or reading novels. His classmates shook their heads in exasperation. Medical school wasn't like other fields, you couldn't just wing it. The workload was even heavier than senior year of high school. With his study habits, Ninh Trần was basically asking to fail. Hey Ninh Trần, aren't you scared you're going to flunk everything? Fatty Fang couldn't help but ask, seeing him put his phone away to go to lunch. Studying medicine is brutal. We have 10 exams at the end of the semester. I'm so full of regret. Truong Daishuan complained, clutching a stack of books. In medicine, you just have to memorize well and you can get by on the tests, Ninh Trần said with a wave as he left. Li Huyan Min watched him go and sneered. More than 10 textbooks. Let's see how you get by. You're going to fail for sure. Mortals could never comprehend the incredible memory of a cultivator. They also had no idea that Ninh Trần was a legendary medical god with 2,000 years of experience. So this young 2-century-old field of Western medicine was nothing compared to the medical arts of the Little South Heaven, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. At noon in the cafeteria, as he was waiting in line to get food, Ninh Trần suddenly felt a sharp gaze on his back and turned to see it was Hua Thunan. Ninh Trần, you jerk! Hua Thunan flared up the moment she saw his face. During the entire week of military training, this guy had spent every day sitting in the shade by the basketball court eating ice cream and playing on his phone, obviously just to provoke her. Quang Duong, standing behind her best friend, waved a greeting. A wave of curious gazes fell on Ninh Trần. He simply nodded in return. Suddenly, a series of excited squeals grew louder. Everyone looked over and saw a tall guy holding a basketball heading toward the line. That's Hin Huk Fai, a junior. He's as handsome as they say. He used to be on the school's track team, then went to train at the provincial level. I heard his family is crazy rich. A hot, athletic guy like that is totally my type. Quick look, he's heading for Miss Hua. The girls in front of Ninh Trần started gossiping. Hin Huk Fai and a few of his friends got in line right behind Hua Thunan and Quang Duong. You must be Hua Thunan, right? Your reputation precedes you, Hin Huk Fai said with a big smile, nudged on by his friends. As the young heiress of the Hua Corporation, she normally wouldn't pay any attention to a flashy guy like him, but seeing Ninh Trần glance over, she suddenly got an idea and put on a sweet smile. You're Senior Hin, right? I've heard so much about you. That's me. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Hin Huk Fai was captivated by her stunning beauty, her fair skin, long legs, and the elegant vibe of a true rich kid. Quang Duong was baffled. Her best friend was usually only interested in successful, powerful CEO types. Why was she so warm to this jock all of a sudden? Could she be trying to make Mighty Tran jealous? Quang Duong saw Hua Thunan stealing glances at Ninh Trần and immediately understood what was going on. She chuckled to herself. Thunan is being so childish. Hua Thunan assumed that seeing her chat with another guy would make Ninh Trần jealous, but he just got his food and left without even sparing her a glance, making her absolutely furious. Ninh Trần, I refuse to believe you feel nothing for me unless you're a eunuch or something. Is he just pretending she sulked, watching his back as he walked away, absolutely convinced he was hiding his jealousy? So what do you want to eat? I can get it for you, Hin Huk Fai asked with a radiant smile. Hua Thunan's face soured, and she instantly switched back to her icy attitude. No thanks, senior, I can get it myself. Hin Huk Fai was stunned. In the middle of his meal, Ninh Trần noticed Hua Thunan was still staring at him from 3 tables away and texted her, "What are you looking at?" As soon as she read the message, the campus beauty's face turned beet red. How did he know anyone was looking at him so conceited? After sending her reply, she was so mad she could barely breathe. How could such an annoying person exist in this world? Oh my god, Shuyan, are you chatting with that hunk? Jang Tang leaned in excitedly. Let me see what you guys are talking about. It's nothing. Shuyan immediately blocked Ninh Trần. She was hoping he'd get angry or disappointed, but to her surprise, he just kept eating nonchalantly. Just then, a group of guys stormed into the cafeteria. A buff dude with a buzz cut was dragging along a student with glasses, and they stopped near Su Shuyan's table. Hurry up and find that Ninh Trần punk for me. I've got a score to settle. The guy with glasses trembled. Yes, brother Qingfu. That bastard, he's gone for a few days for exams and the whole club is in chaos. The buzz cut guy grumbled with his hands on his hips. Behind him stood a crowd of tough-looking followers. Are they here to pick a fight with Ninh Trần? Su Shuyan worried silently. She was about to enjoy the show, but seeing how aggressive they looked, she knew this was bad news and quickly unblocked Ninh Trần. She quickly texted, "Did you mess with the wrong people or something? A bunch of guys are looking for you. Hurry and escape through the back door." Just as she sent the message, the student from Clinical Class 2 spotted his target. Brother Qingfu, that's him, that's Ninh Trần. All right, the buzz-cut guy led his crew and charged forward. Students on both sides quickly made way, not daring to utter a sound. It was the president of the Sanda Club, Jiang Qingfu. What's he trying to do? Some second and third year students whispered. That's the Sanda Club president who's won multiple city championships. You're Ninh Trần. Come with me. I've got some questions for you. Jiang Qingfu slammed his hand on the table. The soup on the stainless steel tray splashed everywhere. Ninh Trần hated being disturbed while eating the most, but he still looked up with a cold expression. You can say whatever you need to say right here. Jiang Qingfu's eyes widened. My brother Zhao Lipeng was beaten and hospitalized a few days ago with over 20 broken bones and dozens of stitches. Do you know who did it? How would I know? Ninh Trần played dumb, playing games with me. This time, Jiang Qingfu flipped the entire food tray over. I've already investigated. You provoked some thugs off campus and then framed Lipeng for it, didn't you? Well, that's because he messed with me first, Ninh Trần said casually. So you're admitting it. Jiang Qingfu crossed his arms and sneered. Yeah, so what? The cafeteria went dead silent, hundreds of students staring with wide eyes. What a malicious schemer. Xing Shufei from the track and field team shook his head. Daring to mess with brother Qingfu, he's totally done for. Even I wouldn't dare to mess with him. That guy is toast. The other members of the track and field team sighed in unison. At Qing University, aside from Senior Duan Shuiliu and Senior Wen Qinglan from the Traditional Martial Arts Club, there was no one Jiang Qingfu was afraid of. Shuyan, what do we do now? Jiang Tang asked in a panic. He's so reckless he has a death wish. Xu Shuyan tugged at her ear in frustration and pulled out her phone. I know a few teachers here, let me try calling them. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingfu was about to rush forward and beat Ninh Trần up in broad daylight, but luckily his followers held him back. Brother Qingfu, there are too many cameras here, it'll be bad for us. Another follower suggested. Why don't we take him back to our training hall? We can deal with him however we want there. Good idea. Jiang Qingfu suppressed his anger, leaning on the table with both hands and growling. Hey kid, you got the guts to follow us to the Sanda Club's training room. We just have a little something to discuss. Lead the way. Ninh Trần shot to his feet. The whole Sanda Club crew was stunned, not expecting this freshman to have so much nerve. All right, he's got some backbone. Jiang Qingfu snorted. He had to hold back in front of everyone, but once they were on his turf. A few minutes later, Ninh Trần was led to the Student Activity Center. The Sanda Club's training room was huge, as big as a basketball court. Come on in, little junior. A member smirked and patted Ninh Trần shoulder. The moment he stepped through the door, the sound of the lock clicking shut was heard. I'm gonna kill you! The same guy threw a sidekick at Ninh Trần hip, but it was like Ninh Trần had eyes in the back of his head. He grabbed the guy's ankle and flipped him over. With a series of loud thuds, Jiang Qingfu and all 5 of his followers went flying into the wall. Damn it, all of you get him! Jiang Qingfu roared, jumping up and throwing a straight kick. Ninh Trần didn't even bother to dodge. He just unleashed a hailstorm of straight punches. In less than 2 rounds, both of Jiang Qingfu's hands were swollen, and his face was bruised and purple. The rest of his followers either had broken bones from the punches or were coughing up blood from the kicks. Stop, I give up. Jiang Qingfu was in so much pain he couldn't take it. He was pretty sure his forearm was broken. You think you can just call it quits when you feel like it? Ninh Trần slapped him again, making his head spin and his vision blur. Back in the cafeteria, weren't you acting all tough? Ninh Trần sent him flying with a single kick. The force was so strong that the locked door to the room burst open, the lock clattering as it broke off. Jiang Tingfu tumbled out into the hallway, painfully opening his eyes, unable to catch his breath. Senior Duan, you placed in the top 3 at the provincial tournament. This time you're guaranteed a spot at the Black Dragon Dojo now. Congratulations. The Black Dragon Dojo was one of the 4 great dojos allowed to train on Black Dragon Mountain, something countless martial artists could only dream of. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When you become famous, senior, don't forget about us juniors. Haha. On the second-floor hallway of the student center, a crowd surrounded a young man like stars orbiting the moon. The man was about 24 or 25 with a powerful build. He had a chiseled face, wore a white martial arts uniform, and his eyes were as sharp as a tiger's. In response to all the praise, he simply gave a polite nod. I'm heading back to the dojo to train. Qinglan, you stay, the rest of you can go. Senior Duan looked towards a young woman with her hair in a ponytail, who possessed an otherworldly beauty and was also wearing a white martial arts uniform. In Qing University's traditional martial arts club, Duan Shuiliu and Wen Qinglan were the power couple. They were in the same year, shared a passion for traditional martial arts, and had extraordinary talent. Before they even turned 20, they both passed the Traditional Martial Arts Association's exam, becoming certified martial artists. This time, they represented the university at the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Tournament, where they won 3rd and 4th place, respectively. The Black Dragon Dojo was extremely prestigious, but it only accepted the top 3 finishers in the province. Wen Qinglan had just missed her chance, and she looked dejected the entire way back to campus. Just as everyone was about to leave, bam! The door to the Sanda training room burst open, the lock flying off. Jiang Tingfu rolled out with a contorted face curled up like a cooked shrimp, his features scrunched up in pain. What the heck? Jiang Tingfu, the president of the Sanda Club, was beaten up this badly. Over a dozen members of the Traditional Martial Arts Club frowned, and someone ran over to help him up. They all saw Ninh Trần casually strolling out of the training room across from them. It was him. Ninh Trần glanced at the group of students, his gaze landing on Duan Shuiliu, and he was a bit surprised this guy in white had already reached the first level of body tempering. Even though that was bottom of the barrel in the cultivation world on Earth, he was a master who could easily take on 10 men. Although spiritual energy on Earth was scarce, it was normal for a few people to be in the body tempering stage. After a quick look, Ninh Trần decided to leave. Stop right there, a short guy seeing Jiang Tingfu's serious injuries shouted. Who the hell are you to come to Qing University and start a fight? I'm a student here, Ninh Trần replied. You're a student here. The short guy's eyes widened. I'm in the Traditional Martial Arts Club, and I've never heard of you. You've got a dirty mouth. Ninh Trần frowned. A freshman from the 2nd clinical class. Wait, Ninh Trần. Everyone was stunned. Even Duan Shuiliu and Wen Qinglan looked on in disbelief. A medical freshman had defeated the president of the Sanda Club, a guy who had won several city championships. Senior brother is back. A Sanda member cried out on the verge of tears. Senior brother, you have to stand up for us. What happened? Duan Shuiliu's eyes narrowed. After hearing the story, he understood. Although he wasn't a member of the Sanda Club, all the martial arts clubs like Sanda Judo and boxing looked up to the Traditional Martial Arts Club as their leader. He was the universally acknowledged senior brother of the whole school. So how could he ignore something like this? After sending the Sanda members to the infirmary, Duan Shuiliu stepped forward, looking at Ninh Trần with an appreciative gaze. Your technique isn't bad. Where did you learn martial arts? My grandpa taught me, Ninh Trần replied, annoyed. Taught you which university? Duan Shuiliu asked, confused. Qingzhou Jiaotong University? Or Binhai Jiaotong University? Are you a transfer student? Hell no. I said my grandpa taught me, Ninh Trần said dismissively. Duan Shuiliu and Wen Qinglan were left speechless. Haha, Junior, you're quite the comedian. Duan Shuiliu forced a laugh and got straight to the point. Join the Traditional Martial Arts Club. Society values martial arts these days, and martial artists are rare talents, a talent like you. Ninh Trần waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Hey, you. Wen Qinglan angrily blocked his path. Why are you so rebellious? For a freshman, our Traditional Martial Arts Club isn't something you can just join whenever you want. Do you know how high the average salary for a martial artist is? A doctor's lifetime earnings can't match what they make in a month. Ninh Trần glared. He only came to college to get by, and had no interest in being a doctor or a martial artist. Sorry, not interested. Move. He pushed Wen Qinglan aside and was about to leave when a cold gust of wind rushed him from behind. Senior brother is making his move. The Traditional Martial Arts Club members cheered. Wen Qinglan panicked and tried to stop him, but Duan Shuiliu was already at the first level of body tempering and his speed was too fast. Whoosh! Ninh Trần dodged the kick, his eyes flashing. Are you looking to die? Nice reflexes. Duan Shuiliu smiled smugly, unaware that this smile made his opponent want to smash his face in. My speed is very fast. Few people our age can dodge it. I can send you to the infirmary with just one finger. Ninh Trần pointed right at his face. Ha, you arrogant brat! You learn a few cheap tricks and you dare to look down on senior brother? Are freshmen these days all this cocky? The traditional martial arts club members roared with laughter. Wen Qinglan looked at Ninh Trần with disgust. His skills weren't bad, but his EQ was too low. He was just ridiculously arrogant. Junior Ninh Trần, Duan Shui-Lu gave an elegant smile. You defeated the entire Sanda Club. As the senior brother of all the martial arts clubs, I can't just let you walk away. So what do you want? Ninh Trần asked bluntly. Let's have a match. Duan Shui-Lu smiled. It was time to show this freshman the difference between an amateur and a real martial artist. Fine. Ninh Trần immediately raised his fist. Wait, it's too cramped here. Let's go up to the dojo on the 5th floor. It's spacious. And easier to move around. Duan Shui-Lu, looking at his opponent's clumsy stance, could barely hold back a laugh. Truly the fighting style of a street brawler. Why so much fuss just for a fight? Ninh Trần scowled, but still followed the group up to the 5th floor dojo. The dojo was huge, split into 2 levels, and even had a spectator area. When Ninh Trần followed Duan Shui-Lu inside, he saw quite a few people already training with wooden dummies, plum blossom poles, and punching bags. All sorts of martial arts equipment were laid out, and there was even a weapons rack, but all the weapons were unsharpened just for show. Senior brother is back. I heard senior brother won his competition, right? Congratulations on being recommended to the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall. The crowd gathered around to greet him. Ninh Trần, with a stone-cold expression, turned to Duan Shui-Lu. Hey, are we fighting or not? Who is this guy? Dozens of traditional martial arts club members stared at this rude junior. Of course we're fighting, why wouldn't we? Duan Shui-Lu sneered. Was this kid that eager to lose news that the two were about to fight spread and the whole dojo was buzzing like a kicked beehive? Him fighting senior brother? You've got to be kidding, a girl scoffed. With that build, I could take him down with one black tiger snatches the heart. A few male students boasted, don't underestimate him. Wen Qinglan stood still watching the two get on the platform and said in a calm voice, he single-handedly knocked out the entire Sanda Club. He's a genuine martial artist. Seriously. A few girls glanced at Ninh Trần differently. The Sanda Club is full of scrubs. Sanda is just trash. How can it compare to traditional martial arts? The male students grumbled. Watch senior brother teach him a lesson. He definitely won't be able to take a single hit. On the 2nd floor, an old man leaning on a cane was observing. That Duan kid is getting worse the more he practices. Isn't he afraid of disgracing his family's 8-section brocade by fighting a freshman? The old man shook his head. The Duan family of Qingzhou was a prestigious family. Their 8-section brocade passed down from the Northern Song dynasty for over 800 years. The old master of this family trained hard for 60 years and almost broke through to the Grandmaster realm, but unfortunately, while he was lost in thought, the match below had already begun. Duan Shui-Lu didn't want to bully a junior and insisted on giving him a 3-move handicap. Why don't you go first? Ninh Trần yawned. So you can't say I cheated when you lose later. Ha ha ha! The entire traditional martial arts club burst out laughing. It's been a long time since I've met someone as arrogant as you. Duan Shui-Lu said through gritted teeth. My anger's rising and my fists have no eyes, so you better be careful. As he spoke, he cracked his joints, his bones popping like roasted beans, and the sound alone was enough to tell his internal energy was terrifying. With his bones cracking like that, Wen Qinglan knew her senior brother was furious, and this guy was totally screwed for provoking him. The other disciples sneered as Duan Shui-Lu's gaze turned sharp, and he bent his knees. His body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging in like a storm. A normal person would have been knocked down in the blink of an eye at that speed. But to Ninh Trần, he was moving as slow as a snail, just striking an impressive pose. I thought you'd already reached the golden core stage with a pose like that. While mocking him, Ninh Trần threw a simple straight punch. To deal with a beginner in body cultivation, he didn't even need to use any martial arts. Pow! One punch hit Duan Shui-Lu square in the face, sending him flying through the air. 2 streams of blood trailed from his nose. Not only Wen Qinglan, but even the old man in the stands shot to his feet, his eyes wide in disbelief. After a moment in the air, Duan Shui-Lu slammed hard onto the ground. He clutched his face, screaming as his blood stained the floor. Everyone was completely stunned. The senior brother of the ancient martial arts club, known as the war god of Qingzhou University, had been knocked out with a single punch. How boring! Ninh Trần vaulted off the stage, dusted himself off, and started to walk away. Wait! Wen Qinglan shouted frantically. What, you want a match too? Ninh Trần glanced over. Who exactly are you? She stammered. I'm just a freshman here. Clinical medicine class 2, look it up if you don't believe me. He waved his hand dismissively, and just as he turned his back, a cold aura rushed him from behind. Duan Shui-Lu, refusing to give up, lunged for a sneak attack. Are you addicted to sneak attacks? Ninh Trần angrily grabbed his ankle and twisted it backward. Snap! The sickening sound of bone breaking rang out. Duan Shui-Lu screamed in agony. Ow, my leg is broken, senior brother, the disciples shouted, frantically rushing over. Duan Shui-Lu convulsed on the floor, yelling at them to call an ambulance. What are you all standing there for? Call them quick. My leg can't be permanently damaged. You Ning don't think you can just walk away. We're not finished. You're dead meat. Ning Chen simply crossed his arms and walked out of the dojo. He thought to himself that after this, probably no one from Qingzhou would dare to bother him again. As he reached the student center gate, Wen Qinglan caught up. Wait, what is it now? Ning Chen turned and noticed she wasn't alone anymore. An elderly man dressed in a sharp suit. The man, around 70 years old, held a rosewood cane, and his hair was completely white. He had a kind face and was looking at the young man with a profound gaze. Hello, headmaster. Good day, headmaster. A few passing students greeted. Hearing that title, Ning Chen glared at Wen Qinglan with annoyance. He couldn't believe she'd snitched on him so quickly, thinking she was really something else. Just as Wen Qinglan was about to explain, the elderly man leaned on his cane and chuckled softly. So it seems we have a hidden master of external martial arts among this year's freshmen at Qingzhou University. May I ask, young friend, what is your background? I'm just an ordinary student, sir, Ning Chen answered. Ordinary? An ordinary student who can take down young Duan in one move. The old man frowned. Young friend, are you aware that Duan Shuiliu just placed third in the Jiangnan Youth Martial Arts Tournament? The university was even planning to recommend him for the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall. I don't follow tournaments, and I've never heard of the Dragon Tiger Hall. I just know that guy was pathetic. Ning Chen was just speaking his mind. Hearing him insult her senior brother made Wen Qinglan so mad she wanted to curse him out. But when she remembered how easily he was defeated even with a sneak attack, she had to bite her tongue. Just where did this Ning Chen guy crawl out from, young friend? Why don't you come to my office for a chat? The old man's face grew serious. The fact that you broke the bones in young Duan's foot. The consequences are more severe than you realize. If I don't step in to mediate this, your path in the world of martial arts might be in jeopardy. He thought to himself that kids these days really have no restraint. Since Ning Chen had nothing better to do, he decided to follow the old headmaster. He was curious to see just how powerful Duan Shuiliu's background was. As they walked and talked, he found out the old man's name was Wen Yue, and that he was Wen Qinglan's grandfather. He was also the former headmaster of Qingzhou University, and held a very high reputation. Once inside the office, Wen Yue told his granddaughter to prepare some tea before he started questioning Ning Chen Young. Friend, your level of martial arts is something that would be hard to achieve without a grandmaster's guidance. It would be very difficult to attain, so I wonder who is your master. You wouldn't know her name even if I told you. Ning Chen said, a distant nostalgic look flickering in his eyes. That's a bold claim, Wen Qinglan said with a frown as she served the tea. My grandfather is a permanent member of the Qingzhou Ancient Martial Arts Association. From Qingzhou to the entire Jiangnan region, there isn't a single grandmaster he doesn't know. Wen Yue simply smiled, not refuting her claim, which proved it was no exaggeration. From grandmasters to internal energy experts throughout the province, whether they were officially registered or hidden hermits, he knew them all. My master's Taoist name is Zhao Guang, Ning Chen answered calmly. Zhao Guang, a woman's name, Wen Qinglan blurted out stunned. A Taoist name. So she's a Taoist priestess. Wen Yue frowned. Taoists cultivated their spiritual soul and practiced spiritual arts, which was completely different from martial artists who focused on the physical body. He searched his memory of all the southern, but he couldn't recall any female Taoist master named Zhao Guang. Of course, he wouldn't know her because the Reverend Zhao Guang was actually the supreme elder of the Pure Yang Infinite Palace in the Little Southern Heaven Realm. Her cultivation was at the peak of the Nascent Soul realm. 1,500 years ago, due to a twist of fate, Ning Chen became her disciple and started as her worst student, but through tireless effort, he eventually became her most brilliant disciple and inherited all of her teachings. Unfortunately, Zhao Guang failed her breakthrough to the soul formation realm, and her spirit scattered. The Pure Yang Palace lost its pillar of support, and Ning Chen lost his master. Whenever he recalled the scene by the lake that year, Ning Chen regretted not taking action, thinking that perhaps she wouldn't have had to leave him. My master lives as a hermit deep in the mountains, so it's natural you don't know her, Ning Chen said, snapping out of his memories. I see, Wen Yue nodded. Now let's get to the matter at hand. The injury to young Duan's right foot is severe. It may not heal for at least 6 months. He is in his prime for martial arts training, and the Duan family will definitely not let this go. The Duan family, are they supposed to be a big deal? Ning Chen asked, completely unconcerned. You're not from Qingzhou. Wen Qinglan frowned. I live here, but my parents are just commoners. No wonder, Wen Qinglan said, crossing her arms. The Duan family is an elite family in Qingzhou with power equal to the Wen family. They train many martial artists. You're in deep trouble. The only way out is to find a backer fast. Ning Chen held back a laugh. Rely on who your Wen family. You think the Wen family even wants you? Wen Qinglan fumed. The Duan family is tight with the Ancient Martial Arts Association. We don't want any part of this. You're only at peak external strength. What's with the attitude? Wen Yue waved his hand. That's enough, Qinglan. The girl plopped down on a chair, her eyes never leaving Ning Chen. Ning Chen leisurely sipped his tea, not bothering to argue with the young girl. Wen Yue spoke again. Young friend, to reach peak external strength at your age is impressive. You could register for the Longhu Martial Arts Hall's assessment. Once you pass, I'll put in a good word for you. If you apologize, maybe the Duan family will let it go. Nah, too much trouble. Ning Chen shook his head. Wen Yue was speechless. Wen Qinglan couldn't take it anymore. Hey, my grandpa's trying to save your life. What's with that attitude? Ning Chen put down his teacup and stood up slowly. Thank you, Elder Wen, but it's not necessary. Wen Yue gave a bitter laugh. Young friend, the Duan family takes in all kinds of wandering martial artists. Many of them have blood on their hands. Before he could finish, there was a frantic knock on the door. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a look and opened it. Headmaster, this is bad, the Duan family is here, a teacher in glasses said in a panic, pointing at Ning Chen. They're looking for this kid. Security can barely hold them off. That fast. Wen Qinglan was shocked. I've got things to do, I'm heading out. Ning Chen started to walk out. Young friend, wait. Wen Yue tried to stop him, but Ning Chen was already gone. The old man slammed his cane on the floor and hurried after him. Grandpa, he's so ungrateful. Why are you even bothering? Wen Qinglan was furious. She'd never seen someone so unappreciative. In the hallway, Ning Chen was blocked by a man with dark bronze skin and a muscular build. His feet in cloth shoes were planted firmly on the ground, and behind him a crowd of security guards lay defeated. Hey student, do you know where Ning Chen is? That's me, what's up? So you're the one who hurt our young master. The man narrowed his eyes. If you mean the Duan family's young master, then yeah, that was me. Ning Chen nodded. Good, you're straightforward, the man sneered. Wen Qinglan, who had just stepped out, almost fainted when she heard that. Is this guy insane? Iron kick Qi. Wen Yue approached, his voice grave. You dare cause trouble at Qingzhou University. Aren't you afraid the association will come after you? Elder Wen, long time no see. Iron kick Qi smirked, his smile full of mockery. This is an order from the family head, old man, stay out of it. What happens here is my responsibility. Wen Yue slammed his cane on the floor. Elder Wen, this has nothing to do with you. Ning Chen unexpectedly chimed in. You... Wen Qinglan choked with anger. Wen Yue was at a loss. Does this kid have a brain? Although Iron Kick Qi wasn't a top master, he'd been training for decades and was in his prime. Ning Chen was just a kid. How much fighting experience could he possibly have? Ha ha ha, Iron Kick Qi roared with laughter. Did you hear that, Elder Wen? He doesn't even want your help. This kid doesn't know what's good for him at all. Kids these days, really. So stop your nagging. Ning Chen cut in, looking annoyed. If you're going to fight, then get on with it. Are you just going to keep chirping like a cicada all day? Wen Qinglan was frozen in shock. She had seen arrogant people before, but never anyone this cocky. Iron Kick Qi had been in the martial world for over 20 years and had crippled countless people. He was wanted by the Martial Arts Association. How could this student possibly deal with him? Are all kids these days as reckless as a calf that doesn't fear a tiger? As a senior, I guess I have to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Iron Kick Qi let out a cold chuckle, lifting his right leg high, the top of his foot arching sharply, his 5 toes curling like a striking cobra. His stance was as solid as a rock, clearly an expert in kicking techniques. Whoosh! A dark shadow blurred as his kick shot out like a bullet, tearing through the air straight for Ning Chen's chest. He knew his young master had practiced the 8-section brocade to the level of minor external strength. This kid, though young, had likely reached peak external strength, so he didn't hold back and struck with lethal force from the start. If that kick landed, an ordinary person would be crippled, if not worse. But half a second later, his foot hit nothing but air. Ning Chen had vanished. Before he could even react, an excruciating pain shot up from his left leg, planted on the ground. Iron Kick Qi's scream echoed through the hallway. The old martial artist from Guangdong, a master of iron kicks for decades, was now on the floor, clutching his shattered left foot, writhing and screaming in agony. Wen Qinglan was horrified. Even Wen Yue and Teacher Nan gasped in shock. Iron Kick Qi's left foot was now just a mangled mess of flesh, his cloth shoe grotesquely soaked in blood. And you dared to show off with such pathetic tricks, Ning Chen said coldly. Seemingly annoyed by the screaming, he delivered another kick that knocked Iron Kick Qi unconscious. Under the stunned gazes of the Wen grandfather and granddaughter, he turned and walked away. How is that possible, Grandpa? Wen Qinglan couldn't believe her eyes. His speed was terrifying. Wen Yue sighed, his eyes filled with admiration for the young talent who had not only defeated, but also crippled Iron Kick Qi. I wonder what kind of master produced such a terrifying disciple. In truth, more than his martial arts, it was Ning Chen's composure that astonished the old man. To cripple a master of peak external strength as easily as squashing a grasshopper, without even batting an eye. He had never in his life seen such a calm demeanor. How did he train to become like that? Wen Qinglan murmured. In the age of the internet, news that Iron Kick Qi had been crippled by a university student spread like wildfire throughout the Jiangnan martial arts community, becoming a hot topic. In a private manor in Qingzhou, a balding middle-aged man was looking at his phone, his face growing paler by the second. This was Duan Rong, the head of the Duan family, and Duan Shuiliu's father. A moment later, a butler entered. Family head Iron Kick's injuries are even worse than the young master's. The bones in his left foot are completely shattered. The nerves are dead. He'll need a cane for the rest of his life. That kid is ruthless. Duan Rong frowned. Have you found out anything about Ning Chen's background? He's from Dongyang, a clinical medicine student at Qingzhou University, and we also discovered he's living with young Miss Xu Jingshan of the Xu family. Duanrong was startled. The Xu family. He's a member of the Xu family, one of the great clans in Qingzhou. No wonder the Xu group under Xu Jingshan is ranked as a top 10 power on par with the Duan family. If Ninh Trần really belongs to the Xu family, things are going to get complicated. Before the butler could even answer, Duanrong snapped. Find out who taught him martial arts, what his relationship is with the Xu family, and get Tu Tao in here. Hearing Tu Tao's name, the butler flinched. He was the strongest master among the Duan family's retainers. Master, shouldn't we just hand this over to the Martial Arts Association? It's aggravated assault. He could get 3 to 10 years in prison. He'll be a wreck when he gets out anyway. It's not too late to break both his legs before we hand him over. Duanrong ground his teeth. He did this to my son. A prison sentence isn't nearly enough. If this was back in the day, he'd already be dead in an alley. Ninh Trần couldn't care less about the Duan family. Did that pathetic clan even have any real power? Leaving the student center, he skipped his afternoon classes and wandered off campus. Near the rose garden, there was a farmer's market. Ninh Trần bought some beef and a free-range chicken, planning to have Li Mai cook them at her restaurant. As he pulled out his phone to pay, he saw several missed calls from Xu Shuyan. Hello, what's up? You finally picked up. Xu Shuyan's voice was filled with anxiety. Where are you? Are you okay? What could possibly happen to me? Ninh Trần was surprised by her sudden concern. Weren't you taken away by the martial arts authorities? Oh, I ran into the principal after, so they let me go. Ninh Trần was just making it up. Anything else? I'm buying groceries? Fine. Hang up then, see if I ever call you again. Xu Shuyan furiously ended the call. So many guys would kill to get a call from her, and this guy acted totally annoyed. Feel better now? Is Brother Titan okay? Jiang Tang asked as she walked alongside her. Luckily, he ran into the principal. Oh, that's good. Jiang Tang patted her chest in relief. I just remembered Auntie Chow told us to invite him to the Continent Hotel tonight. Oh crap, I completely forgot, Xu Shuyan exclaimed. But remembering his attitude, she was too lazy to call him back. In the end, Jiang Tang had to make the call. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Mingquan Club. Seeing the bag of mushrooms on the counter, Bai Xiao furiously slapped Ma Kun right across the face. I told you to get poison. You brought me this useless brother Ma, you've got me wrong. Ma Kun pleaded, rubbing his stinging cheek. This is the green ghost hand from Lingnan. It's deadly poisonous. It could kill a full-grown bull, never mind some college student. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up. For real, totally. This type of mushroom was involved in a few criminal cases, so it's banned now. A smuggled shipment just hit the Dongshuan market, and I got my hands on a little bit. Doesn't Ninh Trần eat at that one barbecue joint all the time? A few henchmen dragged in a stray dog. Ma Kun put on gloves, minced the mushroom, and mixed it into the dog's food. Moments later, the dog foamed at the mouth and collapsed stiff as a board. Its whole body turned a horrifying purplish black. Blood trickled from its 7 orifices, the corpse making for a truly gruesome sight. Geez, it's that toxic. Ma Kun's face turned pale as he watched. Bai Xiao just cackled and shouted, Yang Ka, you take care of this and make sure it's done cleanly. And it'd be best if we can frame that Li Mai girl for it. Then he casually cleaned his nails and sneered, Ninh Trần, Ninh Trần. In your next life, you better learn to watch who you cross. At 7 p.m., Ninh Trần took a cab to the Continent Hotel. A waiter escorted him to a VIP room on the 6th floor. Xu Jingshan, Auntie Chow, Xu Shuyan, and Jiang Tang had already arrived. The butler Fan Yi was there as well. Hey, Brother Titan! Jiang Tang waved excitedly. Little Tang! Ninh Trần smiled back. But when his eyes landed on the father-daughter duo of Xu Jingshan and Xu Shuyan, his smile quickly faded. He simply offered a polite Uncle Xu. Little Chen, come sit. Auntie Chow said, having deliberately saved him a seat right next to Xu Shuyan. She then gently scolded her daughter. Why didn't you bring little Chen with you guys? He had to take a taxi all by himself. Why would I need to bring him? Xu Shuyan retorted, tilting her chin up arrogantly. You girl, where are your manners? Auntie Chow glared at her daughter, before turning to Ninh Trần with a soft smile. Little Chen, please don't take it to heart. She's just spoiled. Mom Xu Shuyan stomped her foot in a huff, starting to wonder if Ninh Trần was secretly her mom's illegitimate son with the way she doted on him. All right, let's bring in the food, Xu Jingshan said, and Butler Fan signaled the waitstaff. Soon the dishes began to arrive. Little Chen, I heard about what happened at your school today, Xu Jingshan said, looking at him with a smile. Ninh Trần frowned. How could he possibly know, dear, what's going on? Auntie Chow, whose real name was Chow Jing, asked curiously. This young man just enrolled and has already beaten up a few seniors. I heard they were even from the Sanda Fighting Club. A few of them even ended up in the hospital, Xu Jingshan added with a chuckle. What? Chow Jing exclaimed in shock. Ninh Trần realized he had been worried over nothing. Old Wen had already taken care of the incident with Duan Shuiliu and the Iron Kick 7. If word of this got out, it would seriously hurt the school's reputation. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang exchanged a shocked glance. Didn't you say they let you go because you ran into the principal? Xu Shuyan questioned him. Obviously I lied to you, Ninh Trần stated nonchalantly. Xu Shuyan's face went red with fury. Jiang Tang, however, couldn't help but laugh at his response. Little Chen, how could you fight on school grounds? Auntie Chow scolded with a serious expression. It's so difficult to get into Qingzhou University. Your mother would be devastated if you got expelled. Auntie Chow, they provoked me first, Ninh Chen explained with a bitter smile. That's no excuse to fight, Auntie Chow said sternly. Ninh Chen didn't say anything. Haha, it's all right. Our country encourages martial arts now, so it's normal for youngsters to have a little brawl, Xu Jingshan said, waving a hand. Actually, I was thinking since little Chen is so good at fighting, he would make a great bodyguard for Shuyan. He's still on about that. Ninh Chen inwardly shook his head. That's not very appropriate, Auntie Chow frowned. Students need to focus on their studies. Jing, you have to think about our daughter's safety too. Shuyan is a beautiful girl. She's had to deal with boys bothering her all her life, Xu Jingshan said seriously. So here's my offer. I know little Chen's family is in a tough spot, so I'll pay him 20 million a month. That's more than 90% of office workers in Qingzhou earn. Plus, when he graduates, he'll have a position at the Shu Group. Most importantly, we know his background, so he's trustworthy. What do you say? Hearing his reasoning, Auntie Chow nodded. Shuyan was pretty fashionable and a bit of a party girl. She had attracted a lot of creeps since she was a kid, but her mom was afraid of hurting Ninh Tran's pride, so she asked gently, Tran, what do you think? Ugh, Mom, Dad, seriously, why would I need a bodyguard? Thunan pouted. Be quiet, you don't get a say in this, Hua Kan-sun glared. Ninh Tran pretended to think for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Uncle Hua, but I'm still not interested in the position of being the young Mrs. Bodyguard. Tran, just give me a reason. We can negotiate the salary, Hua Kan-sun insisted. It's not about the money, it's just that Thunan and I don't get along, Ninh Tran said frankly, leaving Kwang Duong a bit shocked. Big Bro Dali was so blunt. Correction, I'm the one who doesn't get along with you, Thunan fumed. Sure, but if it were this sweet little Tang here, I'd protect her for free, no salary needed, Ninh Tran added. Big Bro Dali, why would you say that all of a sudden? That's so embarrassing? Kwang Duong blushed and stammered. Of course Ninh Tran was only kidding, he wouldn't be a bodyguard even if the president of the universe asked him to. You're trying to ruin our friendship, you're shameless. Thunan pointed and yelled, her eyes welling up. Thunan, watch your mouth, Aunt Q scolded. Okay, let's just drop it. Hua Kan-sun waved his hand, though he still felt Ninh Tran was being ungrateful. Dinner went on with Thunan fuming to the point of tears, while Ninh Tran enjoyed his meal. Just then an employee wheeled in a food cart. We didn't order this, Butler Pham said, eyeing the pot of aromatic mushroom soup. Dear guests, this is a special gift from the hotel, the waitress replied with a smile. As the soup was placed near Ninh Tran, he immediately served himself a bowl. But after just one taste, he suddenly furrowed his brow. A potent toxin was mixed in with the subtle sweetness. Hold on. Seeing Thunan about to ladle some soup, he quickly grabbed the bowl from her, his face becoming incredibly serious. Tran, what in the world is wrong? Aunt Q looked at him skeptically. Aunt Q, Uncle Hua, this soup is actually poisoned, you have to believe me, Ninh Tran said with conviction. Hua Kan-sun and Tran Lan exchanged glances, both looking unconvinced and a bit embarrassed. Please don't worry, esteemed guests. The waitress stepped forward to soothe them. This soup is made from the blue hand mushroom from Lingnan. While it is toxic, our chef has professionally treated it, completely neutralizing the poison. Did you hear that, dear? It's okay, Aunt Q said with a comforting smile. What a country bumpkin who's never seen the world, even blowfish is poisonous. Thunan muttered, scooping another bowl. Who knew Ninh Tran would snatch it away again? Give it back to me. Thunan yelled in a rage. Ninh Tran ignored her, handing the bowl to the waitress and saying, Not poisonous, then you try it. The waitress looked troubled. I'm sorry, our hotel has a rule. More like you're too scared to drink it right. Ninh Tran stared her down, having noticed a weird flash in her eyes when Thunan ladled the soup earlier. That's enough, Tran, Hua Kan-sun said irritably. A 5-star hotel wouldn't make such a ridiculous error. Just sit down and have your meal. Big Bro Dali, you drank a whole bowl and nothing happened to you, right? Kwang Duong asked curiously. Ninh Tran was speechless before joining the Pure Yang Infinite Palace. He had studied medical arts for 400 years. He was sure the toxin in the soup could kill an elephant. He was fine because of his nascent soul cultivator body and the inner core of a desert-killing serpent, but saying that would just make them think he was insane. Looks like he was just making a fool of himself. Seeing Ninh Tran go quiet, Thunan scoffed. Ninh Tran turned to Hua Kan-sun. Uncle Hua, you've been having nosebleeds for the past 3 days, right? How did you know? Hua Kan-sun was shocked he was the only one who knew about the incident from 2 mornings ago. How could this kid know? It's because you've been a little too active, Uncle Hua, Ninh Tran said with a shocking implication. The couple froze, their faces flushing crimson. You're the naughty one, Thunan yelled. If I'm right, you're taking some expensive health tonics, Ninh Tran continued. But too much tonic creates excess internal heat. So besides nosebleeds, you've also had swollen gums, sleeplessness, and a bitter taste in your mouth, correct? The couple's eyes went wide. He was right about every single detail. I've studied traditional Eastern medicine. Ninh Tran pointed to the soup, which is why I can guarantee this is a lethal poison. The entire table was dead silent. The waitress's eye twitched for a split second. Dad, is it true? Thunan gasped. The symptoms. He's right about the symptoms. Aunt Q was still doubtful about the abilities of a college freshman. Pham Huakan-sun commanded, "Take this soup to be analyzed." "Yes, sir." Pham Yi took the bowl and left. "I still don't buy it," Thunan said, crossing her arms. "If it was poisoned, why are you okay?" "You took like 3 big gulps." "So the young miss was counting every sip I took," Ninh Trần sneered. Who cares about you?" Thunan blushed and looked away. "The reason I'm not poisoned is because..." He struggled to come up with an excuse. The waitress's voice suddenly turned ice cold. "Not bad, kid. You actually neutralized the ghost hand's poison. Finally decided to drop the act, huh?" Ninh Trần turned to face her. "Since you've been found out, there's no need to pretend anymore, is there?" The waitress reached under the cart and pulled out a gun with a silencer, aiming it directly at Huakan-sun. "Ah!" Thunan shrieked. "Shut it or I'll shoot!" the female assassin yelled. "Okay, please don't shoot my dad!" Thunan cried hysterically. Kuangduang and Tranlan were terrified as well. Huakan-sun growled, "A perfect lure the tiger from the mountain stratagem. With a gun at my neck, having Pham Ningyi, the so-called Iron Fist of 100 victories, charge in would be a waste of life. I'll have to be clever." "Freeze!" the assassin warned everyone, then aimed the gun at Thunan. "Phone's on the table now!" 4 phones clattered onto the table, but Ninh Trần didn't move. "You kid your phone." She aimed the gun at him threateningly. "Run!" Huakan-sun suddenly rushed her, but the female fighter sent him flying with a single kick. "Dad?" Honey Thunan and Aunt Q screamed until their voices were raw. Unfortunately, the VIP room had excellent soundproofing. No one outside would hear a thing, even if a gun was fired. "You really have a death wish," the waitress chuckled coldly, aiming her gun at Ninh Trần. "Your phone handed over now?" "You're a pretty terrible assassin to be this unprofessional," Ninh Trần said slowly. "What did you just say?" The waitress's eyes bulged in surprise. "You're about to die and you're still talking trash. With a mouth like that, you're definitely no professional." "Do you need to butt in?" the waitress sneered, brandishing her gun. "As long as the mission gets done, what's wrong with a little entertainment?" "That's a shame because you won't be finishing your job this time," Ninh Trần stated. A hand shot out and grabbed the gun in her hand. "You want to die seeing Ninh Trần dare to snatch her gun?" The female assassin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A deafening shot rang out in the VIP room. Unlike Faiman, even with a silencer, the gunshot was still terrifying. Hu Shunan and Zhang Tang screamed in terror at the same time, but the bloody mess they imagined never happened. Ninh Trần had completely covered the barrel with his palm, which was perfectly intact, with only a thin wisp of gray smoke escaping through his fingers. No way the female assassin's eyes widened so much they looked like they would pop out of their sockets. This Xu Jingshan was also dumbfounded. How could a normal person's hand block a bullet? What kind of demon is this? The shooter didn't give up and kept pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, 3 shots ripped through the air, but Ninh Trần hand remained completely unharmed, his face as cold as ice. The female assassin yanked the gun hard, but it was useless against his steel-like grip. "I don't believe it." Just as she was about to pull the trigger again, the gun suddenly exploded in her hand, shattering her right hand. The female assassin collapsed, screaming in agony. My hand blood was everywhere. Her horrific wails left the Shu family and Jiang Tang completely stunned. What the hell is going on? "Don't look!" Ninh Trần stepped forward and covered Jiang Tang's eyes. The young girl let out a small whimper, an indescribable warmth spreading through her heart. "Are you okay?" Dear Auntie Chow finally snapped out of it and rushed over to check on him. But Ninh Trần fair hand didn't have a single scratch. Once the danger had passed, Xu Jingshan aggressively grabbed a chair and knocked the female assassin unconscious, before turning to check on the boy. Hu Shunan took out her phone to call Fan Yi. "Your hand," Xu Jingshan turned Ninh Trần hand over and over, his eyes full of doubt. "Uncle Shu, Auntie Chow, luckily the gun jammed." "I'm fine," Ninh Trần explained, evasively, putting on a lucky expression. "You silly boy, if something happened to you, what would I tell your mother?" Auntie Chow hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. "In a crisis, I didn't have time to think." Ninh Trần gave a wry smile. A few minutes later, Fan Yi rushed in, his face full of apology. "I'm so sorry, Chairman, this was my negligence." Xu Jingshan slumped into a chair and waved his hand. "I don't blame you. I'm the one who fell for their trick to lure the tiger out of the mountains. Oh, by the way, old Fan, that mushroom soup is deadly poisonous." Fan Yi glanced at Ninh Trần. "According to the lab, it's the ghost hand mushroom from the Lingnan region, the most toxic kind. The local government banned its sale years ago. Even the natives don't dare to touch it." The entire family turned to look at Ninh Trần in astonishment. Hu Shunan, in particular, recalled her earlier words, her face burning bright red. "Young man, it turns out you were right. I apologize for misunderstanding you." Xu Jingshan was sincere. Now he believed the boy truly had skills. "Oh my gosh, brother Ninh Trần is so amazing." Jiang Tang looked at him with pure admiration. "Just lucky." Ninh Trần smiled faintly. "No way. With a mushroom that poisonous, we have to go to the hospital for a checkup right now. Auntie Chow insisted on dragging him there." Ninh Trần sighed internally. Faced with the persistence of the Shu couple, he had no choice but to go along with them. When the police arrived to investigate, The hotel was in chaos like a stirred-up beehive. The manager was fired that very night. Back at the Hongma Yuan Villa, Hu Shunan and Jiang Tang hurried upstairs. The terrifying experience from tonight still had the two girls trembling. Downstairs in the living room, Xu Jingshan and Fan Yi were discussing Ninh Trần. Impossible. Fan Yi shook his head vigorously after hearing the story about blocking the bullet. To block a bullet with your bare hands at that range. Even a Huakan Grandmaster couldn't do it unless he's a legendary martial arts Grandmaster who has mastered a protective aura of true Qi. Xu Jingshan suddenly understood. So it really was because the gun malfunctioned. Fan Yi remained silent. This reasoning also sounded forced. How could an assassin's gun jam so easily? But how could a teenager possibly reach the Grandmaster realm? Old Fan, contact the police first thing tomorrow morning. I need to know who's behind this, Xu Jingshan said in a low voice. Understood. The clock struck 11 by the time they got back from the hospital. Thank you for saving our family tonight. In an Audi A8 parked on the roadside, Auntie Chow handed Ninh Trần a bank card, her voice hesitant. Don't think of it as just a transaction. I honestly don't know how else to repay you. There are 30 million in here. The pin is your birthday. Just buy whatever you like, and if you need more money, just come find me. Ninh Trần accepted it without any ceremony, quickly stuffing it into his jacket pocket. Thank you, Auntie. A kind smile spread across Auntie Chow's face. She really liked the boy's straightforward and carefree nature. As soon as the car was out of sight, Ninh Trần turned into Li Mai's BBQ joint. The chaos tonight had left him with an empty stomach. In the kitchen, Li Mai took out the beef and free-range chicken he had sent over earlier to prepare a late-night meal. The BBQ place had practically become his private restaurant. The owner's masterful cooking skills were the reason Ninh Trần visited so often. But amidst the lavish spread of food, a familiar ingredient made him frown. The ghost hand mushroom, that deadly poisonous mushroom from Lingnan. What's wrong, dear? Is the food not to your liking? Li Mai stood beside him in her apron, her eyes clear and showing no trace of smugness. I've never seen this dish here before, Auntie Mai. Ninh Trần picked up a piece of the raw mushroom and popped it into his mouth, chewing it with relish. Good heavens, it's a poison that hasn't even been fully cooked, Li Mai beamed when she heard him call her auntie like a close acquaintance. It's fresh Lingnan mushroom just picked. It costs several 100,000 a kilogram, very expensive. Then why did you go to all this expense for me, Auntie Mai? Ninh Trần continued to pick up pieces of the stir-fried meat and ghost hand mushroom. Honestly, this poisonous mushroom was incredibly delicious. A normal person would never be lucky enough to enjoy it. Just one bite would be enough to end their life. It's no expense at all. It was all your money anyway. Li Mai smiled kindly, referring to the 10 million Ninh Trần had given her a few days ago. This mushroom is amazing. Where did you buy it? Let's go together tomorrow. I want to buy some more for a friend, Ninh Trần asked while eating. The Guyun agricultural market, the one you went to this morning, Li Mai replied. Ninh Trần nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This guy has already devoured half the plate. How is he still perfectly fine? Or did the plan fail? Inside Li Mai's BBQ joint, there were only a few dozen customers. Two of Bai Xiao's lackeys were sitting among the crowd, their eyes glued to Ninh Trần, watching him eat several pieces of the ghost hand mushroom. They celebrated silently, but no matter how long they waited, Ninh Trần face remained rosy, completely unaffected by the poison. A moment later, hearing Li Mei mention some huge mushrooms in the back, Ninh Trần stood up and asked to go take a look. The two thugs immediately snuck over to the dining table to check things out. That hag Li Mei must have cooked the mushrooms too thoroughly. One of them picked up his chopsticks and poked at the leftover stir-fried meat and mushrooms. I heard if you cook poisonous mushrooms long enough, they're not harmful anymore, right? Perhaps because he was hungry, the other guy grabbed his chopsticks, picked up a mushroom, and shoved it into his mouth, chewing greedily. Let me try it. Wow, this is so good. The flavor is amazing. Are you nuts? How can you eat that? What's there to be afraid of? The guy finished the whole plate without any issue, gulping it down, but before he could finish his praise, the thug suddenly felt dizzy and his vision blurred. In his delirium, he saw tiny little people holding hands and dancing around him before collapsing to the floor with a loud thud. In the back room, Ninh Trần touched the fresh, vibrant devil's hand mushrooms and was surprised to find faint strands of spiritual energy sparkling within them. Although it was a small amount, it was enough to make him ecstatic. Just as he was about to put the mushrooms into a plastic bag, he heard a commotion break out in the restaurant. He and Li Mei rushed out to find the thug with the buzz cut convulsing on the floor, foaming at the mouth with a deathly pale face, while the guy with the earring knelt beside him in distress. Ninh Trần recognized them instantly. They were the same pair who had been eyeing him earlier. What happened? Li Mei cried, rushing over in a panic. A customer who had already called for an ambulance explained. He was fine until he ate a few pieces of those mushrooms. Ma'am, are your mushrooms poisonous? That's ridiculous, Li Mei pointed at Ninh Trần. This young man ate half the plate and he's perfectly fine. How could they be poisonous? Are you trying to pull something, you old hag? The guy with the earring jumped to his feet, his face flushed with anger as he shouted. Those mushrooms you served aren't ordinary mushrooms. They're poisonous South Mountain mushrooms. The whole restaurant was in an uproar, and over a dozen pairs of terrified eyes stared at Li Mei. Don't be ridiculous, Ninh Trần scoffed coldly. If they were really poisonous, do you think I'd still be standing here talking? With that, he grabbed the plate and shoveled the rest of the mushrooms and meat into his mouth, eating it all. After waiting for a while and seeing nothing happen, Li Mei breathed a sigh of relief. The guy with the earring was left speechless, his face as red as a rooster's comb. "Hey," Ninh Trần said, narrowing his eyes, his voice suddenly turning ice cold. "You two were staring at me the moment I walked in, and you even came to eat my food. Did Bai Xiao send you?" "No, not Brother Xiao, I don't know who you're talking about." The guy trembled violently, stumbling back a few steps. "It was definitely Bai Xiao. That guy has a death wish." A murderous glint flashed in Ninh Trần eyes. He originally planned to investigate at the market tomorrow morning, but now he didn't have to. "Louis, you died for nothing." The guy with the earrings suddenly dropped to his knees, wailing pathetically next to his buddy's body. "Move!" Ninh Trần kicked him aside, placed a hand on the victim's chest, and channeled his true qi into him. A moment later, the thug started violently throwing up the poisonous mushrooms, and the color slowly returned to his face. "You ate it and were fine while he threw up, so it must be an allergic reaction," the paramedic who arrived on the scene concluded. Li Mei let out a huge sigh of relief. If a rumor about food poisoning got out, her restaurant would be finished. When she turned to thank Ninh Trần, he was already gone. In a small alley on Tui Nguyet Food Street, the guy with the earring knelt before Ninh Trần, his face bruised and swollen. "Please stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything Brother Xiao sent me. He was the one who had a street vendor give the poisonous mushrooms to Li Mei. Please spare me." Ninh Trần narrowed his eyes. His rule was simple: forgive once, let it slide twice, but there's no third time. Bai Xiao was going to pay. One morning at the Dan nightclub, Bai Xiao and his crew were partying hard and drinking in a VIP room. "Brother Xiao, my guys saw Ninh Trần eat the poison mushrooms. He must be 6 feet under by now, right?" Yang Kai said, raising his glass with a loud laugh. "That little punk actually dared to challenge me." Bai Xiao exhaled a cloud of smoke, his hand stroking the pale, smooth thigh of his mistress Wang Yinhua, who was perched on his lap. "Brother Xiao, Li Mei is in jail now, so what's the plan for her BBQ restaurant?" Wang Yinhua cooed, nuzzling against his chest. "We'll just rent it out to someone else. Tui Nguyet Street gets tons of traffic, finding a new tenant will be easy," Bai Xiao said, flicking cigarette ash onto her thigh. "By the way, I hear Li Mei's daughter Su Wanwan is a real looker. I'll reward whoever brings her to me." "I'm on it," Yang Kai volunteered, jumping to his feet. "Li Mei's husband Su Haichao owes our company millions. That scumbag even said he'd rather sell his daughter than his own mother." The whole room roared with laughter. "Perfect, Yang Kai. Tell him to bring his daughter here and I'll cancel the interest on his debt," Bai Xiao said with a wicked grin. A short time later, Su Haichao, a heavy-set man with dark circles under his eyes, led his college-aged daughter, who was stunningly beautiful, without a drop of makeup, into the club. Su Wanwan was about 5'6", with flawless fair skin and long, slender legs that immediately drew 3 pairs of hungry eyes. "Dad, can't we ask someone else for help?" Wanwan asked, feeling a sense of dread. If her father hadn't called her in a panic, claiming a friend was drunk and needed help, she would have never come to a place like this. "Wanwan, I'll be straight with you. This friend of mine can help our family make a fortune," Su Haichao said, hiding his own anxiety, as he tried to persuade his daughter. "All you have to do is keep him happy, and our family will be set for life. Your mom won't have to work those grueling long hours anymore. Her little stall barely makes a dime anyway." Hearing the contempt in his voice, Su Wanwan snapped back angrily. "Mom has paid for my food and tuition my entire life, but have you ever brought home a single cent? Why don't you pay off your debts before you start criticizing Mom?" With that, she turned to leave, but Su Haichao quickly blocked her path. "Please, Wanwan, be a good girl. My dear daughter, just help your dad this one time. I promise after I make this money, I'll buy you whatever you want." Unable to refuse her father's desperate pleas, Wanwan reluctantly followed him up to a lavish VIP room on the 2nd floor. The moment she walked in, she felt her stomach drop. The room was full of guys with rainbow-dyed hair, and thick with smoke, where scantily dressed girls were draped over them, looking totally out of it. The acrid smell hit her so hard she could barely breathe. Well, Brother Chow, you made it," Yang Kai said, walking up to them. "Brother Kai, you're too polite." Su Haichao flashed a sycophantic smile, wanting to seem important in front of his daughter, but Yang Kai completely ignored him and walked right up to Wanwan, checking her out from head to toe. "This is your daughter. She's way too pretty for you. Hey, Su Haichao, you think maybe? Your wife cheated on you. How could a slob like you have a daughter this gorgeous?" The whole room howled with laughter. "Haha, Brother Kai, you're hilarious," Su Haichao said with a forced laugh, quickly trying to use. He leaned down and told Wanwan, "This is Brother Kai, say hi, sweetie." Wanwan's eyes were bloodshot, her tiny fists clenched. "Dad said your friend was drunk and needed help, so what's with this whole crew?" To Hai Siu was speechless. Duong Kai pretended to stumble. Well, little sister, your dad was right, I'm drunk, totally wasted." The room roared with laughter. Brother Kai's acting was on point. A dozen or so of his thugs, including Bak Hyo, watched the drama unfold with great interest. "I'm leaving," Wanwan said flatly and turned to go. "Where do you think you're going?" Duong Kai grabbed her hand, pulling her back with a smirk. Now that you're here, why not have a few drinks with me and my boys? I don't drink, let me go! Wan struggled, looking desperately for help. Tahaisiu pleaded, just have a few drinks for your dad's sake. I'll take you home right after. Tahaisiu, making your own daughter pour drinks for these guys. What kind of father are you? Wan broke down sobbing. Why are you crying, little sister? Don't worry, I'll help you get some payback. Duongkai wiped her tears, then kicked Tahaisiu so hard he flew 5 meters and crashed into a table. The room erupted in cheers while Wan's dad looked on in terror. Duongkai sneered. To be honest with you, your dad owes us 40 million, which has ballooned to 65 million with interest. He's already sold you to us. Wan couldn't believe it and burst into tears. Tahaisiu writhed in pain on the floor. Duongkai grabbed her by the hair and dragged her in front of Bak Hue. You're a grown woman now, you have to help your family pay off its debts. Brother Hugh has spoken, if you stick with him he'll wipe away 25 million in interest. All you have to do is keep him happy, and earning that much money is a total steal. Don't you dare touch me. My boyfriend will make you pay. Wan tried to act tough. Bak Hue exhaled a cloud of cigar smoke. Your boyfriend's name is Ninh Trần, right? That kid's a pretty good brawler. That's right. He's an amazing martial artist. Wan threatened. Bak Hue burst out laughing like it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. So what if he's good? He's just a college student. We have 100 ways to take him out. We could shoot him, run him over with a car, or poison him. Actually, Ninh Trần is in the emergency room as we speak, and it's not looking good for him. What, the emergency room? What did you do to him? Wan was in shock. Shut up, Bak Hue barked, then motioned with his eyes for everyone else to get out. Vuong Ganhwa sighed and went out for a cigarette. As she was smoking, she froze upon seeing a familiar silhouette. You're alive, Ninh Trần smirked. So you had a hand in poisoning me too. No, I only knew about it. I didn't participate. Vuong Ganhwa quickly dropped her cigarette. Seeing Ninh Trần looking so calm, she suddenly remembered his girlfriend was upstairs getting roughed up by Bak Hue. Ninh Trần brow furrowed. That to Wan girl. Isn't she your girlfriend? Wan. Ninh Trần expression turned grim as he stormed into the club. Vuong Ganhwa quickly followed. In the lavish VIP room, Bak Hue sipped some imported brandy and sneered at to Wan. Somebody help me, please help me, to Wan huddled in the corner like a lost kitten screaming herself hoarse. Tears rolled down her pretty face like a broken pearl necklace. Scream all you want, you can scream until your throat bleeds and no one will save you. This is my turf. Bak Hue aggressively reached out to grab her. To Wan dodged like lightning, making a break for the door. He managed to grab a handful of her hair, yanking her backwards onto the sofa. Crack! A resounding slap stunned her, and her vision swam completely disoriented. You little witch playing games with me, huh? Bak Hue spat on the floor. Just as he was about to strike again, a loud noise erupted from the hallway. There were frantic screams, the thuds of punches and kicks, then an abrupt silence. Duongkai, what the hell is that moron up to? He yelled, swinging the door open. His face went slack when he saw his underlings scattered across the floor. A familiar silhouette slowly turned to face him. How are you alive? Bak Hue stuttered, staring at Ninh Trần as if he were a ghost. 2 days ago I warned you, touch Limai's barbecue place and I'll bash your brains in. I guess you're a slow learner, huh? Ninh Trần presence was immense, as he kicked Duongkai out of the way. Impossible, you were definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, Ninh Trần blurred forward like a phantom, his fist sinking deep into Bak Hue's gut. His liver burst and blood poured from his mouth. He crumpled to the floor, speechless with agony. Ninh Trần? To Wan sat up in a daze, her eyes wide as she stared at him. It's all over, get some rest. Ninh Trần lightly touched the back of her neck, and she instantly fell unconscious. Don't move! Duongkai burst in with 2 henchmen brandishing a gun. You little brat think this is fake. On your knees now. Who are you telling to kneel? Ninh Trần suddenly materialized behind him. Duongkai whipped around startled, but the figure in front of him was just an afterimage. You think holding a gun makes you invincible? You ignorant mortal, to me you're nothing but a cricket I could crush with my fingers. Ninh Trần voice resonated throughout the room. Duongkai squeezed the trigger wildly. Bang, bang. The gunfire suddenly stopped, replaced by the sickening crunch of bone. He crumpled to the ground, his gun clattering away. Ninh Trần picked it up, shot Duongkai without hesitation, then aimed at Bak Hue. Bang Vuong Ganhwa and the 2 remaining henchmen screamed and scrambled to escape. Ninh Trần lifted his hand, and an unseen force yanked all 3 of them flat on their faces. Spare our lives, we're innocent, the 2 thugs begged, banging their heads on the floor. Vuong Ganhwa cried. That monster Bak Hue forced me to do it. My quarrel is with them, not you. I'm not interested, Ninh Trần said coldly, then turned lifted to Wan into his arms and walked to the door. If anyone asks what happened here tonight, Vuong Ganhwa, thinking fast, immediately said Bak Hue and Duongkai had a fight. Duongkai went to get a gunshot, the boss dead, and then killed himself. That's right? The 2 goons nodded mechanically. Ninh Trần gave a satisfied nod. Even if the police investigated, it would be fine. He'd just have to use a bit of spiritual power to erase their memories. Staring at the 2 bodies in pools of blood, Vuong Ganhwa remembered Ninh Trần warning. Touch Limai's place and I'll bash your brains in. Don't think I'm joking. She gulped. Ninh Trần took to Wan back to the barbecue joint, handed her over to Limai, and left without a word. Having spent 2,000 years in the little southern heaven realm, he had killed tens of thousands. These two gangsters were less than specks of dust to him. He got back to the Hong Mayuan villa at 2:30 in the morning, showered, and then slept soundly until 10 a.m. He figured that using his spiritual sense the night before had taken a toll on his primordial spirit. Brother Dali, Europe Huathunan, and Kwang Duong were at home wearing shorts, their long, slender legs propped up on the sofa while they watched TV. For some reason, seeing how close Ninh Trần was with Kwang Duong made Huathunan's heart ache in a way she couldn't explain. Am I really that awful? The girl wondered to herself. Actually, Ning Chen's gesture of stroking her hair was just an unconscious habit. In the little southern heaven realm, he had a junior sister in a similar situation with average talent, but who worked hard to improve. That girl had the exact same build as Jiang Tang, was also mischievous and playful, and every time they met he would affectionately pat her head, which eventually became a habit. Thinking back, even though Earth was peaceful, he still missed the little southern heaven realm, the place where he had lived for 2,000 years, full of memories and close friends. As soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, Jiang Tang hopped around like a little rabbit, pulling Ning Chen into the kitchen. The table was covered with a lavish spread of delicacies. Big bro Dali, look at this. These are all dishes Shuyan told Auntie Chow to prepare at the crack of dawn: dumplings, steamed cakes, rice noodle rolls, shrimp dumplings, and even tofu pudding. Shuyan was afraid Big bro Dali wouldn't know if he liked tofu pudding, salty or sweet, so she had Auntie make both kinds. Jiang Tang was deliberately trying to mend their relationship, but Shu Shuyan maintained her proud attitude, refusing to speak. Ning Chen, thank you for saving us yesterday. From now on, you can stay here as long as you like. Her tone was ice cold, her elegant neck held high. I never said I wanted to stay. Ning Chen tossed a shrimp dumpling into his mouth and chewed noisily. You're being so unreasonable. Do you expect me to get on my knees and beg you? Shu Shuyan was furious, her cheeks flushing red. She thought he would take the olive branch she offered, but instead she ran into a dense blockhead. You stomp your feet loudly when you come downstairs. You lock your door carefully at night, and you even secretly threw out my food from the fridge. If it weren't for a special reason, you think I'd want to be here, Ning Chen shot back. You ungrateful jerk. Hearing him expose her faults, Shu Shuyan angrily kicked a chair. If you want to leave, then go. I'd be more than happy to see you gone. With that, she sulked and ran up to the second floor, leaving Jiang Tang standing there stunned. Shuyan, big bro Dali, you two. Oh my gosh, the girl was trying to make peace, but she never expected Ning Chen to be so blunt. Are big bro Dali and Shuyan's zodiac signs incompatible or something? They fight every time they meet. Jiang Tang felt helpless. That's quite possible. Ning Chen nodded seriously, and after finishing breakfast, he took Black Dragon, Shu Shuyan's German shepherd, with a clipped ear out for a walk. Since the day he started staying here, this had become his daily task. Now seeing its temporary master, Black Dragon, wagged its tail happily. Actually, Shuyan is very kind. She's just a bit spoiled because she's been pampered. Jiang Tang chatted as they walked through the picturesque Hongmei Villa complex. Back in 10th grade, we found Black Dragon on the side of the road. Its previous owner was a total creep, who used scissors to cut its ear. Shuyan felt so bad for it that she brought it home to raise. Ning Chen nodded indifferently. That evening, Jiang Tang tried to persuade a pouting Shu Shuyan again. How about you personally cook some noodles for Big Bro Dali tomorrow? Why should I have to serve him? Shu Shuyan was still sulking about what happened that morning. Big Bro Dali saved our lives, and Uncle Shu and Auntie Chow too. That's a debt you can't repay with a store-bought breakfast. Jiang Tang reasoned. He just got lucky, that's all. Shu Shuyan mumbled. You have to cook it yourself to show you're sincere. Jiang Tang puffed out her chest confidently. Fine, I'll give it a try. Shu Shuyan reluctantly agreed. Never in her life had she stooped so low as to The next morning, after Lu Tao was done with the recipe and asked Auntie Chow for help, she painstakingly cooked a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Who would have thought Ning Chen was already gone, leaving Shu Shuyan absolutely furious. Meanwhile, the guy in question was chowing down at a food street, after which he dropped by the Ming Jin Club. Due to a murder case, the club had been sealed off, but the sound of an argument could be heard from inside. Bai Xiao is dead. Wang Yinhua, do you really think you can hold on to Ming Jin? You're signing today whether you like it or not. A man's voice, as cold and hard as steel, rang out with a bunch of tattooed thugs standing behind him. Zheng Yang, you and your Si-Hai gang have crossed the line. Ming Jin is mine now. I wouldn't sell it even if I died. Wang Yinhua growled, her eyes blazing with fire. You think I don't have the guts to kill someone? Zheng Yang rushed forward and grabbed the female owner by the throat, shoving the contract in her face. Sign it. Otherwise, I'll have my men watch this place 24/7, and you won't be able to take a single step outside. Do your worst, Wang Yinhua sneered. Smack. A vicious slap sent her flying for pulling such a cowardly move on a woman. Wang Yinhua cowered, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Such a coward, Zheng Yang grinned menacingly, his hand creepily caressing the victim's face. I heard Bai Xiao forced you to be his mistress. There must be a reason he kept you around for all those years. Just then, the club door swung open. What's going on here? Ning Chen peeked in, his eyes shining brightly. It's him! Wang Yinhua panted. Little Chen, call the police, they're trying to kill me. The Sea Gang's goons were about to chase him away. But upon hearing that, they immediately rushed him. This kid is from the Bai Gang, drag him in here. Zheng Yang barked the order. Ning Chen walked into the main hall surrounded by 4 of the Sea Gang's lackeys. Wang Yinhua didn't dare to look up at him, because her cries for help were actually just a way to use him. Zheng Yang had no idea that the naive-looking student in front of him was the very culprit who took down the Bai Gang's boss. You little punk. Are you looking for Wang Yinhua? How do you two know each other? Zheng Yang came closer and asked tauntingly. Know her? No way. Ning Chen answered honestly. Zheng Yang smirked. You don't know her. You look like the boy toy she's keeping at school. Don't make things up. Wang Nganhua frantically shook her head, throwing herself down to hug Trin Duang's leg. Brother Trin, I'm begging you let him go. He's innocent, just a student. Ninh Trần thought to himself, what a total drama queen. The more she faked it, the more Trin Duang refused to let go. It looked like he had to step in. What a shameless plot. Get lost. Trin Duang sent Wang Nganhua tumbling with a kick, planning to put Ninh Trần in his place to force her to sign the contract. But before he could even raise his hand, a backhand slap cracked like a whip, sending him flying 2 meters with 2 of his front teeth slamming into the wall. Holy crap. The goons from the 4Cs gang stared with their eyes wide open. Is this kid Superman? Wang Nganhua secretly sighed in relief, as Ninh Trần now stood protectively in front of her, his eyes cold as ice. You dare to use me. Brother Tren, Wang Nganhua blinked innocently. Get him! Trin Duang roared. Over a dozen of his men charged, some with chairs, others with their bare fists. Scram Ninh Trần turned and roared, a tidal wave of internal energy crashing into the crowd and knocking them all down. 15 men were left groaning on the floor, some bleeding, others unconscious. Ninh Trần stood as still as a statue. Wang Nganhua clutched her ears, wincing in pain. It was a good thing he wasn't facing her, or her eardrums would have ruptured. You... Trin Duang stammered, pointing his finger. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Ninh Trần shot him a look. Let's go now, Trin Duang yelled as he dragged his crew away. Thank you, Brother Tren. Wang Nganhua fell to her knees, sobbing. From now on, I belong to you. Get lost in your dreams, Ninh Trần snapped, looking around. Where are Bak Hyo's men? Oh, they're all in the hospital. Ninh Trần turned to leave. Wait, Wang Nganhua suddenly remembered. Brother Tran, why don't you take over the Bak gang? The law of the streets is survival of the fittest, and now that Bak Hyo is gone, you're obviously the new boss. I'll even give you the shares to the Ming Quan Club. Not interested, Ninh Trần said as he walked down the food street, leaving Wang Nganhua completely stunned. That club brings in hundreds of millions every single night, not to mention all the food streets around the university that other gangs are drooling over. The 4Cs gang showed up today for that exact reason, yet he couldn't care less. She hurriedly tried to convince him, if you're the boss, no one will dare to mess with Li Mai's barbecue place again. Too much trouble. Ninh Trần shook his head. I just want to study. Wang Nganhua clicked her tongue. Can studying make you 100 million a month? You should be the boss. Ninh Trần said just one word, you. Wang Nganhua was stunned. How could a woman like her control all those gangsters? The club is in your name, just take care of it, Ninh Trần said with a wave of his hand. Wang Nganhua blinked. Okay, I'll manage the club and we can split the profits. But if trouble starts, you have to come help me. I'm just a helpless woman all by myself. Her voice was pathetically weak, acting like a kid even though she wasn't one. Ninh Trần smirked internally. Fine, but don't call me over every little thing. Thank you, Brother Tren. Wang Nganhua bowed deeply, and immediately transferred him 300 million, which was only half the cash the club had. It really showed how much Bak Hyo had squeezed out of the local business owners. Ninh Trần then gave her a weird mission to buy fresh green ghost hand mushrooms from Lingnan. He wanted to eat them daily. A few days after military training, the Tan Chao University Sports Festival began, and the second-year clinical medicine class was buzzing. Ninh Trần, as usual, came to class only to either sleep on his desk or read novels. His teachers warned he wouldn't graduate, but he would just grunt in response. Hey Ninh Trần, what event are you going to register for? A cute girl in a crisp white shirt and her hair in a high bun approached him with a sign-up sheet. Ninh Trần looked up. It was Truong Tam Nien, the class president. She was the local rich kid that Phuong Tu Bao and Truong Daishuan always talked about. Sign up, I'm not planning to join. His voice was cold as ice. A sports festival, that's the most boring thing in the world. You can't do that. Truong Tam Nien interrupted, her voice decisive. The counselor's rules state that every guy in class has to sign up for at least one event. Even Phuong Tu Bao registered for the high jump, and you're no exception. For Phuong Tu Bao, who was only 5'5" to dare to compete in the high jump, was some seriously admirable bravery. But he really wasn't interested. Ninh Trần pouted, looking totally bored. A grand nascent soul cultivator like him joining the sports festival. If he accidentally broke a world record, it would be a huge hassle. But Truong Han Nien just wouldn't give up. You were so awesome during military training, you even beat the instructor. Why are you making such a big deal about the sports festival? The festival doesn't have a push-up event. If it did, I'd sign up right away, Ninh Trần grumbled. You are something else. Truong Han Nien ground her teeth. Just drop it, Han Nien. A sarcastic voice cut in. Lihuyen Min, the athletic fair-skinned vice-class president, walked over. A guy with zero team spirit like him is totally useless anyway. He slung his arm around a few other guys, flashing a bright smile. Don't worry. I already promised my dorm mates that we'll be the ones to determine the ranking for clinical class. 2. So he's just showing off, right? Fatty Puong whispered to Truong Daishuan. Truong Daishuan was confused. Though Ninh Trần is a beast at push-ups, his stamina must be insane. Why would he pass up a chance to shine? Thanks for your support. Truong Han Nien nodded at Lihuyen Min, then turned back to Ninh Trần, her gaze now tinged with dislike. This is the guidance counselor's idea. If you don't sign up, I'll have to report you. You're such a pain in the neck. Ninh Trần shot back, getting a headache. Fine, whatever, just sign me up for some random event. All right, but you better not flake on the day of the event, Truong Han Nien said before walking off. She was trying to figure out which strength event to put Ninh Trần in, but Lihuyen Min had already grabbed a pen and signed him up for the 100-meter dash. Huyen Min, why would you do that? Truong Han Nien asked, stunned. He said any event was fine. Lihuyen Min just shrugged. Not wanting to argue, she reluctantly added Ninh Trần name to the shot put event too. Ninh Trần ignored all of them, completely absorbed in his novel. Ninh Trần. A sweet voice accompanied by a delicate fragrance drifted over. Van Van stood there, her eyes all red as if she'd cried the entire night. Nothing happened last night, Ninh Trần said firmly. I don't believe you. Van Van sat down, her eyes welling up with tears. How could you lie to me like that? Oh my god, Fatty Phuong gasped. His mind instantly flooded with all sorts of R-rated scenarios, making him super jealous and bitter. Spread the word, Ninh Trần totally scored with the campus bell to Van Van last night, what Truong Daishuan's jaw hit the floor. Ninh Trần, you bastard! Lihuyen Min tore his book apart when he heard the news, his face pale with rage. He had been planning to go after Tu Van Van, the most beautiful girl in the medical department, but he never expected Ninh Trần to beat him to it. Luckily for him, Tu Van Van didn't know about Bak Hu's death. She came to thank him, and started talking about her family, even though Ninh Trần didn't seem to care. I'm thinking of opening a milk tea shop using the student financial aid program. Tu Van Van said after class, my mom has it really tough. I'm going to earn my own tuition money next year. That's good, Ninh Trần said casually, flipping a page. So can I bring you milk tea every day? The girl asked, blushing. It's way too sweet, I don't like it. I can make it with less sugar. Fine, bring it if you want to. Okay. Tu Van Van beamed, her smile as radiant as a flower in full bloom. After class, Ninh Trần snuck over to Tu Van Van's house for dinner. Li Mai's little eatery was now Li Mai's restaurant, and ever since Bak Hu's death, no one dared to harass them anymore. Dinner was ruined when Ta Hai Siu showed up demanding money. Ninh Trần said a few comforting words before heading back to the Hong Vien villa. The place was pitch black. The moment he flipped on the lights, he saw a man with a scarred face sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Aren't you scared? The man's eyes bulged. I'd advise you to turn around and leave. Don't go looking for trouble. Ninh Trần calmly prepared some tea for himself. Ha! I'm Butcher Du, one of the 10 Grand Masters of the underworld. You mean you don't know who I am? Your grandma must be so proud of her little gang leader. Ninh Trần scoffed. You're asking for it. Butcher Do roared, his fist flying forward like a bolt of lightning. His peak external martial arts were 5 or 6 times more powerful than Iron Kick Qi, before anyone could even blink. Ninh Trần had vanished without a trace. Butcher Do's fist hit nothing but air, making his heart leap into his throat. He spun around in a panic. And there was Ninh Trần casually sitting on the sofa, with his legs crossed, gently swirling the hot tea in his cup. I don't give a damn if you're the butcher or the candlestick maker. Get the hell out of here now! His voice was ice cold. Or else don't blame me for what happens next. A flash of killing intent sparked in his eyes. I'll make sure you never get up again. That speed is insane! Butcher Do completely ignored the threat, stunned by Ninh Trần movement technique. A young man who had already reached such a supreme level of skill, a seed of fear began to sprout in his heart. But his mission wasn't complete, and he couldn't return to his master empty-handed. Just then, Hua Thunan and Quang Duong came home from shopping, walking hand in hand. Spotting them through the glass, Butcher Do flashed a sinister grin. Are these 2 your girlfriends? This kid's got it made, huh? So many pretty girls around. If you don't come with me tonight and surrender, I'll take care of all of them for you. You might be a skilled fighter, but what about them? You think you can protect them 24/7? Heh heh. Ninh Trần sighed, holding his teacup. He absolutely hated being threatened by others. 30 seconds later. Big bro Dailuk, you're back early, Quang Duong called out as she put on her slippers, noticing that Ninh Trần wasn't in the living room, but was digging in the yard. Big bro Dailuk, what are you burying? She asked, running outside curiously. Ninh Trần finished filling the hole, stomping on the dirt a few times to pack it down tightly. Who gave you permission to plant a peach tree? Hua Thunan's voice called out. Today she was rocking a Chanel-style miniskirt and a V-neck top that revealed her delicate collarbones. A pair of ginkgo leaf earrings perfectly accented her stunning features. Her jean shorts had been turning heads the entire walk home. What are you staring at? Hua Thunan noticed Ninh Trần gaze and proudly lifted her chin. So this guy's a leg man, she thought to herself. Well, that makes things easy. You look really nice today, Ninh Trần commented with a straight face. Like I need you to tell me that. Hua Thunan scoffed, turning and flipping her hair as she walked into the living room. Despite her already impressive 5'7" height, she even walked on the balls of her feet to make her long legs look even better. Big bro Dai Luk Thu Nan bought a ton of fruit, come eat with us, Kwang Duong said with a sweet smile. Yeah, you two go on ahead. Ninh Tran waved them off. Hurry up and come inside. After Kwang Duong also went in, Ninh Tran breathed a sigh of relief. If Hua Thu Nan had discovered that he'd just buried a body in the yard, she probably would have passed out right then and there. Only Black Dragon lying quietly in his kennel had witnessed the entire event. He silently put away the shovel and went inside to watch TV with the two girls. Xu Shuyan found it weird. Why was this guy acting so tame today? Around midnight, Ninh Tran considered moving the body, but then figured since it was buried dozens of feet deep, it probably wouldn't be found. The next day, he went to the farmer's market to buy some mustard seeds and planted them in a corner of the yard. As long as he kept his mouth shut, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang would never find out the truth. On the day of the sports festival, Tsinghua University's stadium was flooded with golden sunlight and a massive sea of people. Su Wanwan actually brought homemade milk tea for Ninh Tran. Even though the packaging was kinda ugly, it tasted just as good as the stuff from a store. Ninh Tran, is it good? In the section for the second-year clinical students, Su Wanwan sat next to him, her eyes filled with anticipation. It's okay, nothing special. Ninh Tran downed it in one gulp and set the cup down. Su Wanwan's smile was as sweet as sugar. You've got some serious lung capacity. Just as the crowd roared, she made sure to emphasize those last few words. Fang Xiaopeng and Zhang Daxuan, who had just shown up, heard everything, and their jaws hit the floor. Holy crap. Ninh Tran Campus Beauty Su, you two are pretty wild talking about rated R stuff in the middle of the day. Fang Xiaopeng gulped nervously. Su Wanwan looked totally clueless. Beat it. Ninh Tran shot them a death glare and they sat down. Fang Xiaopeng looked at his friend Green with envy. Hey, I just checked the event list. Why'd you sign up for two events? Two events. Ninh Tran furrowed his brow but didn't really care. Noticing Su Wanwan sitting quietly next to him, he asked casually. Wanwan, did you sign up for anything? No, she said, shaking her head. I've had bad stamina since I was little. Well, go borrow a power bank for me, my phone's about to die. Ninh Tran interrupted. Okay. Su Wanwan got up right away. The rest of the class looked on in outrage. That guy Ninh Tran was treating their campus beauty like a servant. It was too much. Su Wanwan don't go, a male student suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot. Doesn't he have legs? Can't he go borrow it himself? Ninh Tran didn't need to look to know it was the vice class president Li Huanming. The guy had been salty ever since Ninh Tran showed him up during military training. It's fine, I'll just run to the dorm real quick. Su Wanwan smiled awkwardly. She squeezed past Li Huanming and rushed away from the stands. Damn it. Li Huanming clenched his fists, watching her elegant figure retreat as a fire of intense jealousy raged within him. Ninh Tran, did you save Campus Beauty Sue's life or something? Fang Xiaopeng asked seriously. Why else would she be bringing you milk tea and running your errands? How'd you know? Ninh Tran asked, surprised. I actually did save her life. The whole class sneered, not believing a word. Fang Xiaopeng secretly made a dirty gesture and winked. So you two have already... Before Ninh Tran could explain, Li Huanming interjected sarcastically. Campus Beauty Sue is as innocent as they come. Someone must have used some scummy tricks to win her over. Such a lowlife. Ninh Tran mimicked his tone. And some people can't get their goddess's attention, no matter how hard they try. How pathetic is that? You bastard. Who are you calling pathetic? Li Huanming was shaking with rage. If the shoe fits, wear it, Ninh Tran said without even looking back. Fang Xiaopeng and Zhang Daxuan cracked up. Li Huanming's face flushed as he seethed. Like I care about Su Wanwan. My goddess is Xu Shuyan from the art department, Xu Shuyan. Ninh Tran feigned a nod, thinking to himself, this guy would probably have an aneurysm if he knew I was living with her. Hearing her name, most of the guys in the class nodded in agreement. Xu Shuyan's beauty was undeniable. Just 1 week after school started, she was crowned the #1 campus beauty of Tsinghua University, beating the runner-up by more than 10,000 votes. While Su Wanwan had a captivating innocence, she was still considered slightly less beautiful than Xu Shuyan. But Ninh Tran knew the truth about Su Wanwan. She just didn't bother with makeup, because her family was struggling financially. With a new outfit, a different hairstyle, and a bit of makeup, she'd be just as stunning. Soon enough, Su Wanwan came back from the dorm with the power bank. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and she was out of breath with a few strands of dark hair stuck to her cheeks. She had obviously been sprinting under the blazing sun. Thanks. Ninh Tran took it and plugged in his phone, not even bothering to ask if she was tired. What a jerk, the other guys cursed under their breath. But Su Wanwan didn't seem to mind. She just sat back down next to Ninh Tran, trying to make small talk now and then. For the most part, she just stared at him quietly, as if that was all she needed. After the opening ceremony, the sports festival officially kicked off. Ninh Tran's shot put event was scheduled for 10:30 a.m. There were over 40 contestants, all of them huge muscular dudes, and some were even over 6'3" with massive bodies and intimidating faces. Ninh Tran was the type who looked ripped without a shirt but slim with one on, making him seem especially scrawny standing among these titans. Hey, old Jang, isn't that girl over there Su Wanwan, the one ranked 6th on the beauty list? Su Wanwan. The poor girl who made the list. In no time, all eyes were on Su Wanwan. Despite wearing an old high school uniform with her long hair down, she still managed to draw everyone's gaze. Zhang Yun wasted no time and strode right over to her. Hey, I'm Zhang Yun, president of the Upperclassmen's Shot Put Club. Su Wanwan was chatting with her two roommates and jumped when the huge guy suddenly loomed over her. Oh, hi. You're really cute. Can I get your number? Zhang Yun tried to sound smooth. Well. Su Wanwan glanced over at Ninh Trần. He acted like nothing was happening. I'm sorry, she tactfully refused. She expected Zhang Yun to back off like all her other suitors. Come on, just give me a chance. Zhang Yun put his hands on his hips, showing off his massive biceps. Look, a sweet and gentle girl like you needs a strong boyfriend for protection, otherwise creeps are gonna bother you. Aren't you one of those creeps? Fang Xiaopeng mumbled to himself. Hey, Wanwan already has a boyfriend. Tudong Lisu Wanwan's roommate finally snapped, and pointed right at Ninh Trần. Him, Ninh Trần, that's her boyfriend. Zhang Yun's eyes bugged out as he stared at the skinny guy. Su Wanwan looked down, her heart sinking at Ninh Trần total lack of reaction. Ninh Trần, are you even a man? Tuong Wan, another one of her friends yelled with a glare. Wanwan is getting harassed right in front of you and you're just sitting there, huh? Why should I react? Ninh Trần asked, looking genuinely confused. Because she's his girlfriend, duh. Tuong Wan was fuming. What kind of man can't even protect his girl? Wan, stop it. He's not really... Van Van's voice was barely a whisper. Ninh Trần felt helpless. Why did everyone just assume Van Van was his girlfriend? Can't a guy and a girl just be friends? This world is so messed up. Truong Wan, a seasoned player, sized up the situation and got it right away. These two must be in the early stages, not official yet. Hey, Ninh Trần, with a scrawny body like that, you're competing in shot put. You've got some nerve, huh? While mocking him, he shoved Ninh Trần shoulder hard, trying to send him flying. But Ninh Trần was like a deeply rooted ancient tree, not budging an inch, despite the rough hand pressing down on his shoulder. How is that possible? Truong Wan's face went beet red, not believing he couldn't push over some freshman. He lowered his center of gravity, pouring all his strength into his palm to shove Ninh Trần chest, but his opponent suddenly sidestepped. Truong Wan stumbled forward a few steps, and shouldn't have fallen, but then Ninh Trần lightly flicked his finger. An invisible wave of energy swept at his leg. Oof, Truong Wan face planted like a ton of bricks. Look, what's Truong Wan from the Shot Put Club doing? The crowd went wild. Even the gym teachers were watching. Ninh Trần gave a slight wave of his hand, and with a loud rip, Truong Wan's pants tore wide open, revealing a pair of Sailor Moon boxers. Ha ha ha, laughter erupted across the field. Fatty Puong and Truong Daishuan were laughing their heads off. Truong Wan scrambled to cover his private parts with his shirt grinding his teeth. You bastard, you dare to screw with me, giving everyone a free show so early in the year, huh, bro? Ninh Trần just smiled. Besides, you have some unique taste. A guy who's 6'3" likes girly things. Heh heh, how interesting. Truong Wan clutched his butt, his face burning with shame. Having his weird hobby exposed in broad daylight, he just wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Especially when he saw the weird look Van Van was giving him, he could have just died. You just wait. Truong Wan cursed through his teeth. Van Van's two friends were dying of laughter. But she herself was looking at Ninh Trần with suspicion. A moment later, the competition started. Truong Wan puffed out his chest with renewed confidence. Let me tell you, no one in this entire school can beat me in shot put. He thumped his chest, boasting, I hold the shot put record for Thanh Hoa University. And no one has broken it for 3 years. He deliberately said it loud enough for Van Van to hear, but she wasn't the least bit interested. Shot put doesn't usually draw a crowd. It's not as exciting as sprints or basketball. Only I can break the record of... Before he could finish his boast, Ninh Trần got into position and tossed the shot put like it was nothing. The crowd just saw a black shadow fly by, and with a loud thud, it landed a good 20 meters away. Crap. Ninh Trần cursed under his breath. He'd overdone it. Holy crap, am I seeing things? A throw like that? I was just about to diss this kid for not even knowing the glide technique. Wait, is that over 10 meters? It must be 20 meters. No way, I must be dreaming. The world record is only a little over 20 meters. The entire field erupted into chaos. The referees were frozen solid, staring at Ninh Trần with their mouths wide open. When Truong Wan saw where the shot put landed, he shrieked like he'd been stung. Holy shot put. The official result was 21.41, a new national record. The world record is 23.12. The entire field fell into a dead silence. A freshman just broke the national shot put record. Everyone felt like they were watching some kind of sci-fi movie. Oh, what a drag, Ninh Trần sighed. Behind him, Van Van was clapping enthusiastically. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Tudong Lei and Truong Wan were completely stunned. Fatty Puong and Truong Daishuan stared at their friend as if he were an alien. I don't believe it, it's impossible, there must be something wrong with the shot. Put Truong Wan yelled frantically, rushing over to inspect it. But no matter how many times he turned it over, it was still the standard 26 kilograms. He collapsed to the ground, his world completely shattered. Ninh Trần didn't even bother to gloat and just walked back to his seat. He considered using a spell to wipe the crowd's memory, but it would drain too much spiritual power, so he decided against it. The rumors spread like wildfire. Most students were skeptical that a freshman broke the national record, thinking it was some kind of prank. If it was someone on the national team, maybe it would be believable, but for a college student to break the record, the national team should just disband. Le Min didn't hold back his ridicule. If that guy broke the record, I'll eat all the crap from every toilet in this school. Since there was no video recording, Ninh Trần thought the whole thing would just blow over. But then a whole delegation of teachers stormed over, led by Dean Liu Wei and Counselor Wang Chuan. "Where's Ninh Trần?" the bald dean shouted. "Reporting Dean Liu, he's right here." Le Min, thinking Ninh Trần was in deep trouble, pointed him out as eagerly as if he were on drugs. The dean was shocked. This kid beat the national record by a full meter. "Ninh Trần, the dean and your counselor are here," Van Van and Fatty Puang quickly whispered. Ninh Trần lazily got to his feet. "Did you throw 21.41?" a middle-aged man with a stone-cold face asked as he walked up, crossing his arms and eyeing Ninh Trần doubtfully. "Yes," Ninh Trần replied, knowing he couldn't deny it. "Can you tell me how you did it? I'm not really sure myself," Ninh Trần shrugged. "Ninh Trần, watch your attitude," Counselor Wang Chuan yelled. His face beat red. "This is Deputy Director Ma Kun from the City Sports Bureau. Now tell the truth." "I am telling the truth," Ninh Trần said, blinking innocently. Ma Kun asked him to do the throw one more time. Ninh Trần was too lazy to go back out on the field, and flatly refused. "Ninh Trần, what do you think you're doing? A superior is asking you to do something, so you do it," Wang Chuan fumed. "You go do it, then I'm too lazy." Ninh Trần plopped back down on the bench, leaving Counselor Wang speechless with rage. "This student dares to embarrass me in front of everyone." Ma Kun frowned. He had never met such an insolent student. The second clinical class was in an uproar, and students from other classes started gathering to watch. Le Min jumped to his feet and pointed at Ninh Trần. "How can you talk to Counselor Wang like that? I'm talking to Counselor Wang, what's it got to do with you?" Ninh Trần replied without even looking at him, making Le Min's blood boil. Just then, two figures appeared, causing a stir throughout the entire stadium. "Haha, Deputy Director Ma, long time no see." The familiar voice made Ninh Trần turn his head. It was Principal Wen Yue walking in with his granddaughter, Wen Qinglan. "That's the upperclassman, Wen Qinglan." "She's so pretty," the freshman marveled. Wen Qinglan was wearing a tight-fitting tracksuit that showed off her killer curves, and her elegant yet cold face made it impossible to look away. Fatty Fang and Zhang Dachen's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Dean Liu advisor Wang and Ma Heng hurried over to greet them respectfully. Ma Heng in particular was unusually reverent, since he worked at the sports bureau. He knew that principal of Tsinghua University was just this old man's smallest title. Before he could even speak, Wen Yue smiled. "Deputy Director Ma, please come over here to talk." Ma Heng obediently followed. "Principal, do you have any instructions?" "Ninh Trần isn't an ordinary student, he's a martial artist." Wen Yue got straight to the point. Ma Heng was startled, but he understood immediately. "Mr. Wen, the Martial Arts Association has a rule forbidding martial artists from participating in regular sports competitions. This kid is a bit special, I'll explain later." Old Wen replied casually. "All right, Mr. Wen, I understand." Ma Heng breathed a sigh of relief. If he was a martial artist, then everything made sense. The world of martial artists was terrifying. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them superhumans. Even Olympic athletes would rank last among them. Wang Chuan and Liu were still nagging Ninh Trần, telling him the principal was coming and that he needed to cooperate and do as he was told. Ninh Trần flicked his ear and just sat there blankly, treating the two of them like thin air. "Ninh Trần, you should cooperate a little. I'm worried the advisor and the dean will give you a hard time." Su Wanwan whispered from beside him, her voice a mix of worry and impatience. She had heard many stories about students being messed with by the school. If they didn't obey, their diploma could become a trap that held them back for life. "It's no big deal," Ninh Trần replied dismissively. He was only at school to pass the time anyway. Dean Liu Wei hissed, "The principal and Deputy Director Ma are coming." "Yes, sir," Wang Chuan replied, then turned to Ninh Trần. "Are you just going to sit there? Are you paralyzed or something?" Advisor Wang Chuan gritted his teeth, wanting to slap the defiant student. If a student didn't listen, the department would doubt his management skills. This would directly affect his future prospects. Thinking of that, Wang Chuan lowered his voice and threatened Ninh Trần. "Do you even want to graduate?" "Whatever," Ninh Trần said with the same indifferent expression. Wang Chuan had never met such an arrogant freshman. He was fuming. Just then, Wen Yue and Ma Heng returned. Wang Chuan and Liu Wei were sweating bullets, wanting nothing more than to drag Ninh Trần to his feet. "This kid dares to defy his advisor and the dean. He must have a death wish." Li Huanming gloated. "Does he really not want to graduate?" Zhang Shiran frowned with worry. "Ninh Trần," Wen Yue's authoritative voice rang out, making everyone tense up. "It's almost noon. Let me treat you to a meal." The old man's tone was unusually kind. The surrounding crowd was stunned. The principal was inviting a freshman to eat. "Did they hear that right? Hey, you, my grandpa is calling you?" Wen Qinglan walked over in annoyance, her eyes quickly glancing at Su Wanwan. That girl is so pretty, is she his girlfriend, she wondered. Su Wanwan quickly nudged Ninh Trần arm. The boy lazily replied, "What are we eating, old Wen?" Liu Wei and Wang Chuan nearly collapsed, and the students' jaws dropped. Ninh Trần called the principal old Wen. He had to be crazy. Wen Qinglan was about to explode, but Wen Yue waved his hand. "The steamed carpet cafeteria number 3 is delicious. Let's have that." "Uh-huh." Ninh Trần stood up and followed the Wen grandfather and granddaughter. Seeing this, Ma Heng also took his leave from Dean Liu. "I have things to attend to at the bureau, so I'll be going." The crowd of students stood frozen, watching them leave. They couldn't understand why Ninh Trần, despite being so disrespectful, was still invited to a meal by the principal. Was the principal really that easygoing? Li Huanming was secretly amazed, and suddenly thought of a difficult problem he could ask the old man for help with. Cafeteria number 3. Wen Yue and Ninh Trần sat opposite each other, while Wen Qinglan went to get the food. The fish is so fresh, munch munch. As Ninh Trần chewed, he recalled the taste of spirit fish from the immortal realm. These days, besides eating, few things interested him. Wen Yue smiled without touching his chopsticks. Little friend with your grandmaster-level external cultivation and a physique better than an Olympic athlete. Why do you want to join the sports meet? Isn't it just to show off? Wen Qinglan chimed in. Ninh Trần ignored her. I didn't want to either, but the class president and the teachers kept bugging me. So that's how it is, Wen Yue said with a pained smile. I'll talk to the dean this afternoon. Your case is special. Really, thanks, old Wen. Ninh Trần pointed his chopsticks at the fish dish. Aren't you eating? Oh, Wen Yue pushed the tray over. You eat, I'm not hungry. I mainly wanted to talk. Awesome, Ninh Trần dug in and devoured the food. 2 carp and a plate of rice disappeared in a flash. Hey, you glutton, what's my grandpa supposed to eat? Wen Qinglan slammed the table. It's fine, it's a blessing for the young to eat a lot. Wen Yue waved his hand and then asked, Has anyone been following you lately? You mean the Duan family? Ninh Trần mumbled through a mouthful of food. They've already found you, Wen Yue frowned. Not yet. Ninh Trần hid the fact about the saber-wielding leader. That's strange, Wen Yue mused. The Duan family is ruthless and quick to retaliate. You must be careful regardless. Got it, Ninh Trần replied perfunctorily. There's one more thing. Wen Yue's expression turned serious. Little friend, do you know about the Martial Arts Association? Nope. Ninh Trần shook his head honestly, leaving the grandfather and granddaughter stunned. You don't know about the Martial Association? Wen Qinglan asked suspiciously. Why would I need to know? Ninh Trần was surprised. Wen Qinglan sighed and explained about the most powerful organization in the martial world. In short, martial artists are not allowed to participate in secular events. The Martial Association's laws are like the code of the martial world. I'm just joining a school sports meet. What's that got to do with anything? Ninh Trần said scornfully. They'll throw you into a prison specifically for martial artists, Wen Qinglan warned coldly. Ha ha, Ninh Trần scoffed. You think I'm joking, Wen Qinglan said sternly. The Martial Association's laws are even stricter than regular laws. You'd better... Qinglan, don't make it sound so serious, Wen Yue interrupted. A school sports meet isn't the Olympics. A warning is the worst that could happen. Grandpa, if he causes trouble, you're the one who will be reprimanded, Wen Qinglan said, dissatisfied. She just wanted to throw this guy into the Chu martial arts dojo to teach him some discipline. I'm full! Ninh Trần didn't want to stick around for another second, so he grabbed his tray to leave. Hold on, Unhack called out to him, pulling a business card from his pocket with a smile. Young friend, this is my number. If you ever run into any trouble, just give me a call. Ninh Trần glanced at the business card. Geez, does this old guy have a million titles or what? Honorary president of Tanchao University? Vice chairman of the Anhwa Pharmaceutical Group. A standing committee member of the Tanchao Ancient Martial Arts Association, plus a bunch of other researcher and honorary advisor titles that made his head spin. All right. Ninh Trần reluctantly shoved the card in his pocket and headed for the tray return. Grandpa, why are you giving that little brat the time of day? Onthan Lam grumbled, watching him walk away. Just looking at his arrogant attitude makes my blood boil. He reached the peak of the outer strength realm at 19 years old. Don't you think he's earned the right to be a little arrogant? Onnak said with a wry smile. You're still at the beginner level. It'll take you at least another 5 or 6 years of hard training just to catch up to him. Grandpa, why are you taking his side? Onthan Lam pouted, her usual refined composure completely gone. I'll train harder and I'll definitely surpass him. That's easier said than done. Onnak watched Ninh Trần walk away. This kid isn't afraid of the Doan family's revenge and couldn't care less about the Martial Arts Association. Is he just recklessly brave, or does he have some serious backing? Just then, a male student walked up to their table, grinning happily at Onnak. Onnak was a bit surprised, and Onthan Lam next to him asked with an icy expression, Who are you? Hi, Senior On. I'm Lehuyan Min, the Vice Class President for Clinical Medicine Class 2. I came to report something to the old man. The president? The student, still clueless about the tense atmosphere, had a huge grin on his face. You've got a lot of nerve. Onthan Lam furiously slammed her hand on the table. With a loud bang, 2 plates were sent flying, and the long table rocked like it was about to tip over. On the entire first floor of the cafeteria, hundreds of students turned to look at the commotion. Senior One, I just wanted to suggest to the president that the air conditioners in the dorms are really old and need to be replaced. Lehuyan Min was so scared he fell right on his butt, his face as white as a sheet. Even the aura of a beginner-level outer-strength martial artist was too much for a normal person to handle. Then why did you call him Old Man On? Who do you think you are calling him, that you got a death wish or something? Onthan Lam yelled. I heard Ninh Trần from my class call him that, so I thought the president liked it. Lehuyan Min stammered, scrambling to his feet. He bowed a full 90 degrees. I'm sorry, President. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Senior One. I'll never do it again. Get your class advisor over here. Hack had a temper of his own, too. A few hours later, an announcement came over the school's loudspeakers. Huyen Min, Vice President of Clinical Medicine Class 2, has shown disrespect to the President. In order to uphold school discipline and educate the individual, the school leadership has decided to issue a formal warning to Huyen Min. Ninh Trần was actually a little surprised when he heard the announcement. He didn't think that Huyen Min kid had it in him. That afternoon, the most hyped event was the 100-meter dash. The last semi-final heat began. Ninh Trần was in the 4th lane running at a steady pace and ended up finishing in 2nd, barely qualifying for the finals. Just then, 2 girls, one tall and one short, walked by the track. The shorter girl suddenly pointed at Ninh Trần and squealed, "Shuyan, look, isn't that mighty, bro?" The short one was Jiang Tang, and the tall one was, of course, Shuyan. She glanced over at Ninh Trần looking pretty surprised. He actually made it to the finals. I never knew mighty bro wasn't just strong but fast, too. Jiang Tang nudged her best friend, grinning mischievously. Shuyan, you'd be one lucky girl if you ended up with mighty bro. What are you talking about? Shuyan, catching her friend's drift, shot her an annoyed glare. Junior Shu! Suddenly, a tall, handsome guy ran over from the competition area, looking surprised to see Shuyan. Even though she was wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, her gorgeous legs still turned countless heads. Xing Shufei recognized the owner of those killer legs instantly. Who's that? Shuyan lowered her sunglasses to peek at the guy, figuring he was just another annoying admirer. The guy was stunned for a second. Junior Shu, it's me, Xing Shufei from the track team. We talked in the cafeteria a few days ago. Oh, it's you, Shuyan replied. Her face was totally blank. It wasn't that she had a bad memory, she just couldn't be bothered. But Xing Shufei didn't take the hint and walked closer with a big grin. Junior Shu, the finals are about to start. Are you gonna stay and watch me race? No, I have plans. Shuyan shut him down coldly. The race is starting soon. Xing Shufei tried to stay on the track, wanting to look cool. He had to let Shuyan see him run like the wind. Just then, a few students walking by recognized him. That's Xing Shufei from the track team, he's so handsome. I heard Senior Xing has been training for sprints since he was a kid. Now he's on the provincial team. And he might even make the national team. Who knows, maybe we'll see him in the Olympics one day. Plus, Senior Xing's family owns a company, so they're super rich. Quite a few freshman girls caught a glimpse of Xing Shufei's profile and started blushing, their hearts fluttering. Some even thought about asking for his number, but then they saw how gorgeous Shuyan and Jiang Tang were, and backed off feeling insecure. Shuyan didn't even have to show her face, her flawless legs were enough to outshine them all. Quite the celebrity, huh? Shuyan glanced at Xing Shufei. He just smiled. Just the campus heartthrob, it's no big deal. You should stay and watch me take first place, Junior Shu. The race was about to start. Shuyan scoffed. It hasn't even started yet. And you're already so sure you'll win. Haha, Xing Shufei laughed again, his face full of confidence. At this school, no one can beat me in a sprint. I'm the undisputed king. Junior, ever heard of punching down? I'm on the provincial team. So competing in a school sports meet is basically me playing on easy mode. Shuyan crossed her arms, skeptical. Oh, really, you're that good. Junior, I'm heading over. You're about to see what punching down really looks like. Xing Shufei gave Shuyan a smug little eyebrow raise that almost made her gag. What a show-off. Shuyan shook her head. She couldn't stand guys who bragged. Little Tang, let's go. Kuang Duang vanished, zipping across the track to appear behind Ninh Trần. Hey, Big Bro Chen. She tapped his shoulder from behind, grinning brightly. Xiao Tang, what are you doing here? Ninh Trần turned in surprise and habitually patted her on the head, a smile breaking out on his face. Hey, look, isn't that Jiang Tang one of the top 5 campus belles? Some guy is patting her head? Is that her boyfriend? Surprised glances were thrown at them from all around. Fang Xiaopan and Zhang Dachun's jaws nearly hit the floor. Big Bro Chen, let me tell you something. Jiang Tang stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few sentences into Ninh Trần ear. Ninh Trần eyes immediately lit up. Really? Jiang Tang nodded seriously. 100% true, okay, no problem. Ninh Trần puffed out his chest. Just winning first place, I could do that with my eyes closed. For real, Big Bro Chen? Are you that good? Tang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Hey, little sis, you're not actually buying his crap, are you? The voices of 2 sophomores warming up for the race drifted over from a distance. For the 100-meter dash, the champion is obviously going to be Senior Xing Shufei. No question. You'll be lucky if you don't finish last. Forget about winning a prize, you're just daydreaming. The 2 guys laughed mockingly, trying to act like they knew everything in front of Jiang Tang. Ninh Trần paid them no mind. Xiao Tang, what are you doing all the way out here? Shuyan caught up from behind, looking annoyed. Just then, the race was about to start, and the 10 athletes took their positions on the track. Cheers roared from the stands like crashing waves. Shuyan, I just finished talking with Big Bro Chen. Jiang Tang giggled. About what? Shuyan asked. Promise you won't hit me after I tell you. Jiang Tang squinted her eyes in mock fear. Why would I hit you? I told him that if he wins first place, Shuyan will let him give her a kiss. Ah. Before Jiang Tang could finish her sentence, Xu Shuyan raised her hand as if to strike her. You've really crossed the line. Hey, Shuyan, you lied. You promised you wouldn't hit me. When did I ever promise that lie? Bang, the starting pistol fired, and the 10 athletes shot forward like arrows released from a bow. In the track team's section of the stands, a few guys were commenting, do we even need to say it? Old man Xing has this in the bag. Out of the 10 finalists, 8 are from our team. Who are the other 2? Just a couple of cocky rookies. They were probably just added to fill the spots. These jocks had no doubt about Xing Shufei's victory. A member of the provincial team competing in a school tournament was like a shark in a fish pond. Is Junior Shu watching me? Xing Shufei himself wasn't even concentrating, and as he ran past the spot where he had seen Xu Shuyan earlier, he even glanced back, and sure enough, he saw the 2 beautiful girls standing there. At this moment, the 2 girls' eyes were filled with astonishment. They must be blown away by my speed. Xing Shufei smirked to himself. It was true that only on the field did he shine the brightest. He was already fantasizing about the moment after he crossed the finish line first, when the 2 girls blushing with their hearts pounding would run up to ask for his number. No, Junior Shu is a campus belle. She's not that forward. I'll have to be the one to make a move. Lost in his fantasy, a dark figure suddenly shot past him, the gust of wind ruffling his hair. What was that? Xing Shufei's eyes widened as he stared at the back of the figure pulling ahead of him. No way, how could someone pass me faster? I have to go faster. Xing Shufei roared, pouring all his strength into running faster than he ever had to catch up, but the gap only widened. The 2 sophomores who had mocked Ninh Trần earlier were also dumbfounded. One of them even tripped and fell over from the sheer shock. Ah, Big Bro Chen is so amazing, Shuyan. Did you see that? He's in first place. By the side of the track, Jiang Tang was jumping up and down and cheering. Xu Shuyan's beautiful eyes were also wide with shock. How can that guy run so fast? Did he have professional training or something? Whoa, who is that? He just passed an actual athlete, damn. He's leaving Xing Shufei behind by several meters, that's insane. And Xing Shufei is on the provincial team. The entire stadium erupted. Tens of thousands of spectators watched the figure of Ninh Trần as he rocketed toward the finish line, ending the race in the blink of an eye. 11.16 seconds. The teacher recording the time shouted and clutched his head. Holy smokes, that's national team level, isn't it? Who is that kid? Who the heck is he? The hype for the 100-meter dash completely overshadowed the shot put event. Nearly every spectator was glued to the track. The students from Clinical Medicine Class 2 watched Ninh Trần cross the finish line, first some screaming, and others just staring in shock. He won, Brother Chen is the champion. Fatty Fang and Zhang Dachun hugged each other, jumping up and down. Did he really win? Su Wanwan covered her face, unable to believe it. The daydream she just had was now a reality. Impossible! Li Huanming gritted his teeth, practically insane with jealousy. I never expected Ninh Trần to be this amazing. The class president, Zheng Xinran, also had her beautiful eyes wide open in surprise. Before long, Su Wanwan and a few of her friends grabbed water bottles and ran down from the stands to find Ninh Trần. But as she got closer, she suddenly froze because right in front of her were 2 incredibly beautiful girls surrounding him. One of them was tall and slender, with skin as white as jade, looking as beautiful as a goddess. Wanwan, who are they? Her roommate Jiang Ying asked. I don't know. That jerk Ninh Trần, he already has Wanwan, but he's still hitting on other girls, how shameless. Xu Rongli rolled up her sleeves, about to go and confront him. Rongli, stop, we're not dating. Su Wanwan pulled her friend's hand and shook her head. Huh. Her roommate's jaws dropped. Su Wanwan held the water bottle, silently watching Ninh Trần chat with Jiang Tang and Xu Shuyan, an indescribable sadness rising in her heart. Those 2 girls with him are so pretty. Are they his friends? No wonder he hasn't paid me any attention. She couldn't help but compare herself to the other 2 girls, and suddenly felt insecure. That insecurity mostly came from her background. The outfits Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were wearing must have cost at least a few $1,000s, or maybe even tens of thousands, while she was just wearing cheap clothes from the market. Jiang Tang's cheerful personality, Xu Shuyan's perfect beauty, all of it made her heart clench. Not far away, another female student on par with a campus belle was also staring at Ninh Trần, but her eyes were filled with fury. Did this jerk completely ignore what my grandpa and I told him? Competing in shot put was one thing, but daring to race in the 100-meter dash in front of a huge crowd, and even keeping pace with the national team, isn't he afraid of being investigated by the Martial Arts Association? An Thang Lam stomped her foot. She silently decided to pull Ninh Trần aside for a serious talk later. Seeing him standing next to 2 goddess-level beauties, she snorted coldly, realizing he was just showing off to pick up girls. The most pitiful one had to be Hin Hook Fai. He thought that as a member of the provincial team competing at his own school, he was a shoo-in for champion, even giving his opponent a handicap. Who knew the outcome would be this disastrous? He plopped down on the track, his face completely dejected, as he watched the entire stadium cheer for Ninh Trần. A freshman matching the national record, it was just unbelievable. The news exploded like a bomb, spreading like wildfire across Manhwa University's forums, group chats, and personal pages. The old principal sighed out loud in his office, already dialing the number for crisis management. Do kids these days really love showing off this much? After the 100-meter dash, Ninh Trần didn't compete in any other events. Under the stunned gazes of over 50 students from Clinical Class 2, he just dusted off his hands and left the stadium immediately. Even the class president Truong Dai Xuan didn't have time to say a word. Hua Thunan bit her lip and whispered in his ear, "Ninh Trần, it's time for me to keep my promise." On a small tree-lined path on campus, Ninh Trần looked seriously at Hua Thunan. "What promise?" Hua Thunan played dumb, her cheeks blushing like blooming peach blossoms. "Don't pretend. Little Duong told me everything." Ninh Trần shook his head. "Just tell me the truth, I've had enough, I can't take it anymore." Her eyes flickered with embarrassment. She glanced away and then firmly denied it. "Little Duong was just kidding. Why are you being so serious?" "Of course I have to be serious." Ninh Trần straightened up, his voice firm. "The breakfasts you've been making these past few days are either salty enough to kill a man or completely tasteless. I won the championship, so from now on you're not allowed in the kitchen anymore. You said it yourself, you can't go back on your word." Hua Thunan was dumbfounded. "What are you talking about?" Kwang Duong, standing beside them, started giggling. She sneakily backed away, noticing her best friend's unusual reaction. The young lady's face suddenly flushed red with anger. "Kwang Duong, I'm gonna get you for this." "Ah, murder, brother Dai Luke, save me." For the past few days, Ninh Trần had been living in hell. He couldn't tell if Hua Thunan was trying to repay a debt or just practice her cooking, but she forced him to eat her breakfast every single day. If it was good, he would have just put up with it. But this was a noble young lady who hadn't touched a kitchen utensil in her 18 years. She cooked up stuff that even a dog would turn its nose at. "Who could swallow that, Ninh Trần? You're too much." Hua Thunan pointed at him, her voice choked with emotion after finally understanding. "Do you know, even my own father has never tasted my cooking." "If I wasn't trying to repay you, who would even bother going into the kitchen?" Ninh Trần was completely unmoved. "It's a good thing you haven't cooked for Uncle Hua yet, or he'd probably lose 10 years off his life." Hua Thunan was so angry she could barely breathe. The debt is paid," Ninh Trần declared solemnly. "From now on, stay out of the kitchen. Seriously, your food is impossible to eat. Ninh Trần, you jerk, I hate you." The young lady screamed before bursting into tears and running away. "Brother Dai Luke, you went a little too far." Kwang Duong hesitated, wondering if she should follow. "Wasn't it you who put her up to it?" Ninh Trần shot her a look. Those two were definitely his nemeses. Kwang Duong sighed and ran after her friend. Ninh Trần happily enjoyed the quiet atmosphere, strolling leisurely towards the library. The 2-day sports festival ended in a flash, and Ninh Trần fame echoed throughout the school. Many people speculated that he was a retired national athlete. Strangely, the school never questioned him, so the rumors just circulated among the students. Finally, the weekend arrived. He was just about to shut his door and read novels all day when a knock came. Aunt Q's voice called out, "Little Tran, are you in there?" "Yes, Auntie, what is it?" "Get ready, I'm treating you kids to a meal out today." Even though he didn't like going out when he heard it was a famous restaurant, Yat Than Chow Ninh Trần immediately shot up. Hua Thunan and Kwang Duong were already dressed beautifully, watching TV in the living room. When she saw him, the young lady turned her head away, still sulking. "A little Tran, I've been so busy for the past half a month I haven't had a chance to properly treat you," Aunt Q said apologetically. "Last time at the Chow Luk Hotel, who would have thought that would happen? It's all in the past." As he put on his jacket, Ninh Trần asked, "By the way, how was that case handled?" "Still haven't gotten any information out of them. Those professional assassins are as tight-lipped as a clam." Aunt Q shook her head. "It's a beautiful day. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get ready to go." "Okay. The Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, the jewel of Tan Chao City. It was always fully booked, and to get a table in the main hall, you had to reserve a month in advance. Hua Kan's son had to use his family connections just to snag a VIP room. He had a meeting this afternoon, so he couldn't make it." The Audi A8 sped north, and half an hour later it entered the Bao Thach Son scenic area. The Peach Blossom Garden was located at the foot of the mountain amidst a forest of peach trees, stretching as far as the eye could see with vibrant blossoms and bustling tourists. As soon as they parked, Ninh Trần suddenly sensed something, his eyes lifting from his phone screen towards the peach grove. "Little Duong, I don't know why, but every time I come here, the air feels unusually fresh." Hua Thunan spoke up from the back seat. "Really, you too?" Kwang Duong was surprised. "I also feel that the air here is so refreshing. It's a shame it's so far from school otherwise. I'd move out here in a heartbeat." Aunt Q smiled as she listened to the two girls chat. The Peach Blossom Garden Group had only been established for 5 years, but its customer return rate was always the highest thanks to its unique environment. Anyone who came here felt like they had stumbled into a paradise in the middle of a bustling city. A team of experts once tested the air quality here and confirmed it exceeded even grade A standards. This secret caused the group's stock price to rise continuously. But as soon as Ninh Trần set foot on the ground, he recognized the spirit gathering formation. The foundation of this hotel was actually a massive Qi gathering array. His eyes lit up as he observed his surroundings. Even though it's just a basic formation, it's enough to attract spiritual energy. No wonder this place is so prosperous. A place where spiritual energy gathers is usually prime real estate in terms of feng shui. The fresh air is just the beginning. When spiritual energy is dense, it can transform a person's body, making them healthier, sharper, and even extending their lifespan. Too bad the formation here hasn't reached that level. It only helps long-staying guests maintain their health. The real owner of this peach blossom spring must be a cultivator, Ninh Trần thought to himself as he followed Auntie Chow to the 6th floor, where the rustic-style interior made you feel one with nature. As they were walking, a voice suddenly called out. Shunan turned to look, and Shunan recognized Chen Zihao, the young master who Ninh Trần had taught a lesson to on his first day in Qingzhou. Shunan, what a coincidence you're here at Peach Blossom Spring for a meal too. Chen Zihao happily left his friends and hurried over to greet Auntie Chow. Hello, Auntie. It's you. When he noticed Ninh Trần was also there, Chen Zihao almost charged at him with his fists raised. A little over 2 weeks ago, this guy had shoved his head into a pot of fish soup until he almost suffocated. He had never forgotten that grudge. Little Chen, do you know Zihao? Auntie Chow asked with a frown. Chen Zihao was Shunan's high school friend, a total playboy who partied hard. She didn't want Ninh Trần associating with someone like that. We've met once, but we're not really acquainted, Ninh Trần answered truthfully. Auntie Chow let out a sigh of relief. Auntie Chow, I've booked a VIP room here and invited a few friends. Why don't we all eat together? Chen Zihao suppressed his angry glare and put on a welcoming smile. That's not necessary, we've already booked our own private room. Auntie Chow refused firmly and led the three of them away. The Chen family was in the real estate business, just like the Xu family, but their relationship was purely business. She had heard Xu Jingshan mention before that both Chen Diaozu and Chen Zihao were unscrupulous characters, and they also had deep ties to the criminal underworld. Being rejected, Chen Zihao felt both embarrassed and disappointed. He had planned to show off his family's status to win over Xu Shunan's mother, while also putting that loser Ninh Trần in his place. Just when he thought his chance was gone, the situation suddenly took a turn. I'm so sorry, Miss Chiao. Little Lu is new and inexperienced. She made a careless mistake. A middle-aged manager in a sharp suit repeatedly bowed in apology in front of the 6th floor VIP room. The receptionist standing beside him looked pale, having mistakenly double-booked the peony room, causing 2 parties to show up at once. What kind of business are you running? Auntie Chow snapped angrily. How can a big hotel like this make such a rookie mistake? We are sincerely sorry, this is entirely our fault. The manager and the receptionist bowed a full 90 degrees. Miss Qiao, please wait just a moment. We'll give you a 50% discount on your bill to make it up to you. Who needs your stupid discount? Xu Shunan pouted. The Xu family isn't short on cash. Who do you think you're looking down on? Jiang Tang sighed and glanced at Ninh Trần. He was staring intently at the hallway scenery, as if deep in thought. Just then, 4 young men in flashy designer clothes walked over laughing and talking. Chen Zihao saw the situation in front of the VIP room and his eyes lit up. That receptionist girl just did me a huge favor. I've got to give her a big tip after this meal. He casually suggested, Auntie Chow, how about we just share the room? There are only 4 of us, so there's plenty of space. Auntie Chow glanced at the group of young men, then looked hesitantly at her daughter. So that's the #1 campus beauty, Xu Shunan. What do you mean, #1 campus beauty? She's Qing University's campus queen now. You're so behind the times, old Yang. The 3 rich boys couldn't take their eyes off Xu Shunan, especially the girl with them who'd spent all morning on her makeup only to be completely outshone by Shunan's natural beauty. Xu Shunan was torn. She didn't want to sit with Chen Zihao, but she was really craving the sour fish dish from Westlake and the Longjing shrimp they served here. She glanced at Ninh Trần and suddenly had an idea she could use this as a chance to embarrass him for his terrible cooking. Having made up her mind, she looked up and smiled at her mother. Mom, it's already lunchtime. Let's just eat here. I'm craving that sour fish so much. What do you think, little Tang? Jiang Tang quickly chimed in. I want to eat the oil-braised spring bamboo shoots. All right, then. Auntie Chow nodded and entered the room. She couldn't bear to give up the reservation that had cost a fortune, and who knew when they'd be able to get another one. Yes. Chen Zihao clenched his fist and whispered to his friends Wei Na Xiaoxing and Liang Ping. See that punk following Xu Shunan? I've got beef with him, so once we're inside, wait for my signal and help me put him in his place. Today we're going to humiliate him so bad he won't be able to show his face. The 3 of them nodded mechanically. Pushing other people around was second nature to them. Stepping into the peony room, they saw a long table big enough for 20 people, along with a sofa, a coffee table, a smoking room, and 2 private restrooms. Waiter, bring the menu over here, Chen Zihao yelled. 2 beautiful waitresses hurried over to serve them. He took the fancy menu and handed it to Auntie Chow. Auntie Chow, you're our elder. Please order first. Zihao, you're being too formal. Auntie Chow smiled, thinking to herself that the Chen family's young master had some manners after all. Go ahead and order anything you like, Auntie. It's on me today. Chen Zihao puffed out his chest. Just as Auntie Chow was about to refuse, Ninh Trần slowly spoke up. Waiter, bring us one of everything on the menu. Xu Shunan and Jiang Tang almost did a spit take. Are you insane? Chen Zihao's eyes bulged. Can you even finish all that food? Don't worry, we'll finish it. Ninh Trần glanced at him. There are hundreds of dishes on this menu. You think you can stomach all that? What are you, a pig? Lin Wei Na, the girl who was a 5 out of 10 without makeup and a 6 with it, sneered. What a country bumpkin doesn't even know how to order properly. Yang Xiaoxing and Ye Liangping snickered. Ninh Trần remained unfazed. After 2,000 years of cultivation, why would he let a few little brats get to him? Little Chen is my adopted son, Auntie Chow suddenly said, her eyes turning ice cold. You kids better watch what you say. Hearing this, Chen Zhuhao and his friends immediately shut up, exchanging awkward glances. Auntie Chow Shu Jingshan's first wife was a successful businesswoman in Qingzhou. With her husband's support, her career had skyrocketed in recent years, so these punks wouldn't dare to cross her. That punk really hit the jackpot. I can't believe he got Auntie Chiao as his godmother. Chen Zhuhao muttered jealously. So that means Ning Chen and Shu Shunan are now sworn siblings. Damn it, this is seriously bad news. Could it be that Auntie Q is trying to set us up? Just then, Auntie Q's affectionate voice rang out. Ninh Trần, order whatever you want, it's my treat today, she said while affectionately patting his head. Auntie Q, I already said it's on me. Tran Chihao quickly stood up. Ninh Trần cut in. I already said it, bring out everything on the menu, I want to try it all. Tran Chihao's eyes widened, about to blow a fuse, but a sharp glance from Auntie Q shut him down. He forced a stiff smile. Hey buddy, it's not that I'm cheap, but ordering this much is a huge waste if we can't finish it. People are all about the clean plate initiative now. We should be more frugal, you know. Frugal, Ninh Trần smirked. That outfit you're wearing costs at least 10 million, right? If you're broke, don't act like a big shot. I'm broke. Tran Chihao puffed out his chest, pulled out his wallet, and slammed a black card on the table. A central black card with a 500 million limit, see that? Ninh Trần nodded. I see it. So when's the food coming? Tran Chihao gritted his teeth. Fine. For Auntie Q and Thu Nan's sake, I'll indulge you this once, but don't you regret it. A waiter, bring out every single dish on the menu. The waiter was stunned. Does that include the drinks too, sir? Of course, Ninh Trần grinned. What's the most expensive wine you have here? Sir, that would be the 82 Mao Tai Flying Fairy. Give me 2 bottles. Ninh Trần waved his hand. Bring them here. Tran Chihao was about to cough up blood. Ninh Trần feigned innocence. What's wrong, can't young Master Tran afford it? This time, Tran Chihao didn't act rashly. The 82 Mao Tai at Dao Huan was the restaurant's prized treasure, costing at least 60 million a bottle. Brother Chihao, it looks like you can't afford this bottle, can you? Kuang Duong blinked doubtfully. I heard Thu Nan say she was really curious to try the 82 Mao Tai. Little Duong, what nonsense are you saying? I never said that. Hua Thu Nan whispered, embarrassed. Thu Nan wants to drink it. Tran Chihao's eyes lit up, and he aggressively yelled at the waiter. Get the manager to bring out the 82 Mao Tai now. Yes, right away, sir. The waiter hurriedly left. Kuang Duong secretly smiled. Hua Thu Nan shook her head in exasperation. Lam Weina Duong, Tu Tin, and the others looked at each other. This meal was going to cost Tran Chihao his entire wallet. 100 dishes plus the 82 Mao Tai, that's at least 100 million. Actually, Tran Chihao's father had instructed him clearly to win over Hua Thu Nan, the diamond-tier heiress of Tan Chao. He had to spend money like water. The Hua family was filthy rich, and she'd been used to luxury brands since she was a kid. How could he catch her eye without spending a ton? Auntie Q Thu Nan, I'm just gonna go check on the food. Tran Chihao slipped out of the VIP room with a shady look on his face. Ninh Trần eyes darted, sensing his bad intentions, and he stood up. Auntie Q, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Once inside the restroom, he locked the door and leapt through the window. Using his qigong, he stood firmly on this wall like a spider. If anyone saw this, they'd definitely scream Spider-Man. After a few steps, Tran Chihao's voice drifted over. I'll have to rely on the old pro this time. Manager Vuong, is the packaging done right? Don't worry, young Master Tran, it's just like last time. A professional packaged it, so unless they're a connoisseur, they won't be able to tell the difference. What about the wine? Someone who isn't a professional taster could drink the whole bottle and not know. Excellent! In the office, Tran Chihao laughed gleefully. On the table was a bottle of Mao Tai Flying Fairy wrapped in old cotton paper. According to historical records since its founding, the Mao Tai distillery used cotton paper to wrap the bottles to prevent wear and tear, and it wasn't until the 1960s that they switched to fancy boxes for export. A genuine 82 Mao Tai Flying Fairy is as rare as gold. People hunt them down just for display, and hardly anyone would dare to actually open and drink one. Amateurs wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway. Ha ha! Tran Chihao hugged the fake bottle of wine, cackling with delight. Everyone in the room thought he was a fool, but little did they know his opponent was no pushover either. When Tran Chihao returned to the VIP room, Ninh Trần was also just coming out of the restroom. A moment later, the appetizers were brought out one by one. Crystal duck tongues, pig ears with scallions, abalone and soy sauce, steamed shrimp and wine, the table was covered with plates. Hua Thu Nan and Kuang Duong ate elegantly, praising the food profusely. In contrast, Ninh Trần was devouring his food like a starving tiger, even lifting plates to slurp from them, making even Auntie Q blush with embarrassment. What a beggar, I've never seen anything like it. He eats like an animal. It's so humiliating to sit at the same table with someone like this. Lam Uina and Duong Tutin glared at Ninh Trần with contempt, but he just ignored them and continued to feast like a madman. Big bro, slow down, you're gonna choke. Quang Duong handed him a glass of water. Thanks, I'm fine. Ninh Trần chugged the water and turned to Tran Chi Hao. Young Master Tran, where's your 82 Mao Tai? So thirsty it's not for you to drink anyway, what's the rush? Tran Chi Hao pointed to a bottle of liquor on the table. Drink this for now. Ninh Trần picked up the 53-proof bottle, popped the cap and tilted his head back, chugging it down. Oh my god, the whole table was dumbfounded. He was drinking that strong liquor like it was plain water, what a total maniac. Brother Tran Dai Luke is totally awesome. Quang Duong clapped enthusiastically. Auntie Q quickly reached out to grab the bottle. Little Tran, are you trying to kill yourself? Put it down right now. But in the blink of an eye, the entire bottle of National Treasury liquor was empty. Tran Chi Hao, Lam Uina, and the other two rich girls stared with their jaws dropped as Ninh Trần finished the entire bottle of white liquor. A whole pound of liquor gone in one go. So can we bring out the Mao Tai now? I'm still thirsty after all that? Ninh Trần wiped his mouth and chuckled, looking at Tran Chi Hao. Humph, the liquor on Earth really is bland. It's like drinking water. Tran Chi Hao's face turned pale as he picked up and shook the bottle, which didn't have a single drop left. This guy must have a throat and stomach made of steel. He was stunned for a moment, then thought, no way, I'm the great young master of the Tran family. How can I let this country bumpkin intimidate me? My friend, that's some impressive tolerance. Tran Chi Hao pretended to praise him, giving a thumbs up and saying with a laugh, but that's not how you're supposed to drink. A bottle of National Treasury costs over 1,000 yuan, what a waste. Or is it that young Master Tran is too cheap to open the Mao Tai? Ninh Trần suddenly sneered. Tran Chi Hao's heart was pounding, but he acted nonchalant. Fine, since Brother Ninh wants to drink. Waiter, bring the wine. Yes, young Master Tran. The waiter quickly left. A moment later, the middle-aged manager brought in an old bottle of Mao Tai wrapped in cotton paper. Young Master Tran, Madam Q, please enjoy the wine. He placed the bottle on the table and tore off the peeling paper. Auntie Q could tell it was the real deal with just one glance. An 82 Mao Tai goes for 50 or 60,000 yuan on the black market. Chi Hao is so generous. What's 50 or 60,000 anyway? His weekly allowance is more than that. Chi Hao's feelings for Miss Shu run so deep, if it were me, I'd be swooning too. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiao Xing, and Ye Liangping all chimed in with compliments. Xu Shuyan just crossed her arms and sneered, thinking that pocket change could move me, even if he were a billionaire. If I'm not into him, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. The manager went around pouring the liquor. But when he got to Ninh Trần, his glass was only half filled. Auntie Chow, I'll be counting on you and President Shu to look out for me in the future. Chen Chi Hao stood up, raising his glass. You're too kind. Auntie Chow reluctantly took a small sip. So what do you think of the liquor? Chen Chi Hao asked. It's aromatic with a strong finish. Auntie Chow replied dismissively. Even with her experience with fine liquors, she had no idea this Mao Tai was a fake. Success. Chen Chi Hao celebrated silently. Even Auntie Chow didn't notice Manager Wang is a real pro. He gloated. Of course it is, it costs 50,000 yuan a bottle after all. The older the Mao Tai, the more valuable it is. Glancing across the table, he saw Ninh Trần had already downed 3 glasses, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Giving such good liquor to him is a complete waste, Lin Yuna scoffed. Chen Chi Hao just smirked. Brother Ning, I bet you've never had anything like this in your entire life, have you? This stuff is terrible, Ninh Trần said, putting down his glass with a frown. If it's so terrible, why'd you down a few ounces in one go? Yang Xiaoxing sneered. What a hick trying to act all sophisticated. Ye Liangping added. Brother Dali. Jiang Tang felt bad seeing Ninh Trần getting picked on. Xu Shuyan was just annoyed. What an idiot, can't he even defend himself? Just as Auntie Chow was about to step in, Ninh Trần suddenly dropped a bombshell. Young Master Chen, the more of this stuff I drink, the more I think something's wrong. You didn't serve us fake liquor, did you? Chen Chi Hao's chopsticks fell from his hand, his pupils constricting. What, you're crazy? Lin Yuna snapped. You just can't appreciate fine liquor, so you're calling it fake. The Peach Garden Hotel is the most prestigious in Qingzhou. They wouldn't dare sell counterfeit goods. Chen Chi Hao's face froze. This hick is sharper than he looks, even Auntie Chow couldn't tell. He shot a look at Manager Wang, who immediately rushed over. Our guest is just joking. Here we offer a 10-fold compensation for any counterfeit products. Is that so? Ninh Trần stared at him coldly. But this Mao Tai doesn't smell like it's been aged for 40 years. It smells more like a freshly bottled liquor. Manager Wang flinched. Sir, you're drunk. I'm as sober as a judge. Ninh Trần replied, his face not even flushed. Little Chen, don't be ridiculous. Auntie Chow gestured for him to stop. Peach Garden just became a 5-star hotel. There's no way that could happen. He's completely nuts, the rich kid sneered. Xu Shuyan shouted in embarrassment. Ninh Trần, sit down right now. In the entire room, only Jiang Tang was staring at Ninh Trần, blinking. She recalled what happened last week at the Intercontinental Hotel, when he insisted the mushroom soup was poisoned. And the lab results proved he was right. Bam! Chen Chi Hao slammed his hand on the table and shot up. Ninh Trần, I was kind enough to invite you to this meal, and instead of being grateful, you accuse me of serving fake liquor. If you don't like it, then get lost. Ning Chen just smirked and reached for the Maotai bottle. Manager Wang panicked and tried to grab it back, but Ning Chen was faster, snatching the bottle while his other hand clamped down on the manager's shoulder like an iron vice. Give that back! Manager Wang squirmed like a fish out of water. Ning Chen, what kind of drunken act is this? Let go of Manager Wang. Chen Qihao, realizing how tense things had gotten, quickly pushed his chair back and rushed over. Mom, you have to stop him. I can't stand this anymore. Xu Shuyan's face was burning with humiliation because of Ning Chen vowing to never ever go out to eat with him again. Just then, Ning Chen kicked Manager Wang away, his left hand clutching the bottle while his right hand smoothly peeled back the label. Seeing this, the faces of both Manager Wang and Chen Qihao went as white as a sheet. Auntie Chow, you should take a closer look. Ning Chen tossed the bottle over to her. She caught it confused, but when she looked at the spot where the label had been peeled away, she gasped. How is this possible? Mom, what is it, Auntie Chow? What's wrong? Xu Shuyan and Zhang Tang, neither of whom knew anything about liquor, leaned in curiously to get a look. The trio of rich kids, Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Ye Liangping, also gathered around. Right beneath where the label was, there was a tiny pinhole. It's a pinhole fake. Auntie Chow understood instantly. This kind of counterfeit is made by drilling a microscopic hole into an authentic bottle, siphoning out the good stuff and replacing it with cheap liquor, then carefully gluing the label back on to fool people. Shady restaurants often reuse real bottles like this, and most diners would never be able to tell. And even if they notice something is slightly off, they're often too hesitant to speak up. Manager Wang couldn't believe he'd been exposed by some kid. How is this possible? The bottle is actually fake. The three rich kids were completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were gushing about how great the liquor was, and now their faces felt hot as if they'd been slapped. It's actually a fake Xu Shuyan, and Zhang Tang stared at Ning Chen with wide eyes like he was some kind of freak. Brother Dali, how did you know you're so awesome? Zhang Tang's admiration for him deepened. Do you have X-ray vision or something? Ning Chen just smiled and shook his head. I just thought it smelled a little strange, so I decided to check it out, and who knew there'd actually be a pinhole. Manager Wang, didn't you say the Peach Garden Hotel never sells fakes? Then could you please explain what this hole is? Ning Chen said, pointing at the bottle. Or maybe the Maotai distillery just pokes holes in their bottles for fun. I don't know how that got there. Manager Wang's face twisted on the verge of tears. Chen Chihao's expression was thunderous. Playing dumb, are we? No problem. I'll just call the cops right now and let them investigate your connections. We'll find out who's pulling the strings then. Ning Chen smiled, taking out his phone. No, please don't, I'll confess. Manager Wang scrambled over and grabbed his hand. It was all me. Please, sir, don't call the police. I'll be fired. He collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He confessed that fast, Ning Chen thought, unimpressed. But this manager was a real moron. The truth was already plain to see. How could he possibly deny it in front of everyone? So it really was a fake. Xu Shuyan stared at Ning Chen, completely stunned, while the rich kids were all dead silent. Who could have guessed that this country hick would notice something that even the alcohol connoisseurs couldn't tell the difference? Unbelievable. A few minutes later, Manager Wang confessed the entire process of faking the liquor in front of everyone. How outrageous! Auntie Chow immediately pulled out her phone to call the police. Mrs. Chow, don't! Manager Wang crawled over and hugged her leg. He didn't want to lose his job that paid $50 million a month. Once the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel fired him for this, his future would be completely ruined. No other restaurant would dare to hire him. Did you think you could do something this bad and just get away with it? Auntie Chow scoffed coldly, but amidst the chaos, Ning Chen raised a hand to stop her. Auntie Chow, wait a second. I have another question for him. Ning Chen's face was serious. He knew full well that Chen Zhihao had deliberately bought this fake bottle to show off on the cheap. Chen Zhihao was also on alert and quickly pulled out his phone, pretending to call the police. Auntie Chow, brother Ning, why are we keeping this scoundrel around? Let's just send him to jail. Chen Zhihao, you bastard, you're involved in this too. Don't even think about pinning all the blame on me. Seeing how ruthless his accomplice was, Manager Wang didn't hold back anymore and exposed the entire truth. The whole room was shocked. Even the three rich playboys stared wide-eyed at Chen Zhihao. Trying to bite back because you're cornered. Chen Zhihao obviously refused to admit it, but you brought this on yourself, Chen Zhihao. Manager Wang knew he couldn't get away, so he decided to take someone down with him. He opened his phone and played a recording. Hello, Manager Wang, does the hotel have any more bottles of Maotai? Chen Zhihao's voice rang out clearly. Of course we have Maotai. No, I mean the fake stuff, you get me. Trying to scam someone again. What are you talking about, young master? This is just a way to cut costs. Stop beating around the bush, do you have it or not? I just got a batch of 82 vintage Maotai bottles. How much for the 82? The real stuff is 50 or 60 million. The fake stuff is only 1 million. $1 million for a fake? You're running a real racket? Come on, young master. I have to take risks too. Each part of the recording made Chen Zhihao grind his teeth in anger. Wang Hao, you dirty dog! You dared to record me secretly! He lunged forward to snatch the phone but was shoved to the ground by Ning Chen. I can't believe young Master Chen is so cheap he'd pull such a despicable stunt. Ning Chen sneered. How disgusting. Xu Shuhan and Jiang Tang looked at Chen Zhihao with utter contempt. Even Lin Weina and Yang Xiaoxing were victims. Chen Zhihao had originally planned to treat them to this meal meeting. The Shu family was just a coincidence. Chen Zhihao, if you don't have the money, then stop trying to act rich and generous. Xiao Xing Liangping, let's go. A so-called friend who scams his own people, we're done with you from now on. Lin Weina turned on her heel and forcefully kicked open the door to the VIP room and quickly walked out. The two young men following her also sneered in disdain, muttering, truly disgusting. Then they rushed to leave. Weina Xiao Xing, everyone. Chen Jihao's face was as red as a tomato, his teeth grinding as he glared at Ning Chen. You little punk Ning Chen, you scumbag, this isn't over between us, just you wait. He stormed out of the room and the heavy oak door slammed shut with a thunderous bang, shaking the entire long corridor. Hey, Brother Kun, I need your help with something. At the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel. That's right. Just wait for me at the main entrance. After leaving the VIP room, Chen Zhihao made a call to his gang, his eyes filled with cold hatred. Ning Chen, you country bumpkin, I'm going to settle the score with you today, just you wait. Meanwhile, Ning Chen was still in the VIP room eating to his heart's content. It was a shame Chen Zhihao had already bailed, so it looked like Auntie Chow would have to foot the bill. But soon after, an assistant general manager of the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel heard about the incident and rushed over offering to make the meal free of charge, on the condition that they keep the incident quiet. Seeing his sincere apology, Auntie Chow agreed. As for Manager Wang, he had been handed over to the police. Little Chen, are you sure you'll be okay eating that much? Back on the ground floor, Auntie Chow looked at Ning Chen with concern. He had eaten enough food for 7 or 8 people, how could his stomach possibly handle it? Don't worry, Auntie, I'm used to eating big meals. Ning Chen laughed and waved his hand. If he wasn't afraid of freaking out Auntie Chow and Jiang Tang, he would have cleaned off the entire banquet table. So he's really a powerhouse eater, huh? Jiang Tang giggled. That one meal is half a month's worth of food for me. Xu Shuhan pouted. He must have been an industrial-sized rice cooker in his past life. Huh. Just as he stepped out of the hotel entrance, Ning Chen suddenly felt a murderous glare coming from the row of peach trees by the road. He glanced over and spotted the resentful face of Chen Zhihao. Tsk, this is bad. Auntie, I ate too much, my stomach is churning, I told myself not to be greedy. Ning Chen suddenly clutched his stomach and grimaced. Auntie Chow quickly urged him, go quickly, then we'll wait for you here. Xu Shuhan quickly turned away, afraid of getting caught in any toxic gas from Ning Chen. Why's that guy running back into the hotel? Looks like he really has a stomachache, the gangsters with Chen Zhihao whispered among themselves. He quickly turned to the cross-eyed thug. Brother Kun, this is our chance. Let's follow him into the restroom and corner him. Why does that guy's back look so familiar? The cross-eyed man frowned, but didn't think much of it, leading his men as they followed Chen Zhihao into the hotel. They tracked Ning Chen to the public restroom, and seeing that no one was around, Chen Zhihao kicked the door open with a loud bang, an iron rod in his left hand. He pointed it right at Ning Chen, who was washing his hands. You surnamed Ning, today's the day you die. 5 or 6 gangsters rushed in and surrounded Ning Chen. Their cross-eyed leader was puffing on a cigarette, a smug look on his face. But to Chen Zhihao's surprise, Ning Chen wasn't scared at all. He just grabbed a few paper towels to dry his hands, glancing at them through the mirror. Which one of you dogs dares to mess with my Ma Kun's brother? The cross-eyed man froze mid-curse as he recognized the familiar face. His own face turned pale and his voice trembled. Chen, Brother Chen, this is a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. Oh, so you know me, Ning Chen smirked. This cross-eyed man was none other than Ma Kun, one of Bai Xiao's henchmen. His crossed eyes were the direct result of a previous encounter with Ning Chen. Brother Kun, what are you talking about? Chen Zhihao was baffled. Before he could even process what was happening, Ma Kun and his lackeys backed away, shaking like leaves. Shut up, Ma Kun suddenly turned and punched Chen Zhihao hard in the back of the neck, making him fall face first into the urinal. Beat him. Beat this bastard to death. Thwack pow! The 5 gangsters all started kicking and punching him. Chen Zhihao was beaten from the urinal to the door, his face a mess of bruises, tears, and snot. Don't hit me anymore, sob sob. Ma Kun quickly opened a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Ning Chen. Bro Ning, this was a huge misunderstanding. Have a smoke. No thanks, students don't smoke. Ning Chen waved his hand. He then walked over to the curled-up Chen Zhihao. Young Master Chen, seems like you forgot something. Bro Ning, I know I was wrong, spare me, Chen Zhihao cried out. That's not it. Ning Chen shook his head, think harder. I don't know. Damn you, Ma Kun kicked him in the side, think faster. Ning Chen pretended to gently remind him earlier in the VIP room you promised to treat everyone, and then just bolted. I ended up paying for the whole table, you get it. In reality, the hotel had comped the meal, but Ning Chen was deliberately framing him to squeeze some cash out of him. But I didn't eat anything, Chen Zhihao protested. Still talking back, Ma Kun slapped him so hard it left him dazed. Ning Chen said casually, it's not that much, just 15 million. 15 million? How is it that much? Chen Zhihao's eyes bulged. The food was almost 9 million plus a bottle of 82 Moutai, but that bottle was fake. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. It's real if I say it's real. Shut your damn mouth! Bro Ning told you to pay up, so do it. Any more crap and I'll kill you. Ma Kun raised his foot to kick again. Chen Zhihao had no choice but to grit his teeth and transfer the 15 million to Ning Chen. After getting the money, Ning Chen suddenly reached out, patted his face a few times, and then left. Chen Zhihao, his face pale as a ghost, immediately called the police. "Hello, officer. I've been robbed and beaten up. Hurry and help me." A few police officers came rushing over. Seeing Chen Zhihao standing there unharmed, the captain looked confused. "You're Chen Zhihao. That's right. You said you were assaulted." Chen Zhihao pointed to his face. "Are you guys blind? Can't you see how swollen my face is? It's killing me." The cops looked at each other, baffled. One of them muttered, "Hey Zhang, I think this kid's got some issues. Call number 7 hospital. At Qingzhou number 7 psychiatric hospital." "What the heck? How did this happen?" Chen Zhihao snatched his phone to look at his reflection. All the bruises were completely gone. He collapsed to the floor, the whites of his eyes rolling back. Downtown, an imposing building stood with a large stone carved with the character for martial. This was the headquarters of the Qingzhou branch of the Martial Arts Association. On the top floor, Vice President Liang Yongji was meeting with Duan Yang, the patriarch of the Duan family. "Vice President Liang, that student punk dared to publicly break my son's legs and cripple the martial arts of a Duan family retainer. If we wait until he graduates, won't he be completely out of control?" Duan Yang spoke about Ning Chen with fiery rage. "He's probably capable of murder and arson by now." Liang Yongji sipped his tea, his mind on something else. Mastery of outer strength at just 19, and he could cripple Iron Kick Qi. What kind of background could produce such an exceptional student? He debated whether to order Ning Chen's arrest, afraid that if he angered someone with a powerful backer, he'd lose his job in a flash. "Old Liang, when are you going to take action? This kid not only assaults people recklessly, but he also broke a national record at the sports meet, a blatant violation of the association's rules." Liang Yongji furrowed his brow. "That happened. Truly an undisciplined brat. He needs to be taught a harsh lesson before he becomes a real threat." Duan Yang slammed his hand on the table. "Let us discuss this in a meeting first." Liang Yongji waved him off, forcing Duan Yang to bite his tongue and leave. The Duan family wasn't qualified to give orders to the Martial Arts Association. "Oh, by the way, I heard that the martial artist cabinet from the Jing Nation has entered our territory," Duan Yang asked, turning back. Liang Yongxi's brows furrowed. "You're certainly well informed, but their purpose is none of your concern." That afternoon, Yi Chao led Ning Chen, Xu Shuyan, and Jiang Tang back to the villa after a day out, just as the sun began to set. Yi Chao was lounging on the sofa, Xu Shuyan was in the shower, and Jiang Tang was in the garden playing with Hei Long. The sound of cheerful laughter mixed with the dog's barking filled the air. Watching the scene, Ning Chen suddenly felt that his current life was quite peaceful. Even with martial artists, Earth was still safer than the little southern heaven realm. Just then his phone rang. "Hi, young friend," Ning Wen Yue's voice came through. "Old man Wen, what's up? I'd like to invite you to lunch tomorrow. Interested? Is the food any good? If not, I'm too lazy to go." "Then what would you like to eat? I'll have my butler prepare it." "Nah, it's up to you. I never turn down a gourmet meal." After they set the time, Jiang Tang ran inside drenched in sweat. Big Bro Dali, who was that on the phone? Ning Chen slipped his phone into his pocket. "An old guy invited me to a meal. I'm a divine doctor. He's asking me to treat someone." Jiang Tang tilted her head, looking skeptical. The next day, Ning Chen looked up the address for Juxi Manor and hailed a taxi right away. Just as he left, a car with a white license plate pulled into Rose Garden. "Captain Huo, that's him." The young driver in a black and yellow uniform pointed at the taxi. The muscular man in the back seat opened his eyes. "Follow them." An hour later, the taxi drove around the scenic West Lake before stopping in front of a private manor at the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain. This was Juxi Manor, one of the 10 most luxurious villas in all of Qingzhou. "I heard this place is worth several billion." "Wow," the taxi driver said with an admiring look. Ning Chen paid it no mind, casually walking toward the gate. It was just a small mortal manor, nothing worth mentioning compared to the gates of the Pure Yang Infinite Palace. A middle-aged female housekeeper was waiting at the gate. She was surprised to learn that Ning Chen was the old master's guest for the day. Juxi Manor was enormous, and after walking down a long central avenue, they entered a 6-story building with a creative East meets West design, obviously done by a famous designer. "You're here." Wen Qinglan emerged from the living room looking at Ning Chen and noticing he'd arrived empty-handed without any sort of gift. "A little courtesy would have been nice." Ning Chen glanced at his senior student, gave a slight nod, and didn't even bother to look her in the eye. "Where's old Wen Qinglan?" held back her irritation and turned toward the second floor. Follow me." Ning Chen followed, leaving the housekeeper and several maids completely stunned. Did I hear that right? That young man called the old master old man. Just then, a security guard rushed in. "Butler Sun, someone's here." "It's the supervision team from the Martial Arts Association." What the housekeeper, Miss Sun, was shocked. The old master invited the Martial Arts Association's supervision team today and didn't tell me. The guard replied, "It's not for you, Miss Sun. Team leader Huo said he's looking for a guy named Ninh Tran." Housekeeper Sun was stunned. Ninh Tran. On the second floor inside a Chinese-style dining room, Wen Yue invited Ninh Tran to take a seat, gesturing to a table laden with delicacies. "Young friend, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I had them prepare a little something from all 8 major cuisines. How is it?" "It's decent." Ninh Trần sat down, used his chopsticks to grab a piece of abalone from the Buddha jumps over the wall soup and quickly wolfed it down. Wen Yue didn't expect Ninh Trần to be so casual and gave a strained smile. Wen Qinglan muttered in annoyance. He really has no manners. Not bad, Ninh Trần said, gnawing on an 8 treasure duck foot. Wen Yue chuckled and sat down. I'm glad you're enjoying it, young friend. My grandpa pulled a ton of strings last night to get over a dozen master chefs from Qingzhou's top hotels. He spent hundreds of thousands on this meal, of course it's good. Wen Qinglan snorted coldly. Her table manners were far more elegant than Ninh Trần. She delicately picked up a jade green pea and chewed slowly. But Ninh Trần seemed completely unfazed by Wen Yue's efforts, just burying his head in his food, which made her furious. Wen Yue made small talk with Ninh Trần, trying to figure out his background. In truth, today's meal was just to build a good relationship. Wen Yue saw Ninh Trần as a stock with huge potential. But before long, the dining room door was shoved open and the guards couldn't stop the people barging in. Little Joe, what is going on? Wen Yue stood up displeased, and frowned upon seeing 3 men in the uniform of the Martial Arts Association. One of them stepped forward, glancing at Ninh Trần. Wen Yue seemed to guess what was happening while Ninh Trần just kept eating. The man who approached asked, "Which one of you is Ninh Trần?" "Old Master Wen, pardon the intrusion." The man Huo-U cupped his fist as a powerful aura radiated from him, intimidating Wen Qinglan. Peak external key. Old Master Wen frowned. The Martial Arts Association is doing well for itself. A mere supervision team captain. Already has the cultivation of peak external key. One of the other men said, "Old Master Wen, that is Ninh Trần." Huo-U gave a formal nod, then pointed at the still-eating Ninh Trần and declared, "I am under orders to take him in for investigation." "Absolutely not!" Wen Yue shook his head firmly. "Ninh Trần is my guest and my student. I can't just let you take him away." "Old Master, are you trying to defy President Liang's direct order? Don't forget you're a standing member of this branch." Huo-U smirked and pulled out an arrest warrant bearing the bright red seal of the Martial Arts Association. The moment Wen Qinglan saw the warrant, she knew this was serious. That guy is always causing trouble and never listens to anyone. He finally went and messed with the Martial Arts Association. He totally deserves that. Wen Qinglan glared at Ninh Trần, but seeing him still eating, she just sighed and shook her head. "Captain Huo, have you eaten yet?" Wen Yue tried to change the subject. "Why don't you stay for a bite?" "No need. I have to get this punk back to headquarters right away." Huo-U held up the warrant and said nonchalantly, "The association has been busy lately." With that, he and his men started walking toward Ninh Trần. Wen Yue and Wen Qinglan exchanged a look. She could see the worry on her grandpa's face, but with an official warrant, what could they possibly do? "Try to stop the Martial Arts Association from making an arrest. You've got to be kidding. That would cause a huge incident." "Finished eating yet?" Huo-U asked, standing beside Ninh Trần, not making a move just yet. Ninh Trần glanced at him, then completely ignored him. "You little punk!" a younger supervisor shouted. Huo-U stopped him, then held up the warrant and read, "Ninh Trần, born in 1993, from Dongyang, 19 years old, currently a first-year clinical medicine student at Qingzhou University." After reading off the basic info, Huo-U held out the warrant. "I am Huo-U, captain of Supervision Team 2 of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association branch. By the authority of the law, I am here to arrest and question you." The moment he finished speaking, Ninh Trần stopped eating. He straightened his back, took the warrant, and casually used it to wipe his mouth. Huo-U's eyes bulged. The 2 supervisors behind him and the Wen family duo were completely stunned. "Reap." After wiping his mouth, Ninh Trần tore the arrest warrant to shreds and threw the pieces in Huo-U's face. "This is nothing but a piece of toilet paper to me." Wen Qinglan's jaw hit the floor, all her elegance forgotten. "This guy is insane. He actually dared to rip up a warrant from the Martial Arts Association. You've got a death wish," Huo-U roared, slamming his fist on the table. Crack! With a loud bang, the solid rosewood table shattered in 2. Dishes clattered to the floor and soup splashed everywhere. The scene was a total mess. Ninh Trần expression instantly turned grim. "I've been a supervision captain for 5 years, and I've never met a martial artist as cocky as you." Huo-U, still not grasping the gravity of the situation, yelled, "Little Wu, little Li, arrest him." "Yes, sir." The 2 supervisors flanked Ninh Trần, one on his left and one on his right. One of them looked cautious and grim, knowing that Ninh Trần had reached the great accomplishment level of external key, which was way stronger than them. If it came to a real fight, they would be no match for him at all. The other guy, however, was more reckless. He slapped a hand on Ninh Trần shoulder in a restraining gesture and said, "All right, you're coming with us." In his mind, no martial artist would ever dare to lay a hand on a member of the association's supervision team. That would be a sign of ultimate disrespect, a crime that would add another charge. But Ninh Trần just gave a slight shrug of his shoulder, and an invisible force shot out. The supervisor screamed his hand, feeling like 1,000 needles had just pierced it. He yanked it back to find his palm a bloody mess. The supervisor's eyes went wide. "You dare to injure me? Do you have any idea what you've just done? What a pain. Try that again and I won't be so gentle. Hearing that, Huo-u flew into a rage and reached out to grab Ninh Trần himself. He's nuts. Absolutely bonkers. Wen Qinglin thought, terrified. She couldn't believe Ninh Trần had not only ripped up the association's warrant, but had also attacked one of their supervisors. His life was basically over. Crash. Just then, a dark figure flew through the air and slammed hard against the wall. Resisting arrest with violence, you're asking to die, Huo-u roared. He knew the young man before him was at the great accomplishment level of external Qi, so he didn't hold back, immediately unleashing his signature move. A powerful advancing elbow strike from his Bajiquan style slammed right into Ninh Trần chest. Thump. Hearing the dull impact, the cautious supervisor's face lit up with glee. Captain Huo has been training in Bajiquan for over 30 years. His power is ferocious like a tiger's. Taking a direct hit from that elbow strike, forget a person, even a tiger would be gravely injured. Wen Yue's heart sank, as if he could feel the pain himself. But reality was nothing like they expected. Ninh Trần was just looking at Huo-u like he was a complete idiot. What was that? Huo-u's eyes slowly widened in disbelief. You're completely fine. I hate it when people interrupt me while I'm eating. With that, Ninh Trần delivered a swift kick, then glanced at the gourmet feast, now ruined on the floor, and sighed. It was only then that Wen Yue snapped out of it, staring at Ninh Trần in utter shock. Young friend, you're not at the great accomplishment level of external Qi. He's at the peak of external Qi, or maybe he's even an internal Qi master. Wen Qinglin's eyes went wide as she covered her mouth, her mind completely blown. Inner strength at 19 years old, is that even possible? Aren't you gonna get lost? Ninh Trần yelled at the young supervisor, who looked like he was about to have a heart attack. The young supervisor gulped. He didn't dare talk back and scrambled to carry his partner away. Young friend, you were too reckless. Wen Yue stepped forward, waving for the maids to clean up, and spoke seriously to Ninh Trần. At first, the Martial Arts Association just wanted to investigate you. But now that you've attacked their people, the situation has changed. Next time it won't be the supervision team, it'll be the riot squad. You should prepare yourself. The guys on the riot squad are all vicious characters. Their leader will definitely be an inner strength master. Ninh Trần acted like he didn't hear a thing, and turned to the housekeeper. I'm still not full, can you make some more food? The housekeeper froze and looked at Wen Yue, who nodded. She hurried into their kitchen to prepare it. He's not scared at all. Could he also be an inner strength master, or have one backing him up? Wen Yue was trying to feel him out, but seeing Ninh Trần act so nonchalant, he thought to himself, that's right. His master, the exalted Yao Guang, could he be a Transformation Realm Grandmaster, or even a Zhongxi? He was startled. If that's the case, then Ninh Trần really has nothing to fear, and it makes sense why he'd dare to attack the supervision team. A martial Dao Grandmaster is a terrifying existence. In a city of 3 to 5 million people, there's at most only one, and even the ancient Martial Arts Association would have to try and win them over. A moment later, the housekeeper returned and told Wen Yue they didn't have enough ingredients in the kitchen. Who would have thought? This would happen while hosting a guest. With no delicious food to be had, Ninh Trần chose to chat with Wen Yue for a bit before leaving. The news of Ninh Trần beating up the Martial Arts Association's supervision team quickly spread throughout the community, causing quite a stir. When Liang Yongji heard the news, his face turned purple with rage, and he called his secretary in. Little Hu, send out an order to immediately arrest this student for violently resisting. I don't care who's backing him, he has to pay the price. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Martial Arts Association be? Just as he finished speaking, the desk phone rang. Liang Yongji angrily picked it up and said a few words, then his face went pale. He collapsed into his chair, still holding the receiver. Chairman Liang. What's wrong? The secretary rushed over. He's coming to Qingzhou! He's coming to Qingzhou! He's coming to Qingzhou! Liang Yongji repeated, his expression ugly. Damn it, this is so damn bad. Why is that person coming to Qingzhou? What does he want? Chairman Liang, who are you talking about? The secretary asked, confused. As the vice chairman of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association branch, who could possibly scare him this much? The sword saint of Japan, Tokugawa Ichiro. Liang Yongji spat out the name through gritted teeth. After leaving the Nine Creeks Villa, Ninh Trần casually headed home. On his way through the market, he bought a few pounds of ribs and stopped by a nearby traditional medicine shop to get some herbs, planning to make a medicinal stew for dinner. Having lived for 2,000 years in the Little Southern Heaven, besides Taoist arts, martial arts, formation arrays, and medicine, he also learned how to cook. But he was lazy and rarely cooked for himself. Back home, he was simmering the ribs while reading a novel. Suddenly, he remembered he forgot to buy green onions. Ever since my primordial spirit was damaged, my memory has been getting worse and worse. Ninh Trần rubbed his temples. Little Tang, watch the stove for me, I'm going out to buy a couple of scallions. Before he left, he said to Jiang Tang, who was lying on the sofa, playing a MOBA on her phone with Xu Shuyan. Okay, strong bro, to the farmer's market. Ninh Trần strolled over to a vegetable stall. Boss, how much for the green onions? 6 yuan a pound. The owner was a chubby, friendly-looking man. I'll take 2. Ninh Trần picked one up to look at it. Got it. The owner picked out 2 and was about to bag them. Oh wait, I don't want them. Ninh Trần glanced at the next stall and saw some Shandong green onions that were over 3 feet long and looked much better. Hey kid, you can't just say you don't want them. The chubby owner grumbled as he put the onions back. Ninh Trần walked over to the stall with the Shandong green onions, and just as he was about to ask the price, something unexpected happened. The stall owner's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Ninh Trần was stunned, a giant question mark appearing over his head. Immediately after, all the nearby stall owners and customers fell to the ground unconscious, creating an incredibly bizarre scene. Thud, 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 the sound of bodies hitting the floor was endless. If it were a normal person, they would have been scared to death. But this was Ninh Trần. He immediately located the culprit. There was a large hole in the market's ceiling. On a support beam below it, 2 figures were standing. One was a skinny old man in a kimono holding a samurai sword. An invisible, colorless sword intent radiated from his body like a tidal wave. It caused anyone it touched to immediately pass out, except for Ninh Trần and a young man standing in front of the old man. This young man was covered in dozens of sword wounds, but none of them were deep or fatal. They just made him bleed profusely, almost turning him into a man made of blood. He was half kneeling on the steel beam, panting heavily as blood continuously dripped from his small wounds to the floor below. Do you feel it now, Yegulu? The old man held his sword level, his cold voice speaking in Japanese tinged with hatred. The pain that Toshio endured, I will make you pay it back 100 times over. The great sword saint of Japan, crossing the vast ocean to personally hunt down a junior like me, Tokugawa Ichiro. Aren't you afraid that if this gets out, people will laugh their heads off? The young man snorted coldly. Are those your last words? Tokugawa Ichiro was completely unfazed. Damn it, this old geezer chased me all the way from Haiban to Qingzhou, but he never dealt the final blow. Is he just toying with me? The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a desperate will to live. Am I Yegulu going to die here today? Is there someone else who hasn't passed out? In that life or death moment, Yegulu's eyes darted around, and he spotted Ninh Trần standing thoughtfully in front of a stall. He was stunned. Tokugawa Ichiro had clearly unleashed his sword intent over a radius of several hundred yards. Nothing should have been able to stay conscious. In this situation, should I still pay? Or should I just grab 2 scallions and sneak away? It's not like they cost much anyway. Ninh Trần thought to himself. Tokugawa Ichiro up in the air also noticed him, a hint of confusion on his face. What's going on? Where did this brat come from? He focused his vision and glared fiercely at Ninh Trần. An invisible, colorless mental shockwave shot out something that even an inner strength master like even Yegulu wouldn't have been able to withstand the sword saint Tokugawa Ichiro's gaze, and would have fainted instantly, but the reality was the complete opposite. Ninh Trần didn't feel a thing, and even reached out to grab 2 green onions. He looked like he was just there to buy some groceries. What Tokugawa Ichiro's eyes widened as he stared at the young Chinese man in disbelief. Yegulu also realized what was going on. How could an ordinary person possibly withstand Tokugawa Ichiro's terrifying gaze? You have to understand, this Japanese sword saint was the founder of a world-class organization, the Jingoku Samurai Association, and even grandmasters who came before him would only be cut down and killed. Such resilient mental fortitude, Tokugawa Ichiro wasn't in a hurry to kill Yegulu anymore, and instead became interested in Ninh Trần. He swung his samurai sword and a flash of white sword chi shot out. It sliced through the stall as if it were tofu, sending vegetables flying everywhere, and even severed a reinforced concrete pillar. The 2 Shandong green onions that Ninh Trần had just picked were also chopped in half. Are you nuts? Ninh Trần pointed directly at Tokugawa Ichiro and yelled, If you want to fight, fine, but why the heck did you chop up my veggies? Yegulu was completely stunned and speechless. Any normal person seeing this would be freaking out right now, wouldn't they? Interesting. Tokugawa Ichiro smirked, finding himself even more intrigued by Ninh Trần. Hey buddy, run for it. At that moment, Yegulu yelled a warning from above. Go to the Ye family in Haitan and tell my father to avenge me. Ninh Trần couldn't be bothered with either of them. He tossed aside the chopped up onions and picked up another whole one. Swoosh! The white sword chi shot out again and sliced the green onion to bits. A vein bulged on Ninh Trần forehead as he slowly raised his head. Old man, you've got a death wish, don't you? Who exactly are you? Tokugawa Ichiro sneered, staring at Ninh Trần and speaking in broken Chinese. Did the Ancient Martial Arts Association really send a kid like you here to die? I'm just here to buy some groceries. I have no interest in getting involved in your affairs. Ninh Trần took a deep breath. If you dare chop my green onions again, I'll chop you up, I mean it. After saying that, he bent down again to pick up the last whole green onion. Swoosh! The white sword chi shot out once more. He was the great sword saint after all, an existence who surpassed grandmasters. How could he let some kid scare him? You tell me not to chop and I don't chop. Wouldn't that make me lose a lot of face? I'm not just gonna chop the onion. I'm gonna chop you too. With that thought, Tokugawa Ichiro decided not to waste any more time on a small fry like Ninh Trần. This strike was meant to kill both the man and the onion as a warning to the Ancient Martial Arts Association. But in the next second, Ninh Trần mysteriously disappeared. The sword saint's attack actually missed. But Tokugawa Ichiro was horrified, and quickly focused his senses scanning his surroundings to find Ninh Tran's position. Behind me! He spun around, and sure enough, there was Ninh Tran. The young Chinese man with a still somewhat boyish face was holding the green onion like it was a sword, his expression as cold as ice. This is bad. Tokugawa Ichiro's heart hammered in his chest. He's an expert. He had completely misjudged him. This young man was also an expert beyond the Grandmaster level. That devious ancient martial arts association. Tokugawa Ichiro roared, and just as he raised his samurai sword, the green onion struck his neck with incredible speed. Then the unthinkable happened. Tokugawa Ichiro's head flew high into the air as blood gushed out like a fountain. The Sword Saint of Japan had been beheaded. Witnessing this scene, Yagulu's mind went completely blank. Ninh Tran landed back on the ground and watched Tokugawa Ichiro's body fall with a disgusted look, muttering he was really asking to die. He tossed away the green onion he'd used for the kill and ran to another stall to grab a new one. He also casually grabbed a few winter bamboo shoots before strolling out of the market. Only then did Yagulu snap back to his senses, grabbing his head and tearing at his hair. He's dead, the Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro is dead. Beheaded by a single green onion. Wait, Yagulu quickly leapt down from above, landing beside Ninh Tran and looking at him with a complex and amazed expression. Say, Senior, what is it? Ninh Tran glanced at him. Thud Yagulu dropped to his knees, cupped his fists, and said, Senior, please accept me as your disciple. I'm not taking any disciples. Ninh Tran turned to leave. Senior, you must accept me. Yagulu hurriedly ran in front of Ninh Tran and pleaded, Get out of the way. Ninh Tran looked impatient and deliberately said, If you were a girl, I might consider it, but as for guys, forget it. Senior. Yagulu gritted his teeth. I can dress up as a girl, too. Yagulu gritted his teeth again. Is it really not possible? He didn't get to finish his sentence. He felt a pressure on the back of his neck and then fell unconscious. Before he passed out, all he saw was a person carrying a plastic bag striding out of the market. I didn't expect there to be Foundation establishment cultivators on Earth. What a surprise. On his way back, Ninh Tran deliberately avoided the security cameras. That's right. That old Japanese swordsman from earlier was a minor Foundation establishment cultivator. Although his foundation was a bit impure, he had indeed reached the stage making his strength far beyond that of a normal cultivator. But in front of a nascent soul old monster like him, it was nowhere near enough. Not even close. He didn't even need to use his spiritual energy. Just his true Qi was enough to kill him in a second. I hope this doesn't drag me into anything. Ninh Tran prayed silently. He just wanted to live his days in peace. When he got home, he chopped the green onions and put them in the pot, slowly waiting for the stewed ribs to finish cooking. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were in the living room playing Arena of Valor. The two of them had been really hooked on the game recently. Meanwhile, the ancient martial arts world was rocked by a massive earthquake. The legendary figure of the Jingoku Samurai Association sword. Saint Tokugawa Ichiro had died in the Jiangnan region of China, beheaded in a single blow. Hearing this news, many people's first reaction was that it had to be fake. Tokugawa Ichiro's cultivation was above the Grandmaster level, his swordsmanship was divine, and he had once slain a giant whale in the middle of the ocean. This was why the world revered him as the Sword Saint. It was because of him that the Jingoku Samurai Association was considered a top global power. Even in China, a land of hidden masters, Tokugawa Ichiro could have easily swept through most of the experts there. But when a gory photo of a decapitated body was posted on the Ancient Martial Arts Forum, everyone was stunned. It was really him, Tokugawa Ichiro, Japan's Sword Saint. He's dead. This picture has to be photoshopped, right? It's not the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association headquarters just held an emergency press conference. Tokugawa Ichiro has indeed fallen. They say he died in a market in Qingzhou. Tokugawa Ichiro came for revenge because his beloved disciple was killed by the Yi family's young master. So who could have killed him? It must have been the Grandmaster of the Martial Arts Association. The Grandmaster, oh my god. No wonder. The Ancient Martial Arts Forum is dedicated to martial arts. All users have to be registered martial artists. Since its creation, it's never been this lively. The death of Tokugawa Ichiro made countless lurkers come out of the woodwork. Everyone was excitedly discussing the truth behind the death of Japan's Sword Saint. 3 days later at the Yi family's White Cloud Mountain in Haiban. The Ye family is the biggest clan in Haiban with practically no rivals. And they're even a top-tier martial arts family in all of China. Today, a group of people in Martial Arts Association uniforms marched imposingly through the White Cloud Mountain villa, finally stopping in front of an ancient pavilion. Family head, we couldn't stop them. A few Ye family guards lowered their heads in shame. The Ye family head stood blocking the pavilion, frowning slightly. Master Ye, the leader of the association group, was a robust man in his 50s, over 6 feet 2 with a commanding presence. We're from the High Council under orders from the elders to investigate the cause of Tokugawa Ichiro's death. According to our information, young Master Ye Gulu might know something. Please allow us to meet with him. A gentle, beautiful woman stepped out of the pavilion and said to the family head, Little Lu just woke up, he needs to rest, have them come back tomorrow. Madam, this matter is very important. Please let us see the young Master Ye. The leader's voice was urgent. Very well. The Ye family head thought for a moment. Everyone follow me, thank you for your understanding. The elite group from the Martial Arts Association filed in and quickly went up to the third floor. Yegulu was covered in bandages, lying in bed with an unusually pale face. Faced with everyone's questioning, Yegulu could only struggle to utter two words. The martial progenitor. The martial progenitor really appeared. The association leader's pupils contracted as he stepped forward excitedly. Young Master Ye, please tell us more. Where is the martial progenitor now? I don't know. Yegulu shook his head, saying word by word he killed Tokugawa Ichiro, and then left. He didn't say anything to me. The association leader was disappointed, asked a few more questions, and then left. As soon as they were gone, Yegulu immediately sat up in bed. Turns out his injuries weren't as serious as the online rumors claimed. Seeing his father walk in, he asked Dad, "Are they gone, yes?" The Ye family head nodded, then sat on the bed with a complicated expression. Little Lou, what you just said was too strange. Were you having a nightmare? No, absolutely not. Yegulu shook his head. The one who killed the sword. Saint Tokugawa Ichiro wasn't the martial progenitor, the founder of the Martial Arts Association, but someone even younger than me. Brother, you must be delirious. A young woman with stunningly beautiful features said worriedly. Younger than you? Wouldn't that make him just over 20? Tokugawa Ichiro was a martial king level expert. There are only a handful of martial kings in all of China. How could such a terrifying existence be killed by a 20-year-old? Dad, you should get a few more doctors to come check on his head. The Yi family head nodded. You're right, we need to get him thoroughly checked. It wasn't a dream. It absolutely wasn't a dream, Yegulu insisted firmly. After his father and sister left, he took out his phone and called a close friend. Hello, young Master Ye. What's the occasion? It's rare to get a call from you. The other end of the line was noisy, like he was at a bar. Shin-Fen, help me find someone. If you find them, I'll owe you big time. Who is it, guy or girl, to get the great young Master Ye so worked up? The young man named Shin-Fen said in surprise. Cut the crap, I'm sending you the info I have. Get on it right away. Yes, whatever young Master Ye says. After hanging up, Yegulu couldn't calm down. He wished he could meet that guy again immediately. Someone younger than him with such terrifying strength, he had to make him his master no matter what. For the next few days, Ninh Trần went to school during the day and played Arena of Valor at the villa with Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang at night. Life was pretty chill. What surprised him was that after defeating Huo Yu, the Martial Arts Association didn't bother him anymore. Well, this was good too. On Friday night, Wang Yinhua suddenly texted him saying she'd gone to Lingnan and specially bought a large batch of pale hand mushrooms for him. This type of poisonous mushroom was something the locals in Lingnan didn't dare touch because its toxins were extremely hard to remove. Even when thoroughly cooked, it wasn't guaranteed to be safe, so it wasn't expensive. The main cost was shipping. Brother Chen, I've arranged a partnership with a logistics company in Lingnan. If you need it, I can have them ship a batch every month. What do you think? At the Diamond Club in an office? Wang Yinhua smiled as she served tea to Ninh Trần. Yeah, thanks for the trouble, Ninh Trần replied casually, then bent down to open the sack and reached in to pick up a pure white pale hand mushroom. Brother Chen, be careful. Wang Yinhua didn't know Ninh Trần had a body immune to all poisons and quickly tried to stop him. The two goons at the door were so shocked their eyelids twitched. They never expected Ninh Trần to bring the poisonous mushroom straight to his mouth, take a bite, and chew it with relish. What are you two standing there for? Call an ambulance. Wang Yinhua turned and yelled at her two underlings. Ninh Trần waved his hand. No need, I'm fine. Brother Chen, are you really okay? Wang Yinhua couldn't believe it. The boss in Lingnan who helped me buy the pale hand mushrooms warned me over and over again that even when cooked, this mushroom can't be eaten directly. It has to go through multiple processing steps, let alone eating it raw. But Ninh Trần remained calm, chewing slowly for a moment before his eyes widened in surprise. It actually contains spiritual energy. What? Wang Yinhua was confused. Bring me a truckload of these every month. Ninh Trần picked up the sack from the floor, left her with those words, and then walked out. Wang Yinhua was stunned. She couldn't understand how Ninh Trần could eat such a deadly poisonous mushroom and be completely fine. Even the locals in Lingnan were terrified just talking about it. Yet the poisonous mushrooms from Lingnan actually contained a faint trace of spiritual energy. It seems I'll have to make a trip to Lingnan when I have the time. Leaving the Diamond Club, Ninh Trần thought to himself. Although the concentration of spiritual energy in the Azure Devil's hand mushroom was pathetically low, it was better than nothing. Perhaps in Lingnan, a land with such precious feng shui, he could find medicinal herbs to help heal his injuries. On the way back, Ninh Trần casually bought some more herbs and easily neutralized the poison of the Azure Devil's hand mushroom, stewing it with a hen. He created a soup so delicious that Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang almost swallowed their own tongues. He was afraid the two girls might sneak a taste, so he specifically warned them about the toxicity of the Azure Devil's hand mushrooms stored in the kitchen pantry. He told them not to eat it on their own, because he wouldn't be responsible if they died. Gradually, Xu Shuyan began to accept Ninh Trần presence. She went from hating him at first, locking her door every night, and throwing out his ingredients, to calmly eating the meals he cooked. Every night, the three of them would play Arena of Valor together. This change in her own feelings was something Xu Shuyan herself found hard to believe. As the days passed, the Martial Arts Association still hadn't come to bother Ninh Trần. This was because they had recently run into a major incident. All the manpower of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association was dispatched to investigate the cause of Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro's death, leaving them no time to deal with him. But Wen Yue always felt uneasy. Whether or not Ninh Trần had a grandmaster backing him, making an enemy of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association was not a good thing. At this point in his capacity as a standing committee member, he came up with the idea of mediating a truce. That day, Ninh Trần was eating in the cafeteria with Fatty Fang and Zheng Dachun when suddenly a fragrant figure appeared beside him. "Ninh Trần, come with me, my grandfather wants to see you." It was Wen Qinglan. For some reason, even though Wen Qinglan knew Ninh Trần was much stronger than her, she still didn't respect him, and her tone was far from polite. "Hey, Ninh Trần, Senior Wen is calling for you." Fatty Fang nudged Ninh Trần with his elbow to remind him. Oh. Ninh Trần didn't seem to care, looking up at Wen Qinglan and saying, "I'm almost done with my food. Go get me some more." Wen Qinglan clenched her fists, wanting nothing more than to smash her food tray over Ninh Trần head, but she only dared to think about it. Ninh Trần was a peak external energy genius who had even defeated Supervisor Huo Yu from the Martial Arts Association. He could crush her with a single finger. "You just wait." While all the surrounding students were gossiping about whether the furious Wen Qinglan was going to slap Ninh Trần, she instead turned and walked towards the food counter. After lunch, Ninh Trần followed Wen Qinglan to the principal's office in the administration building. Wen Yue was inside brewing tea. Seeing Ninh Trần arrive, he quickly stood up. He greeted him with a warm smile. "Little friend, please have a seat." "Old Wen, if you have something to say, just spit it out. I've been busy lately." Ninh Trần sat down on the sofa. "Oh, and what have you been busy with?" Wen Yue asked curiously. He thought Ninh Trần must be busy practicing some peerless martial art. But to his surprise, Ninh Trần just pulled out his phone and started playing a game. "Teamy." The distinct sound rang out from his phone. Wen Qinglan glanced over and scoffed. "So you're busy playing Arena of Valor." "Yeah, so what?" Ninh Trần didn't even look up, his thumbs flying across the screen. Wen Yue gave a wry smile and said, "Little friend, could you maybe pause your game? I brought you here because I have something important to discuss." Ninh Trần still did not look up. "I'm doing something important too. Just go ahead and talk." Wen Yue shook his head helplessly. "It's about what happened before when you beat up the supervision team from the Martial Arts Association. They're not going to just let that go. Little friend, are you free this afternoon? I can take you to the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association headquarters. You can apologize directly to President Liang, and I'll put in a good word for you." "President Liang probably won't make things difficult for a student like you." Ninh Trần shook his head. "Can't be bothered. If the Martial Arts Association wants trouble, they can come find me. I'm not afraid worst case. I'll just take down their riot squad too." The corner of Wen Qinglan's mouth twitched. "He's crazy talking about fighting a riot squad." "Little friend, listen to my advice. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. You have to learn some restraint." Wen Yue pleaded earnestly. "Just think about it. The Martial Arts Association is a huge organization. If they keep sending people after you, it'll be incredibly annoying. Besides, you have a family, right?" "That's true." Ninh Trần reconsidered. "So if I apologize, they'll let it go." Yes, Wen Yue quickly assured him. He keenly realized this young man wasn't afraid of anything except being bothered. "Fine, I'll apologize," Ninh Trần said indifferently, phone still in hand. "But you have to wait for me to finish this match. I can't just let my team down." Wen Yue was speechless, and Wen Qinglan was at a complete loss for words. One second he's talking about fighting a riot squad, the next he's agreeing to apologize. Does this guy have any of a martial artist's backbone? 10 minutes later, seeing the giant victory text on his screen, Ninh Trần smiled with satisfaction, and finally left with the two Wens. At a location in the city center, at the headquarters of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, Vice President Liang Yongzhe was in the middle of a meeting. Hearing that Wen Yue had brought Ninh Trần, he was a bit surprised and told them to wait in the reception room. Liang Yongzhe decided to make the kid wait for a bit to teach him some patience. "Yes, President Liang?" The young secretary bowed and left. Just like that, they waited for 3 whole hours. Ninh Trần got bored and pulled out his phone to play Arena of Valor. Wen Yue and Wen Qinglan had no choice but to wait. "Grandpa, they're doing this on purpose, aren't they?" Wen Qinglan quickly grew impatient, complaining to Wen Yue. "We've been here forever, and aside from someone topping off our tea, we haven't seen a single person in charge. You're a standing committee member of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. For crying out loud, how can they show you so little respect?" A major incident occurred in the association recently. President Liang has been swamped with meetings. Wen Yue calmed his fuming granddaughter. "It's a big deal." Wen Qinglan blinked curiously. Could it be the rumor on the ancient martial arts forum, the Sword Saint of Japan, Tokugawa Ichiro, died? Right here in our Qingzhou, causing a huge stir everywhere. This news has already spread throughout the country's martial arts world, it's no secret. He glanced at Ninh Trần playing a game beside him and revealed that Tokugawa Ichiro was a patriarch-level figure in the Jingguo Samurai Association. He held a transcendent status in Japan, and both countries want to investigate his death thoroughly. According to intel from above, the one who killed Tokugawa Ichiro, is very likely the founder of our martial arts association, Chief Chen Yishan. Hearing the name Chen Yishan, Wen Qinglan screamed in shock. What association chief, Chen Yishan? Oh my god, Grandpa! Hasn't the association chief been missing for over 10 years? Why did he suddenly reappear? Grandpa is the association chief in Qingzhou right now. He's the idol of every martial artist in Huaguo. I really want to meet him. Wen Qinglan tugged on Wen Yue's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What kind of person is the association chief? How could ordinary people like us ever get to meet him? Wen Yue chuckled, then glanced at Ning Chen again, seeing him still absorbed in his game. He couldn't help but ask, little friend, do you know the association chief? I don't know any association chief, I only know the campus queen. Ning Chen replied dismissively. But Wen Qinglan glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Is the association chief someone you can just joke about? All right, I've never heard of him, Ning Chen said without looking up. You've never even heard of the association chief, you're so clueless. Wen Qinglan pouted. Even though Ning Chen was at the peak of the outer force realm when it came to the martial arts world, he was completely ignorant, like he just came out from deep in the mountains. A moment later, a burly middle-aged man in a tang suit walked into the reception room. Elder Wen, my apologies for making you wait. The middle-aged man was the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, Liang Yongji. President Liang, you're too kind. Elder Wen stood up and waved his hand, indicating it was no problem. He immediately leaned over to introduce Ning Chen to Liang Yongji. President Liang, this is Ning Chen, he's here today to apologize. Oh, Liang Yongji hadn't been told beforehand, and his eyes flashed as he stared intently at Ning Chen playing a game on the sofa. Little friend. Wen Yue quickly nudged Ning Chen. Only then did Ning Chen reluctantly put his phone away, sizing up Liang Yongji from head to toe, and frowned slightly, first level of body tempering. Before coming, he thought the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association would at least be at the Qi Refinement stage, but who knew he'd be this weak, even though he felt 100% disdain in his heart. For the sake of a peaceful life ahead, he still took the initiative to greet President Liang. Hello, sir. Phew, Wen Yue let out a sigh of relief. You're Ning Chen, right? You're the one who injured Huo. Liang Yongji sat down on the sofa, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. Who is your master? Do you have any idea what crime it is to attack the enforcement squad? You've got some serious nerve. He suddenly slammed the teacup down on the coffee table, making a loud bang. This action startled his personal secretary and Wen Qinglan, but Ning Chen couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. An ant who hadn't even reached the Qi Refinement stage dared to act high and mighty in front of a nascent soul old monster like him. How ridiculous was that? President Liang, calm down, calm down. Wen Yue quickly stepped forward to placate him, slipping a bank card into Liang Yongji's pocket at the same time. President Liang, Ning Chen's master is a reclusive expert. He just came from a small place and doesn't know the rules of the Martial Arts Association. I hope you can be understanding. Everyone in the room clearly saw this blatant act of bribery. Wen Qinglan's face soured as she thought to herself, this kid is the one who caused the trouble. Why should the Wen family have to spend money to solve it? Grandpa is really... Ahem. Liang Yongji calmly accepted the card, and his expression softened a bit. Elder Wen, please sit. Don't just stand there. Ning Chen witnessed this scene and roughly understood just how corrupt this martial arts association was. By now, Wen Yue had briefly explained his situation to Liang Yongji. So he's the disciple of a reclusive expert. No wonder he reached the peak of the outer force realm at such a young age. Our Jiangnan region hasn't seen a genius like this in many years. Liang Yongji nodded after taking the money. His attitude was clearly much softer. He even looked at Ning Chen with a hint of a smile. But business is business. If you commit a crime, you have to pay the price. Liang Yongji's face turned serious again. How about this, Ning Chen? Tomorrow have your parents come apologize to Captain Huo and compensate him for some medical expenses. Out of respect for Elder Wen, I won't put this on your record, but I hope there won't be a next time. Hearing this, Ning Chen sneered inwardly. Respect for Elder Wen. More like respect for the money. Don't worry. President Liang Ning Chen has realized his mistake and will absolutely not do it again. Wen Yue promised with a smile. Just as Wen Qinglan beside them breathed a sigh of relief, the door to the reception room was suddenly shoved open and an angry face stormed in. President Liang, this matter can't be left like this. This brat violently resisted and openly attacked the enforcement squad. You have to lock him up and let him rot in jail. The one who barged in was none other than the enforcement squad's Captain Huo. He was covered in bandages, his arm in a cast, and his face was pale. Wen Yue's expression immediately darkened. Isn't Huo supposed to be in the hospital? Why is he here? Very quickly he saw a familiar figure behind Huo staring coldly at him and Ning Chen, the head of the Duan family, Duan Rong. Wen Yue's face fell. Huo, when did you get out of the hospital? Why didn't you tell me? Liang Yongji's expression wasn't good either, as he stood up and walked over. Seeing Duan Rong, he understood the reason and shot him a displeased glare. Ha! President Liang, this incident is extremely serious. It absolutely cannot be handled lightly. Duan Rong stepped forward, also secretly slipping a card to Liang Yongji, and said with a smile, back in the day, the great association chief founded the Martial Arts Association to promote martial arts without rules. There can be no order, and we wouldn't have the prosperous martial arts world we have today. What do you say about this? Liang Yongji looked troubled, but still quietly accepted the card. President Luong, I think we should give the young a chance. What young person hasn't made a mistake? Unhak stepped forward, speaking to Don Vin in a low voice. Your family supports so many retainers, and they've surely done their fair share of shady things. By the laws of the martial world, shouldn't you be the one locked up for a few years, old man? And our families may be acquainted, but I can still sue you for slander. Don Vin said, his eyes narrowing into a smile. Enough arguing, especially with the Duke Suyen Nat Lang situation. Luong Vinci had been studying for days on end, and he was already on edge. Let's do this, Ninh Trần. You will apologize to Captain Hoke, pay 3 million in medical fees, and write a formal letter of guarantee. Hokao suddenly cut in, gritting his teeth. President Luong, I don't need that chump change. The regulations state he must be detained for 3 months. Ninh Trần expression turned increasingly grim. On Than, Lam anxiously nudged Ninh Trần with her elbow, whispering, Hey, say something, don't just stand there spaced out. Ninh Trần said nothing, silently observing these ants before him. Captain Hoke, young people are hot-headed, and honestly Ninh Trần felt very remorseful after that day. Onhak quickly tried to de-escalate. He's just a kid. If this goes on his record, how can he make a name for himself in our world? Fine, we can avoid a record. Hokao suddenly let out a cold laugh. Then pay 10 million and get on your knees and kowtow an apology to me. What his demand stunned everyone in the room. For a martial artist to kneel and kowtow was a humiliation as bad as death itself. Tan Lam was so furious she started to shake. This Hoak Ao was truly vicious, trying to shatter Ninh Trần martial Dao heart. But it was also Ninh Trần own fault for not listening to his elders and getting himself into this mess. So what'll it be, choose between a criminal record and kowtowing on your knees? Hoak Ao sneered at Ninh Trần, thinking, You little punk, you were so cocky back at the Nine Creeks Manor. Why don't you try being cocky now? Young man, you should think this through, Don Vin said to Ninh Trần. Getting detained by the Martial Arts Association is a huge deal. It means your reputation will be shot, kid. I advise you to just swallow your pride today, otherwise your future... Are you all finally done? Ninh Trần had completely run out of patience, his face filled with irritation. You all act like you're such a big deal. You, Don Vin, was flabbergasted. How dare this kid act so arrogant inside the Martial Arts Association headquarters? Very well. Huo Wu's face darkened. Kid, I gave you a chance, but it's a shame you didn't take it. President Liang, you heard him. This guy's so arrogant, if we don't lock him up now, he'll definitely cause huge trouble for society later on. Liang Yongji was also really annoyed by Ninh Trần arrogance, and just as he was about to speak, Ninh Trần suddenly kicked Huo Wu right in the chest. Bam Huo Wu went flying, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. Wen Yue, Wen Qinglan, and Duan Rong were all completely stunned. Nobody expected Ninh Trần to dare to attack someone right here at the headquarters in front of Vice President Liang Yongji. Oh my god! Wen Qinglan covered her mouth, staring at Ninh Trần in disbelief. It's over! Wen Yue shut his eyes in despair, knowing all his efforts today had gone to waste. Huo Wu slammed into the reception room door and skidded more than 65 feet down the cold hallway, attracting the astonished gazes of everyone nearby. This Ninh Trần has some serious guts. Inside the reception room, Liang Yongji furiously yelled, Do you have any idea where you are? You dare to make a move in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association? Do you have any clue what the consequences are? You people are a joke to me. Ninh Trần scoffed his eyes, then landing on Duan Rong. What are you trying to do? Duan Rong gulped, stumbling back a few steps. 2 retainers from the Duan family moved to block Ninh Trần, but one glare from him made their legs turn to jelly, and a cold sweat break out as they instinctively cleared a path. I don't know if I ever did anything to you, but since you decided to mess with me today, I'm going to mess with you right back. With that said, Ninh Trần figure vanished from his spot. Duan Rong's vision blurred as he felt his collar get yanked, his whole body lifted helplessly into the air before being slammed violently to the ground. And it was a faceplant. Smash. After a loud bang, the head of the Duan family, Duan Rong, one of the biggest shots in Qingzhou, had his nose broken, instantly fresh blood gushing from his face. Ow! Duan Rong screamed horribly, his cries echoing through the entire reception room. He was an outer-strength martial artist, so he wouldn't pass out that easily, instead clutching his face and rolling on the floor, groaning in agony. Everyone was frozen in shock, especially Liang Yongji's personal secretary. She originally thought Ninh Trần was just some game-addicted teen, never expecting him to show such a brutal side. Get the riot squad! Call the riot squad now! Liang Yongji snatched the desk phone and screamed into it. This is bad. Wen Yue's face turned ugly. The situation had completely gotten out of his control. He had seriously underestimated how bold Ninh Trần was. Wen Qinglan's eyes went wide as if she was truly seeing him for the very first time. Bother me again and I'll kill you, Ninh Trần said, crouching next to Duan Rong's bloody face, speaking in a calm tone. Elder Wen, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. He nodded to Wen Yue and turned to go. But just then a squad of armed guards rushed in from the hallway. President, are you okay? The guard captain asked as he approached Liang Yongji. They weren't the riot squad, which was out on a mission, just the Martial Arts Association's regular guards. Even though they were normal guys, having guns in their hands made them just as threatening as the riot squad. Get him! Liang Yongji pointed at Ninh Trần and screamed in a rage. If he resists, shoot him on the spot! Go! The guard captain, a man over 40 years old, waved his arm, and more than a dozen armed guards surrounded Ninh Trần. Young friend, don't resist, Wen Yue shouted a warning. Don't try anything funny, one of the guards said, stepping forward, and put his hand on Ninh Trần shoulder. Ninh Trần just slightly shook his shoulder, and the guard was immediately thrown back by an invisible force. Fire! The guard captain ordered without a moment's hesitation. Ah! Wen Qinglan cried out in fear, quickly pulling Wen Yue back with her. Bang, 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 bang! The reception room erupted with the sound of intense gunfire as 12 assault rifles unleashed a storm of bullets. Just as everyone thought Ninh Trần was about to be riddled with holes, the unbelievable happened. Ninh Trần turned into a black shadow, zipping through a hail of bullets. Before the 12 guards could even reload after emptying their clips, they were sent flying one by one, crashing through the windows and falling from the 3rd floor. The assault rifles were bent like pretzels and carelessly tossed to the ground. Oh my god. What is this? The guard captain stared, his eyes wide in disbelief. Dodging bullets, internal energy? You're an internal energy martial artist. Liang Yongji looked like he'd seen a ghost staring at Ninh Trần. President Liang, run! The guard captain raised his assault rifle and pulled the trigger, but in the next instant, the gun in his hand vanished. Wham! A dark figure swung it and knocked him unconscious. Ninh Trần held the rifle like a club and walked up to Liang Yongji. What do you want? I'm the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. You can't touch me. Liang Yongji's legs turned to jelly and he could barely speak. He never imagined a kid of 18 or 19 could be an internal energy martial artist. Even within the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, there were only a few internal energy martial artists. Young friend, don't. Wen Yue rushed over to plead. If you lay a hand on President Liang, it's the same as declaring war on the entire Martial Arts Association, and you'll have endless trouble. Wen Qinglan also advised, Yeah, Grandpa's right. Ninh Trần, you absolutely can't be reckless. The Martial Arts Association. Ninh Trần had just taken down a whole group of them, without even breaking a sweat. You guys don't really think I give a damn about this stupid organization, do you? To be honest, I only came here because I wanted to avoid trouble, but I didn't expect them to be so clueless. Liang Yongji's face twitched as he listened. Damn it, what's this kid's background? He's an internal energy user at such a young age, and looks down on the Martial Arts Association like this. Could he be from one of the 5 great families? Slap, slap, slap. Ninh Trần lightly patted Liang Yongji's face and said, You all better remember this. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare bother me again, I'll wipe every single one of you out. Got it? Got it. How could Liang Yongji dare not to submit? Even as the vice president, he only had external energy cultivation. An internal energy martial artist could crush him with a single finger. Good. Smack. Ninh Trần gave Liang Yongji one final hard slap across the face before turning to leave satisfied. He left a few stunned people behind, especially Wen Qinglan, who stared blankly at his retreating back, feeling like she was in a dream. Not long after he left, a team of people rushed back. Seeing the reception room in shambles, the anti-riot squad captain Wang Ti was about to lose his mind. What kind of maniac came here and dared to cause trouble at the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association headquarters? President, just say the word and I'll go drag him back here right now. Wang Ti growled through gritted teeth. The association headquarters got trashed like this. If word gets out, how can the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association show its face among the other Jiangnan branches? No. Liang Yongji, still shaken, held a cup of hot tea, his expression grave. That kid's strength might even be greater than yours. You might not be his match. What? Wang Ti was shocked and quickly sat down on the sofa. President, you're not kidding, are you? A college kid actually has an internal energy cultivation? He suspected the president's head had been knocked silly. I just had someone investigate. Liang Yongji said word by word. After trashing the Martial Arts Association, that kid didn't run. He went back to school. This shows he's not afraid of the association at all. He must have a powerful backer behind him to act so arrogantly. Wang Ti's brows furrowed tightly. So what do we do? Just let this go? Of course not. Liang Yongji shook his head. But we can't be reckless. That kid has a short fuse. If we provoke him and he goes on a rampage, we're all screwed. Wang Ti was left speechless. He'd been the anti-riot captain for 7 years and had arrested hundreds of vicious criminals, but he'd never met anyone so tough that the Martial Arts Association had to be wary of them. Liang Yongji added, Let's wait for the president to return from his meeting in Harbin. I also want to see what kind of big shot is actually backing this kid. The president. Hearing that title, Wang Ti's spirits were lifted. The Martial Arts Association has a rule that the president of a city's association must have the cultivation of a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster is strong enough to guard a city and keep the peace. The president Zhang of the Martial Arts Association of Qingzhou is a true grandmaster, completely different from Liang Yongji, who just climbed the ranks through connections. After leaving the Martial Arts Association headquarters, Ninh Trần went straight back to school. In the eyes of an ordinary martial artist, the Martial Arts Association is a colossal, untouchable power, the one who sets the martial laws, a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. But in Ninh Tran's eyes, should I just wipe out this trashy organization? Ninh Tran sat in class pondering this question. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head. This organization seems pretty big with a branch in every city. It would take a lot of spiritual power and energy to actually wipe it out. Whatever, I'll spare them for now. Ninh Tran thought to himself, the millions of martial artists in Hua Nation would never have guessed that the most powerful force in the cultivation world was almost destroyed because of a single student's thought. This class was anatomy. Most of the students were listening intently, but Ninh Tran was just staring out the window lost in thought. After class, Fatty Fang and Zhang Daxuan invited him to play basketball, but he politely declined. A nascent soul cultivator who could move mountains and part seas really had no interest in basketball. Wan, how could Teacher Li do that? The startup fund clearly agreed to give it to you, but at the last minute they changed their minds and gave it to Guan Xiaoman. It's so infuriating. A few female students gathered around the department beauty Su Wan. Guan Xiaoman's family is so rich she's just starting a business for fun. Teacher Li must be blind. Xu Rongli was indignant on her best friend's behalf. Su Wan smiled and shook her head. Rongli Yingying, just drop it. If the department didn't give me the funding, they must have had their reasons. What reasons? Jiang Ying scoffed. Guan Xiaoman is a local from Qingzhou. Her dad's a businessman and her mom has a powerful background, so she used her connections to get this fund. I was just bragging about it in the group chat yesterday, so what could I do? Su Wan sighed softly. It seemed her plan to open a boba shop was about to fall through. Ninh Tran walked past her with a blank expression. Su Wan looked up at him, but didn't say anything else. She knew Ninh Tran didn't like her following him around, and Ninh Tran wasn't one to meddle in other people's business. After leaving the school gates, he headed to the Diamond Club. Wang Yinhua had just called saying she had good news to share, insisting that he had to stop by. It was dusk, the sun was setting, and the streetlights had just turned on. The shops big and small on Shuiyu Food Street were starting to get busy. Students unsatisfied with the cafeteria food were heading out in groups to find something delicious. At the Diamond Club in the 5th floor office, Wang Yinhua smiled and handed a sealed bag to Ninh Tran. Brother Tran, have a taste, these are green ghost hand mushrooms. Ninh Tran took the bag and saw green-colored potato chips inside, which at first glance looked like cucumber-flavored chips. That's right. Wang Yinhua smiled. Brother Tran, didn't you say you liked eating green ghost hand mushrooms last time? I had someone make them into chips. What do you think? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ninh Tran opened the bag of chips and started eating them on the spot, nodding as he ate. Good, Wang Yinhua, you did a great job with this. I'll remember it. Thank you, Brother Tran. It's what I should do. Wang Yinhua quickly bowed her head, then hesitated as if she wanted to say something. Brother Tran, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. Then don't, Ninh Tran replied while still eating. Wang Yinhua was stunned. The charming woman bit her lip, gathered her courage and said, Brother Tran, do you know about Bing Sihai? That guy Zheng Yang who came to cause trouble at the club last time was one of Bing Sihai's men. Recently Bing Sihai has been coming to our territory to stir up trouble again. Several shops and bars have been trashed, and a few of our guys were beaten and sent to the hospital. Ninh Tran's expression remained unchanged. You want me to deal with Bing Sihai? Yes. Wang Yinhua nodded. Ninh Tran shook his head. A tiny underground gang. What right did they have to make a nascent soul cultivator like him personally take action? Wouldn't that be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Don't have time, Ninh Tran said bluntly. Wang Yinhua froze. She knew Ninh Tran was a student at Qingzhou University. How could he not have time? He was probably just too lazy to act. Okay, Brother Tran, I'll figure something else out then. She didn't dare to pressure Ninh Tran, but Ninh Tran changed his tone, speaking while munching loudly on the chips. For the sake of these poisonous chips, I can give you something. What is it? Wang Yinhua's eyes lit up. A cultivation technique, Ninh Tran said, lounging on the chair as he ate. A cultivation technique? Wang Yinhua was puzzled. Like a secret martial arts manual. Something like that, Ninh Tran replied. Actually, cultivation techniques and martial arts are very different after all. One is for cultivation, the other is for martial arts practice. You can't compare them. Brother Tran. Wang Yinhua wasn't overly excited, but rather troubled. I've heard that practicing martial arts is very tough. You have to train through the harshest winter and hottest summer, and you have to start from a young age. Will it really work? Don't worry, Ninh Tran smiled. I've improved this cultivation technique so even someone with poor aptitude can practice it in just 10 to 15 days. Your physical constitution can improve tenfold. What? Wang Yinhua was astonished. A tenfold increase in physical constitution in half a month? Are you kidding me? Is this like injecting some Captain America super soldier serum? How about this call Chen Zibao and Chen Zilong in? I'll pass on the oral incantation for the ancient body strengthening art to them first, Ninh Tran said. Okay, Brother Tran. Half believing, half doubting, Wang Yinhua called the two men in. Chen Zibao and Chen Zilong, the two golden fighters who used to work under Bai Xiao, were now following Wang Yinhua. Sister Yinhua, Brother Tran. The two brothers bowed. They had heard from Wang Yinhua how formidable Ninh Trần was, and now they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, having caused him trouble before. But Ninh Trần had long forgotten about that. Next, he passed the basic part of the ancient body-strengthening art to the Chen brothers. He had obtained this body-tempering technique from an ancient secret realm, and it could help a practitioner complete the 3 levels of body tempering in the shortest possible time and advance to the Qi refining stage. Through talking with the 2 brothers, he also learned about the realm divisions in the ancient martial arts world: external strength, internal strength transformation, realm master and grandmaster. According to their descriptions, external strength, internal strength, and the transformation realm corresponded to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of body tempering. The grandmaster realm was equivalent to the Qi refining stage. Earth's cultivation culture is so behind. The Qi refining stage is the lowest level in the Xiaonantian realm. But on Earth, they're revered as grandmasters capable of guarding several cities. Ninh Trần found it amusing. The Chen brothers' comprehension was very poor. Ninh Trần taught them all evening, and they only managed to remember 1/10 of it. Sorry, Brother Tran, we're too stupid. The Chen brothers were embarrassed. Ninh Trần waved his hand, signaling it was fine. Go back and pass this cultivation technique to your subordinates. As long as you practice diligently for 10 years and break through to Qi refining, then breaking through to Grandmaster won't be a problem. What? The Chen brothers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Grandmaster Brother Tran, you're not joking, are you? Wang Yinhua was also astonished. What's there to joke about? Ninh Trần glanced at them disdainfully. Oh, and this. He walked over to the desk, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote down a prescription. This is body tempering powder. Using this medicine while you practice will double the effectiveness. Wang Yinhua swallowed hard as she took it. Okay, Brother Tran. The Chen brothers were still in a daze. Grandmaster, a legendary realm, can we really achieve it? Don't get your hopes up. Chen Zibao shook his head. Brother Tran is just painting a pretty picture for us. Are we really supposed to believe it? After giving a few more pointers to watch out for during practice, Ninh Trần left. He also left the address of the Rose Garden Villa, telling Wang Yinhua to send a few boxes of the poisonous mushroom chips over, so he could take them to school as a snack. It was past 10 at night when Ninh Trần took the elevator down to the 1st floor lobby, planning to get a late-night meal at Li Meian's eatery. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses, who looked quite refined, stumbled out of a private room completely drunk and heading towards the restroom. Get lost, are you blind? The man in the suit saw Ninh Trần in his way and yelled, waving his arm. How could Ninh Trần tolerate this kind of person? With a single kick. Bam. The guy in the suit was kicked right in the butt, sending him face first to the floor and sobering him up instantly. You dare kick me. The suited man rubbed his rear as he got up, staring at Ninh Trần in shock. What the? This dude just looks like a student. The closest school to Tui Nuyet Street is Qingzhou University. Are you a student there? The guy in the suit asked menacingly. What's it to you? Ninh Trần sneered. Damn, do you even know who I am? You got the nerve to kick me? I'll make sure you never walk out of this club! The guy in the suit roared. Smack Ninh Trần spun around and slapped him, leaving the man so dizzy he couldn't tell which way was up. Ninh Trần could already tell that this guy in the suit was totally drained by wine and women completely weak. The commotion quickly attracted the club's security. Who's causing a fight in here? A few burly guys in security uniforms approached with batons, but when they saw Ninh Trần, they all started to tremble. Mr. Chen! The 4 guards bowed in unison. The guy in the suit knew he was screwed and tried to run for it, but 2 tall figures blocked his path. It was Tran Tu Lang and Tran Tu Bao down from the 5th floor. After Ninh Trần explained what happened, Tran Tu Bao smacked the suited man right across the face. Smack! Do you know who Mr. Chen is? Apologize immediately if you want to live. Tran Tu Bao obviously knew the guy in the suit, winking at him several times. The guy in the suit got the message, and despite his swollen face, immediately started bowing to Ninh Trần. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Mr. Chen, he's a department head at Qingzhou U. I named LitRPG. He comes here to drink a lot. Getting wasted and bumping into you tonight? He's really asking for it. Tran Tu Bao said, stepping forward with a deep bow. Yeah, Ninh Trần couldn't be bothered with a loser like this. But then he suddenly remembered something. Do you know Tu Van Van? Tu Van Van. The man blanked for a second. Sir, are you talking about Tu Van Van from the 2nd clinical medicine class? LitRPG had recently been in charge of a student startup support project. Tu Van Van wanted to open a milk tea shop on campus to ease her family's financial burden, so he knew the name well. Mr. Chen, if I may be so bold, are you also from Qingzhou U? LitRPG asked, his face still swollen. I'm in the 2nd clinical class, Ninh Trần replied. LitRPG nearly choked. So this was a case of friendly fire, one of his own people not recognizing another. But for a normal student to be this bold at the Diamond Club, he had to have some powerful backing. He's probably the young master of some big-shot family, LitRPG thought. At that moment, Ninh Trần spoke up again. I heard the startup fund originally meant for Tu Van Van was snatched away by another female student. How do you know about that? LitRPG froze, but quickly realized what a dumb question that was. Tu Van Van is the campus beauty of the medical department, so she was probably already Nin Chen's girl. Has the startup fund been dispersed yet? Nin Chen asked again. Not yet, Dian answered. Okay, then give the startup fund back to Tu Van Van, and I'll let you go tonight. How's that sound? Nin Chen said. He deliberately stressed the word back, making it clear he knew the other girl, Quan Hu Man, had used dirty tricks to get the fund. Mr. Chen? Dian looked conflicted. Quan Hu Man's family has powerful connections. They've already paid a visit to Dean Tai, and I'm just a department head. Dian, don't push your luck. Tran Tulang's face darkened. Do you know who Mr. one of the underground kingpins in the West District of Qingzhou, and it was recently rumored that he had stepped down, yielding his position to a woman, and then vanished without a trace. Rumor has it he crossed someone he shouldn't have and doesn't dare return to Qingzhou. Could the person he shouldn't have crossed be Li Jian? He glanced at Ning Chen, swallowed hard, and said, Okay, Mr. Chen, no problem. Yeah. Getting the answer he wanted, Ning Chen turned and left. The aura a cultivator gives off is just terrifying. Only then did Li Jian realize his shirt was soaked with sweat. Is he really just a student late at night at the Duan family's private residence? Duan Rong, his face wrapped in bandages, sat clenching his teeth on the sofa. Internal energy. That Ning Chen kid is actually an internal energy martial artist. How is that possible? How can there be such a young internal energy martial artist in the world? He clenched his fists, and the wound on his nose split open from his fierce expression, seeping red through the thick bandages, making him hiss in pain. No wonder Tu Dao hasn't been in touch. He's probably toast. Family head, someone has accepted the bounty. Suddenly, the butler pushed the door open holding a laptop. Hu Duanrong's eyes turned sharp and ruthless. After returning from the city's Martial Arts Association headquarters today, he had the butler post a bounty on the dark web, $4 million for Ning Chen's head. I didn't expect someone to take it so quickly. It's a B-rank assassin from the Bloodblade Bar. The butler reported the good news. A B-rank assassin is equivalent to an internal energy martial artist from the ancient martial arts world. I wonder if it'll work this time, Duanrong thought to himself. It's fine. The dark web is completely anonymous, so even if the assassin fails, Ning Chen won't be able to trace it back to us, the butler said. I hope so. Duanrong stared intently at Ning Chen's photo, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had a premonition that if he didn't eliminate this kid, he would become the biggest obstacle to the Duan family's rise in Qingzhou. At the same time, far away in Japan, on a mountain covered in cherry blossoms, dozens of powerful experts were meeting. Lord Tokugawa's death is a severe blow to our Jingoku Samurai Society. No matter who the killer is, we must find him and exact the most terrible revenge. A woman in a kimono exuding a terrifying aura knelt on the floor with a solemn expression. Lady Yuki, isn't that a bit reckless? A blind old man said with a frown. From what I know, the one who killed Lord Tokugawa was Grandmaster Chen Yishan, known as the guardian deity of the Hua Nation, and the founder of the Martial Arts Association. The blind man sat cross-legged, a long katana resting on his lap. With Lord Tokugawa dead, the Jingoku Samurai Society has already dropped to second-rate status. Chen Yishan alone is strong enough to wipe us out. As soon as these words were spoken, the high-ranking members of the Jingoku Samurai Society all nodded their faces, showing unease and fear. The woman named Yuki sneered. What a bunch of cowards scared like this by a single grandmaster. As strong as he is, he wouldn't dare set foot in our country of Japan alone. Otherwise, Izanagi, the Minamoto of the Ashina clan, and the masters of the inner court wouldn't just sit by. Even a grandmaster would die a horrible death facing a siege from all those top-tier fighters. The woman's tone was full of confidence. She wouldn't allow any objections. Lord Tokugawa's death has shaken the underworld. If we don't retaliate, how will the outside world view our Jingoku Samurai Society? A force that is weak and incompetent has no future. The room fell silent. A few seconds later, a slender woman with purple hair and purple eyes asked, If that's the case, Lady Yuki, how do you plan to get revenge? I've already arranged for 2 people to go to Qingzhou to investigate, and I believe we'll have results soon. Lady Yuki's lips curled into a captivating smile. Su Wanwan originally thought her startup plan had failed, but the next morning, as soon as she got to class, she received a call from department head Li Jian. Hello, Su Wanwan, my apologies. After some consideration, the department has decided to grant you the 50,000 yuan startup fund. We hope that you can, without it affecting your studies, use this money to create value and set a good example for the students of Qing University. Li Jian spoke in a very formal tone which even held a hint of flattery. Oh, thank you, Professor Li. Su Wanwan was a bit stunned. Li Jian was about to hang up when she quickly asked Professor Li, May I ask why? Li Jian chuckled and said, You should ask your boyfriend. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the dial tone, Su Wanwan was full of questions. Boyfriend. Since when did she have a boyfriend? Just then Ning Chen walked into the classroom eating from a bag of chips. Su Wanwan was sitting in the front row, and her eyes accidentally met Ning Chen's. Ning Chen. Su Wanwan couldn't help but call out to him, walking over to ask, Did you have something to do with the department's 50,000 yuan startup fund? Nope. Ning Chen dropped those 2 words and walked right past her to sit in the back row. Even though Ning Chen was playing dumb, Su Wanwan was pretty sure this had something to do with him. Otherwise, why would Li Jian's attitude towards her change so drastically overnight? Before, whenever she went to his office to ask, she'd just get yelled at. Ning Chen, what kind of chips are those? I've never seen them before. Fatty Fang sidled up grinning and reached into the bag. Let me have some. Smack! Ning Chen slapped his hand away. You got a death wish. Don't be so stingy. Just give me a few. I haven't even had breakfast, Fatty Fang said, holding out his hand. These chips are poisonous. You can't eat them, Ning Chen said. Seriously, if you don't want to share, just say so. No need to make up stuff about them being poisonous. Fatty Fang pouted and ran over to snatch a bun from Zhang Daxuan. Little did he know he just had a close brush with death. The green ghost hand mushroom. Even when processed into chips, its toxicity doesn't decrease at all. One bite is enough to kill a grown man. This class was pharmacology. As usual, Ning Chen wasn't listening, instead lying on his desk playing Arena of Valor. He'd gotten a bit hooked on the game recently. College professors don't usually run late, so when the bell rang, the teacher packed up his books and left, and the students also started leaving in groups of 3 and 5. Wan, you're so lucky. Didn't the department decide to give the 50,000 to Guan Xiaoman from the other class? How come you got it all of a sudden? Jiang Ying grabbed Su Wanwan's hand, looking at her excitedly. Wan will totally help you out when the time comes. Wan, you have to treat us to lunch today. We're not calling you Wan anymore. We should call you Boss Su Shu Rongli. And her dorm mates were all laughing, and Su Wan, feeling super happy, snuck a peek at Ning Chen. Ning Chen had just gotten up with Fatty Fang and Zheng Daxuan to head out of the classroom. Fatty Fang tried to snatch his snacks, but his short arms couldn't reach. Just then, a female student decked out in designer brands and dressed fashionably rushed out from her seat and forcefully shoved Su Wan from behind. Su Wan was caught off guard, lost her balance and fell. Ning Chen, who was passing by, reached out and caught her. Thank you. Su Wan, now in Ning Chen's arms, looked at him startled. The students who hadn't left the classroom all stared in shock. Guan Xiaoman, are you crazy? Shu Rongli and Jiang Ying, her 2 best friends, stood protectively on either side of Su Wan and angrily yelled at the rich girl who had pushed her. Guan Xiaoman's family was very rich, and since she was a show-off and pretty, she was quite well known in the medical department, though many of the girls couldn't stand her, not that it had anything to do with them. Guan Xiaoman was furious and even glared at Ning Chen for interfering, then pointed at Su Wan and cursed. Su Wan, you're so shameless, seducing Teacher Li just for the 50,000 startup fund. You're absolutely disgusting. Guan Xiaoman's words caused an uproar in the classroom. This pharmacology class was a big lecture with 4 classes combined, and even though some people had left, there were still over 100 students inside, all staring at Su Wan in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Wan was so angry she was on the verge of tears, trying to argue back. You're the one who seduced Teacher Li. I didn't do it. You vixen, don't deny it. Guan Xiaoman raised her hand and lunged forward to slap Su Wan, but Ning Chen grabbed her wrist and pushed her away. What do you think you're doing? Ning Chen looked at the girl with disgust. Su Wan, who was unconsciously being shielded behind him, blushed furiously, her heart pounding. If only he were really my boyfriend, Su Wan thought to herself. You vixen, just how many guys have you seduced? Guan Xiaoman, who was pushed and stumbled, almost falling, was so mad she started screaming. Although her family was rich, 50,000 yuan wasn't a small amount. It was enough to buy a mid-range designer bag or to splurge for a night at a bar. And just like that, it was snatched away by some little nobody. When she got the call from Li Jian, she almost went crazy with anger. Li Jian, since you were so ruthless, don't blame me for being heartless. Guan Xiaoman decided to drag Su Wan's name through the mud first. At this moment, a few male and female students walked over to Guan Xiaoman's side, pointed at Su Wan and said, Yeah, that's her. I recognize her too. She's the girl who stayed in the office last night and wouldn't leave, and even asked Teacher Li out to eat. She was dressed so revealingly last night, and today she's pretending to be all pure. This girl is so two-faced, it's disgusting. 5 or 6 students who had been bribed by Guan Xiaoman started slandering Su Wan. I didn't. Su Wan couldn't understand why they were smearing her name, and her eyes immediately turned red, welling up with tears. Oh, look, she's crying! A vixen is a vixen, what an actress. If you don't want people to know, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. These people had no intention of letting Su Wan off the hook, continuing to add fuel to the fire with their lies. More and more strange looks were being thrown her way. No matter how Shu Rongli and Jiang Ying tried to explain, it was useless. Even the way Fatty Fang and Zhang Daxuan looked at Su Wan had changed. How ridiculous, suddenly Ning Chen spoke up, his voice echoing throughout the lecture hall. Thanks to his outstanding performance at the school's sports meet, many people knew of this normally quiet guy with freakishly strong physical abilities. Slandering someone without any proof. I could also claim I've lived for 2,000 years. Would any of you believe that? Su Wan looked at Ning Chen, touched, and unconsciously grabbed his sleeve, pressing closer to him as a sense of security washed over her. Ning Chen, how many times have you slept with her to be defending her like this? Guan Xiaoman sneered. If you let me sleep with you once, I might consider helping you deal with her. Ning Chen smiled. Guan Xiaoman was so angry her eyes went wide. You're shameless. Su Wan's face turned red. His words made it sound like she had already slept with Ning Chen. Ninh Trần looked at Guan Xiaoman. The real shameless one is you spouting nonsense without any proof. Be careful you don't get sued for slander. Are you blind? They're all witnesses. Guan Xiaoman pointed at the students who had just spoken. Yeah, that's right. We all saw it. The few students from Clinical Class 1 nodded their heads vigorously. They had taken favors from Guan Xiaoman, so of course they had to help her take down Su Wanwan. Is that so? Ning Chen took out his phone and smirked. Then let's call the police and let them handle it. I wonder when the truth comes out. Will you guys get a formal notice of criticism or a disciplinary warning? The phrase disciplinary warning immediately scared the slanderers. Who are you trying to scare? Go ahead and call the cops if you have the guts. As soon as Guan Xiaoman finished speaking, she heard 3 beeps. Ning Chen was actually dialing 911. Then he turned his head and said to Su Wanwan, Wanwan, I'm taking you to the rooftop now. Since Guan Xiaoman is slandering you, you should jump. You don't have to actually jump, just make a huge scene. By then, the police and the school administration will definitely get you justice. Let's go. After saying that, he actually took Su Wanwan's hand and started walking towards the classroom door. Damn, is he for real? The students who were slandering with Guan Xiaoman were all stunned. They were just messing around a bit. Why was this guy taking it so seriously? Just then, Li Jian got word and rushed over from his office just in time to run into Ning Chen and Su Wanwan on their way to the rooftop. Understanding the situation, Li Jian was fuming. Guan Xiaoman, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to your classmate Su Wanwan right now. Li Jian wished he could just jump up and slap Guan Xiaoman a few times. I won't apologize. Guan Xiaoman crossed her arms and sneered. Teacher Li, if Su Wanwan hadn't seduced you, why would you give my startup fund to her? Also, what happened to your face? Many suspicious gazes turned to Li Jian's bruised face. Li Jian covered his face unconsciously, glancing at Ning Chen. I was drinking last night and fell, that's not the point. Guan Xiaoman, this 50,000 startup fund was originally... The scholarship meant for Tu Van Van was stolen by your mom using her connections. Do I have to spell it out for you to be satisfied? LitRPG laid out the truth, then shot a cool whistle at Ninh Tran Hui. Instantly, tons of shocked and angry eyes focused on Quan Hu Man's heavily made-up face, especially from the students who had just slandered to Van Van, wishing their glares could tear her apart. How could you bully a sweet girl like Van Van? Are you even human? Your family is so rich. Quan Hu, man, why would you fight over 50,000? Are you insane? Tuong Din and Tu Dong Lei cursed angrily. Mr. Lai, you're lying. My mom didn't do it. Quan Hu Man's face turned beet red, not expecting things to spiral out of control like this. Ninh Tran decided to add fuel to the fire, pointing at the slanderers next to Quan Hu Man and saying to Li Kat Dien, Mr. Li, these people are accomplices. They can't be let off. A disciplinary warning is best, or a public reprimand for the whole school would also work. Bro, a student Tranahem. Li Kat Dien almost called him Brother Tran. Disciplinary action is a serious threat to students. Mr. Lai, we were just joking with to Van Van. Yeah, it was just a joke, don't take it seriously. We admit we were wrong, we're sorry to Van Van, okay? The 4 students hurriedly explained. A joke! Ninh Tran glared at the 4 students, his eyes ice cold. How about I slap you twice and then say I'm sorry? The 4 students were so scared by his fierce gaze they didn't dare say a word. Ninh Tran regained his composure. I'm Mr. Lai, do it. Lai Kat Dien nodded. Right, this issue is serious. It must be handled strictly. The 4 students' faces turned pale. They were only freshmen and absolutely did not want a disciplinary record. Just then, Ninh Tran spoke again. Unless you confess who the mastermind is, we can reconsider. I'll talk. A female student from a rural area with no background weakly raised her hand. Ignoring Quan Hu Man's threatening glare, she timidly said, It was Quan Hu Man. She gave each of us 1,000 Wien to help her ruin to Van Van's reputation. An uproar. As soon as she said this, the whole classroom buzzed. Van Man, what nonsense are you spouting? That never happened. Quan Hu Man was still stubbornly denying it. I have the chat history and transfer records. The girl named Van Man said in a low voice. Van Man, you, Quan Hu Man cursed. You dare to sell me out. Van Man didn't reply. She just took out her phone and showed the evidence. Then she looked at Lai Kat Dien fearfully. Mr. Lai, I'm sorry I was wrong. Can you please not discipline me? Before Lai Kat Dien could even open his mouth, Ninh Tran standing beside him said seriously, No way, they must be disciplined, so they'll remember this lesson. There's a price to pay for slander. Van Man and the other 3 were so mad they almost cursed his mother. Do you even know how to play fair? To Van Van also looked at Ninh Tran in shock. She had a gentle nature and thought Ninh Tran would let the 4 of them off. Nice one. Her 2 best friends, Tuong Din and Tu Dong Lei, immediately looked at Ninh Tran in a new light. Ninh Tran, Tu Van Van, you 2 dogs, just wait. Quan Hu Man knew the situation was lost, leaving behind a fierce threat before running off, followed by countless curses and criticisms. Quan Hu Man looks so pretty, but her heart is so wicked. A viper is a viper, so disgusting. Thank goodness Ninh Tran was here to help today, otherwise Tu Van Van might have really jumped off a building. Yeah, Ninh Tran usually seems so quiet, I never knew he could be so cunning. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Hearing these words, Quan Hu Man got even angrier, her steps quickening, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. After leaving the classroom and heading down the stairs, she carelessly tumbled down the stairs, accompanied by a piercing scream. LitRPG heard the commotion, froze for a second, then rushed over. Oh my god, what happened? An ambulance, call an ambulance, quickly! A crowd of students ran over to see what was happening and cursed, serves her right. Needless to say, this was obviously Ninh Tran's masterpiece. By injecting just a sliver of true Qi, an ordinary person becomes a puppet in his hands. Van also ran out, and seeing Quan Hu Man fallen with a bloody face, she turned pale with fright. Oh my god, you still feel sorry for her after all this? Ninh Tran glanced at her. Good horses get ridden, good people get bullied. If you don't learn to toughen up that personality of yours, you're going to suffer a lot when you enter the real world. Okay, I'll try when I get back. Van clenched her fists, her eyes showing a fierce look, but it only lasted for 2 seconds before she couldn't help but look at Quan Hu Man with worry. Seeing this, Ninh Tran sighed softly. We don't have class this afternoon. Let's go to your place for a meal. Okay, sure. Van averted her gaze and followed behind Ninh Tran, walking out of the school gates with her hands in her pockets. Ninh Tran, thank you. As they neared the shop, Van said in a low voice, No need, I just can't stand people like her, Ninh Tran replied nonchalantly. I'm still really grateful, Van added. So when is your milk tea shop opening? I can drink for free, right? Ninh Tran joked. Of course. Van's lips curled into a radiant smile. You're the one who said it, Ninh Tran laughed. Van immediately had a bad feeling. This guy has a monstrous appetite. When they arrived at the small eatery, Li Mai still treated Ninh Tran with great enthusiasm. After hearing about what happened in class this morning, she was even more grateful to him. Standing behind the cash register, she looked at him with an extremely satisfied expression. It was the kind of look a mother-in-law gives her golden son-in-law. Ninh Tran chose to ignore it, eating while reading a novel. Just then, a drunkard staggered into the shop in a daze. The guy noticed Li Mai looking at Ninh Tran with a very pleased expression. He immediately got angry, glaring fiercely at Ninh Tran a few times. Walking up to the cash register, he yelled in a heavy voice, Give me money! Why are you back? Li Mai's expression changed, and she subconsciously glanced at Ninh Tran a few times. This sloppy man was her husband, Hai Siu, a gambling addict. Although Hai Siu was dead drunk, his eyes were sharp, and he noticed his wife kept looking at Ninh Tran, and he flew into a rage. With a loud crash, he transformed into a table-clearing master, smashing things randomly on the cash register. Are you crazy? Li Mai glared at Hai Siu, both angry and helpless. Dad, what do you think you're doing? Van heard the commotion, and ran out from this kitchen, standing in front of Li Mai. Seeing the mother and daughter's defiant attitude, Hai Siu got even angrier, kicking over a table and yelling at the customers in the shop. What are you looking at? Get lost! More than a dozen customers left their money for the meal. Hurriedly left. Who in their right mind would mess with a crazy guy? Are you deaf? Hai Siu saw a college student still sitting there and stomped over, cursing. This person was, of course, Ninh Chen. Hai Siu, are you nuts? Li Mei rushed over to block Ninh Chen's table, asking, What the hell do you want, haha, Li Mei? You've got a thing for this kid, don't you? Hai Siu, thinking he'd figured something out, pointed repeatedly at Ninh Chen. You want to be with him? Is that it, Hai Siu? You? Hearing this, Li Mei got so mad she felt dizzy and couldn't stand straight. Wan quickly supported her mom, her beautiful eyes immediately turning red. Hey kid, still not gonna scram. You looking for a beating? Hai Siu turned and yelled at Ninh Chen. But unexpectedly, the young punk stood up and slapped him right across the face. Smack! Hai Siu was sent flying, crashing hard into the drink cooler. Ninh Chen never went easy on trash like this, so he walked over and kicked him again, making the degenerate vomit on the ground. Then Ninh Chen kicked him one more time, sending Hai Siu rolling into a pile of beer bottles, unable to get back up. After the beating, Ninh Chen sat back down to eat his lunch. Li Mei and Wan were stunned for a long time. After a moment, Li Mei couldn't bear it, and helped Hai Siu up, her eyes filled with disappointment. Honey, help me. I swear this is the last time. The beating seemed to have humbled Hai Siu, as he no longer dared to act tough in front of his wife and daughter. He knelt on the floor, clinging to Li Mei's apron with both hands, his eyes welling up with tears. 50,000, honey. Just give me another 50,000 to get me through this. The loan sharks are outside. If I don't pay today, they'll chop off my hand. Li Mei wiped her tears, shook her head, and placed a hand on her husband's head, saying, Then let them chop it. If it would make you finally quit gambling, I'd willingly let them chop off my own hand. Li Mei Hai Siu violently shoved her hand away and jumped up from the ground, saying, After all our years together, how can you be so heartless? You'd really rather watch them chop off my hand than give me the money. It's only 50,000. Perhaps that last sentence was the final straw for Li Mei. She wiped her tears, slapped Hai Siu across the face, and yelled, Only 50,000! Do you think 50,000 is easy to earn? I work from dawn till dusk every single day, and it takes me more than half a year of backbreaking labor to earn that much. And you lose it all in one night of gambling. Hai Siu, the biggest regret of my life is marrying you. Her voice, on the verge of breaking, echoed through the small diner. Tears streamed down Wan's face, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. She was both ashamed of and hated this gambling-addicted deadbeat, yet at the same time she felt he was pathetic. Su Haezeo used to be a good father, with a decent job until he got addicted to gambling. Ninh Trần watched this scene with a blank face, completely unmoved. Having lived for 2,000 years, what hadn't he seen? He just found it strange that after Bai Xiao's death, Wang Yinhua, out of respect for him, should have already cleared the Su family's debt. Su Haezeo, you son of a b**********, how much longer are you gonna make me wait? Just as the family was drowning in misery, a few thugs swaggered into the diner. The leader was a guy in a black leather jacket with a buzz cut and a menacing face. Brother Ji-wei, just give me one more day. My wife has money, she has money. I'll talk to her tonight. She'll definitely pay you back. Su Haezeo ran up to the buzz cut guy, begging relentlessly. Get lost. Ji-wei kicked Su Haezeo away and yelled, do you think our Four Seas gang is some kind of charity? We've already cut you slack for days. Don't you get it? Seeing this, Li Mei quickly turned to shield Su Wanwan. The mother and daughter wept in silence. How about this? Ji-wei's tone shifted as he eyed the mother and daughter with a burning gaze, and said with a smirk, let your wife or daughter keep me company, and I'll give you another 7 days. How about it? He had heard that Su Haezeo's wife and daughter were gorgeous, and seeing them today he realized it was no exaggeration. Even though Li Mei was older and worn down by hard work, she still carried herself with grace and had a nice figure. And as for Su Wanwan, the campus belle of Qingda University's medical school, how could she be anything less than stunning? Ji-wei stared intently at the two of them, practically drooling. No, brother Ji-wei! Su Haezeo crawled out from under a table like a dog and hugged Ji-wei's leg. Please don't touch my wife and daughter. I'll agree to anything else, just not that. Can you guys let me eat in peace? At that moment, Ninh Trần finally had enough and reluctantly spoke up. The small diner fell silent instantly. Ji-wei and his thugs turned their heads, staring in surprise at this innocent-looking young guy. Are college kids this cocky now? Who the hell gave you the right to talk get lost before I kill you? A thug in a tank top behind Ji-wei snarled. Too lazy to get his hands dirty, Ninh Trần just called Wang Yinhua. Hey, bring some guys! Over to Li Mei's diner. Yeah, there are a few punks here causing trouble, handle them for me. Hearing this, Ji-wei and his thugs burst out laughing. Kid, you're quite the actor. Ji-wei lit a cigarette, smirking at Ninh Trần. Where are you from, punk? Haven't you ever heard of Ji-wei of the Four Seas gang? Ninh Trần ignored him. Brother Ji-wei is talking to you. Are you deaf? A guy with green hair stepped forward to get rough, but Ji-wei stopped him with a laugh. Let him call for backup. I want to see what he's capable of. A college kid calling for help will just bring more college kids. Ha ha ha! The four thugs looked at each other and roared with laughter. Seeing this, Su Haezeo was filled with doubt. This college kid might be strong and a good fighter, but at the end of the day, he's just a student. How could he possibly go up against real gangsters? The Diamond Club wasn't far from Li Mei's diner, and over 30 armed thugs led by Wang Yinhua arrived in no time. Crash Chen Zilang and Chen Zibao stormed in first, each brandishing a huge blade. They ripped through the door curtain and charged in with a huge mob of men right behind them. The Four Seas gang thugs were casually smoking while sitting on a table, but when they saw the menacing mob storm in with blades, they got so scared their cigarettes fell from their mouths. Don't panic. Ji-wei was more composed. He calmly hopped off the table with his cigarette still dangling from his lips and adjusted his clothes. But before he could even speak, Chen Zibao swung his blade in a flash, slashing right into his shoulder. Arr! A scream like a slaughtered pig echoed through the diner. Su Wanwan shrieked in fear. Li Mei and Su Haezeo rushed to cover their daughter's eyes, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Ji-wei's cronies were frozen stiff with fear. Brother Chen Wang Yinhua led his men over and they all bowed in unison to Ninh Trần. In that moment, Haezeo felt like his brain short-circuited. Ninh Trần nodded and hummed, take them out back and deal with them. Yes, sir. Wang Yinhua accepted the order and led them to the back alley. Let's go get up. Damn messing with Brother Tran. Do you have a death wish? TV and his guys were quickly dragged away. Occasionally, horrifying screams echoed from the kitchen, scaring Haezeo into silence. Honey, who on earth is he? Haezeo swallowed hard. He's Van Van's classmate named Ninh Trần, Li Mei replied. Is he really a college student? Haezeo was even more astonished. If Van Van found a boyfriend like this, I could die with no regrets. Li Mei sighed in admiration. At that moment, Haezeo hesitated for a long while, but still decided to step forward and apologize. Brother Tran, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. Please don't hold it against me. Ninh Trần couldn't be bothered to deal with this kind of trash. After finishing his meal, he grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth and then left. After seeing Ninh Trần off, Haezeo breathed a sigh of relief. As for Tae and the thugs from the Four Seas gang, Wang Yinhua ultimately didn't kill them. This wasn't the old days you couldn't just kill people whenever you wanted. Very quickly, the news that Tae had been crippled reached the boss of the Four Seas gang. A single phone call summoned Wang Yinhua, Tran Tu Lang, and Tran Tu Bao. Interesting, very interesting, investigate him for me. I am Ho Tu Hai, and I want to see who this kid really is. In an underground bar in the West District, a chubby middle-aged man with a full beard grinned with great interest. It was past 7 in the evening when he returned to the Rose Garden Villa. Night had fallen, and a gentle breeze made for a pleasant atmosphere. Hua Tunan and Kwang Duong were in the living room playing a mobile MOBA, the TV on, but unwatched. It was just on for background noise. After losing 4 games in a row, the two best friends were in a foul mood when suddenly Ninh Trần walked through the door. Kwang Duong ran over as if she'd seen her savior. "Brother Dailuk, you're back. Want to play with us?" Hua Tunan also gave him a hopeful look. Even though Ninh Trần was annoying, his gaming skills were insane. Last time he carried them to over a dozen straight wins. Without him, the two of them were total noobs. Ninh Trần blunt refusal made Hua Tunan so mad she almost threw a pillow. "Oh, come on, Brother Dailuk, just carry us for a few games? Just a few, okay?" Kwang Duong wouldn't give up tugging on Ninh Trần sleeve and acting cute. "Fine." Ninh Trần agreed, thinking to himself that carrying 2 noobs would at least add some difficulty to the game. Otherwise, winning so easily was boring. Hua Tunan was originally furious about being called a noob. But after several wins in a row, her mood started to improve. She even offered to order some KFC and specifically asked if Ninh Trần wanted anything. Ninh Trần didn't refuse, considering it payment for carrying them. Soon after, the voice of a delivery driver was heard at the door. "Hello, KFC delivery?" Kwang Duong was confused. "Are delivery people allowed in here now?" Hua Tunan shook her head. "I don't know." The Rose Garden was a high-end gated community. Delivery drivers weren't allowed inside. Residents usually had to pick up their orders at the gate or have security bring them. "Hello, KFC delivery, please, come get it." The driver's voice called out again. Ninh Trần brows furrowed slightly, because he could feel a faint hint of killing intent. He knew trouble had found its way to him again. Just as their game ended, he stood up and said, "I'll get it, you two stay here." "Wow, Brother Dailuk is so thoughtful," Kwang Duong praised with a smile. Hua Tunan also glanced at Ninh Trần with surprise. Opening the gate, he saw a delivery man in a blue uniform standing outside, his head bowed so his face was hidden. As the man handed 2 boxes to Ninh Trần, the 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly morphed into a claw and shot towards Ninh Trần throat at lightning speed. In the darkness, a pair of ferocious eyes glinted. Wham! Ninh Trần easily caught the claw, and then to the attacker's utter shock, he casually snapped it. With a sickening crack, the bones in the delivery man's hand shattered. Before the man could even scream, Ninh Trần quickly hit a pressure point on his chest, silencing him completely. "Brother Dailuk, did you get the food yet? I'm starving," Kwang Duong's voice called out from the living room. The two best friends were busy discussing their recent victory, completely unaware of the thrilling assassination attempt happening right outside. Ninh Trần carried the 2 KFC boxes in, tossed them on the sofa, and turned back. "You two eat first. I'm going out for a smoke." Hua Tunan blinked her exquisite eyes. "Duong, does Ninh Trần normally smoke?" "I've never smelled smoke in the house." Maybe Brother Dailuk is considerate of you and doesn't want you to inhale secondhand smoke, so he always goes into the yard to smoke." Kwang Duong put a finger to her red lips. "You're talking nonsense again," Hua Tunan chided affectionately. "Hee hee." Kwang Duong was secretly thrilled to see their relationship improving. Meanwhile, Ninh Trần dragged the incapacitated delivery man silently to the backyard. Knowing the guy was just a hired gun who wouldn't know the mastermind's identity, Ninh Trần didn't bother interrogating him. He grabbed a shovel from the shed and started digging a hole to bury him. The assassin was utterly desperate, his spirit completely broken. Oh my god. He was a B-rank assassin from the Mu Huyetnan, a martial artist with internal energy, and now he was being buried alive. Help, help, Jesus, God, Buddha, the Virgin Mary, anybody save me. 2 or 3 minutes later, the shovel was back in the shed. This can't be the solution every time. What if an assassin attacks when I'm not around? Ninh Trần thought as he stood over the burial spot, tamping down the earth with his foot. I may not like Hua Tunan, but she's Aunt Qi's daughter, and there's Duong too. I've got it. Ninh Trần suddenly looked towards the doghouse in the corner of the yard, where a pair of shimmering green eyes was watching him confused. Hak Long, the German shepherd, had now witnessed this kind of thing twice. Luckily, he was a dog and couldn't talk. Otherwise, if he told Hua Tunan, the young miss would be scared out of her mind. Hak Long looked at Ninh Trần a little afraid, unsure of what the man intended to do. For the next few days, Ninh Trần mixed a few mysterious red pills into Hak Long's food every day. After eating them, Hak Long's entire body would feel scorching hot, as if the pills possessed some magical power, causing his physical strength to increase many times over. Soon, Hua Tunan and Kwang Duong were shocked to find that the normally docile Hak Long had started tearing up the house. At first, he just chewed up the sofa. He started by chewing some tree bark, then escalated to wrecking the TV, biting through the fridge, and even digging a huge hole in the cement wall. The 2 terrified best friends were debating whether to get rid of Black Dragon when Ninh Trần stepped in. Strangely, in front of Ninh Trần, Black Dragon completely lost his swagger, wagging his tail and licking Ninh Trần feet. Forget wrecking the house, he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Seeing that someone could handle Black Dragon, Shu Shuyan of course just left it alone. Ninh Trần continued to feed Black Dragon the red pills. Although spiritual medicines are scarce on Earth, he was lucky that Wang Yinhua managed to smuggle in fresh blood from 18 ferocious beasts, along with a few precious herbs. He could refine these low-grade blood origin pills. Helping Black Dragon raise his constitution to the Qi refining stage in a while shouldn't be a problem. Ninh Trần thought to himself, the Qi refining stage is basically a martial arts grandmaster. And it seemed like there was only one grandmaster in all of Qingzhou. This was the power of a nascent soul old monster who could get a dog to the Qi refining stage without using any spiritual energy. If this news got out, it would scare countless martial artists to death. Meanwhile, Wang Yinhua's underlings, after practicing the ancient body strengthening technique, also saw their physical abilities soar. The Four Seas gang was getting utterly crushed in their under-the-table clashes. Are all these animals from the Water Moon gang on frickin' steroids? How are they so strong? Charm Bar, the biggest bar in the southern part of West City, was also the headquarters for the Four Seas gang. As for Bai Xiao's Bai gang, had been renamed the Water Moon gang by Wang Yinhua. In a VIP room, a high-ranking member of the Four Seas gang, sporting dark circles like a panda, told their boss, Husi Hai. Boss, in just 2 months, 10 of our guys have ended up in the hospital. The medical bills are thousands of dollars every single day. Husi Hai looked troubled, puffing on his cigarette. What the hell is going on? How did those losers from the Water Moon gang suddenly get so tough one of them can take on 5 of our guys? It's worse than that, boss, the guy nicknamed Cannon said, holding his bruised face. The 2 brothers Chen Zibao and Chen Zilong each took down more than a dozen of our guys. I suspect everyone in the Water Moon gang got a group injection of super soldier serum and turned into Captain America. Have you been watching too many Marvel movies? Husi Hai shot him a look and went quiet. Should he resort to using guns? Husi Hai was deeply conflicted. There was an unwritten rule in the underworld. You don't use guns in turf wars. If the Four Seas gang broke that rule, they'd probably be hunted down by both the cops and other gangs. But if this kept up, the Water Moon gang would snatch all of their territory. Just then, Cannon got a phone call and his face immediately brightened. Boss, we found the guy pulling the strings for the Water Moon gang. For real. Husi Hai felt like he'd finally found a way out of this mess. He jumped up from the sofa, tossing his cigarette aside. Boss, we paid $100 grand to bribe a guy from the Water Moon gang. He just sent over the info on their leader. Cannon quickly handed his phone to Husi Hai. Husi Hai looked at a screen full of hope, only to nearly choke with rage. Clinical Class 2, Qingzhou University Medical School, Ninh Trần. Cannon, you damn moron, are you stupid? You blew $100 grand just to get played. Husi Hai hurled the phone at Cannon's face. He roared furiously. Cannon seemed prepared and quickly explained. Boss, calm down, I just did some digging. Zheng Yang got beat up by this kid before, and Wang Yinhua was there when it happened. This college kid definitely isn't simple. Maybe we should just grab him and have a chat. Husi Hai pondered for a moment. Fine, Cannon, you go bring that kid here. I want to personally ask him what his deal is with Wang Yinhua. Yes, boss. Su Wanwan's boba shop had been doing great lately. Since it was a school-supported project, it was located right at the crossroads of the campus's commercial street. A lot of people came just for Su Wanwan, wanting to see for themselves how pretty the medical school's belle really was. Shuyan, let's go grab a drink. I heard the girl working at the boba shop here is super cute, Jiang Tang said, linking arms with Xu Shuyan as they strolled down the commercial street. Xu Shuyan smiled, and they got in line. It was their turn in no time, and a sweet voice rang out. Hi there, good afternoon, what can I get for you? Su Wanwan's gorgeous face, though tired, was filled with contentment as she gave them a brilliant smile. Her fair forehead was beaded with sweat, and a few strands of hair were stuck to it, but it didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest. Whoa, she's seriously pretty, Jiang Tang said, her eyes sparkling. 2 grape milk teas, please, Xu Shuyan said politely. Coming right up. Su Wanwan recognized these 2 as the girls who were hanging around Ninh Trần at the sports festival. Compared to them, she felt she was lacking in both presence and family background. But Jiang Tang and Xu Shuyan thought nothing of the sort. They whispered to each other about how pretty Su Wanwan was truly deserving of her title as the medical school's belle. Soon the 2 boba teas were ready, and the girls paid and left. Suddenly, Jiang Tang spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Shuyan, look over there, isn't that Hercules? Where? Xu Shuyan looked over, and sure enough saw a tall guy cutting the line holding a bag of chips, and strolling casually up to the counter. Why isn't he waiting in line so rude? Xu Shuyan said with annoyance. Then they saw Su Wanwan warmly hand a cup of boba to Ninh Trần, chatting cheerfully with him. Ninh Trần was smiling and chatting back. He even stepped in to deal with 2 sophomores who were trying to harass Su Wanwan. They know each other. Xu Shuyan was a little taken aback. For some reason, seeing Ninh Trần chatting with such a pretty girl made her feel irritated. After a moment, her 2 partners, Jiang Ying and Xu Rongli, ran up. Su Wanwan took off her apron and walked out of the commercial street side by side with Ninh Trần. Oh my god, Shuyan, they're going out to eat together, Jiang Tang exclaimed in surprise. You don't think Hercules is dating that campus belle, do you? What's it to me? Xu Shuyan turned and stomped off in the other direction, her gorgeous face clouded with anger. She didn't even know why she was so mad. Maybe it was just because someone was so blind. So, how's the boba shop business? Ninh Trần asked casually as they walked off campus. It's doing pretty well. Last month we made over 10,000 in profit, so after splitting it with Rongli and Ying Ying, we each got around 5,000. Su Wanwan said with a radiant smile. Ning Chen rarely started a conversation with her, which made her even happier. Of course, Ning Chen was really just asking to be polite. Ning Chen, you seem to really like those chips. Are they that tasty? Su Wanwan asked, looking curiously at the bag in his hand. Fine, whatever. Nin Tran sighed. He was actually sick of eating them, but he had no choice since these poison mushroom chips had spiritual energy, even if it was a pathetic amount. Just as he walked out of the school gate, suddenly over a dozen figures started tailing him from behind. Again, Nin Tran shook his head and reluctantly said, Wanwan, I just remembered something, you go on ahead. I'll catch up later. Su Wanwan obediently left without asking any questions. Nin Tran watched her get away safely and was quickly surrounded by the group. Brother Shan Pao, that chick took off a thug, pointed out. Never mind her, the boss wants this guy. Their leader was a burly young man with a menacing knife scar on his forehead. Your Nin Tran Shan Pao stepped forward. Standing at 6'3", he gave off a ton of pressure. What do you want? Nin Tran asked, casually looking up. Our boss invited you for a drink, so you better show some respect. Fellow student Nin Tran, Shan Pao grinned. Fine, lead the way, Nin Tran said bluntly. Hey, you're not even gonna ask who our boss is. Shan Pao was stunned. Geez, you talk too much, are we going or not? Nin Tran said impatiently. Zhao Ye, bring the car around. Shan Pao's expression quickly soured as a Vengi bee sped over and whisked Nin Tran away. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shan Pao kept staring at Nin Tran in the rearview mirror. No matter how he looked at him, he just looked like a regular student. But aren't college kids supposed to be terrified of thugs? More than 40 minutes later, Shan Pao led Nin Tran and his dozen-plus cronies into Charm Bar. As they passed a table, a rich young master was sitting there. His name was Qin Fen, one of the 7 young masters of Binhai, who had been sent 2 months ago by the Ye family's eldest young master to find some mysterious person. Damn it, they only gave me 1 sketch. And I'm not even sure it's accurate. How the hell am I supposed to find him? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yegulu, are you freaking kidding me, boss? I've brought him. In the most exclusive VIP room, Shan Pao pushed Nin Tran inside, followed by his crew, who all curiously sized up Nin Tran. A few flashy hostesses also threw surprised looks his way. Student Nin Tran, have a seat. Hu Si-hai was surprisingly polite, as he motioned for a girl to pour a drink for Nin Tran. What do you want from me? Nin Tran casually sat on the sofa and placed his unfinished bag of chips on the coffee table. You must be thirsty after the ride. Come on, drink up first. We'll talk after. Hu Si-hai urged with a smile. Just get to the damn point, Nin Tran snapped impatiently. This remark terrified the girl pouring the drinks, causing her hand to shake. Is this student crazy, daring to speak to the boss of the Si-hai gang like that? Shan Pao was about to lose it, but Hu Si-hai held him back. He gently pushed the glass toward Nin Tran with 2 fingers. Brother Tran, I've got a lot of my boys and girls here, give me some face. All right. Nin Tran grabbed the glass and splashed its contents right in Hu Si-hai's face. Ah, the pretty girls shrieked, their faces pale. You freaking want to die? Shan Pao and the rest of the Si-hai gang were enraged, but Hu Si-hai just wiped his face and burst out laughing. Good, you really have the guts I'd expect from the man behind the Shui Yue gang. He stopped trying to make Nin Tran drink, leaned back on the sofa, and had a subordinate light him a cigarette. Then he saw the bag of chips on the table and casually grabbed a handful to eat. Hey, Nin Tran instantly lost his composure. Damn it, those are my poison mushroom chips. But seeing Hu Si-hai munching away so happily, he felt too awkward to stop him. Brother Tran, let's talk. Hu Si-hai said as he ate. The Si-hai gang and the Shui Yue gang are fighting every day, which only weakens us both and lets other gangs get the upper hand. I'm not the boss of the Shui Yue gang. You should go find Wang Yinhua. Nin Tran shook his head. Don't mess with me, Brother Tran. Wang Yinhua is just some woman. How could she possibly be qualified to run the massive Shui Yue gang? Hu Si-hai said disbelievingly. I have a proposal. Let's merge our 2 gangs. And since I'm older, I'll be the big boss. And you can be my number 2, what do you say? As he spoke, he eyed the chip bag, wondering what brand could be so tasty. That faint herbal flavor was just so addictive. Suddenly, an intense pain erupted in his stomach. Hu Si-hai clutched his stomach in agony, groaning as he collapsed onto the sofa. Boss, what's wrong, boss? Shan Pao hurried to his side. It's poison. Hu Si-hai pointed at the chip bag, his face turning a deathly shade of purple. What Shan Pao was stunned, he grabbed the bag of chips and glared at Nin Tran. You freaking scum. Nin, you have no honor using poison like this. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Nin Tran took the bag of chips and calmly started eating them in front of everyone. This left them all dumbfounded, thinking about it. Poisoning the chips didn't really make sense. The poison mushroom chips were made from the green ghost hand mushroom, a deadly fungus that in just 10 minutes could kill a fully grown bull. A human liver's ability to detoxify it is practically non-existent. Hu Si-hai didn't even last long enough for an ambulance. He just foamed at the mouth and died right there. Boss. Shan Pao cradled Hu Si-hai's purple-black corpse, wailing, slice him up, kill him. The spacious VIP room filled with murderous yells. So today was a trap all along. The Si-hai gang members had weapons ready, each grabbing a knife and charging desperately at Nin Tran. Just a bunch of nobodies. Ninh Trần sneered. He crushed their flimsy knives into scrap metal with a single squeeze and sent them flying like rag dolls with a wave of his hand. In just a moment, the floor was covered with members of the Sea High gang. The room was filled with their groans, but Ninh Trần hadn't even moved from the sofa. Yu Shanpao and the other gang leaders stared completely stunned. The hostesses wondered if they were dreaming or watching a movie being filmed. "He's a martial artist," one of the gang leaders yelled. "So what, I'll still blow you away?" Shanpao roared as he pulled a black Browning pistol from his belt. Die bang. The trigger was pulled, the gun aimed right at Ninh Trần temple. But in that same instant, Ninh Trần moved, his fingers flicked up to his temple and effortlessly caught the bullet. He didn't even glance over the entire time. He just poured himself a glass of wine and drank it calmly. Holy crap. Everyone gasped in terror, their minds immediately jumping to a famous movie character. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that's unbreakable. The ultimate assassin, the beast. What are you, a human or a demon? Shanpao stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. Ninh Trần didn't reply with a flick of his fingers. He sent the bullet flying back at twice the speed with a soft thud. Blew a hole in Mountain Cannon's forehead. The number 2 of the Four Seas gang, nicknamed Mountain Cannon Chen Dapao, dropped dead. The girls screamed their heads off. Just then, the VIP room door was kicked open from the outside, and a group of people burst in. Seeing Wang Yinhua and the Chen brothers, Ninh Trần let out a sigh of relief. Good thing it wasn't outsiders, or he'd have to waste spiritual energy to cast a memory-wiping spell, since he didn't want this incident getting out and causing a ton of trouble. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" What's this Yinhua who had just stormed in aggressively froze on the spot at the chaotic scene? Chen Zibao, Chen Zilong, and the rest of the Water Moon gang were all stunned. "This has nothing to do with me, you guys handle it, I'm leaving." Ninh Trần stood up and coolly walked away. Hu Si Hai Chen Shanpao. Wang Yinhua saw the big boss and the number 2 of the Four Seas gang and immediately had her men check on them. "Sister Yinhua, both of them, they're not breathing anymore," a subordinate's trembling voice called out. Wang Yinhua felt her head spin and collapsed onto the sofa. "The Four Seas gang is finished. My God, on this ordinary night. One of the biggest gangs in the West City District, the Four Seas gang, was wiped out. The Water Moon gang quietly took over the Four Seas gang's businesses. By the time the other gangs reacted, it was too late to get a piece of the pie. Brother Chen, now half of the West City District is our territory. We took over a bunch of shops today from now on. Just collecting protection money will bring in a few million each month," Wang Yinhua excitedly said over the phone. "Now that you have new territory, do business properly. Don't bully regular people, and it's best not to collect any protection fees." Ninh Trần said a few words, then suddenly asked, "Do you guys have 1.5 billion? 1.5 billion, Brother Chen. What do you need that much money for?" As soon as Wang Yinhua said it, she realized her mistake. How the boss uses his money? It wasn't her place as a subordinate to question him. She quickly apologized. "Sorry, Brother Chen, I misspoke." Ninh Trần just grunted in response. Wang Yinhua thought for a moment and replied, "It would take at least 1 or 2 years." 1 or 2 years, huh? Ninh Trần sounded a bit disappointed, but didn't press it, not wanting them to do anything reckless, then just said, "Make some more of those poison mushroom chips recently. I'm running out and the beast blood is almost gone too." "Yes, yes." Wang Yinhua clutched the phone with both hands, nodding repeatedly. Ninh Trần was in class, and suddenly saw Su Wanwan sitting in the front row, listening attentively to the lecture. So he said, "Oh, there's a guy named Su Hai with a huge high-interest debt, just wipe it clean. Wipe it. Okay." Wang Yinhua didn't dare ask any more questions. "If he dares to borrow money again, help me beat him up," Ninh Trần added. "Yes, Brother Chen, no problem." Wang Yinhua agreed immediately. After hanging up, Wang Yinhua stayed up all night, lying on her chair, a wild idea suddenly popping into her head to cling tightly to Brother Chen's thigh. Who knows, maybe one day she'll become the underground queen of all of Qingzhou. But what does Brother Chen need 1.5 billion for? Meanwhile, Ninh Trần didn't pay any mind to these small matters. After class, Su Wanwan was holding a cup of milk tea, planning to let Ninh Trần try it. A female student, with her hair in a high ponytail and a cold aura, walked past her. Su Wanwan was stunned that senior's presence is so strong. "It's the senior Wen Qinglan. I heard she comes from a martial arts family." "What is she looking for?" Ninh Trần, for a curious voice, whispered. Under the admiring gazes of many students, Wen Qinglan walked straight up to Ninh Trần. "What do you want now?" Ninh Trần glanced at her. Wen Qinglan looked at him, feeling a sense of unreality. This ordinary student who had wrecked the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association headquarters 3 months ago somehow faced no punishment. Vice President Liang Yongzhi seemed to have just given up and stopped sending people to bother Ninh Trần. The city's martial arts association being bullied like this sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. "If there's nothing, I'm leaving." Ninh Trần stood up. "There is something," Wen Qinglan said quickly. Seeing how fierce Ninh Trần was, she felt her own presence weaken. "Next week is my grandfather's 80th birthday. I'd like to invite you to be a guest at the Lianzhou Hotel. No need for a gift, just showing up is enough." She said, "Will there be good food?" "If there is, I'll go," Ninh Trần said. "Of course there will be." Wen Qinglan nodded. "Okay," Ninh Trần said, and then left. Walking past Su Wanwan, he took the fresh cup of milk tea and drank a sip through the straw. "This blueberry flavor is pretty good. he said as he drank and left the classroom. Wen Qinglan's cold gaze immediately fell on Su Wanwan, sizing her up. Why are all the girls around Ninh Trần so pretty? Su Wanwan felt very awkward. Reaching the school gate, Chao Jing's Audi was parked by the road. Ninh Trần opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were chatting. Seeing him, Jiang Tang greeted him enthusiastically, while Xu Shuyan turned her head away looking annoyed. Ninh Trần found it strange, wondering what he did to offend this young miss again, but he figured he just had to endure it a little longer to be free. Little Chen, you're coming to my house for dinner today. You've never been before, have you? Chao Jing said while driving. Yeah. Ninh Trần nodded. The Rose Garden Villa was just a place Xu Jingshan bought for his daughter's convenience to attend school. The couple didn't usually live there. They had their own apartment. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll have the maid prepare it, Chao Jing asked casually. I want to eat Australian lobster, emperor's beef, abalone sea urchin, and Buddha jumps over the wall, Ninh Trần ordered without any hesitation, and the car suddenly went silent. He really doesn't see himself as an outsider, Xu Shuyan muttered. Chao Jing just laughed, not minding it at all, and immediately called the maid to prepare the food. Soon the car weaved through traffic and arrived at the Wulin residence in the city center. The Wulin residence is the most luxurious apartment complex in Qingzhou, bordered by Westlake on the left and the Grand Canal on the right, where the smallest unit is worth 50 million. Xu Jingshan and Chao Jing lived in a 500 square meter apartment. The decor wasn't as extravagant as you'd imagine, but had a very lived-in feel. The couple's daily life was quite simple. At noon, while Ninh Trần was eating with the Xu family, the doorbell suddenly rang. Honey, did you invite a guest? Chao Jing asked. Xu Jingshan was also surprised. The butler Fan Yi went to open the door, and a chubby, balding, middle-aged man walked in sniffing the aroma of food in the air. He laughed loudly. Jingshan, you're eating. Looks like I came at the right time. Why are you here? Xu Jingshan walked over, his brows furrowed with displeasure. That's Xu Yan's eldest uncle. His name is Xu Jianguo, Jiang Tang told Ninh Trần at the dining table. But our two families don't get along, and we barely ever see each other. So why are they here today? Probably to beg for a free meal. Ninh Trần analyzed while chewing on a small black abalone. You wish. Xu Shuyan shot him a look. My uncle's family is in real estate. They're richer than us. They must be here for something. Ninh Trần was too lazy to reply. Just keep eating. Is eating all you know how to do? Xu Shuyan glared. Are you nuts? What does my eating have to do with you? Ninh Trần cursed in frustration, wondering what he did to piss off this young miss. She hadn't given him a break all morning. Did she have some kind of intermittent psychotic disorder? Xu Shuyan slammed the table, about to curse back. But then she remembered she still needed this guy to help her rank up, so she held her tongue for now. Just then, with a loud bang, the apartment door was slammed shut. Xu Shuyan's uncle Xu Jianguo stormed out in a rage. Dad, why did you get into another fight with Uncle Wu? Xu Shuyan asked, when Xu Jingshan sat back down. It's nothing. Let's eat. Xu Jingshan tried to force his ashen face back to normal. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. Just tell me what's going on. A family should get along, right? Xu Shuyan pressed him. A family hump. I see him as family. But does he see me as family? Xu Jingshan sneered and then said, Next week is Old Man Wen's 80th birthday celebration. The old man booked the entire Tuohua Yuan Hotel and invited all the prestigious families in Qingzhou. Shuyan's grandpa told me to represent the Xu family and wish Old Man Wen a happy birthday. Xu Jianguo came today for that representative spot. He said he wants to pay 1 billion to buy the right to represent us. Even though my business isn't as successful as his, we're not hurting for that kind of money. Chao Jing shook her head. How shameless. Xu Shuyan frowned. Why is uncle like that? Is being the representative that important? Of course it is. Xu Jingshan affirmed the Wen family is one of the 5 great families of Qingzhou, on par with the Xu family. For Old Man Wen's 80th birthday, who would dare to be disrespectful? Even the Martial Arts Association has to send someone to congratulate him. Xu Jianguo has always wanted the spotlight at big events like this, so of course he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Xu Shuyan pouted, thinking it was as boring as a bunch of eunuchs fighting over a position. Xu Jingshan shook his head. You just don't get it. Let's eat. Just then, Ninh Trần suddenly cut in. Uncle Xu is the Old Man Wen. You're talking about named Wen Yue. That's right. Why? Xu Jingshan asked. Nothing. Ninh Trần didn't say anything else. He didn't know much about the upper echelons of Qingzhou. He never expected Old Man Wen to have so much clout. You're not going, so why are you asking? Xu Shuyan snapped at him again. Who says I'm not going? Ninh Trần retorted. Going my ass. Xu Shuyan continued to snap. All right, just eat. Xu Jingshan had no choice but to interrupt the bickering pair. He really didn't plan on bringing Ninh Trần to Old Man Wen's birthday banquet. Just think, with Ninh Trần status, what kind of rumors would start if he showed up at the Xu family's table. Shuyan's boyfriend, his future son-in-law. Although Ninh Trần was very outstanding, deep down, Xu Jingshan still felt that with his family background, he wasn't worthy of his pampered daughter. Not long after they finished eating, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang decided to go for a walk in downtown Qingzhou. Jiang Tang originally wanted to drag Ninh Trần along to be her pack mule and carry their stuff, but he flatly refused. When he got back to the rose garden, Ninh Trần noticed two shady guys using binoculars to watch the villa. Target has appeared, stay hidden. The two assassins quickly ducked into the bushes when they saw Ninh Trần. Soon after, Ninh Trần took Hailong out for a walk, and the two assassins hurriedly followed. Near the rose garden was an undeveloped patch of wasteland with weeds as high as a person's waist. Ninh Trần planned to test Hailong's combat strength here. Hailong, there are two bugs behind us. Go take care of them. Ninh Trần unclipped Hailong's collar, stroked the fur on its head, and pointed behind him. Woof, woof, woof. Hailong raised its head in response, its dark eyes locking onto the two assassins in the tall grass. Old Yan, I think it spotted us, one of the guys whispered suspiciously. Crap, run! The other guy turned and fled. The two vulture-rank assassins sent by the organization to tail him never would have imagined that a dog could run so fast. Hailong had been fed nearly 100 blood essence. Pills by Ninh Trần. Its physical body was on par with an internal energy martial artist. In the wasteland, it was like a black bolt of lightning. The two assassins were taken down one by Hailong, their throats torn out. The two assassins convulsed in horror, watching Ninh Trần calmly walk over. Not giving up, one assassin struggled to crawl away. Hailong lifted its paw and slammed it on the guy's thigh with a loud crack. With his femur broken, the assassin screamed in agony. What the hell kind of dog is this? The remaining assassin's mind was filled with terror before he died. Ninh Trần couldn't be bothered to keep anyone alive, directly telling Hailong to dig a hole and bury the two on the spot. These guys were clearly cannon fodder, not even worth interrogating. He hoped this assassin organization knew what was good for them. Otherwise, if he was in a bad mood one day, he might just uproot them completely. After burying the bodies as usual, Ninh Trần walked around a bit more before taking Hailong back to the Rose Garden Villa. Unexpectedly, there was another shady guy standing at the gate peeking inside the house. What are you doing? Ninh Trần walked over and yelled, Oh, it's you! This shady guy recognized Ninh Trần, his greasy face immediately breaking into a smile. Why are you here? It turned out to be Xu Shuyan's uncle Xu Jianguo. I live here, what do you want? Ninh Trần said, holding Hailong. You live here, Xu Jianguo pointed at the villa, staring at Ninh Trần in shock, as if he had just discovered something incredible. Living together, son-in-law. Those two thoughts popped into Xu Jianguo's head, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Your name is... What was it again? Never mind, little brother. I have a business deal I want to discuss with you. I wonder if you'd be interested. How big of a deal? If it's over 100 billion, I might consider it, Ninh Trần said. 100 billion. Xu Jianguo immediately suspected Ninh Trần had a screw loose. He forced a laugh. Young people shouldn't be so ambitious. Help me with a small favor, and I'll give you 100,000, how about it? Are you trying to give a handout to a beggar? Ninh Trần walked over and pushed him aside. Move. Hailong also barked wildly. Woof, woof, woof. 200,000. Xu Jianguo took a few steps back, holding up two fingers. Ninh Trần took out his key to open the villa gate, ignoring him completely. Just as he was about to close the gate, Xu Jianguo, who was asking for a death wish, shoved his foot into the door. With a grim look, Ninh Trần said coldly, Don't push me. Hua Jianguo ignored the warning, smiling slyly. Little brother, you free tonight? Uncle wants to treat you to dinner at Peach Blossom Spring, and then hit up the Diamond Club. The girls there are total knockouts, you get me. Bam. Before he could finish, Ninh Trần slammed the gate shut with all his might, and with a crack, Hua Jianguo's left leg broke, making him squeal like a stuck pig. After the guy pulled his foot out, Ninh Trần calmly led Black Dragon inside. You little punk, just you wait. If I don't kill you, my last name isn't Hua. Hua Jianguo clutched his foot, which was swollen like a pig's trotter, breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. Ninh Trần led Black Dragon into the yard and fed it a blood-tempering pill. This type of elixir actually had some berserker properties, and even a white rabbit would become as fierce as a wolf or tiger after taking it for a long time. An ordinary person would find it hard to tame a beast that had consumed a blood-tempering pill. But Ninh Trần possessed a beast-taming art, so even if Black Dragon became strong enough to kill a grandmaster in one bite, it would never dare to disobey him. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang didn't get home from their outing until 9 o'clock. Brother Dali Shuyan bought you a pair of limited edition shoes. Hurry up and try them on, Jiang Tang said, knocking on Ninh Trần door while holding a beautifully wrapped shoebox. Xu Shuyan's voice immediately rang out from the living room. Xiao Tang, you're talking nonsense again. You're the one who bought them for him, not me. Wasn't I just the one who paid for them? Jiang Tang stuck her tongue out. You just paid for them on a whim. Xu Shuyan acted all high and mighty, refusing to admit she bought the shoes for Ninh Trần, even though she was the one who paid. Ninh Trần took the shoebox and pulled out a pair of gray and blue AJs. How much were they? I'll transfer you the money. Ninh Trần tried them on, and was surprised they fit perfectly. Then he looked over at Xu Shuyan. Just then, Xu Shuyan was sitting on the sofa with her long fair legs crossed, and from Ninh Trần angle, her alluring curves were on full display. Xu Shuyan's face turned a little red as she quickly grabbed a pillow to cover her thighs and glared at Ninh Trần. What are you looking at? I'm not looking. Ninh Trần held up his hands and then took out his phone. I just want to transfer you the money for the shoes. Geez, brother Dali Shuyan's monthly allowance is over 100,000. She's not hurting for this little bit of cash. Jiang Tang pulled Ninh Trần aside. smiling brightly and saying, "That's right. Carrying us in honor of kings would be way better." Xu Shuyan pouted too. Ninh Trần shook his head. "I'm still paying you to suck too much. Carrying you to the top rank would kill me. Go to hell." A pillow carrying Xu Shuyan's scent came flying at him. The next morning, Ninh Trần wore his new shoes to class. As soon as he walked in, he heard the vice class president, Lihuyan Min, bragging, "These shoes of mine are a collab between AJ and Slam Dunk, limited to only 500 pairs in the whole country. No exaggeration, there are no more than 5 people in all of Qingzhou who own this pair." Lihuyan Min sat in the front row, crossing his legs to show off his new red and black shoes. A crowd of guys surrounded him, including Fang Xiaopeng and Zhang Dashuan. "Brother Li, if they're limited to 500 pairs nationwide, they must be super expensive, right?" A tall, skinny guy stared at Lihuyan Min's feet, practically drooling. His name was Dai Zhenqiang, a basketball fan who always followed Lihuyan Min around. "You even have to ask," Lihuyan Min said coolly, bouncing his foot. "This pair is the limited edition collab with Rukawa. One pair costs 40 to 50,000. I had to beg my dad for days to buy them. I bet in all of Qing University you won't find a second identical pair." Just as he was bragging, Ninh Trần walked by. Zhang Dashuan looked down and saw that the shoes on Ninh Trần feet were exactly the same as Lihuyan Min's, with the eye-catching red colorway and big black swoosh. "Ninh Trần, the shoes on your feet!" Zhang Dashuan quickly pointed and shouted, immediately drawing the attention of all the guys around. "It's a pair of the isekai'd Rukawa collab!" Fang Xiaopeng yelled too, staring admiringly at the shoes on Ninh Trần feet. "Ninh Trần, I never knew you were a rich kid in disguise, buying the collab as soon as it dropped." Ninh Trần said casually, "I didn't buy them, someone gave them to me." "They're obviously fakes." Lihuyan Min cut in, glancing at Ninh Trần feet and saying confidently, "There are no more than 10 pairs of my Rukawa shoes in all of Qingzhou, and I know everyone who has them." "Ninh Trần, are those fakes comfortable? Did you buy them for a few $100? Lihuyan Min sneered intentionally. "Whether they're comfortable or not is none of your damn business." Ninh Trần shot him a look. "Say one more word and see if I don't slap you." He didn't care if they were real or fake as long as he could wear them. "Look who's getting triggered. He's triggered." Lihuyan Min pointed at Ninh Trần and laughed his head off with his friends. The next thing they knew, Ninh Trần actually swung his hand and smacked. The sound echoed through the classroom. Lihuyan Min clutched his face in shock, staring blankly at Ninh Trần. He never expected Ninh Trần to actually hit him, just like he said, without any hesitation. Damn it, it's the 21st century. How can there still be people like this in a civilized society? "Ninh Trần, I'll freaking kill you." Lihuyan Min was a guy. He wasn't just going to take a hit, so he swung his fist and charged. Smack, he ended up getting slapped again. "I'll take you down with me." Smack, "Ninh Trần, you wanna die." Smack, "Stop hitting me." Lihuyan Min stumbled into the desks and chairs, books scattering all over the floor, his left cheek swollen and throbbing with pain. "You can show off in front of them, but if you show off in front of me, I'll beat you to death." Ninh Trần glared at him and turned away. Guys like Lihuyan Min needed to be taught a lesson. If you don't put them in their place, they'll just walk all over you later. So violent. The students of Clinical Class 2 turned pale watching this scene. Even the class president, Zhang Xinran, didn't dare to intervene. Soon after, the pathology professor arrived for class and found the room unusually quiet. And only after asking did he find out that Ninh Trần had beaten up Lihuyan Min. "What is this nonsense?" The professor immediately took them both to the office of the department head, Liu Wei. A fight, Liu Wei sat behind his desk, took off his glasses, and looked at Ninh Trần and Lihuyan Min with a strange expression before saying, "Professor Yu, you can go back to class. I'll handle this." "Yes, Dean Liu." The pathology professor Yu Ping turned to leave. "Dean Liu, he hit me in front of the whole class. He hit me." Lihuyan Min clutched his face and started complaining. "Dean Liu, you have to stand up for me." All right. Next, Liu Wei used the classic leadership tactic of de-escalation, turning a big problem into a small one. And a small problem into no problem at all, finally telling Ninh Trần to apologize to Lihuyan Min and pay a little compensation money to settle it. "Dean Liu, sir, how can you do this?" Lihuyan Min's eyes widened. Before, when 2 male students from the humanities department got into a fight, the result was that he almost got expelled. "All right, Ninh Trần, just apologize to Lihuyan Min and compensate him 5,000 yuan and we'll call it even." Liu Wei waved his hand impatiently. 5,000! Lihuyan Min nearly lost his mind. His parents own a company, as if he was short on that little bit of cash. "Damn, I'll give you 10,000, that'll cover the next time too." Ninh Trần pulled out his phone, ready to transfer the money. "Ninh Trần, you son of a..." Lihuyan Min started to curse, but when Ninh Trần raised his hand, the guy quickly changed his tune. "How's your mother doing?" Ninh Trần lowered his hand. "All right, I have other things to handle. You two can leave now." Liu Wei said in a scolding tone, "Students should get along with each other. No more fighting is the future, you hear me?" Ninh Trần just grunted and walked out. Lihuyan Min wasn't stupid. He knew the department head favored Ninh Trần, so he left to figure out another plan. But as soon as Ninh Trần walked out, he put his phone in his pocket and started walking back to class. "Ninh Trần, wait up!" Lihuyan Min called out. Ning Chen turned around and Le Huanming flinched. Aren't you gonna transfer me that 10,000 yuan? Looks like you're asking for a slap. Ning Chen raised his hand, threatening Le Huanming. Fine, you win. Le Huanming gritted his teeth and walked away filled with resentment and fury. Meanwhile, Liu Wei was on the phone with Wen Yue telling him about Ning Chen's fight. Principal Wen, if he keeps this up, he's going to cause some huge trouble. You have to find a way to transfer him out. Liu Wei sounded like he was about to cry. The only reason he hadn't punished Ning Chen was because Principal Wen Yue had warned him. On the other end of the line, Wen Yue sighed. Professor Liu Ning Chen's background is beyond anything you can imagine. Even I probably can't afford to mess with him. Let's just be careful and treat this big shot well. Liu Wei was stunned. Is it that serious? Thank goodness I didn't punish Ning Chen or I'd be in big trouble. I'll invite him to my 80th birthday. I'll talk to him then and ask him to tone it down at school. Wen Yue could only say this to comfort Liu Wei. Meanwhile, Ning Chen returned to class completely unscathed, shocking the students of Clinical Class 2, and even Professor Yu Ping was baffled. After class, Yu Ping went to the department office to ask what happened, but was given a stern warning by Liu Wei. Professor Yu, don't ask about this anymore. You're getting in way over your head. At the end of another boring school day, Ning Chen popped in his earbuds and walked toward the campus shopping street while listening to music. The Rendezvous milk tea stand was doing better and better. Su Wanwan Jiangying and Shu Rongli were very particular about their ingredients, so the profit on each cup of fresh-pressed tea was pretty low, but they made up for it in volume, which made them super popular. Ning Chen was a total foodie, so he'd grab a few drinks every time he passed by. Su Wanwan never made him pay. As he was walking through the shopping street, Ning Chen caught a glimpse of a familiar back. It was Guan Xiaoman, the vicious rich girl from Clinical Class 1 leading two thugs into some bushes. Ning Chen wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but as he walked by, his ears twitched slightly, and their conversation drifted into his ears. As a nascent soul grand cultivator, if he really wanted to, he could use his divine sense to cover the entire country of Huaxia and listen in on any conversation. Did you bring the stuff? It was Guan Xiaoman's voice. Don't worry, we got it, and this little guy is super fresh. 3,000 yuan, not a cent less. The two thugs, who were obviously not students, finalized the deal with Guan Xiaoman, a wicked look in their eyes. As long as you ruin Su Wanwan's rendezvous tea stand, forget 3,000, I'll even pay you 30,000. She was taking her anger out on Wanwan again. Ning Chen shook his head, then the two thugs emerged from the bushes and got in line at the tea stand. Damn, this place is packed. The guy with the buzz cut smirked, looking around. Check out that girl behind the counter, she's a total babe, way hotter than those online influencers. The guy with the neck tattoo said, pointing at Su Wanwan. What you into her? The buzz cut guy chuckled. Itch whatever, it's not like she's my girl anyway. The tattooed guy snorted. Soon they each bought a drink and sat at a stone table nearby. Not even a few minutes later, the guy with the buzz cut screamed, What the hell? What is this? The tattooed guy shot up from his seat. What's wrong? There's a cockroach in my drink, a roach. This is so freaking gross. The buzz cut guy pointed at his tea and doubled over, pretending to vomit. He was so loud that students at nearby tables turned to look and saw a black bug floating in the half-drunk honey lemonade. Take a closer look, it's a small roach and it's still alive. Ugh! The tattooed guy looked sick too and moved to throw the cup away. The buzz cut guy stopped him. Hold on, how? This is our evidence, you can't toss it. Let's go talk to them. Right! Let's go make them pay up! The two furiously stormed over to the rendezvous counter and slammed both drinks down with a loud thud, splashing tea everywhere. Sirs! Su Wanwan jumped startled in the middle of taking an order. Is this how you sell milk tea? The buzz cut guy demanded, aggressively, hands on his hips. Sorry, what seems to be the problem? Jiang Ying and Shu Rongli came over, and then they saw the buzz cut guy pointing at the honey lemonade. Crap, a roach. Two guys who had just ordered saw the small cockroach swimming in the drink, its 6 legs kicking around in the pale yellow liquid, and their faces went white. Sorry, can we get our money back? I don't want my order anymore, one of them said. Yeah, me neither. That's disgusting, said the other. The line behind them immediately erupted in chatter. A few of the students who were regulars at the rendezvous stand looked seriously grossed out. Jiang Ying and Shu Rongli knew this was bad and rushed to reassure the customers. Su Wanwan picked up the cup to get a closer look and then hesitantly asked, Did you put that roach in there yourself? What did you just say? The guy with the buzz cut slammed his hand on the counter, glaring. You saw me put it in there with your own 2 eyes. You think I'm bored enough to bring a roach here just to set you up? But our ingredients are all fresh fruits we bought yesterday. How could there be a roach? Su Wanwan retorted. Her mother Li Mei owned a barbecue joint and never used gutter oil or sketchy meat. She ran an honest business, which meant lower profits. Her mother had taught her to always put quality first when running a business. You're asking me who the hell am I supposed to ask? The buzz cut guy shouted at Su Wanwan. The tattooed guy waved his hand. Enough talk, pay up. The buzz cut guy, putting on a disgusted face, added, Yeah, you have to compensate us at least 1,000 yuan. 1,000, our entire revenue for one day is only about 1,000 yuan. Su Wanwan saw the suspicious and disgusted looks from the customers and felt her heart sink with anger and panic. She was always so careful with every drink she made, always tying her hair up high. They're wearing masks, so forget hair or spit. How could a roach even get in there? You idiots demanding compensation is so obvious. Quan Xiaoman watching from afar was so mad she could just die. As expected. The moment compensation was mentioned, a few customers immediately got suspicious. Didn't you guys put that roach in there yourselves? A female student whispered. Yeah, I get milk tea here every day. It's always super clean. The more I look, the more it seems like they're just trying to scam them. Two male students chimed in. Get lost. It's not like you guys are the ones who drank the roach, right? The guy with the buzz cut yelled and then roared at Su Wanwan. Hurry up and apologize and pay up. Or this isn't over. We'll go tell the teachers and get this crappy milk tea stand shut down. The tattooed guy also shouted threats. Just when Su Wanwan was at a loss, her savior appeared. I'll have a honey lemon tea. It was Ninh Trần. Su Wanwan immediately shot him a grateful look. Jiang Ying and Xu Rongli also happily ordered right then, which was without a doubt the biggest show of trust and support. The two thugs weren't having it. Hey, their milk tea has a roach in it. You still dare to drink it. Got a death wish. The guy with the buzz cut snapped at Ninh Trần. You guys put the roach in there yourselves. What's that got to do with them? Ninh Trần glanced at the guy. What did you say? The two thugs' faces darkened. Ninh Trần signaled for Su Wanwan to go make the tea and leave this to him. Listen here, punk. You better make it clear. Which one of your eyes saw us plant that roach? The buzzcut guy stepped forward and grabbed Ninh Trần collar. The tattooed guy threatened, If you don't make yourself clear, this ain't over. Heh. For once, Ninh Trần didn't strike immediately and just smirked. You guys aren't students at this school, are you? Then what department are you guys in? Ninh Trần asked. What department? They weren't actually Qing University students, but thugs Quan Xiaoman hired from off-campus. Since they looked young, no one suspected them. The guy with the buzz cut hadn't even finished middle school and had never set foot in a university, so how would he know any departments? His face instantly flushed red. The tattooed guy quickly jumped in. Why do you care what department we're in? We're talking about the roach in the tea. What the hell are you running a background check? The buzz cut guy also snapped back, tightening his grip on Ninh Trần collar. Yeah, don't you dare try to change the subject. All right then, let's get to the bottom of this. Ninh Trần shoved the guy, sending him staggering backward, and then pulled his phone out of his pocket. You dare push me, I'll kill you! The buzzcut guy got back on his feet, only to see Ninh Trần playing a video he'd just recorded set at the stone table at the intersection of the commercial street. The stars of the video were him and the tattooed guy. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned to look. Su Wanwan also stopped making the tea, her eyes glued to the screen. It showed the buzzcut guy and the tattooed guy, one with his leg propped on a chair, the other smoking a cigarette, glancing around shiftily, occasionally pointing at passing female students with creepy grins on their faces. They looked nothing like students. About 40 seconds into the video, the buzzcut guy pulled a wadded-up tissue from his pocket, carefully opened it, and tipped something out of it. Even though the video wasn't super clear, a blind man could see it was a roach. These two were definitely here to run a scam. Dozens of angry stares were now fixed on the buzzcut guy and his tattooed friend. What's happening? It's Ninh Trần again. What on earth is that guy doing? Quan Xiaoman, who was watching from afar, had a terrible look on her face. She had a bad feeling that she was going to fail again. At that moment, a scuffle broke out by the milk tea stand. The two thugs, realizing they were exposed, tried to grab the phone, but were blocked by a group of male students, their faces turning purple with rage. Su Wanwan, Jiang Ying, and Xu Rongli all let out a sigh of relief, shooting grateful looks toward Ninh Trần. If it hadn't been for him this time, the reputation of their meat stand would have been seriously damaged. I had no idea you two had such a unique hobby, a taste for roach-flavored honey lemon tea, Ninh Trần said with a sly grin, pocketing his phone and giving them a mock salute of admiration. You little bastard, when the hell did you record that? Delete the video now or I'll kill you. The two thugs showed their true colors. But then Ninh Trần suddenly asked, Quan Xiaoman sent you here, didn't she? How'd you know? The buzzcut guy blurted out, then quickly clamped his mouth shut. Hearing that anyone who didn't know would have asked who Quan Xiaoman was, but his reaction was a dead giveaway. The students who knew about the feud between Su Wanwan and Quan Xiaoman immediately understood. It's Quan Xiaoman again, that girl is so vicious. Why does she keep targeting Wanwan? Is she psycho? Jiang Ying and Xu Rongli were furious. Su Wanwan also frowned and bit her lip, feeling a wave of sadness and helplessness. Who's Quan Xiaoman? We don't know her. The tattooed guy quickly tried to backtrack, but Ninh Trần landed a punch right in his gut, causing him to double over like a shrimp and drop to his knees. The buzzcut guy was completely stunned. He never thought a student would be this strong and just start throwing punches. Ahow, you son of a B***tich! The buzzcut guy cursed, moving to fight back for his buddy. But Ninh Trần sent him flying over 30 feet with a single kick, landing with a huge splash in the artificial lake. The surrounding students stared completely dumbfounded. Quan Xiaoman was also in shock. Why did they start fighting? I can't swim, somebody help me. The buzzcut guy couldn't swim and started screaming. Someone tried to go help, but Ninh Trần stopped them. He crouched by the water's edge, pulled the guy up by his arm, and then grabbed him by the hair. Who sent you guys here to make trouble? Was it Quan Xiaoman from Clinical Medicine Class 1? What Quan? Who? I don't know any Quan Xiaoman, the buzzcut guy wailed, grabbing onto Ning Chen's hand. Asterisk splash asterisk. Ning Chen shoved the guy's head underwater. The surrounding students just stared, stunned. It was like an interrogation scene from a movie playing out in real life. 4 or 5 seconds later, Ning Chen pulled him up for air and asked again, was it Quan Xiaoman? Yes, it was her. Before the buzzcut guy could finish his sentence, Ning Chen shoved his head back under the water. I told you already, it's Quan Xiaoman, it was her. Why are you still drowning me? The buzzcut guy screamed underwater as bubbles gurgled to the surface. Ning Chen, stop it! Su Wanwan cried out, afraid things would escalate, and she rushed over to stop him. Only then did Ning Chen pull the guy out and throw him onto the lawn. The tattooed guy watched this terrified. He just lifted a grown man out of the lake with one hand. Is this guy some kind of strongman? It didn't take long for the buzzcut guy to spill everything. As expected, Quan Xiaoman was behind it. That girl is truly disgusting. To keep targeting Campus Belle Sue over some startup fund money, she's so vile. Yeah, she's so trashy. The news about what happened at the meat milk tea stand spread like wildfire across campus. It was all over group chats and social media. Someone even posted a TikTok that blew up a little, and it even got the attention of the department heads. When Dean Lu Wei heard Ninh Tran's name again, his head felt like it was about to explode. Good grief, you little terror, can't you stay quiet for even half a day? Why are you causing trouble again? In the department office, Liu Wei's expression was incredibly grim. No way, Dean Lu, are you seriously blaming me for this too? Ninh Tran said discontentedly, crossing his legs on the sofa. It's obvious Guan Xiaoman conspired with outsiders to frame Su Wanwan. I just stepped in because it wasn't fair. Liu Wei was speechless. Their framing is their business. What does it have to do with you? How is that not my business? Bang, bang, bang. Ninh Tran slammed the table righteously. If the Rendezvous Cafe closes down, where am I supposed to get my free milk tea from? Are you going to bring it to me every day? Liu Wei was speechless again. Just then, a female teacher knocked and entered. Dean Lu, Guan Xiaoman's father, is here. Liu Wei frowned slightly. Little Z, please show them in. This teacher was the advisor for Clinical Class 1 named Xi Jing. She went out and immediately led Guan Xiaoman and a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair inside. The middle-aged man was clearly a big shot in business, dressed head to toe in designer brands, exuding a powerful presence completely different from a typical parent the moment he walked in. Dean Liu, what's going on? Xiaoman said she was bullied. As the man entered, Guan Xiaoman followed behind, pointing at Ninh Tran and saying pitifully, Dad, it was him, he's the one who bullied me. Mr. Guan, come have the glass of water. Liu Wei personally poured a glass. Guan Xiaoman's father, Guan Weimin, ignored the water, rolled up his sleeves, and walked right up to Ninh Tran. You bullied Xiaoman? Yup, that was me. Ninh Tran nodded. I'm a busy man. I don't have time to waste on a punk like you. Apologize to my Xiaoman right now, then we'll sort out what needs sorting and pay what needs paying. You hear me? Guan Weimin yelled. A normal student would have been terrified being yelled at by a parent with such an imposing presence. But Ninh Tran found it amusing and said lightly, like father, like daughter, I guess you just got here and you're already demanding an apology without knowing right from wrong. What did you say? Guan Weimin pointed at Ninh Tran. You want to bet my lawyer will be here in 3 minutes to sue you into bankruptcy. Where are your parents? I want to see what kind of people raised a disrespectful brat like you. This is bad. Hearing Guan Weimin speak so recklessly, Liu Wei knew this was big trouble. A guy that not even President Wen dares to provoke. Just how terrifying is his background, Mr. Guan Yu? Liu Wei had just opened his mouth when Ninh Tran made his move. A loud slap echoed. The advisor for Clinical Class 1, Xie Jing, was terrified. He actually hit him. In all her years as an advisor, she'd never seen anything so wild. Dad, Guan Xiaoman screamed, rushing over. At that moment, Guan Weimin, clutching his stinging left cheek, scrambled up and threw a punch. You punk, you're dead meat. Seeing Guan Weimin charging at him aggressively, Ninh Tran contemptuously cleaned his ear and sent the man flying with a single kick, leaving him gasping for air in pain. Dean Lu, what are you doing? Call the police. Call the police! This kid is completely out of control. How could Liu Wei dare to call the police? That would just put him in an impossible position. You dare hit my dad, I'll fight you. Guan Xiaoman finally snapped out of it and ran towards Ninh Tran, ready to attack. Ninh Tran already disliked this girl, and he wasn't about to go easy on her now. Just then, Liu Wei quickly rushed forward and grabbed Guan Xiaoman, afraid she would get hit too. Advisor Xi Jing was stunned, slumping onto the sofa in horror. Is this guy really a student? I don't like to waste my breath. Ninh Tran said calmly. The Rendezvous Cafe is under my protection. If you dare bother Su Wanwan again, you'll face the consequences. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Guan Weimin gritted his teeth as he watched him go, his eyes filled with both anger and fear, but seeing his precious daughter was still there, he knew he shouldn't completely provoke Ninh Tran. Fearing the situation would spiral out of control, his emotions eventually hardened into a desire for revenge. Mr. Guan Liu Wei approached him and said seriously, I'm sure you can see. Ninh Tran's background isn't simple. I advise you to just let this go. Guan Weimin spat a wad of bloody saliva into the trash can and asked, Who exactly is he? I don't know either. Liu Wei shook his head. In short, this young man has a lot of influence. Qing University won't expel him. They won't even punish him. I suggest you arrange a transfer for Guan Xiaoman, it would be for the best. Guan Weimin's fists clenched, making a cracking sound. After a long moment, he nodded. Fine, we'll transfer. Wan, do you think Ninh Trần will be expelled below the administration building? 3 girls were waiting anxiously. I heard Guan Xiaoman's dad is in the building materials business, and it's huge. He makes tens of millions a year. Last year, when the school built the new stadium, her dad donated a lot of money. Jiang Ying said worriedly. This whole thing has blown up. There's a video on TikTok with hundreds of thousands of likes. Guan Xiaoman is getting totally roasted by netizens, Xu Rongli said, then added. But having this kind of drama blow up isn't good for us students. I heard an upperclassman once posted on Weibo exposing some of the school's management issues. In the end, the school found an excuse to expel her. What expelled Su Wanwan was startled. Even though she knew Ninh Trần was a great fighter, the school probably doesn't care about things like that. If Ninh Trần gets expelled, what will we do? As they were talking, Ninh Trần voice suddenly rang out. What are you 3 doing gathered here? Su Wanwan quickly looked up and ran over. Ninh Trần, how are you? What did Dean Lu say? Ninh Trần looked puzzled. What do you mean? What did he say? Jiang Ying stepped forward. Guan Xiaoman's father already came to the school. Ninh Trần, has your dad arrived yet? As soon as she finished speaking, several school medics in white coats rushed into the administration building and quickly helped out 2 injured people who were none other than the father-daughter duo, Guan Weimin and Guan Xiaoman. Guan Weimin's injuries were so severe he had to be carried out on a stretcher. The 3 girls' eyes went wide, staring at Ninh Trần in horror. Guan Xiaoman's left cheek was swollen, and as she passed Ninh Trần, she glared at him and Su Wanwan with a murderous look in her eyes. Su Wanwan was a little scared and instinctively hid behind Ninh Trần. Still haven't scrammed. Ninh Trần glared at Guan Xiaoman, walked over and kicked the stretcher, flipping Guan Weimin over and sending the injured man tumbling down the stairs. Ninh Trần, you bastard, Guan Xiaoman screamed, rushing after her dad. This entire scene was witnessed by Le Huanming, who was hiding behind the 2nd floor railing. Just as I thought, that scumbag Ninh Trần is acting all high and mighty because he has connections at school. Just you wait, I'm going to expose you and give you a taste of cyberbullying. After leaving the administration building, Jiang Ying and Xu Rongli tactfully excused themselves, leaving Su Wanwan and Ninh Trần alone. Ninh Trần, I know I've said it a bunch of times, but I really want to thank you. Walking beside Ninh Trần, Su Wanwan couldn't hold back her tears. She couldn't imagine what kind of corner Guan Xiaoman would have backed her into both today and the last time, if Ninh Trần hadn't been there. I didn't help you. I just didn't want to lose out on free milk tea. Ninh Trần remained cold, not even sparing a glance for the teary-eyed campus beauty beside him. If you really want to thank me, come up with some new milk tea flavors, or else one day I'll get bored and won't help you anymore. Su Wanwan was taken aback for a second. Then she lowered her head, smiled softly, and nodded. This guy really talks tough. As they walked along the scenic man-made lake near the school gate, Su Wanwan suddenly worked up her courage. Ninh Trần, what is it? Ninh Trần turned around impatiently. Can you be my girlfriend? Even though she'd rehearsed it in her mind countless times, Su Wanwan still flubbed her lines. Blushing, she rushed to correct herself. No, that's not what I meant. Can I be your girlfriend? In your dreams. Ninh Trần rejected her bluntly. Su Wanwan went quiet. You don't want a relationship, that's okay, I can wait. I'll wait until you're ready. That's not it, I just don't find you attractive. Ninh Trần shot her down again, his reason even more blunt this time. Su Wanwan began to question her very existence. Growing up, she was always told she was beautiful wherever she went, and it wasn't just empty compliments. From middle school through college, she had rejected at least 800 guys, if not 1,000. This was the first time anyone had ever called her unattractive. She was stunned. Suddenly, she thought of the campus belle of Qingzhou University, a girl named Xu Shuyan. Ninh Trần, you like Xu Shuyan, right? Su Wanwan asked quietly. What Ninh Trần was totally confused, but to make Su Wanwan give up, he just went with it. Yeah, someone like Xu Shuyan is my type. I understand now. Su Wanwan looked up her sweet, innocent face, forcing a bright smile. It's fine, we can still be friends, and I'll still bring you milk tea every day, until you win over Xu Shuyan. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Guan Weimin woke up in a daze, his entire body aching. Ninh Trần, if I don't destroy you, then my last name isn't Guan Hissing. Through the pain, he grabbed his phone from the pillow and made a call. Hello, Brother Bao. 300,000 to break a guy's legs for me. On the other end of the line, on the rooftop of the Diamond Club, a shirtless Chen Zibao was in the middle of his training. Ever since he began practicing the ancient body strengthening technique, plus using the body tempering powder, he felt his power soaring every day, making him 10 times stronger than he was 3 months ago. When he got the call from Guan Weimin, he almost laughed. I'm so powerful now, why would I take such a small-time job? Boss Guan, who got on your bad side this time. I've been busy with my training lately, so I'm not free. Just give me his name and a photo, I'll have my boys take care of it. Chen Zibao said casually. All right, Brother Bao. Guan Weimin nodded repeatedly, as he'd heard that the Shui Yue Gong, led by Sister Yinhua, had recently conquered half of the West City's underworld. Brother Bao, this story is a bit wild and frankly a little embarrassing. Guan Weimin said, embarrassed. A college student beat me up. Chen Zibao's brow furrowed. A student, Guan Weimin replied, yeah, but he's no ordinary student. His family must be powerful. At Qingzhou University, he runs the show. Even the department dean is afraid to cross him. Or else I wouldn't be offering 300,000. You get me? Chen Zibao thought of a certain person and continued to ask, so what's his name? Ning Chen. After Guan Wei-min said those two words, the other end went silent. Hello, Brother Bao, are you there? Still there, Guan Wei-min stared blankly at his phone screen. It was strange the signal was perfectly fine. On the other end, Chen Zibao was so scared he broke into a cold sweat. His first reaction was to hang up and block that moron Guan Wei-min's number. But on second thought, he saw this as a chance to score some points, so he immediately said to Guan Wei-min, Hello, Boss Guan. My reception is a bit spotty. You said that student's name was Ning Chen, correct? Guan Wei-min replied, yes. Ning Chen from the medical faculty's second clinical class. Chen Zibao nodded. All right, I'll get people on it immediately, just send over the deposit first. Guan Wei-min was ecstatic. Okay, Brother Bao. Chen Zibao hung up, put on a shirt, and went downstairs to tell Wang Yinhua the whole story. Wang Yinhua then reported everything to Ning Chen verbatim. 300,000 to have my legs broken, Ning Chen chuckled. Since he's going to be that vicious, I won't be polite. Report it to the police. Wang Yinhua thought she must have heard him wrong. Yeah. Hiring someone to hurt another person is a vicious crime that obviously needs to be punished, Ning Chen said, as if it were obvious. This is a society of laws after all. Right. Wang Yinhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Make sure to collect all the evidence, hire the best lawyer, and make sure he rots in prison for a long, long time, Ning Chen added, then hung up and leisurely walked into the Rose Garden Villa. Well, if it isn't our knight in shining armor, Ning. As soon as Ning Chen slipped on his house shoes and walked into the living room, a sarcastic voice piped up. Shu Shuyan, dressed in fluffy Hello Kitty pajamas, was sitting on the couch and giving him a weird look. What's with you? Ning Chen muttered, and went to the coffee table to pour himself a glass of water. You sure don't act like a guest in this house anymore. Brother Dali Shuyan and I heard what happened today. You were so cool playing the hero and saving the damsel in distress. Jiang Tang chuckled mischievously as she ran over to ask Fess up. You're totally in love with the medical school's campus belle, Su Wanwan, right? Ning Chen shook his head. You're reading too much into it. Jiang Tang poked his nose with her slender finger. Don't even try to deny it. Shuyan and I saw you eating with Su Wanwan in the cafeteria the other day. Eating one meal together means we're in love. Ning Chen was left speechless. By that logic, we've eaten together tons of times. Does that mean you're both my girlfriends? You, gross. Zhu Shuyan reacted as if he jinxed her and immediately shot back at Ning Chen. You say one more ridiculous thing, and I'm telling my mom you're taking advantage of me and Xiao Tang. As if I'd want to take advantage of you. Ning Chen scoffed and walked straight to his room. He's always so high and mighty. Xiao Tang, do you think he's for real or just putting on an act? Zhu Shuyan glanced towards Ning Chen's closed door. With her and Xiao Tang's beauty, they were used to attracting attention everywhere, but at home, even if they wore super short shorts, Ning Chen never spared them a second look. Sometimes Zhu Shuyan wondered if Ning Chen was even into girls. I think, Jiang Tang giggled. Brother Dali is totally faking it. In his room, Ning Chen was listening in on their conversation. A helpless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. In the eyes of a 2,000-year-old monster like him, Zhu Shuyan, Jiang Tang, and Su Wanwan were all just kids, and he really wasn't interested. On Sunday morning, Ning Chen was woken up by a call from Wen Yue. Hello, what do you want? He asked grumpily. Young friend Ning, you're either too busy or too forgetful. Today is my 80th birthday, and you promised Qinglin you'd come. Wen Yue wasn't mad, just laughed cheerfully. Oh, your 80th birthday, right? I remember now. Ning Chen remembered that was a thing, hung up and went back to sleep. Last night, he'd carried those two dead weights, Zhu Shuyan and Jiang Tang, in a game until midnight. When he woke up at noon, the house was empty. Zhu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were gone. Usually those two would still be fast asleep at this hour. Big bro Dali Shuyan and I had to go out for something. There's food in the fridge, you can heat it up yourself. This was a text from Jiang Tang sent a little after 8 in the morning. Ning Chen felt a warmth spread through him. Living here for 4 years wasn't so bad after all. In the afternoon, the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel was packed with luxury cars and swarming with guests. Today was Old Master Wen's 80th birthday, and practically all of Qingzhou's elite had gathered. The Shu family was no exception, of course. Shu Jingshan brought his wife Qiao Jing and their daughter Shu Shuyan, all dressed to the nines, to mingle with the high society crowd. Wow, so much good food. Big bro Dolly would have a blast if he were here, Jiang Tang mused to herself as she walked past a table of untouched food, popping a grape into her mouth. There were exquisite pastries, expensive wines, and imported fruits. It was all displayed like a work of art, but most guests were too busy networking and schmoozing to touch any of it at most, grabbing a couple of pieces of sushi to tide them over. Besides, eating would leave the smell of food on your breath. Maintaining fresh breath was also an important part of social etiquette. Shuyan, let me introduce you. This is Lin Xiaoyang. Shu Jingshan led Zhu Shuyan over to a tall, rich, and handsome guy. This guy was very young, wearing an expensive custom-tailored suit, and stood about 6'1". He had handsome features that looked like he'd stepped right out of a novel. Even Shu Shuyan was a little taken aback when she saw him. It wasn't love at first sight, but she felt a flicker of a good impression. Hello? Xu Shuyan greeted him politely. You must be Uncle Shu's daughter. You're just as beautiful as they say. The tall, rich and handsome guy named Lin Xiaoyang directly took Xu Shuyan's hand and even tried to kiss the back of it. What are you doing? Xu Shuyan quickly stepped back, looking at Lin Xiaoyang warily. Qiao Jing, standing nearby, also frowned slightly. My apologies, Miss Xu. Lin Xiaoyang scratched his head awkwardly. I just got back from England and I'm not used to the local customs yet. I'm so sorry, that was rude of me. It's okay. Xu Shuyan shook her head. Since he put it that way, she had to give him an out. Xu Jingshan didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he was full of praise for Lin Xiaoyang. Shuyan add Xiaoyang on WeChat, so you two can keep in touch. His dad and I were high school friends. Don't be fooled by how young he is. He's actually built a fortune of tens of billions, and he did it all himself without relying on his family. A fortune of tens of billions, all self-made. Xu Shuyan and Qiao Jing were shocked. Lin Xiaoyang was only about 24 or 25. How could he be so capable? Uncle Shu, you're too kind. I just got lucky playing around with crypto and made a little money. If the market turns bad, I could lose it all. I'm nothing compared to a real entrepreneur like you, Uncle Shu, Lin Xiaoyang said self-deprecatingly. Ha ha ha, such a humble young man. Xu Jingshan laughed heartily. Qiao Jing, however, recalled a recent news story. It was about a student studying in England who started a crypto company, scammed his own countrymen, and ran off with tens of billions, bankrupting countless families. Could it be this young man? Jingshan, come over here? Qiao Jing pulled her husband aside. Before leaving, Xu Jingshan told Xu Shuyan to add Lin Xiaoyang on WeChat, then asked his wife, What's wrong, honey? Qiao Jing asked. Jingshan, let me ask you, are you trying to set Shuyan up with Lin Xiaoyang? Yeah, so what? Xu Jingshan said matter-of-factly. Xiaoyang is a hot commodity in Qingzhou right now. So many people are after the tens of billions he has, and I happen to know his father. You're pushing our daughter into a pit of fire. Qiao Jing suddenly cut in, furious. You're into crypto too. Don't tell me you don't follow the scene. This guy is involved in insider trading and money laundering. He's driven so many people to jump off buildings. You don't know that. That's just how it is. Xu Jingshan waved his hand dismissively. Crypto is full of uncertainties. During a bear market, aren't the rooftops always crowded anyway? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyang and Xu Shuyan added each other on WeChat and shared a smile. I hear you're still in school, Miss Xu, Lin Xiaoyang asked casually. Yeah, at Qingzhou University, Xu Shuyan replied. What about you? I went to university abroad. Let's not mention the name. Lin Xiaoyang intentionally hid the name of his no-name university and sighed. It's still better back home. If I could choose again, I probably wouldn't have gone to England. Xu Shuyan blinked her beautiful eyes. Why is that? Lin Xiaoyang wanted to say it was because Qingzhou University has a girl as pretty as you, but he knew how cheesy that would sound, so he just smiled. It's nothing. When you're in a foreign country, you can't even get authentic Qingzhou food. I ate burgers every day until I was sick of them, haha. I didn't expect you to be so down to earth. Xu Shuyan was amused, her dimples showing brightly. Lin Xiaoyang was mesmerized, thinking to himself, I can't believe Qingzhou has a girl this beautiful. This trip back home is totally worth it. I have to win her over no matter what. Want to get something to eat? Xu Shuyan noticed Lin Xiaoyang's strange gaze and casually changed the subject. I can get it for you. Sure, thanks. Lin Xiaoyang scratched his head awkwardly. The moment Xu Shuyan turned away, his eyes couldn't help but dart down to her butt, and he gulped. Just then, Xu Jingshan and Qiao Jing walked over, and the perceptive Qiao Jing caught the lustful glint in the young prodigy's eyes, frowning slightly. After that, Lin Xiaoyang ran into a few friends, said goodbye to Xu Shuyan, and left. Xu Shuyan finally escaped and met up with Zhang Tang. Xiaotang, let me tell you, I just met a super tall, rich and handsome guy. Xu Shuyan had a great impression of Lin Xiaoyang, her face slightly flushed. My dad and his dad were classmates. I feel like a sweet romance is finally coming my way. Zhang Tang took Xu Shuyan's phone and scrolled through Lin Xiaoyang's WeChat moments. It was only set to display the last 3 days. Zhang Tang frowned inwardly. She knew that some F-boys, to avoid revealing too much about themselves, would set their moments to only show the last 3 days when they were trying to pick up a new girl. And also creates a little bit of mystery. Shunan, you just met him. Don't rush at a girl as pretty as you won't have trouble finding a boyfriend. Zhang Tang grinned mischievously. Besides, you still have Strongman Bro as a backup. So just take your time. Xu Shunan's hope turned to disdain. Oh, please. Comparing him to Lam Q Duong is like comparing heaven and earth. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Zhang Tang put her hands on her hips. I think Strongman Bro is great, at least when we're in danger he can protect us. Ooh, little Tang, you're defending Ninh Trần now. Xu Shunan smirked. Fess up, do you have a thing for him? No way, I was just making a point. Zhang Tang refused to admit it and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Shunan, can we get the food here to go? I want to bring some for Strongman Bro. You care about him that much and still say you're not interested. Xu Shunan shot Jiang Tang an annoyed look. Even though Ninh Trần had saved her whole family deep down, she still looked down on this guy from a small town. She felt it would be a waste for her best friend to end up with Ninh Trần. But if they really got together, she would definitely give them her blessing. At that moment, Xu Shunan's gaze swept over the buffet area and landed on a familiar figure. Someone stuffing his face with a plate of cake looking totally out of place among the mingling elites. Ninh Trần Xu Shunan froze blankly, tapping Jiang Tang on the shoulder. Little Tang, am I seeing things? Why is Ninh Trần here? What? Jiang Tang turned around, her face instantly lighting up. It really is strongman bro, over here, over here. She waved her arms excitedly, attracting a lot of attention. Xu Shunan felt a bit embarrassed. Xu Jingshan and Chao Jing also shot surprised glances over, obviously shocked to see Ninh Trần here. Little Tang! Ninh Trần looked up to greet her, a bit of cream smudged on the corner of his mouth. Strongman bro, why are you here? Jiang Tang hopped over to Ninh Trần like an adorable white bunny. The Wen family invited me, Ninh Trần said truthfully. Showing off, Xu Shunan walked up, crossing her arms and sneering at Ninh Trần. Why would the Wen family invite you? They didn't even invite me. Ninh Trần casually licked the cream from the corner of his mouth. Elder Wen and I are what you might call friends. Xu Shunan couldn't even be bothered to mock him. The Wen family was once a powerhouse family, and though they've declined recently, they still carry a lot of influence in Qingzhou. The Jishi Pharmaceutical Group, which the Wen family controls, is one of the top 500 companies in the nation. How could Ninh Trần, some kid from the county, possibly be friends with Elder Wen? That's stretching the definition of friends a bit too far. Heh. Jiang Tang giggled, also thinking Ninh Trần was just bragging. But for some reason, she just felt safe whenever he was around. Miss Xu, is this a friend of yours? Suddenly, Lam Q Duang's voice sounded from behind. Oh, Mr. Lam, a friend. No, he's the son of my mother's close friend. Xu Shunan was caught off guard by Lam Q Duang's appearance and answered in a fluster. Oh, Lam Q Duang nodded and offered his hand to Ninh Trần. Hello, I'm Lam Q Duang. He had been chatting with a few new acquaintances, but when he saw a guy get close to Xu Shunan, he immediately got defensive and hurried over. What annoyed him was that Ninh Trần didn't immediately shake his hand, instead taking another bite of cake before slowly putting out his own hand, a look of impatience on his face. This Ninh Trần guy has some serious attitude. I wonder which family he's the heir to, Lam Q Duang wondered. Don't you have any manners? Xu Shunan shot Ninh Trần a dissatisfied glare. Ninh Trần ignored her and went back to enjoying his cake. Elder Wen had brought him in and told him to help himself to the food. Mr. Nin, you look pretty hungry. Did you not eat before coming here? Lam Q Duang couldn't help but scoff as he watched Ninh Trần scarfing down the food. I ate, but I'm still not full, Ninh Trần replied politely. Is that so? Lam Q Duang was trying to guess just how powerful Ninh Trần background was that he could act so casually. Suddenly, a few of the new friends he'd made walked over, and one of them immediately glared upon seeing Ninh Trần. Ninh Trần, what the hell are you doing here? Brother Qi Hao, you know this guy. Lam Q Duang looked at the person who had just arrived. It was the young master of the Chen family, Chen Qi Hao, who had already had 2 run-ins with Ninh Trần. This is bad. Xu Shunan's heart skipped a beat. Security! Chen Qi Hao yelled to the nearby guards while pointing at Ninh Trần. There's a country bumpkin over here who snuck in to crash the party. Hurry up and throw him out. Several guards exchanged confused glances before quickly approaching. Lam Q Duang gave Xu Shunan a puzzled look. Feeling completely mortified, Xu Shunan glared at Ninh Trần before saying, Chen Qi Hao, what do you think you're doing? What's going on? This is Elder Wen's birthday banquet. How can a piece of trash like this just wander in? Chen Qi Hao sneered. So he has no connections at all. Lam Q Duang finally got it, feeling a sour taste in his mouth, as his shiny leather shoes instantly shuffled a few steps away. In no time, security guards surrounded Ninh Trần, who was still busy eating. Sir, do you have an invitation? One of the guards asked, frowning. Nope. Ninh Trần shook his head. Then can you tell us how you entered? The guard pressed. He obviously snuck in. Chen Qi Hao sneered. Elder Wen brought me in. Ninh Trần answered. The guards were left speechless. When the representatives from the Xu, Chen, and Lam families arrived, Elder Wen himself hadn't even shown up. This kid just spouts nonsense without even thinking. Throw him out! The head of security commanded as 2 guards grabbed Ninh Trần by the shoulders. Chen Qi Hao curled his lip in a smug grin. Stop. But at that exact moment, Xu Jingshan and Chao Jing ran over. Chao Jing furiously shoved the 2 guards aside. What do you think you're doing? This is my godson. The security captain, who recognized Chao Jing, hurried to apologize. I'm so sorry, Xiao Chao, we had no idea. Little Tran, when did you arrive? Why didn't you let your auntie know? Chao Jing felt a little awkward. She hadn't meant to exclude him. It's no problem, Auntie Chao, Ninh Trần said with a casual smile. All right, little Tran, since you're here now, just stay put, grab some food, and try not to wander around, Xu Jingshan advised him with a subtle frown. The second the words left his mouth, smack. A loud noise echoed across the entire ballroom. Hundreds of guests in tuxedos and gowns whipped their heads around. Chen Qi Hao was like a broken doll, sent flying over 30 feet, crashing violently through several tables. The food on them spilled all over him, leaving him a sopping mess. 2 bloody teeth were left lying on the floor. Lam Q Duang, Xu Shunan, and everyone else just stared completely dumbfounded. No one could believe Ninh Trần would actually dare to hit someone here. After a moment of shock, Xu Jingshan erupted in a fit of rage. Ninh Trần, what do you think you're doing? You hit him. Ninh Trần calmly pulled his hand back. Xu Jingshan was so furious his eyes nearly rolled back in his head. He stumbled slightly. Xu Shuyan's father knew his dad had a heart condition, so he quickly supported him and snapped, Ninh Trần, are you insane? Ninh Trần paid her no mind, debating whether to stay and eat or just leave. Chen Zuhao's father, a pot-bellied middle-aged man, was alerted. Old Chen, your son got beat up, come quick. What? Chen Zhibiao ran over in shock. His precious son, Chen Zhihao, was lying there like a dead dog, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. And ears, his 2 front teeth were broken and he was barely conscious. What happened? A young master who was hitting on a girl asked, looking at Chen Zhibiao in surprise. Young Master Chen, it looks like Chen Zhihao from the Chen family got beaten up, a gorgeously dressed woman said, shocked that someone would dare to make a move here. Huh. When Qin Fen saw Ninh Chen's face, he realized it was a 70% match to the portrait. Could it be him? Qin Fen excitedly took out his phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to the young master of the Ye family in Haitan. At that moment, Chen Zhibiao called for an ambulance, then swung his fist to hit Ninh Chen. You brat, you dare hit my son, I'll kill you. Stop! A clear voice rang out from the crowd. She was gone for just 5 minutes and this guy already caused trouble. No wonder her grandfather told her to watch him. Wen Qinglan glanced at Chen Zihao lying on the ground and sighed inwardly. Miss Wen Chen Zhibiao gritted his teeth and pointed at Ninh Chen. This brat beat up my son without any rhyme or reason. The Wen family has to give me an explanation for this. His furious voice echoed through the first-floor hall. Everyone thought Ninh Chen was done for, but unexpectedly Wen Qinglan glanced at Ninh Chen and said, an explanation. What is there to explain? Mr. Ning is an honored guest of the Wen family. Silence. The entire area fell deathly silent. The guests thought they must have misheard. An honored guest of the Wen family. Who the heck was this kid? Chen Zhibiao stared blankly from Ninh Chen to Wen Qinglan. Miss Wen, you're not mistaken, are you? This guy... Wen Qinglan's expression turned serious. Mr. Chen, please watch how you address him. Chen Zhibiao gulped. No wonder this kid dared to hit someone so recklessly. Turns out he had some serious backing. The guests suddenly understood, leaving only the Shu family completely bewildered. Shuyan, I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Zhang Tang asked in a daze. The eldest miss of the Wen family said Brother Dali is an honored guest of the Wens. I'm not really sure what's going on either. Shu Shuyan suddenly felt like she didn't know Ninh Chen at all, and remembering the things he'd said felt like a slap across her face. Xiao Chen, what's really going on? Xiao Jing's voice rang out. Shu Shuyan perked up her ears to listen. She was way too curious about the relationship between Ninh Chen and the Wen family. It's nothing, I know a little medicine and treated old man Wen's illness. He invites me for a meal when he's free. We just became friends after a while, Ninh Chen lied. So that was it. Xiao Jing nodded. The last time at the Lianzhou Hotel during the poisonous mushroom incident, Ninh Chen had revealed he knew medicine. But the Shu family never expected he would actually become friends with Old Master Wen. It was too incredible. Xiao Chen, even so you can't just go around hitting people. Today is the Old Master's 80th birthday. Xu Jingshan's tone had softened considerably. Ninh Chen just cleaned his ear. Seeing this attitude, Xu Jingshan felt a bit awkward and decided to keep quiet. Brother Dali, you're so cool. Zhang Tang looked at Ninh Chen with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Ninh Chen gave her a doting smile and reached out to pat her head. For some reason, watching this scene made Xu Shuyan's heart ache with sadness. Mr. Ning? Wen Qinglan's respectful voice sounded just then. The banquet is about to begin. We have saved the guest of honor seat for you. Please come this way. Ninh Chen grunted in acknowledgement. As he passed by Xu Shuyan, he suddenly spoke up. Out of respect for Aunt Xiao, I'll give you one piece of advice. Stay away from Lin Xiaoyang, he's bad news. After saying that, Ninh Chen strode away. Xu Shuyan was stunned. Xu Jingshan and Qiao Jing looked at each other, not understanding what Ninh Chen meant. How ridiculous, Xu Shuyan muttered, both confused and annoyed. So I guess he's the only good guy around. What a violent psycho, all he knows is how to solve things with his fists. Once they were further away, Wen Qinglan couldn't help but turn and ask, Lin Xiaoyang is Lin Quan's son, right? Ninh Chen nodded. Probably. Wen Qinglan, used to his attitude, asked again, How do you know he's no good? Ninh Chen uttered one word, bloodlust. Wen Qinglan was puzzled. Bloodlust? You mean Lin Xiaoyang? He's killed someone, Ninh Chen said flatly. Not just one person, a lot of people. Wen Qinglan was full of doubt. For real, how come I can't sense it? Ninh Chen scoffed. With your pathetic little skills, what could you possibly see? His comment made Wen Qinglan clench her fists in anger. In the hall, the guests slowly moved up to the second-floor banquet hall. Lin Xiaoyang told his father Lin Quan what had just happened. Oh, so Qingzhou has such a talented young man, how interesting. Lin Quan was a man in his 50s, but he took great care of himself, and looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in a sharp suit, and wore thin-rimmed glasses, giving him a refined look. Not far from the Lin father and son, Qin Fen's phone rang. It was a call from the young master of the Ye family. Hello, young master Ye. Qin Fen answered, and a second later his eardrums nearly burst. It's him, Qin Fen, it's definitely him. Where are you? I'm flying over right now. Yegulu's voice was filled with excitement. The Tao Huayuan Hotel in Qingzhou. As soon as Qin Fen finished speaking, Yegulu roared again. The Tao Huayuan Hotel perfect. You keep an eye on him for me, I'm on my way. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Qin Fen was bewildered. Who on earth was that person? Why was young Master Ye so worked up? In the second-floor banquet hall, Wen Yue arranged for Ning Chen to sit right beside him. Prominent families like the Ixus and the Lins were all seated at the same table. There were nearly 30 people. Wen Yue took the microphone on stage and said a few pleasantries. The banquet began. Delicious dishes were served one after another, and expensive liquors like Mao Tai and Wuliang Ye flowed freely. I hear that little brother Ning is skilled in medicine. I wonder which esteemed medical family you come from, the Sun family in Haidin, the Tang family in Suzhou, or the Lan family in Jinling. While raising his glass, the head of the Lin family, Lin Quan, held his wine glass and spoke to Ning Chen. More than 20 influential figures at the table cast curious glances. Medicine Wen Yue and Wen Qinglan, the grandfather and granddaughter duo, were both baffled. Isn't Ning Chen an internal energy martial artist? How did he also know medicine? It's not convenient to say, Ning Chen replied lazily, continuing to pile food on his plate. The whole table felt awkward. The Lin family was also a major clan in Qingzhou, yet this kid showed them no respect. Oh, how impressive little brother must be from one of the 7 great families, or a prominent clan from the capital. I suppose that makes us unworthy to sit at the same table as you. A heavy-set woman with wine-red hair spoke up, her voice dripping with sarcasm. All the powerful people here knew about the 7 great families. They are the 7 most powerful families in the south, each with a 1,000-year history and terrifyingly deep foundations. The leader is the Diep family of Haitan, and the prestigious families of the capital are on a whole different level, so why don't you get lost? Ninh Trần cursed directly. What did you say? The plump woman slammed her hand on the table in anger. Old man on you invited a punk kid like this? Are you trying to ruin everyone's mood? CEO Qi Tin's face turned cold. You were the one making sarcastic remarks first, weren't you? My godson didn't do anything to provoke you. CEO Q, what are you talking about? I was just joking, how is that sarcastic? The plump woman named Ha Hong was in the medical equipment business and worked closely with the An family. She was a long-time friend of Tran Chibu, which is why she spoke so maliciously. Little brother Nin is truly out of line. Lam Qian, who had just lost face, naturally sided with Ha Hong, adjusting his glasses with a displeased look. Everyone is here to celebrate Old Man An's birthday, but this young brother is hitting and cursing people. What kind of behavior is that? Say one more word and I'll hit both of you, believe it or not. Ninh Tran held his chopsticks looking at Lam Qian and Ha Hong. All right, everyone, let's drop it and eat. An Hak finally spoke up. Ha Hong and Lam Qian then sat down resentfully, but Ha Hong wasn't finished. She glanced at Lam Q Duong sitting opposite her and smiled. This must be the young master of the Lam family, right? Oh, he's quite a talent, CEO. How you're too kind. Lam Q Duong replied with a smile, as expected of a young master from a prestigious family so polite, unlike some people. Ha Hong shot a glance at Ninh Tran. She continued her taunts. Young Master Lam, I heard you've already made tens of billions at such a young age. My goodness, you put us old folks to shame. Not at all, it was just luck. Lam Q Duong waved his hands dismissively. And speaking of his son, Lam Qian was very proud. But he remained modest. Q Duong just got lucky, it's not a measure of his true ability. CEO Lam, you're too humble. And a businessman said with a laugh, Oh, CEO Lam, I think your son and the young lady of the Hua family are a match made in heaven. Ha Hong acted as if she'd discovered a secret, pointing at Lam Q Duong, and Hua Thunan surprised. Everyone look, they're a perfect couple. CEO, please don't talk nonsense. Lam Q Duong saw Hua Thunan blushing. He quickly waved his hands. Miss Hua and I just met for the first time today. What's the big deal? You can get to know each other slowly. Ha Hong was on a role-playing matchmaker and relentlessly pairing them up. Lam Qian and Hua Kan Sun looked at each other and smiled. Q Teen didn't want her daughter to become a tool for a marriage alliance, so she decided to end the topic. She picked up a bag from under her feet, smiled, and had a staff member present it to An Nak. Old man, on this is a chicken blood stone ornament I had someone buy for me in Lin Nam. I'm giving it to you today as a birthday gift, wishing you blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. Everyone's attention was immediately captured. Hua Thunan, embarrassed by Ha Hong's comments, breathed a sigh of relief when her mother changed the subject, but Lam Q Duong wasn't satisfied yet to him. Hua Thunan was already in the bag. When it came to the gift-giving portion, the more than 30 guests at the table took out their prepared gifts one by one. Old man On, I heard you enjoy tea, so I'm giving you this century-old Da Hong Pao tea brick as a birthday gift. Old man On, I heard you study calligraphy and painting, so I'm giving you this Lu Xuan Lam calligraphy piece I've collected for many years. Old man On Nak smiled and nodded repeatedly while An Than Lam helped receive the gifts. The An family was very wealthy and didn't lack for gifts worth a few million, so An Than Lam's expression didn't change much. Just then Lam Q Duong stood up and picked up a gift box from under his feet. Old man On, I just returned to the country, so I didn't have time to prepare a proper gift. This ginseng is a century-old root from Chengbai Mountain, which I bought for over 8 million. You're a master in the pharmaceutical field. Could you help me see if it's authentic? Whoa. The whole table was astonished. A century-old Chengbai ginseng for over 8 million, that's almost the price of a Riverview apartment in Thanchao? Even Ha Hong and Huakan Sun wouldn't dare to give such an extravagant gift. Thunan, he's really rich, Huang Duang exclaimed. Yeah, I heard he's worth tens of billions, so 8 million is probably nothing to him. Hua Thunan replied. What I mean is he's a fool with too much money. Huang Duang covered her mouth to hide a giggle. Anhak had someone open the box, and a diamond-shaped ginseng with extremely long roots captured everyone's attention. Ninh Trần glanced over and could sense a bit of spiritual energy from it, and while it wasn't a fake, the spiritual energy was too low to be of any use for his injuries, so he wasn't interested. It's the real deal. Old Man On put on his reading glasses and examined it carefully, for a moment before looking up at Lam Qiu Duang. Young Master Lam, this is a thoughtful gift, but this ginseng is too valuable I can't just accept it for free. How about this Tan Lam transfer the money to young Master Lam later? Before Tan Lam could nod, Lam Qiu Duang generously refused. There's no need, Old Master On, it's just a small token of my sincerity. To be honest, I returned to the country this time with plans to enter the pharmaceutical industry, so I'll need your guidance in the future, Old Man On. Nak was still hesitant. Lam Qian said with a sigh, Old Man On, actually, I already mentioned Mr. On to Qiu Duang. He heard that century-old ginseng is good for that illness, so he spared no expense to buy it. In short, this is a gesture from the younger generation, so please just accept it. Hearing the words Mr. On, all the guests showed strange expressions. A hint of sadness flickered in Tan Lam's eyes, and she lowered her head. All right, Qiu Duang, you are very thoughtful. Anak finally stopped refusing and accepted the precious gift. Ninh Trần learned about the On family's situation from the conversation between Hua Thunan and Huang Duang. Little Duang, you didn't know Old Man On's son On Hoa got into a car accident 4 years ago and has been in a vegetative state ever since. The stock for tea, the pharmaceutical, was very strong, but the On family has been on the decline ever since. Hua Thunan spoke of this with a sigh. So that's how it is. Ninh Trần suddenly understood no wonder he'd known Old Man On for so long, but had never heard him mention his son. Just then, Ha Hong's annoying voice rang out. Hey kid with the surname Nin, what birthday gift did you bring for Old Man On? You didn't come empty-handed, did you? Ha Hong feigned surprise and clicked her tongue. You're both from the younger generation. Young Master Lam gave an $8 million century-old ginseng. It doesn't look right for you to show up with nothing. The atmosphere became awkward. Huakan Sun and Qiu Tin lost face while Lam Qiu Duang just smiled without a word and sat down. That's enough, CEO Ha. Nak's face darkened. I was the one who told young friend Nin not to prepare anything. His presence is enough. Oh, old man. On what exactly is this kid to you? Why are you protecting him so much? Ha Hong said, annoyed. Who said I didn't prepare a gift? At that moment, Ninh Trần, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin and spoke nonchalantly. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Lam Qiu Duang watched Ninh Trần with interest, wanting to see what kind of gift this guy would pull out, and if it could be more valuable than his. Ninh Trần said, pulling a crumpled white piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it and casually handing it to Nak. Everyone was baffled. What the heck, a piece of paper is a gift? Did he write down the winning lottery numbers for next week? Nak took the crumpled paper, and after a confused glance, he asked, Dragon's gallbladder essence pill. What is this, a prescription? Ninh Trần replied in a chiding tone. Aren't you in the pharmaceutical business? You don't even know this. It really is a prescription. Nak gave a wry smile. Ha Hong immediately sneered, damn it, trying to fool people with a prescription. You don't know Jack, Ninh Trần scoffed. The value of this prescription is countless times higher than that fake ginseng. Lam Qiu Duang's mouth twitched. He almost cursed out loud, but his good upbringing helped him maintain a polite smile. Mr. Nin, you're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? It's just a prescription. Even if it's a lost ancient formula, how much could it be worth? Ninh Trần stated firmly. Priceless. More than you can possibly imagine. Lam Qiu Duang chuckled to himself, what a braggart. The other guests, including Huakan Sun, were speechless. If it's really priceless, would you just give it away? But Inhak knew Ninh Trần might have a grandmaster as a teacher, so he decided to find someone to try making the dragon's gallbladder essence pill tomorrow. The formula, originally from the Little Southern Heaven Realm, and modified by Ninh Trần, had its effectiveness greatly reduced, but all the ingredients could be found on Earth. If Inhak had the foresight, he could make trillions in the future with this pill. This was also Ninh Trần test for the On family. Faced with the guests' ridicule, Ninh Trần couldn't be bothered to respond. Lam Qiu Duang started to see Ninh Trần as a clown, even suspecting Inhak had gone senile for inviting such a jester to his birthday banquet and ruining everyone's mood. Just then, outside the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, night had fallen, and several vans pulled up. Over a dozen hired thugs armed with steel pipes sat inside ready to go. Brother Tran, when do we move? A bald guy flicked a cigarette butt out the window. Don't be hasty. Old Man On's birthday banquet is still going on inside. It's not too late to wait for that punk to come out. Tran Shibu sat in the driver's seat smoking, his face full of menace. Bam. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Son of a B***titch, he dared to hit Tran Shibu's son. He must not know who he's messing with. Adao later put a sack over his head and beat the living daylights out of him. If he dies, I'll take the blame. The bald guy gave a wicked grin. You got it, brother Tran. 2 hours later, a procession of supercars began leaving the hotel entrance. Tran Shibu watched intently. The Hua family, the Lam family, all their people had left. Good, very good. Suddenly, he saw a figure escorted by Old Man On and his granddaughter appear at the hotel gate. That's him. Tran Shibu pointed at Ninh Trần, his face twisting with ferocity. Go everybody out! The bald guy grabbed the pipe at his feet, opened the door, and jumped out. Whoosh! A crowd of hooded thugs jumped out of the vans following the bald guy as they advanced menacingly. What's going on? Ha Hong's Bentley had just pulled out of the garage when she saw the scene. By now, most of the guests had already left. Someone tried to call the police, but discovered there was a signal jammer nearby, and their phones couldn't make calls. So it's old Tran's people. Ha Hong received a text from Tran Shibu and smirked to herself. It's good to teach that kid a lesson, take him down a peg. She didn't stick around to watch as she had other business to attend to. Just then, Ninh Trần, Old Man On, and his granddaughter also noticed the aggressive group of thugs. Grandpa, be careful. Onthan Lam quickly stood in front of Onhak, warily eyeing the crowd. Who are you people? Ninh Trần asked with a frown. Who the guys who are here to fix your attitude? The bald guy sneered, twirling the pipe in his hand. Suddenly, Tan Fan rushed out from the hotel entrance with a few guards blocking Ninh Trần. Bro, run, we'll hold them off! Ninh Trần stared at this guy bewildered. Who are you? Do I know you? It's enough that I know you. Geez, stop talking nonsense and run. Tan Fan was panicking, thinking to himself that if it weren't for young Master Ye's orders, he wouldn't be protecting this guy who was asking for a death wish. The bald guy's eyes glinted menacingly. Get them, beat them to death. The dozen or so thugs were about to charge forward. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind and a bright light descended upon them. The sound of helicopter blades roared through the sky. What the hell is that? The bald guy looked up, his face filled with horror. Everyone was stunned, even Onhak couldn't figure out what was happening. A helicopter had appeared in the city sky. Brother Dao, someone's jumping out! One of the sharp-eyed underlings shouted. Nonsense! The bald guy cursed, but then a dark figure plummeted from the sky. Boom! It slammed into the plaza in front of the hotel, shattering the concrete pavement, with cracks spreading for dozens of yards. Everyone was dumbfounded except for Ninh Trần. How did he find me? Ninh Trần glanced at the helicopter's cockpit, frowning to himself. Is that a superhero? Tran Shibu, watching from the van, saw the person jump from a height of 100 meters, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The person who landed was a huge guy dressed in black. He bent his knees and leaped over 10 meters into the air, landing softly on the ground. As everyone stared in shock, the helicopter landed. A handsome young man in traditional clothing stepped out of the cabin. A young master? The huge guy walked over and bowed. The young man in traditional clothes gave a slight nod, and then with an excited expression strode quickly toward Ninh Trần. Young Master Ye, it's really him, he's the one you've been looking for. Tan Fan ran up to them. Ye Ko-Lao nodded, patting his shoulder in gratitude. I'm so damn excited, we searched for over 4 months, and finally found this great master. This time, no matter what, I have to convince him to be my master and teach me martial arts. You're the young head of the Ye family, Ye Ko-Lao. Onnak stared at the young man for a long time before suddenly blurting out his name in shock. How dare you! The big guy yelled in a deep voice. Grandmaster, please forgive me. Onnak quickly took 2 steps back and bowed apologetically. What a grandmaster. Onthan Lam's jaw dropped so wide you could fit an apple in her mouth. The man who jumped from the helicopter was a martial arts grandmaster, Biak Deng. Ye Ko-Lao quickly snapped, Don't be rude in front of the martial king. Yes, young master. The grandmaster named Deng bowed, but kept looking at Ninh Trần with a doubtful gaze. This kid is the martial king. Our young master must be crazy, he must have gotten hit in the head. Senior. Ye Ko-Lao gathered his courage. Ninh Trần shook his head and started to leave. No, I'm not mistaken, it's you. Ye Ko-Lao circled in front of him, determined. Dang Shuyen, shut your mouth. Ninh Trần shot him an annoyed glare. Keep talking nonsense and I'll choke the life out of you. Onhak was completely stunned. This was the great young master of the Ye family, the head of the 7 great families, so how could Ninh Trần dare speak to him like that? You have to understand, the Ye family was the #1 family in the south. The family's grandmaster Deng Thiet's son frowned inwardly. Threatening to crush the young master right in front of him was a blatant sign of disrespect. All right, I won't say another word. Seeing that Ninh Trần didn't want to reveal his identity, Ye Ko-Lao spoke up. Senior, it's too crowded here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Oh right, what's the deal with this bunch? Deep Ko Lao glanced at the guy who messed with Adao and his crew of mercs. Ninh Trần replied coolly, just a bunch of ants who don't know their place. Deep Ko Lao had already sensed their bad intentions, and his face darkened. You guys have some serious nerve, Uncle Dang, deal with them. Yes, young master. Dang Thiet's son accepted the order and glared at the guy who provoked Adao and his buddies. Man, these street punks couldn't handle the glare of a grandmaster. Every single one of them was so scared they wet themselves, their souls practically flying out of their bodies as they scrambled on all fours to get out of the square. But a second later, Dang Thiet's son flicked his sleeve, and a wave of hazy white energy washed over the mercenaries. Whoa, a dozen or so of them were sent flying like they'd been hit by a speeding car, with one guy ending up hanging from a tree and another smashing into a car door. Another even toppled the stone lion statue in front of the hotel entrance. The scene was pure chaos, and the windshield of Tran Chibu's van was shattered by a guy who crashed right through it, causing him to scream and scramble from the driver's seat into the back. Not a single one of the mercenaries could get back up. All of them were critically injured and on the brink of death. But that's true, Qi. A grandmaster. He's a real grandmaster. On Than Lam gasped, her voice trembling as she recalled what her grandfather had told her. When martial arts are pushed to the absolute limit, one can refine internal energy into true Qi, a terrifying power that can kill an enemy from 1,000 paces away. This man in black had nearly killed over a dozen mercenaries with just a flick of his wrist. Dang Thiet's son turned back and nodded at Deep Ko Lao. He signaled that the matter was handled. Deep Ko Lao just hummed in acknowledgement before turning to On Nak and On Tan Lam and saying politely, "It's getting late, shouldn't you two be on your way?" Young Master Deep is right. On Nak seemed to catch the hint. He gave a deep bow, and then led his granddaughter On Tan Lam away without a single glance back. Tan Fan, head back to the hotel first. I'll catch up with you later. Deep Ko Lao dismissed Tan Fan, and also waved his guards away. What is it you want to say? Ninh Trần asked, a bit annoyed. Senior, let's go somewhere else to talk, Deep Ko Lao said very politely. When Ninh Trần replied, all right, Deep Ko Lao was filled with hopeful anticipation. Senior, it's about our last conversation. I wish to become your disciple. In your dreams. Ninh Trần didn't even let him finish, flatly refusing, I'm not taking any disciples. Senior, Deep Ko Lao said anxiously, as long as you're willing to accept me, I'll agree to any condition you name. For real? Ninh Trần glanced at him. 100%. Deep Ko Lao nodded firmly. He had already made up his mind. No matter what ridiculous price Ninh Trần named, even if he asked for half of the Depp family's fortune, he would convince his father to agree. It was all because the man standing before him was a legendary martial king. He had personally witnessed him kill the sword saint Tokugawa Ichiro. There was absolutely no doubt about it. Fine then. I want spirit herbs. A lot, and I mean a lot of spirit herbs, Ninh Trần said. Spirit herbs done, Uncle Dang. Head back to the family estate at once, Deep Ko Lao ordered, turning his head. Before Dang Thiet's son could respond, Ninh Trần spoke again. Hold on. The spirit herbs I want aren't your average run-of-the-mill stuff. I need high-grade spirit herbs. At a minimum, they have to be 1,000-year-old ginseng. Dang Thiet's son's face paled. What 1,000-year-old ginseng? Your demands are outrageous. 1,000-year-old ginseng is just the starting point. The things I need are much more valuable, Ninh Trần continued. Dang Thiet's son's expression hardened as he glanced at his young master. Deep Ko Lao looked embarrassed too, as it was obvious he couldn't meet Ninh Trần demand. Ginseng over 1,000 years old was ridiculously rare. Even if the Deep family poured all of its resources into it, they could only scrape together a few stalks, let alone the other even more unattainable things he wanted. Well, I'll be going then. Ninh Trần turned to leave. Deep Ko Lao clenched his fists, his face a mask of frustration. Not too far away in the peach grove, Ananak and his granddaughter were secretly watching. Grandpa, what are they saying? I can't hear clearly. Ananak shook his head. Grandpa, who exactly is Ninh Trần? Why is the young master of the Depp family treating him with so much respect? The more Than Lam thought about it, the more terrified she became. To think she had followed Don Tui Lu to cause him trouble before. Maybe what Ha Hong said was actually true. Annak's expression was complex as he said, he's from the prestigious Kin Than clan. Grandpa, I think Ninh Trần is leaving, Than Lam pointed. Just as they saw Ninh Trần turn to leave, Dang Thiet, son yelled, halt! Something was about to go down. Ninh Trần frowned, glancing at the black-clothed grandmaster. Deep Ko Lao realized Dang Thiet's son was about to speak on his behalf. Dang Thiet's son motioned for Deep Ko Lao to stay out of it. He stared intently at Ninh Trần and said, my young master told me that you, despite your age, are a legendary martial king. I'm not sure if I should believe that. Martial king, martial god, what are you talking about? You read too many fantasy novels or something. Ninh Trần had no idea about the ranking system for ancient martial artists on Earth. I figured as much. There are barely any martial kings in the entire Hua nation, Dang Thiet's son snorted coldly. I also heard from the young master that the sword saint of the Yinghua nation Tokugawa Ichiro died at your hands. Never heard of him. Ninh Trần shook his head. Deep Ko Lao gave a bitter smile, knowing Ninh Trần wouldn't admit it. Truthfully, his whole family thought he'd been hit on the head and was just seeing things. It's getting late, I'm going home, see ya. Ninh Trần was getting annoyed and tried to leave again. Wait. Dantian's son, clearly looking for trouble, stopped him again. He said slowly, my young master would appreciate it if you stayed to clear up a few misunderstandings. Surely you can spare him that courtesy. Ninh Trần voice turned cold. And what if I don't? Dantian's son smirked. I'm afraid you don't have a choice. With that said, he placed his hand on Ninh Trần shoulder. Ninh Trần froze and let out a soft sigh. I really hate it when people touch me without my permission. You have 3 seconds to remove your hand, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Uncle Dang, that's enough, Deep Kolao pleaded. Don't worry, young master, Dantian's son said confidently. I'm curious to see what consequences he can possibly make me face. An unexpected blood-curdling scream made Deep Kolao flinch. What was he seeing? Dantian's son's right arm had somehow just exploded. The bone snapped into 6 pieces, bursting through the skin and splattering blood right in front of his face. A milky white aura was radiating from Ninh Trần body. Solidifying Qi into an armor? A great grandmaster? You're a great grandmaster? Seeing the milky white true Qi enveloping Ninh Trần, Dantian's son shrieked as if he had seen a ghost. A grandmaster could use their true Qi to withstand cannon fire and kill from 1,000 paces, but that true Qi could also be condensed into a hardened aura. This power is even more terrifying, rumored to be able to withstand a missile strike. A grandmaster who cultivates an energy aura is called a great grandmaster, several times stronger than a regular one. These thoughts flashed through Teng Tishan's mind. A small fist magnified before his eyes, finally slamming into his chest at a speed he couldn't even react to. Boom, Teng Tishan vanished on the spot and no one knew where he went. Wen Qinglan, who was peeking, rubbed her eyes and asked Wen Yue, Grandpa, where did the Grandmaster in Black go? I don't know. Wen Yue couldn't see clearly either. Yegulu was closer and knew what Ninh Trần had done. His eyes widened as he trembled and took a few steps back. You killed Uncle Teng. Killed him, no. I just taught him a little lesson. Ninh Trần calmly clasped his hands behind his back. A mere Qi Refining realm practitioner dares to speak so loudly in front of me. You're truly courting death. Qi Refining. Yegulu didn't understand, but hearing that Uncle Teng was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. If you can gather some high-grade spiritual herbs, I might consider taking you as an in-name disciple, otherwise don't even dream about it. After Ninh Trần finished speaking, a rideshare car he had booked slowly pulled up to the curb. Turns out he was just stalling with Yegulu to wait for his ride. He opened the door, got in, and the car quickly left the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel. Later, Yegulu found Teng Tishan at a construction site a few miles from the hotel, his clothes in tatters, severely injured and coughing up blood. Young master, I was blind and failed to recognize a master. This man is a great grandmaster on par with our founding ancestor. Teng Tishan said his last words before fainting on the spot from his severe injuries. Uncle Teng, hang in there. Back at the Rose Garden Villa, Xu Shuyan was sitting in the living room playing on her phone, seemingly texting someone, occasionally flashing a sweet smile. When she saw Ninh Trần return, she immediately put on a cold expression. Ninh Trần paid her no mind, heading straight to his room to play some games and then sleep. Suddenly, Jiang Tang sent him a text. Mighty bro, I think Shuyan likes Lin Xiaoyang. Now she's been chatting with him ever since she got home and won't even pay attention to me. Ninh Trần, oh well, I can carry you in Arena of Valor. Jiang Tang, mighty bro Shuyan is about to be snatched away and you're still in the mood to play games. Ninh Trần, what does her being snatched away have to do with me? Jiang Tang, but Auntie Chow has always wanted to set you and Shuyan up. Ninh Trần, are you playing or not? If not, I'll play by myself. Jiang Tang, geez mighty bro, can you be a little more serious? I just feel like Lin Xiaoyang isn't a good person. Ninh Trần, congratulations, you guessed right, that guy is definitely not a good person. Jiang Tang, I think he's a total scumbag. Ninh Trần was speechless. Ninh Trần thought Jiang Tang had also sensed the killing intent on Lin Xiaoyang, but he didn't expect she only cared about whether he was a scumbag or not. As for whether Xu Shuyan gets killed or scammed later on, that had nothing to do with him. After all, he had already warned her. Just as he opened his game, Wang Yinhua called to report that Guan Weimin had brought a bag of cash to the Mingquan Club to hire a hitman and had now been arrested. According to the lawyer they hired, it was premeditated attempted murder, and he'd face at least 8 years in prison. Ninh Trần couldn't be bothered with small fries like Guan Weimin, so he just mumbled a few times and hung up. Then Wen Yue called carefully asking if he was free next week and wanted to invite him for a meal. Why are these people so annoying? Ninh Trần decisively turned off his phone, pulled the covers over his head and went to sleep. At midnight in the Ye family's ancestral home on White Cloud Mountain in Haibin, Teng Tishan was lying on a medical bed, pale and barely breathing. How is he? The head of the Yi family rushed over and asked an old man in simple cloth robes. The old man shook his head. His left arm is crippled and his internal organs are ruptured, but luckily his heart meridian isn't severed so he can be saved. To beat old Teng into this state, The head of the Yi family angrily said to Ye Gulu, who was standing by the bed, "Gulu, who on earth was that? Why would they be so ruthless with Uncle Tang?" "I already told you it was the Martial King Sr. who killed Tokugawa Ichiro and saved me." "It's a shame no one believed me." Ye Gulu sighed. Uncle Tang didn't believe it either and kept provoking the senior. As a result, in all of China, this vast country, there are only 4 publicly known martial kings. And none of them are in Jiangnan. So where did this young martial king come from? The head of the Ye family was extremely frustrated. If it weren't for Tang Tishan lying there severely injured, he would never believe a young man in his 20s or 30s had reached the legendary martial king realm. "Dad, I've made up my mind." Ye Gulu stood up and said resolutely, "I want to go study at Qingzhou University." "What?" The head of the Ye family stared blankly at his son, not understanding what he was planning. Ye Gulu explained, "Qin Fen just looked it up for me. That senior is a freshman at Qingzhou University. I want to become his classmate, slowly build a relationship with him, and maybe one day if he's in a good mood, he'll accept me as his disciple." A martial king is a freshman. The head of the Yi family thought he was hearing things. "Dad, we can't delay. Arrange for someone to handle my enrollment procedures now." The more Ye Gulu thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could receive guidance from a martial king, he could save himself so many years of hard training. An uneventful weekend passed, except for Lin Xiaoyang asking Xu Shuyan out to eat, and Jiang Tang complaining to Ning Chen about why he didn't stop it. Nothing else happened. On Monday morning, Ning Chen casually walked to class carrying a few bags of potato chips. After the morning session, Advisor Wang Chuan took the opportunity before everyone left to bring in a transfer student. "Class, this is Ye Gulu, a transfer from Haibin University. Let's give him a round of applause to welcome him." As soon as Wang Chuan finished speaking, the classroom erupted. "Ye Gulu, wow, what a cool name, and he's so handsome with a great physique. He's gorgeous. Definitely campus heartthrob material." A group of female students started fawning over him. Even the rich and beautiful class president Zhang Xinran, who came from a well-off family, couldn't take her eyes off him. Ye Gulu was exactly her ideal type. Hearing the name, Ning Chen frowned and looked up. Damn it really was that kid from the Yi family. He was wearing the school uniform, glasses, and had a short haircut, looking like a typical energetic schoolboy. Who would have known he was the young master of the #1 family in the south? Seeing Ning Chen's dark expression, Ye Gulu flashed an eager-to-please sheepish smile. After Wang Chuan left, many female students surrounded him, asking for his WeChat. Ye Gulu quickly shooed them away and hurried after Ning Chen. "Senior, what a coincidence. You study at Qingzhou U too." Ye Gulu shamelessly followed him. "What the hell do you want?" Ning Chen was very annoyed. "I don't want anything. I'm just here to study." "Senior, please don't misunderstand," Ye Gulu said seriously. Ninh Trần shook his head and walked away quickly. For the rest of the day, wherever he went, Diep Ko Lao followed. The great young master of the Diep family had turned into a shadow, even sticking to him when he went to the bathroom. That evening, Ninh Trần went to the milk tea stand as usual to get his drink. Even though Diep Ko Lao was an internal energy martial artist who could go months without eating, being back at school made him crave some snacks. "Hey, I'd like a mango boba milk tea," Diep Ko Lao said to the female employee, thinking to himself, "Sandai University really is full of beautiful girls. Even the one selling milk tea is this cute." "Excuse me, Diep, could you please get in line?" Van Van recognized him as the new transfer student from this morning and spoke politely. "How come he doesn't have to wait in line?" Diep Ko Lao was stunned, pointing at Ninh Trần. "Huh." While Ninh Trần was drinking his milk tea and ignoring him, Tuong Din, who was next to them, chuckled. "Diep, the relationship between Van Van and Ninh Trần is special. Get it? Din, don't say weird stuff. There's nothing between me and Ninh Trần." Van Van quickly corrected her, sneaking a glance at Ninh Trần. Ninh Trần had already finished his first cup and was on his second. Crap, could she be the master's wife? Diep Ko Lao was startled, and the way he looked at Van Van changed drastically, a cold sweat of fear breaking out on his back. Just moments ago, he was thinking about hitting on some girls now that he was finally back at school. Good thing he hadn't made a move, or he'd be dead for sure by the master's wife's hand. "I'll get in line right now." After saying that, Diep Ko Lao went to the back of the line. Din Dungla, what did he just call me?" Van Van was confused. Her two best friends shook their heads, saying they didn't hear clearly. Ninh Trần shot Diep Ko Lao a glare and then pointed to 20 cups of milk tea next to the counter, asking, "Can I drink these?" You can't have these." Van Van rarely ever refused him. "These were already ordered by someone else. I'll make you more next time, okay?" "Never mind then." Ninh Trần tossed the 2 empty cups into the trash and was about to leave. "Drinking so much milk tea every day, isn't he afraid of getting sick?" Tuong Din and Tu Dung Lei muttered behind his back. Just then, a young man in a baseball cap walked up to the counter and asked, "I ordered 20 milk teas this morning. Are they ready?" "They're ready. The total is 160 win." Van Van looked at him, her service attitude very enthusiastic. The guy in the cap bent down to pick up the 20 milk teas, then waved his phone in front of her face. The guy said, "We're food vloggers for Tandai University on Douyin with over 800,000 fans. We'll promote you so the drinks are free." before To Van Van could even react. Was this guy trying to dine and dash? Excuse me, student. To Van Van quickly stopped him. You haven't paid yet. Huh, do you not understand me? The guy in the cap looked impatient. We're Douyin vloggers with 800,000 fans. A casual promotion for this shabby little milk tea stand will bring in way more than 100 yuan, and we're doing it for free. I haven't even charged you for it. To Van Van was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? I never asked you to promote us. You can't just leave. Tuang Din and Tu Deng Lei quickly dropped what they were doing and ran out from behind the counter to block the guy in the cap. Pay up, are you really trying to get free stuff? It doesn't matter if you're a vlogger or not, you have to pay for what you buy. Many students chimed in to support them. Diepko Lau's eyes lit up seeing his chance, and he excitedly rolled up his sleeves ready to be the hero who saves the damsel. Oh wait, no, saves the master's wife. Vlogging means we don't pay. Don't you people get it? The guy in the cap got annoyed, threw the milk teas on the ground and started bragging again. And normally restaurants beg us to come and promote them, and even have to pay us a fee. Now I'm giving this crappy milk tea stand a free promotion and you guys are unhappy. You can't even spare a few cups of milk tea. No wonder you can't even afford a real store pitui. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, and he stretched his neck out and spit a glob of phlegm onto the counter. This milk tea sucks, I don't want it. After saying that, he tried to bolt. How outrageous To Van Van and her friends were trembling with anger. Son of a B asterisk 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 asterisk! Deepko Lau was also furious and was about to teach this scumbag a lesson. Suddenly, a graceful figure zipped past and kicked the guy in the cap, sending him flying backward. Ah, it hurts who sucker punched me. The guy in the cap painfully struggled to get up, only to be grabbed by the hair by a small fair hand and dragged to the counter to clean up the mess. A cold female voice rang out, allowing no resistance. It was Senior Wen from the Ancient Martial Arts Club. Senior Wen is so cool, beat him up, beat that freeloading bastard. The students cheered. To Van Van and her two friends looked at Anthan Lam with immense gratitude. The guy in the cap tried to fight back, but Anthan Lam was unbelievably strong, slapping him a few times until he finally submitted. He used his sleeve to wipe up the phlegm, then bought 20 new cups of milk tea before running away from Tanda University in disgrace. Isn't that the girl I met a few days ago? Diepko Lau recognized Anthan Lam and silently cursed her for stealing his thunder. Senior Wen, thank you. To Van Van and her friends came over to thank her. Anthan, Lam just waved her hand indicating it was nothing. Ninh Trần had been watching the show from a distance, and she carefully approached him asking, Ninh, my grandfather has prepared a dinner party at our home. Would you do us the honor of attending? Ninh Trần thought for a moment, then asked seriously, Is there good food? Anthan, Lam's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Of course it'll be even better than the birthday banquet that day. Ever since we found out you're a foodie, the Wen family has gone to great lengths to find top-tier ingredients and hired a top-class chef all just to treat you. Then what are we waiting for? Ninh Trần rubbed his stomach as he hadn't eaten dinner yet. As the two walked off together, Tuang Din worriedly said to To Van Van, Van Van, it looks like Senior Wen is going to dinner with Ninh Trần. They're not dating, are they? I don't know. To Van Van lowered her head in unconcealable sadness in her eyes. Anthan Lam led Ninh Trần off campus where a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the gate. As Ninh Trần got into the car, Anthan Lam suddenly noticed someone standing behind her and she turned around startled. Diep, young master Diep. Anthan Lam thought she was seeing things. Just call me Diep, Diepko Lau said. What's your name? To answer young master Diep, I am Anthan Lam, and my grandfather is on Nahak. Anthan Lam cupped her fist, bowed 90 degrees, and her breathing became rapid. The school gate was crowded, and students were giving them strange looks. Ha! I told you not to be so formal. Diepko Lau, annoyed, helped the Wen family's girl up. That name sounds familiar. You were pretty famous in Thanchao before, but then things went quiet. Yes, young master Deep. Anthan Lam nodded her head like a chicken pecking at grain, her mind a complete mess. The great young master of the Diep family, head of the 7 great houses? Why is he at Thanchao University? What is going on? Miss Wen, where are you taking Senior Ninh? Diepko Lau asked again. Senior Ninh. Ninh Trần. Anthan Lam was stunned. I'm taking him to my house for dinner. Dinner perfect. I haven't eaten either. I wonder if I could freeload a meal at your place, Diepko Lau said shamelessly. What? Anthan Lam was scared out of her wits. She quickly bowed and yielded. With a smooth gesture, he said, Young Master Ye, please get in the car. Nice, I like this guy. Ye Galuo grinned brightly, opened the car door and got in. Oh, Senior Ninh, what a coincidence you're also going to the Wen families for dinner. Bam. Before he could even finish his greeting, the young master of the Ye family was kicked out of the car. Wen Qinglan was stunned. Unexpectedly, Ye Galuo still managed to get to Nine Streams Manor in the end, but not in a Rolls-Royce. He had to ask for directions and take a taxi. When Wen Yue learned that the young master of the Ye family was also coming, he was both surprised and happy, telling the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Martial artists usually eat a lot. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Wen Yue told Wen Qinglan to get a bank card and smiling warmly offered it to Ninh Trần. Ye Guluo sipped his aged Jiannan Chun liquor, quietly watching them without saying a word. What's this for? Ninh Trần glanced at the card but didn't take it. Brother Ninh, this card has 50 million and the pin is 6 nines. Please accept it. Wen Yue pushed the card forward, his voice even more respectful, even calling him brother. Ninh Trần didn't move. Wen Yue continued. I had my people make that Dragon's Gall essence pill right away, and the effect is incredible. I used it for 3 days and already saw miraculous results. Speaking of which, Wen Yue blushed slightly and didn't go into detail, just calling it a miracle drug. The Wen family wouldn't dare keep it for ourselves, so besides this 50 million, from now on for all sales of the Dragon's Gall essence pill, Brother Ninh will receive 50% of the profits. Only then did Ninh Trần take the card and tuck it away, deeming them sincere enough. I thought you guys would just secretly steal the formula. Wen Yue quickly shook his head. How could we dare? How could we dare? Ninh Trần nodded. Let's see how the Dragon's Gall essence pill sells. If it does well, I have a few more formulas I can give you. Really, Wen Yue was so overjoyed he stood up with his cane, while Ninh Trần showed little emotion. The Dragon's Gall essence pill was just an ordinary formula he had improved during a single class period. He even possessed the secret method to mass-produce Qi refining Grandmaster-level fighters. It could even help martial artists stuck in the Qi refining stage for years break through to foundation establishment within a month. These were the methods of a nascent soul cultivator, unimaginable to mortals. Ye Guluo suddenly spoke up. Elder Wen, what is this Dragon's Gall essence pill? Why have I never heard of it? Being called Elder Wen warmed Wen Yue's heart. He explained, Young Master Ye, the Dragon's Gall essence pill is a tonic I made based on an ancient formula from Brother Ninh. Although it hasn't gone through clinical trials based on my years of experience in pharmaceuticals, this pill is an extremely potent vitality and kidney booster, far surpassing any mundane products on the market. I used it for 3 days and felt like I was young again. Asterisk, asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk, asterisk. Young Master Ye, you get it. Wen Yue coughed awkwardly. Standing nearby, Wen Qinglan's face turned red as she pretended not to understand. For real, Ye Guluo's eyes widened. Wen Yue was 80 years old and felt young again after taking a pill for 3 days. His first reaction was that it was some kind of drug that burned through one's potential and had huge side effects. But thinking of Ninh Trần terrifying cultivation level and seeing Wen Yue's healthy complexion, he calmed down to think, and then said, Elder Wen, could you give me some of that Dragon's Gall essence pill? Wen Yue was stunned. Young Master Ye, you're so young. Why would you need this stuff? Asterisk, asterisk, put asterisk, asterisk. Ye Guluo almost spat out his food. As a man, he quickly defended himself. Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to test its effects. If it's as amazing as you claim, the Ye family might invest in this project. What Wen Yue was startled and shot up from his seat again. Wen Qinglan's eyes widened, looking even more thrilled than before. Do you know what stepping down means? You can't even imagine Mr. Chen's methods. I get it. Li Jian was startled. Bai Xiao was one family might just be able to reclaim their top spot in Than Chao. Than Lam was so excited her body trembled slightly. Nak, what do you think? I don't have a problem with it, Ninh Trần said bluntly. After all, I'm just providing the formulas. How you sell them is your business, just remember to give me my cut of the profits. Excellent, Nak beamed. Diep Ko Lao secretly gave a thumbs up, finally closing the distance with Senior Ninh. He didn't care much about the Dragon's Gall essence pill. The Diep family had plenty of ancient formulas of their own. Tang Lam, I'm in a great mood today. Tell the kitchen to prepare more dishes. I plan on drinking with Ninh and young Master Diep all night long, Nak said cheerfully to his granddaughter. Grandpa, don't forget about that thing. Than Lam whispered, sneaking a glance at Ninh Trần before leaving. As night fell, Ninh Trần finished his meal and was about to leave. Nak said, Ninh, young Master Diep, if you don't mind, please stay the night. Diep Ko Lao casually shot a meaningful look at Ninh Trần. Ninh Trần ignored him and said to Nak, Mr. An, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush, I hate playing guessing games. Ah, all right. Nak didn't expect Ninh Trần to see right through him and said awkwardly, Ninh, have you ever heard about my son Hoa? Ninh Trần shook his head. Than Lam, standing nearby, remained silent, a sad expression on her face. He's my only son, and also Than Lam's father. Nak began to explain, my Hoa was a rare genius in both business and martial arts. He had a talent for business and an aptitude for martial arts. Before he was even 40, he had mastered internal energy, dominating the martial arts scene in Than Chao. I thought he would lead the An family to new heights, but a sudden accident left him in a vegetative state. Hold on, Diep Ko Lao rudely interrupted. A martial artist with internal energy got into a car accident and ended up in a vegetative state. You kidding me? The reflexes of an internal energy user are near the speed of sound. They can easily dodge bullets. Did the An family's young master get hit by a fighter jet or something? Nak's face turned pale, veins popping on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. Young Master Diep is right. Ho wasn't in a car accident. He was attacked by a master. That person used a cruel technique to break all of his limbs and scramble his brain, leaving him in this vegetative state. Hearing this, Than Lam's eyes stung and tears welled up. So that's what happened. Was it an enemy seeking revenge? Dipko Lao asked. I don't know. Onnak shook his head. All these years trying to find the culprit and cure Hoa, the On family has nearly exhausted its resources, and our stock prices have plummeted. So you want me to treat your son? Ninh Trần didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Onnak nodded. Than Lam also looked at Ninh Trần with hopeful tear-filled eyes. Let me take a look at the situation. Onnak led Ninh Trần to the backyard of the Nine Streams estate. Inside a spacious bamboo house, Ninh Trần and Dipko Lao met the young master of the On family. Thanks to the care of the servants, even after lying there for 4 years, Anhwa was neat and tidy. He was very handsome-looking, as if he were just asleep. Master, can you cure him? Dipko Lao stepped forward and asked. Get lost! Who's your master? Ninh Trần glared at him and kicked him out. Ninh Trần sat by the bed, observing Anhwa's condition for a moment, then uttered 2 words. He's curable. What? The On grandfather and granddaughter's eyes went wide. I said I can cure your son. But in return, I want the Dragon's Gall essence pill and 70% of the profits from the Future Medicine Project, Ninh Trần stated. Than Lam cried, tears streaming from her red-rimmed eyes. You can cry after he wakes up, Ninh Trần said. Everyone get out. Remember, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter or even peek inside. If you mess up the treatment, you'll have to face the consequences. Yes, of course, Onnak hastily agreed. As he reached the door, Ninh Trần remembered something. Oh yeah, get me a phone charger. A moment later, the bamboo house door was locked from the inside. Onnak stationed more than 20 guards to stand watch, personally supervising them. He also called a team of private doctors and nurses to be on standby for any emergencies. Mr. On, I'm telling you, the person inside is clearly a quack, sir. Don't fall for it, a male doctor in a white lab coat said angrily. I've been a neurologist for many years, and I've never seen a vegetative patient who could just be cured on a whim. That's right, Mr. On, I'm 100% sure you're being scammed, a rehabilitation specialist said, pushing up his glasses. Please open the door and let me see that person's medical license. We're also concerned for CEO Wan's safety. That won't be necessary, Onnak said, having full faith in Ninh Trần. You all just need to wait patiently. The specialists looked at each other. Looks like Mr. On is really clutching at straws. And Mr. On is over 80 and his son has been incurable for years. You can imagine how desperate he is. Then this quack shows up bragging about some folk remedy and taking a jab at us professionals in the process. A female family therapy specialist sighed. It's understandable that Mr. On would get scammed. Just wait for them to eat their words, Dipko Lao scoffed, sitting on a stone table in the backyard, with his arms crossed, laughing at the useless whispering specialists. At that moment, inside the bamboo house, Ninh Trần was lying on the soft bed, playing games on his phone, which was plugged into the charger. The patient Anhwa had been tossed onto the sofa. If Onnak and Than Lam walked in and saw this, they'd probably have a heart attack on the spot. The next day at noon, Ninh Trần stretched and got up with a few yawns. He carried Anhwa back to the bed, opened his shirt, and thrust 2 fingers into his chest. Squish! His fingers pierced right through the flesh, drawing blood. A second later, Ninh Trần pulled his hand back, and pinched between his fingers was a chirping insect. What is this? Onnak, who had been called in by Ninh Trần, stared in shock at the table. The strange insect was trapped under a glass, furiously ramming against the sides. This is a Miao Jianggu insect. Before Ninh Trần could speak, Dipko Lao spoke up. Master, how did this get here? Who's your master? Ninh Trần glared again, annoyed. I pulled it out of Anhwa. It took me all night to catch it, and I'm dead tired. If nothing unexpected happens, he should wake up tomorrow. It's also thanks to all of you for taking such good care of him all these years. His words stunned everyone. Onnak's eyes widened, and he rushed forward to grab Ninh Trần hands tightly. Really, is it true Ninh will Hoa really wake up in a day? Ninh Trần pulled his hand away. More or less. Than Lam's vision blurred with tears. That's wonderful, Dad. A few of the specialists in white coats couldn't take it anymore. Young man, do you have any idea that practicing medicine without a license is illegal? A male doctor yelled at old man On, who was over 80. You might be able to fool him, but you're way too green to fool us. Who are you? Ninh Trần shot him a disgusted glare. Is this your place to talk? What did you say? The male doctor got angry and started flexing his credentials. I'm a neurology specialist at Tan Not Hospital, a graduate of the Mayo Medical Center in the US, and also the specialist hired by the On family. You tell me, do I have the right to speak here? Ninh Trần laughed. What good are all those fancy titles? Have you cured old man On's son yet? Taking money for doing nothing. If it were me, I'd have kicked you all out. You over a dozen specialists were furious, shooting him angry glares, wishing they could tear Ninh Trần apart, as if he was the one who could actually do the curing. The male doctor snorted coldly, but perhaps the room had become too quiet. Anhwa, after 45 years, slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes in a daze, looked around bewildered, then opened his mouth weakly, trying to call out for his dad a few times. His voice made the room fall completely silent. Everyone turned in shock to stare at the man waking up in the bed. Anhwa's face was deathly pale, his chest wrapped in bandages. Mrs. Than Lam smiled through tears streaming down her face. A moment later, Nak and Than Lam rushed to the bedside, breaking down completely. Hoer Boo-hoo, the family of three, sobbed together. Diep Ko Lao, standing beside Ninh Tran, grinned. Master, you're incredible. Ninh Tran was still blunt. Get lost. How is this possible? The doctor who had been flexing earlier clutched his head in shock, staring at Anhua, and then back at Ninh Tran. How did you do it? Ninh Tran just smirked, and turned to leave. Master, wait for me. Diep Ko Lao hurried after him. Back in the room, the specialists just stared at each other, having a full-blown existential crisis about their careers. After that, Than Lam stayed with Anhua, while Anhak went out to the main hall, his eyes bloodshot as he thanked Ninh Tran over and over. Mr. Ninh, thank you so much. From this day forward, our home is your home. You are the An family's greatest benefactor. The old man nearly knelt in front of Ninh Tran. In his eyes, Ninh Tran had pulled an all-nighter to save his son. This was a debt he could never repay. It was just a small effort. Ninh Tran waved his hand. If you really want to thank me, help me find some spirit herbs. Anak's eyes lit up. Spirit herbs. Ninh Tran nodded. That's right. The higher the grade, the better, but it has to be at least 1,000-year-old ginseng. Anything weaker is useless. Anak quickly added, the An family has a piece of Lingzi mushroom passed down as an heirloom from the Western Zhou dynasty. Mr. Ninh, would you like to come with me to our medicine vault to see it Lingzi from the Western Zhou dynasty? Ninh Tran was taken aback. Is it real? You didn't just buy it last week, did you? Anak didn't find the joke funny. Mr. Ninh, please rest assured. I can guarantee that when I was just a boy, my grandfather told me this was the An family's treasured heirloom, and it's only been a few generations. Take me to see it. Ninh Tran wasn't getting his hopes up. He then followed Anak to a cellar in the backyard of Nine Streams Manor. The cellar had several floors with lights that stayed on all year. Walking down the stairs, Ninh Tran saw the walls were lined with numerous secure glass cases filled with antiques. He recognized some of these items from the manor's main hall, so he didn't need to think twice to know the items in the cellar were authentic, while the ones in the hall were replicas to fool thieves. Anak led Ninh Tran into a vault. The walls were covered in small drawers. Anak placed a ladder and personally took a brocade box from the very top compartment. Mr. Ninh, this is our family's treasured heirloom. Ninh Tran accepted the box and opened it. Inside, a brilliant red brain-shaped Lingji mushroom lay on a bed of golden silk, giving off a peculiar ancient aroma. A flash of shock appeared in Ninh Tran's eyes. This was a 1,000-year-old phoenix brain Lingzi. Ninh Tran's heart skipped a beat. In the 6 months he'd been back on Earth, he had never felt this thrilled. This was because this very phoenix brain Lingzi could help heal his wounds. Mr. Ninh, my ancestors were physicians. This strange piece of Lingzi was something an ancestor stumbled upon in the mountains. For years I've consulted medical books and asked countless experts, but I still don't know what type of Lingzi it is. Anak explained. It's a phoenix brain Lingzi. Even though Ninh Tran was ecstatic on the inside, he kept a straight face. This kind of medicinal herb is extremely rare in the mortal world. Where did your ancestor find it? My grandfather never told me, Anak replied. If you need to know, Mr. Ninh, I can search our family genealogy. All right, you do that. Ninh Tran closed the brocade box. Anak gave a bitter smile, assuming Ninh Tran was just asking casually. The An family records were immense. He had no idea how long a search would take. But since his benefactor was asking, he couldn't possibly refuse. On the way out, Ninh Tran added, if you find any more spirit herbs in the future, be sure to contact me. If you can find another herb of the same grade as this phoenix brain Lingzi, I will grant the An family one wish. A wish. Anak was dumbfounded. Ninh Tran sounded like a genie out of a bottle, as if he could really make any wish come true. In truth, it wasn't far off. To a mortal, a nascent soul cultivator was practically a god. Very well, Mr. Ninh. I will mobilize all the An family's resources to find the spirit herbs you require. Anak nodded, then asked, regarding the goo worm inside Hoer, do you have any insights? Goo worms don't typically find their way into a person's body by themselves, so chances are an enemy planted it, Ninh Tran said while holding the brocade box. Think hard about who your family might have crossed. An enemy. Anak's eyes filled with a mix of anger and confusion. In the business world, our family always values peace and rarely gets into conflicts. Who could possibly be so cruel? Ninh Tran shrugged. That's something I can't help you with. Afterwards, Anak arranged a car to take him home, mentioning that once Anhua was better, the entire family would visit to express their gratitude. Ninh Tran didn't think much of it. Back home, he shoved the box containing the phoenix brain Lingzi under his bed. But then he decided that wasn't safe enough. So he dug a hole about 65 feet deep in his yard and buried the box. Hak Long watched on, confused about what his master was doing. After burying it, he sat on a swing and fell into thought. Earth's spiritual energy is so depleted. It shouldn't be possible for a phoenix brain Lingzi to grow here. Could it be that ancient Earth was abundant in spiritual energy? Ninh Tran considered the unbelievable legends recorded in Chinese history, like Peng Zhu, who lived for 800 years. Zhang Sanfeng achieving immortality. Xiang Yu being strong enough to lift himself by his own hair. Zhang Fei at Changban Bridge, scaring Xiahou Jie to death with a single shout. These tales sound ridiculous now, but if the ancient world was rich in spiritual energy, then maybe those legends weren't just stories. Still, to concoct the divine restoration pill, he needed 7 more spirit herbs, and who knew how long that would take. Ninh Trần sighed. That night, Xu Shunan and Jiang Tang returned home, but didn't notice anything strange in the yard. Because of their last encounter, Xu Shunan was still giving Ninh Trần the cold shoulder, which he didn't mind at all. The next day he went to school like normal. When he got to class, Diep Ko Lao walked up carrying a bag of steamed buns, smiling so wide his eyes nearly closed. "Master. If you call me master one more time, I'll cripple you, believe it or not," Ninh Trần threatened. "Big bro, here's some brunch. I specially bought you some crab-filled buns." Yegulu handed over the plastic bag a little scared. Since Ninh Trần had already eaten in the cafeteria, he didn't mind having a little more, so he took it and sat in the back to eat. Yegulu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he was one step closer to becoming his disciple. In the afternoon, it was PE class, and the students of Clinical Class 2 headed to the sports complex in groups. "Wanwan, have you heard Guan Xiaoman's dad went to prison?" Jiang Ying's shocked voice rang out. "What?" Su Wanwan froze. "Isn't Guan Xiaoman's dad a successful businessman? Even the new gymnasium at our school was funded by him. How did he suddenly end up in prison? For real, look, the school forum is blowing up about it." Jiang Ying handed her phone over, and Su Wanwan checked the Qingdao University forum, which was indeed filled with posts about Guan Weimin, Guan Xiaoman's father. Someone had even dug up a court verdict, which clearly stated that Guan Weimin was sentenced to 9 years for attempted murder. Damn attempted murder. Badass father and daughter are both hardcore. No wonder Guan Xiaoman is so vicious. Always trying to frame the medical school's belle, turns out her dad's a convicted murderer. Father and daughter are both scum, they should just go die. The comments were mostly gloating. Although Su Wanwan felt a sense of satisfaction, something felt off, and she turned to look at Ninh Trần. Ninh Trần was walking with Fang Xiaopan Zheng Daxuan, and the transfer student Yegulu chatting casually. This couldn't have anything to do with him, could it? Su Wanwan frowned. The thought of having PE in a gym funded by a murderer is kinda creepy. Jiang Ying put her phone away and shuddered. Su Wanwan gave a wry smile, and walked with her 2 best friends to the gym entrance where they suddenly bumped into 2 very beautiful girls. One was tall, over 5'7", with enviable long wavy champagne-colored hair and flawless delicate features that made her look especially radiant and captivating. The other girl was shorter but playfully cute, with a killer figure that was a total contrast to her face. It was her Xu Shuyan. Su Wanwan stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed on the radiant girl. Xu Shuyan saw her and offered a small smile as a greeting. "Shuyan, look, it's Brother Dali. It's Brother Dali." Jiang Tang, who was beside her, spotted Ninh Trần and waved excitedly. Xu Shuyan immediately scolded her. "Xiaotang, why do you get so worked up every time you see him? Can't you have a little more composure?" Jiang Tang completely ignored her and skipped over to Ninh Trần. "Brother Dali, you guys have class in the gym this period too." "Yeah, basketball." Ninh Trần couldn't help but ruffle Jiang Tang's hair, which immediately drew a ton of jealous stares, especially from the vice class president Li Huanming, who was burning with jealousy. "Xiaotang, let's go." Zhu Shuyan walked over, pulled Jiang Tang away, and deliberately shot Ninh Trần a glare. No. Big bro, I never knew you were so impressive. Heh heh. Yegulu's sleazy laugh came from the side. "With my years of experience picking up girls, I can tell both of them are top tier. One's a 7, the other's an 8. Ninh Trần kicked the guy away. When class started, the gym was packed with students. Besides Ninh Trần and Xu Shuyan's 2 classes, many students with free periods, including sophomores and juniors, had purposely come to see the campus Belle Xu Shuyan. So annoying. Xu Shuyan frowned, feeling uncomfortable even just standing in line with her class. In the bleachers, most of the guys were checking her out and commenting, occasionally letting out sleazy smirks. This must be the burden of being beautiful. Boo-hoo, I want this burden too. The campus belle is really the center of attention wherever she goes. The girls in her class gossiped. After a bit, the PE representative brought out several baskets of basketballs. The PE teacher told everyone to practice their shots and then disappeared. "Shuyan, look, Brother Dali is wearing the shoes you bought him today." Jiang Tang pointed to the court where Clinical Class 2 was. Ninh Trần was listlessly dribbling a basketball wearing the pair of Lu Chuanfeng collaboration sneakers. That violent jerk, I shouldn't have bought them for him," Xu Shuyan grumbled. She still hadn't forgiven Ninh Trần for what he did at Elder Wen's birthday banquet, though she had to admit, even if the guy was violent, he had some serious skills to make Elder Wen protect him like that. On the other side of the court, Yegulu noticed the shoes on Ninh Trần feet and chuckled. "Big bro, I didn't know you were into sneakers. I thought a master like you would only wear simple cloth shoes, huh?" Ninh Trần replied casually. "Someone gave them to me, I didn't buy them." Just then, Li Huanming, who clearly had a death wish, dribbled the ball over stylishly while looking scornfully at Ninh Trần shoes, saying, "You actually dare to wear fakes out in public." "Fakes!" Yegulu was stunned when he heard Li Huanming's voice, and he took a closer look at Ninh Trần shoes, then said confidently to Li Huanming, "What nonsense are you talking about? My friend Ninh Trần shoes are absolutely authentic." "Authentic my ass." Li Huanming stopped dribbling and coolly pointed to his own shoes. Mine are the real deal, his are 100% fake. You're lying. Jiang Tang's voice suddenly piped up. No one knew when she had run over to Ninh Trần class, but she said to Li Huanming, Brother Dali's shoes were bought at the Qingzhou Grand Plaza for over 80,000, how could they be fake? I think yours are the fake ones. Li Huanming was also wearing the same model of shoes as Ninh Trần. An almost unnoticeable flicker of panic crossed Li Huanming's eyes as he looked at Jiang Tang. Who is Brother Dali? Brother Dali is Ninh Trần and we're good friends. Jiang Tang stood next to Ninh Trần, making countless people jealous. The corner of Li Huanming's mouth twitched. He was dying of jealousy. You don't believe me. Just you wait. Jiang Tang took out her phone and texted Zhu Shuyan to send a picture of the shoe receipt. Here, see this. The official Nike store at Qingzhou Grand Plaza. 84,999. Are you saying an official store sells fakes? Jiang Tang held up her phone, looking triumphantly at Li Huanming. At this, Li Huanming's face stiffened. He never expected Ninh Trần shoes to be real. Holy crap, 85,000 turns out Belle Jiang is a rich kid, she's loaded. I'm so jealous. They must be a couple, right? Giving friends such expensive shoes, that's insane. The students from Clinical Class 2 stared at the receipt on the phone, practically green with envy. Hey, where's yours? Jiang Tang put her phone away and glanced at Li Huanming. My what? Li Huanming panicked. Your receipt, let me see it. Jiang Tang put her hands on her hips. If you can't show it, then your shoes are fake. I accidentally deleted it last time. Li Huanming's face turned red. Ha, deleted it. Jiang Tang sneered. So you delete receipts for fun? I really did delete it by accident. Li Huanming tried to argue back, but his blushing face betrayed him. Immediately, scornful looks were directed his way, leaving Li Huanming both embarrassed and furious. Wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. You've got some nerve bullying my big bro Dali, you really don't know your place. Jiang Tang put her hand on Ninh Trần shoulder, but had to stand on her tiptoes because she was too short. Just then, Li Huanming, seeing his first plan fail, came up with another one. He gave Ninh Trần a bitter, scornful look and huffed. So what if your shoes are expensive? What's the use if you can't even play basketball? Jiang Tang was surprised this guy was still so feisty and snapped. Who says big bro Dali can't play basketball? Ninh Trần smiled wryly. Well, little Tang, I'm actually not that good. Haha, I told you so, Li Huanming said smugly, deliberately dribbling the ball flashily between his legs. You just said you can't play. So why wear fancy basketball shoes? Isn't that a waste? What shoes my big bro Dali wears is none of your business. Jiang Tang angrily linked her arm with Ninh Trần big bro Dali. Let's just ignore this salty loser and go. Li Huanming was still smirking when he suddenly heard Ninh Trần say, even though I can't play basketball, crushing you would be a piece of cake. What? Li Huanming pointed to himself. Are you talking to me? Yep, Ninh Trần just smiled. Crushing me is a piece of cake, that's bold. Li Huanming scoffed. Do you know I'm on the school's basketball team? I could crush you even if you were in the NBA? Ninh Trần just smiled. Haha, Ninh Trần was totally bluffing. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Li Huanming held back a laugh, thinking this was his chance for revenge, and said, All right, if you're so tough, you dare to play a few rounds with me. Pit Yegulu couldn't help but burst out laughing. A college student challenging a martial king. Damn, that's hilarious. The guy could level the whole gym with a wave of his hand. A match is fine, but we gotta make a bet, otherwise it's boring, Ninh Trần said with a bright smile. This guy is so confident, could he actually be strong? Li Huanming hesitated for a second, but seeing the growing crowd of onlookers, and that even the campus belle Zhu Shuyan had arrived, he felt the blood rush to his head. Damn it, he was the one who issued the challenge. How can you back out now? What's the bet? Li Huanming pounded his chest. If I lose, I'll do a naked run, Ninh Trần smirked while Deep Ko Lao struggled not to laugh. The stakes are huge. Let's bet this guy's right to get a girlfriend for all 4 years of college. With a bet like that, Li Huanming was all fired up and boldly accepted. He didn't believe that Ninh Trần, who was good at running shot put and push-ups, could also be a basketball god. How could one person be so all-powerful? Like the main character of a wuxia novel. How many shots? Li Huanming asked, as he took the ball from a friend and started dribbling. Let's do 5, you want to go first or me? Li Huanming asked again. You go first. Just don't back out when you lose, Ninh Trần said generously. You should remember that for yourself. Li Huanming sneered. Taking the ball out beyond the three-point line, seeing Ninh Trần on defense in front of him, he smirked to himself, deciding to throw a hard pass to mess with him. But as soon as he threw the ball aiming for Ninh Trần forehead, he casually caught it, then nonchalantly walked out to the three-point line. Li Huanming was stunned. What the hell? How are his reflexes so fast? Beef Yagulu couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing again. Little Tang, what's Ninh Trần doing? Just then, Zhu Shuyan walked over, curiously looking at Ninh Trần, who was surrounded by the crowd. Shuyan, you're here. Big bro Dali is in a one-on-one with a classmate. Jiang Tang explained what happened. When Zhu Shuyan heard the loser had to streak, she was instantly interested in watching, secretly hoping Ninh Trần would lose so she could see him humiliated. Damn it, now Li Huanming was on defense and his face was grim. He never expected Ninh Trần first shot to be a set shot. The ball left his hands and flew straight into the hoop. Even though his shooting form wasn't perfect, it still went in. Swish. The sound of the ball and net was followed by a round of applause. Nice, what a perfect shot. Li Xuanming's face got even uglier. For the next 4 shots, he was completely toyed with by Ning Chen with post-ups between the legs, dribbles, 3-pointers, and finally a slam dunk. Boom. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the backboard shattered and a shower of white glass rained down. Damn, he shattered the backboard, that's so sick. The whole gym went wild. In the stands, the guys who came to see the campus bell all stood up, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Li Xuanming was frozen, he hadn't made a single shot. He collapsed onto the floor as if all his strength had been drained. Whoa, big bro Dolly is so hot! Jiang Tang yelled, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This guy? Zhu Shuyan was also surprised, staring intently at Ning Chen. Fatty Feng Zhang Daxuan Zhang Shinran Su Wanwang Jiang Ying and the students from Clinical Class 2 were all stunned. Only Ye Gulu was calm, as if he had expected this all along. Time to keep your promise, buddy la, Ning Chen said, walking over with the ball and a bright smile. What? Lei Xuanming scrambled up, his face as dark as coal. Don't play dumb, you lost, so you have to streak. Hey, it was just a joke, you didn't take it seriously, did you? Li Xuanming had never intended to go through with it. If he streaked in broad daylight, how could he ever show his face at school again? But Ning Chen wasn't going to let him off easy and was about to make his move. Ye Gulu suddenly rushed forward, pointing at Li Xuanming and yelling, Damn it, I hate people who go back on their word the most. Today you're running whether you like it or not. With that, the third-year student stripped Li Xuanming of all his clothes in 2 moves, leaving only his shoes. Although Li Xuanming resisted, Ye Gulu was an internal energy martial artist, so handling him was as easy as handling a little chick. Give me back my clothes, give them back, Li Xuanming cried out, hunched over and naked, covering himself. You want your clothes? Fine, here you go. Ye Gulu sneered. He walked under the hoop and tossed Li Xuanming's clothes up, hanging them on the rim. Damn it, Li Xuanming was so mad he could have coughed up blood. The clothes were hanging so high, how could he get them without jumping? But if he jumped, he'd expose everything. Even worse, the floor was covered in broken glass. Ning Chen, Ye Gulu, I'm not done with you two. Li Xuanming's eyes were red with rage, tears welling up, and a moment later he was actually crying out of pure frustration. Big bro, how did I do? Ye Gulu walked over with a grin, acting respectfully. Ning Chen's expression was still cold, but his attitude had softened a bit. To be honest, the guy's personality was kind of his style. Yes, one step closer to success. Ye Gulu was secretly thrilled, believing that one day he would win Ning Chen over. After that, 2 gym teachers ran over, staring blankly at the shattered backboard, the clothes hanging on the rim, and the naked male student crying with his head in his hands. The teachers were initially furious, planning to take Ning Chen and Ye Gulu to the disciplinary office. Ye Gulu just smiled and made a phone call, and soon someone showed up to handle the situation. Whoa, big bro Dolly, your friend is really something. Is he related to the principal or something? Jiang Tang asked, curiously, standing next to Ning Chen. Ning Chen might be playing dumb and causing trouble everywhere, what a brute. Zhu Shuyan walked over, glared at Ning Chen, then pulled Jiang Tang. Little Tang, let's go. Bye, Hercules. Oh my, Jiang Tang waved. Ning Chen waved back, Shuyan. Just as the 2 girls left the gym wondering where to go since they were skipping afternoon classes, a timid voice suddenly called out from behind. Are you the campus belle? No, I'm not any kind of belle. Su Wanwan wouldn't dare claim that title in front of Zhu Shuyan, quickly blushing and waving her hands. Ha, you're so cute, I've wanted to get to know you for a while, Zhu Shuyan said, covering her mouth as she laughed. Do you need something from me? I have a small matter to discuss. Su Wanwan glanced at Jiang Tang. Little Tang is my best friend, you can say whatever you need to in front of her, Zhu Shuyan said. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment before mustering up her courage. I wanted to ask what you think of Ning Chen. Ning Chen, Zhu Shuyan frowned. Why bring up that brute all of a sudden? Huh, Su Wanwan was taken aback. Wanwan, does Ning Chen bully you in class? Zhu Shuyan asked with a serious expression. No, not at all. Su Wanwan quickly shook her head. Really? Zhu Shuyan stared into her sparkling eyes like a detective. Ning Chen, that low-key violent weirdo, he looks honest on the outside. But he's a total perv to the bone. Wanwan, you're so pretty you need to be careful around him. A perv? How is that possible? Su Wanwan was stunned. She felt that word didn't fit Ning Chen at all. Hercules isn't as bad as you say, Shuyan. You're always bad-mouthing him. Jiang Tang laughed. I'm telling the truth? Zhu Shuyan snorted coldly. So, Shuyan, do you really hate Ning Chen? Su Wanwan asked again. Of course, Zhu Shuyan replied without hesitation. From the very first day I met him. I couldn't stand him. Hearing those words, couldn't stand him, Su Wanwan let out a small smile. What are you smiling about? Jiang Tang asked, surprised. Because I like Ning Chen, Su Wanwan said bluntly, not hiding anything. So hearing that, you don't like him makes me very happy. Huh. Both girls were stunned. Zhu Shuyan was about to advise Su Wanwan not to make a mistake, but suddenly realized something was off. Wanwan, I'm curious, why did you specifically ask me that question? She frowned. Because Ning Chen likes you. Su Wanwan blinked her sparkling eyes. You didn't know? Zhu Shuyan was dumbfounded. Jiang Tang's jaw dropped open. After talking for a little longer, Su Wanwan left. Hee Shuyan. No wonder Hercules always argues with you and makes you mad. It turns out he likes you, Jiang Tang said, nudging Xu Shuyan with a sly grin. Humph, who needs him to like me? Xu Shuyan crossed her arms, her expression a bit unnatural. Anyway, it's impossible between him and me. Jiang Tang smiled. I think Hercules is a good guy. I always feel safe when I'm with him. Shuyan glanced at her best friend. You're always going on about Hercules if you like him so much. Why don't you confess? Oh my gosh. Jiang Tang covered her face. It's so embarrassing for a girl to confess first. You really like him? Xu Shuyan's eyes widened. I think he's way worse than Lin Xiaoyang, no. They're not even comparable. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Jiang Tang pouted. By the way, Shuyan, both Hercules and I think there's something off about Lin Xiaoyang. You should be careful when you're with him, don't get tricked. Don't worry. Xu Shuyan lifted her chin proudly like a swan. Lin Xiaoyang might be outstanding, but I'm not bad either. I won't let him lay a hand on me until I get to know him better. That's good then, Jiang Tang beamed. Then in the future, Hercules and I can be a couple, and you and Lin Xiaoyang can be a couple. Well, you've got some tough competition then. Xu Shuyan looked at Su Wanwan's retreating figure and said with a mischievous smile, I'll do my best. Jiang Tang clenched her fists. Seeing her best friend like this, Xu Shuyan knew she genuinely liked Ninh Trần, but thinking about the relationship between him and Lin Xiaoyang gave her a headache. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Xiaoyang. Let's hang out tonight. Meanwhile, an oblivious Ninh Trần was buying ice cream at the campus supermarket. Ye Gulu insisted on paying and said, Big bro, you free tonight? For what? Ninh Trần asked. Ye Gulu chuckled slyly. My friend invited me to a bar, wanna come along? I never go to bars, not interested. Ye Gulu knew he couldn't force him, so he sighed. Looks like I'll have a room full of hotties all to myself. Ninh Trần was unmoved. Why would a nascent soul cultivator care about ordinary mortals? 10 hours later at the Haute Bar in the Qingzhou building, the music was deafeningly loud next to the dance floor. Ye Gulu stared blankly at Ninh Trần. Big bro, didn't you say you never go to bars? Is it any of your business whether I come or not? Ninh Trần said helplessly. Of all the bars in Qingzhou, I had to run into this guy. Hercules Shuyan is waiting for us, let's go, Jiang Tang said, pulling on Ninh Trần sleeve. Ninh Trần nodded and let Jiang Tang pull him to a private room on the second floor. Looks like Big Bro is all talk after all, saying one thing and doing another. Heh heh. Ye Gulu laughed as he walked away. Cultivators prefer peace and quiet. Ninh Trần really disliked places like bars and karaoke lounges, but Jiang Tang was just too persistent. Since she had a personality similar to his little junior sister, Ninh Trần had a soft spot for her and agreed to come. Pushing open the door to the private room, Ninh Trần saw a good-looking pair, sitting on the sofa chatting. It was Xu Shuyan and Lin Xiaoyang. When Lin Xiaoyang saw him, his face fell. Shuyan, why is he here? It's okay, we're all friends. Xu Shuyan comforted Lin Xiaoyang before walking over. As she closed the door, she leaned in and whispered in Ninh Trần ear, Don't start a fight, or I'll ignore you from now on. Ninh Trần was confused, thinking to himself, What does it matter to me if you ignore me or not? He opened the door to the room about to leave, but Jiang Tang suddenly pulled him back forcefully. Hercules, you can't go. What now? Ninh Trần frowned in annoyance. When I invited you, I didn't mention Lin Xiaoyang would be here too. I want to hear you sing. Jiang Tang resorted to her whining tactics again, hugging Ninh Trần xiaoyang's and refusing to let go. Ninh Trần felt a bit helpless and had no choice but to sit down, but singing was out of the question, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Lin Xiaoyang, on the other hand, sang a few songs, and he was good, clearly having had vocal training, and his performance earned continuous applause from the two girls. Jiang Tang even winked and gestured for him to clap too. Ninh Trần understood then the two girls must have set up this meeting, hoping he and Lin Xiaoyang would bury the hatchet and become friends. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and a group of young men and women walked in. As the group pushed their way inside, Xu Shuyan froze. She had only invited Ninh Trần and Lin Xiaoyang tonight, no one else. Did they walk into the wrong room? Tran Chi Hao, what are you doing here? Sun Hua Thu. Nan saw a familiar face and immediately frowned, standing up. Besides Tran Chi Hao, there were 6 or 7 other young men and women, all well-known rich kids in their circle. Hua Thunan didn't hang out with them much. Thunan, is it okay that I invited a few friends to join us? At that moment, Lam Q Duong stood up and smiled. I'm the one who called them. Hua Thunan frowned, clearly unhappy. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I'm sorry, I'll pay for it later. Lam Q Duong laughed. Sorry, it's not about the money. Hua Thunan's eyes glinted as she glanced at Tran Chi Hao. Just a few days ago, Tran. Chi Hao was beaten up by Ninh Trần, so there's no way a meeting between these two would be friendly. She even suspected Lam Q Duong did it on purpose. I was wondering too, Chi Hao, I didn't invite you, so why are you here? Lam Q Duong acted confused. You didn't do it on purpose. Hua Thunan looked at Lam Q Duong, her brows slowly relaxing. Ninh Trần watched the two of them put on a show, smiling without saying a word. Hey, young Master Lam, I just happened to be hanging out with some friends here tonight and ran into young Master Lai. Tran Qi Hao was wearing a leather jacket with dyed blonde hair, his left cheek still swollen, and missing 2 front teeth, looking pretty ridiculous. He clapped a young man next to him wearing a skull necklace on the shoulder. Hua Thunan had met this young Master Li before. His real name was Li Truc. His father was the bank director for the Lamjiang district in Thanchao, holding a lot of power and courted by many businesses. He received gifts worth tens of millions every year. Li Truc grinned with a cigarette in his mouth. Young Master Lam, I gotta say something, we're all buddies here, so why'd you leave Qi Hao out? Young Master Li Qi Hao, I really didn't do it on purpose, Lam Qiu Duong said, glancing at Ninh Trần on the sofa. Most of the rich kids here had attended on Nak's 80th birthday celebration and knew about the beef between Ninh Trần and Tran Qi Hao. Li Truc hadn't gone that day, but he'd heard about Ninh Trần. He blew a smoke ring and smirked. You're young Master Ninh, right? Pretty bold, daring to even hit Qi Hao. What does your family do? Ninh Trần ignored him. Li Truc laughed loudly. All right, you've got personality, I like it. The mood's a little awkward, though. Quang Duong looked at Hua Thunan. Hua Thunan didn't know what to do either. Telling Lam Qiu Duong to kick his friends out didn't seem right. How about this Ninh Trần Qi Hao today? I invite you two to shake hands and make up. Let's bury the hatchet. What do you say? Just then, Lam Qiu Duong poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Ninh Trần and the other to Tran Qi Hao. He sincerely advised them that they would all be running in the same high society circles of Thanchao and would inevitably run into each other. Being this tense is just a drag. Right, Thunan Tiu Duong. Hua Thunan nodded. That's right. I also hope everyone can get along. Quang Duong didn't say anything, just looked at Ninh Trần. At first, Ninh Trần didn't move. Hua Thunan nudged him with her elbow twice before he gave a faint smile. Shaking hands and making up is fine, but he has to apologize to me first. What? The group of rich kids was shocked. Ninh Trần was telling Tran Qi Hao to apologize. You've got it backwards. Li Truc's mouth twitched. You're the one who hit Qi Hao. You should be the one apologizing. Ninh Trần was blunt. He's not worthy. Tran Qi Hao's eyes turned red with anger. Ninh Trần, you! Qi Hao, Lam Qiu Duong yelled. He winked as a signal not to do anything rash. Asterisk, this arrogant mutt is really something else, asterisk. Tran Qi Hao was furious. But young Master Lam already had a plan. After tonight, this dog would be completely iced out by Thanchao's rich kid circle. I'll hold back and see what tricks young Master Lam has up his sleeve. At that moment, Hua Thunan also winked at Ninh Trần, but he ignored her. Tran Qi Hao gritted his teeth, took the glass of wine from Lam Qiu Duong, and downed it in one go. Young Master Ninh, I apologize. I shouldn't have called you a country bumpkin. Is that good enough? A country bumpkin! Lai Trek and a few of the girls frowned when they heard that. Ninh Trần looked at Tran Qi. Hao knew he wasn't being sincere, so he didn't drink, just grunted in acknowledgement, and went silent. What's with this guy? The guy already admitted he was wrong. Does he know how to take a hint or not? A few of the rich kids shot disgusted looks at Ninh Trần. Lam Qiu Duong stepped in to mediate again. All right, the misunderstanding is cleared up. Let's all sit down and sing. I'll get more drinks. Tonight we're going all out, everything's on me. As soon as he said that, the room erupted in cheers, shouts, and whistles. Young Master Lam is so generous. Hua Thunan looked at the out-of-place Ninh Trần. She sighed wearily. A moment later, expensive wine fruit platters and snacks were brought in. People played games and sang songs, and the atmosphere was very lively. Lam Qiu Duong and Hua Thunan sat together, sometimes whispering in each other's ears. Other times they were joking around like a couple. Lai Truc, Tran Qi Hao and their friends kept shouting, Brother Da Li, you're feeling pretty bummed out, aren't you? Quang Duong played games for a bit, then pulled away to sit next to Ninh Trần. Ninh Trần was playing on his phone and turned his head in surprise. Why do you say that? Actually, Thunan and I both know a few things, Quang Duong said, glancing at Hua Thunan and Lam Qiu Duong, feeling uneasy. Ninh Trần didn't expect that To Van Van had found Hua Thunan today, and even told her the reason he made up to reject her. He scratched his head. What things, Tu Duong? I don't get what you're saying. Quang Duong's lips parted to speak, but in the end, she didn't say it clearly. Anyway, you should just give up. Stop trying to hang yourself on a single tree. After saying that, she blushed, lowered her head, and drank her wine. For no reason at all, Ninh Trần opened Arena of Valor. It's impossible to guess what girls are thinking without mind-reading powers asterisk. Young Master Ninh want to play a few rounds of a board game. Just then, Lam Qiu Duong walked over and invited Ninh Trần to play, his attitude very sincere. Li Truc, Tran Qi Hao and their friends looked unhappy. Ninh Trần was too reserved and unsociable. Inviting someone like him to play was a buzzkill. But Hua Thunan was happy. She really hoped Ninh Trần would fit in. We're all supposed to be friends, but he's just not into it. Ninh Trần didn't even look up and rejected him flat out. The atmosphere in that room immediately became awkward. It's boring to sit by yourself. Come play a few rounds. If you don't know how, I can teach you. Lam Qiu Duong persisted. Ninh Trần paid him no mind. A beautiful rich girl who had a crush on Lam Q Duong couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Young Master Lam, he's not giving you any face. Let's just play by ourselves. Yeah, he's probably got some huge business deal to think about. Let's not bother him, LitRPG said sarcastically. But everyone knew Ninh Trần was just scrolling on his phone. Lam Q Duong looked disappointed and went back. Hua Thu Nan was a little annoyed and looked at Ninh Trần. Asterisk. Did this guy even come here to have fun? Asterisk. Past 10 at night, the floor was littered with empty wine bottles. The rich kids who could hold their liquor still weren't drunk. They were bragging and chatting when they brought up Old Master Wen's 80th birthday party. While Su Shuyan was in the restroom, Lin Xiaoyang tried to start a conversation with Ninh Trần again. Young Master Ning, I heard you're a medical genius and helped Old Master Wen a lot, making you an honored guest of the Wen family. Why don't you tell us how you learned your skills? Ninh Trần still ignored him. He was only staying half for Jiang Tang's sake, and the other half to see what tricks Lin Xiaoyang and Chen Zhuhao were planning. An honored guest of the Wen family. Wow, no wonder you're so arrogant. Lizzie feigned surprise. The Wen's they've been going downhill for ages. Jishi Pharmaceuticals stock already dropped by half a few years back. The pretty girl from their table said, You don't say that. The Wen family used to be the #1 family in Qingzhou. A weakened giant is still a giant. Lizzie chimed in, heroes don't live in the past. The Wens are nothing now. The girl named Yu said with a sneer. Just then, Ninh Trần suddenly spoke up. Even if the Wen family isn't what it once was, all the big shots in Qingzhou will attend Old Master Wen's 80th birthday. Who the hell do you think you are to look down on them? His words made the private room fall silent. No one expected the usually quiet Ninh Trần to suddenly defend the Wen family. Lin Xiaoyang smirked inwardly. The fuse has been lit, hasn't it? What did you say? Yu, who had been spoiled since childhood and had a short fuse, slammed the table and shot up. Who the hell do you think you are to ask me that? Who the hell are you hick? All right? Yu, that's just how he is. Don't stoop to his level. Jiang Tang quickly stood up to smooth things over. Why shouldn't I stoop to his level? Yu was furious. If it had been Lin Xiaoyang or Lizzie, she might have let it slide since their families were more powerful. But what right did some hick have to sneer at her? The Wen family will soon return to its #1 position in Qingzhou, Ninh Trần said suddenly. And when they do, you'll eat your words. The room fell silent again. A moment later, Yu's shouting filled the air. Ning, are you an idiot? The Wen family is in shambles, and you think they'll become #1 again? You must be daydreaming. Jiang Tang couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, that's going too far. Yu, already seeing red, grabbed her wine glass and splashed it at Jiang Tang. This has nothing to do with you, butt out. Jiang Tang instinctively shielded her face, but luckily Ninh Trần pulled her out of the way just in time, taking the splash of wine himself. For some reason, seeing Jiang Tang get picked on, he snapped and stormed towards Yu. Terrified by the look in his eyes, Yu backed away. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Lizzie stepped in front of Yu. You're not actually going to hit her, are you, Lizzie? I'm warning you, don't mess with me. Ninh Trần said his name, his voice chilling. Whoa, who would dare? You're so tough, the big shot guest of the Wen family, hitting anyone who looks at you wrong. I wouldn't dare mess with you. Lisa began to taunt him. Unable to take it anymore, Ninh Trần swung his arm. Smack. Lizzie went flying over 10 feet, knocking over the microphone stand. A few pieces of his teeth clattered onto the table and rolled onto the carpet. The room was stunned into silence. Nobody could believe Ninh Trần actually dared to hit Lisa. Lisa's father was a banker with connections all over Qingzhou. How could he possibly do that? Young Master Lin, are you just going to stand there? Chen Zhuhao suddenly yelled at Lin Xiaoyang. In fact, Lin Xiaoyang was the one who invited him tonight. He hadn't wanted to come, terrified of Ninh Trần fighting skills, but Lin Xiaoyang promised he was a martial artist and would protect him. Right now, Lin Xiaoyang's face was incredibly dark. Ninh Trần, you hit my friend right in front of me. Are you trying to die? Lin Xiaoyang said, slamming his fist into the wall of the room. The wallpaper ripped open and a hole was punched straight through the concrete wall, sending debris flying everywhere. Oh my god, Yu, Jiang Tang and the other girls gasped, shocked that the refined Lin Xiaoyang was so powerful he could break a concrete wall with a single punch. Ninh Trần knew Lin Xiaoyang was a martial artist from the moment he met him, so he wasn't surprised and didn't even bother to look. Apologize to Jiang Tang. He stepped in front of Yu, his voice icy. Yu, terrified by his gaze, quickly pleaded for help from Lin Xiaoyang. Ninh Trần, you dare to completely ignore me. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't hold back any longer and charged, aiming a punch at the back of Ninh Trần neck. The attack looked ordinary, but it was incredibly vicious. The back of the neck is where the cerebellum is, close to the brainstem, the body's life center. A heavy blow could kill a light. One could turn you into a vegetable. Brother Dolly, be careful. Jiang Tang's scream rang out, and in the blink of an eye, everyone heard a loud smack. A dark shadow whipped across Lin Xiaoyang's left cheek, sending him flying sideways into the KTV screen, which exploded in a shower of sparks. Apologize. Ninh Trần didn't even look at Lin Xiaoyang, his glare fixed on Yu. Just a peak first-level body-tempering realm fighter. At the peak of releasing his external energy, dared to launch a sneak attack on him. He was really asking to die. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Did Lin Xiaoyang just fly into the screen on his own? Chen Zhuhao was speechless. Damn it, he said he was a martial arts expert who would put Ninh Trần in his place. So what was this? I'm sorry. You scurried in front of Jiang Tang, bowing over and over. I shouldn't have thrown wine at you. I'm so sorry, I was wrong. Brother Dolly, let's get out of here. Jiang Tang saw Lin Xiaoyang on the floor spitting up blood and knew this was bad. They had to leave now. Just as she grabbed Ninh Trần hand, the door swung open. Xu Shuyan walked in holding a fruit platter, her face lit up with a smile which then froze. Xiaoyang, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Xiaoyang on the ground coughing up blood, Xu Shuyan dropped the fruit platter in terror and rushed to his side. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't speak. He just spat out more blood and shakily pointed at Ninh Trần. It was crystal clear who was responsible. Xu Shuyan shot up in a rage and lunged forward to slap Ninh Trần. Slap her wrist was caught by him, and with a gentle push he sent her to the floor. Ninh Trần, you bastard! Why do you always resort to violence? Why? Xu Shuyan charged at Ninh Trần again, hitting and kicking him while sobbing. Jiang Tang tried to explain that Lin Xiaoyang had attacked first, but she refused to listen. Ninh Trần pushed her to the ground again and said coldly, "If it wasn't for Auntie Chow's sake, I'd hit you too. Fine, go ahead. I dare you to lay a finger on me." Xu Shuyan lifted her tear-streaked face and moved closer to Ninh Trần. "Brother Dolly, don't." Jiang Tang stood between them trying to intervene. In the end, Ninh Trần didn't do anything and just turned to leave. "Ninh Trần, I've seen your true colors now. You're nothing but a violent psycho." Xu Shuyan screamed as she wiped away her tears. "I put this whole thing together today to help you and Xiaoyang resolve your issues, to help you fit in with our friends. I was sincere about being your friend, but the second I stepped out, you beat up Xiaoyang." The angrier Xu Shuyan got, the more reckless she became. "Let me tell you something, pack your stuff and get the hell out of my house right now. I don't want to see you ever again, and I will never ever like someone like you." Ninh Trần was baffled. What does you liking me or not have to do with anything? This is ridiculous. He couldn't be bothered to explain, so he just stuck his hands in his pockets and left the private room. It looks like that plan is still necessary. Big bro Dolly. Jiang Tang stomped her foot anxiously, but instead of chasing after him, she tried to explain to Xu Shuyan. "Shuyan, you've misunderstood Big bro Dolly. It was really Lin Xiaoyang who started it." "How is that possible?" Xu Shuyan didn't believe her. "Lin Xiaoyang is such a gentleman, there's no way he's the type to start a fight." "Xiao Tang, are you lying through your teeth? It was obviously Ninh Trần who threw the first punch. Look at my face." Li Zi showed them his cheek, where 5 red marks were still visible. "Ugh, it hurts like hell. I'll get him back for this sooner or later." "Xiao Tang, I know you like Ninh Trần, but you can't just ignore right and wrong," Xu Shuyan scolded. "Listen to me, stay away from him from now on." "That guy is terrifying. Geez, Shuyan, I'm telling you, between Big Bro Dolly and Lin Xiaoyang was the one who attacked first." Jiang Tang tried her best to explain, but Xu Shuyan wouldn't listen. In her eyes, Ninh Trần was a complete psycho. A success totally worth it, heh. Lying on a spa bed, the corner of Lin Xiaoyang's bloody mouth curled into a smirk. He had already investigated and found out that Ninh Trần was living in the same villa as Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang, his future girlfriend living with another man. How could he stand for that? He had to get him kicked out, and he had to make them turn on each other. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Ninh Trần was an internal energy martial artist. This guy's background isn't simple, Lin Xiaoyang thought to himself. Ninh Trần left the private room, went to the main seating area, and ordered a drink. After finishing it, he called Ye Gulu. "Hello, big bro," Ye Gulu said excitedly. "Are you still at the bar?" Ninh Trần asked. "Yeah," Ye Gulu replied. "I'm at one of the tables, come over," Ninh Trần said, then hung up. A moment later, Ye Gulu arrived with a friend. Ninh Trần had met him before at the Peach Blossom Hotel Qin Fen, the young master of the Qin family from Binhai, and one of Ye Gulu's underlings. "Big bro," Ye Gulu called out, running over excitedly. Big bro Qin Fen also called out a bit awkwardly. Ninh Trần nodded and said to Ye Gulu, "I can teach you a fist technique, you want it?" Ye Gulu's eyes lit up. "What kind of fist technique?" I want it. Ninh Trần looked at him. "You're currently at the 2nd level of body tempering, which is internal energy. If you practice this fist technique, I guarantee you'll break through to the Grandmaster level in 2 years. What? Ye Gulu's eyes went wide. Break through to Grandmaster in 2 years. Big bro, you're not messing with me, are you? Ninh Trần snorted coldly. Do I look like I have time for jokes? Ye Gulu shook his head frantically. 1 billion. Ninh Trần held up one finger, then casually added, and for teaching those 3 a lesson. Deal, no problem. In front of a shocked Qin Fen, Ye Gulu agreed without a moment's hesitation. Hey, young master, yeah. Qin Fen whispered from behind him. Be careful, you might get scammed. Ye Gulu paid him no mind and got Ninh Trần bank account number. And he immediately had someone transfer 1 billion in cash. Done. The money will definitely be in your account before 8 in the morning. Ye Gulu smiled. By the way, big bro, what's the background of those 3 people who messed with you? One is named Chen Zihao, another is Li Zhe, and the last is you all rich kids from Qingzhou. You can look up the details yourself. Make their families go bankrupt, Ninh Trần stated clearly. Ye Gulu smiled and made a call. Hello, young master. A deep male voice answered on the other end. Secretary Yu, where's my dad? Ye Gulu asked. The family head is currently in negotiations with a representative from the Roski family. If you have any instructions, young master, you can just tell me, the man said. All right, then you can handle 3 people for me. Yegulu read out the 3 names, then instructed, make their families go bankrupt and fall into a massive debt they won't be able to pay off in 10 lifetimes. Yes, young master. The man agreed immediately, no questions asked. Big bro, just those 3. Anyone else? Yegulu hung up and chuckled. In the Jiangnan region, as long as it's not one of the 7 great families, if my Ye family wants someone gone, they're gone. There is one more person. Ninh Trần smiled faintly. But I want to deal with him myself. Hearing this from behind, Qin Fen trembled. He thought to himself, the Qin family must never ever provoke this god of death. All right. Yegulu rubbed his hands together with a big smile. Big bro, is there any rush for that fist technique? Come to my class on Wednesday and I'll give it to you, Ninh Trần said and then left. Yegulu saw him off to his car. Qin Fen asked young Master Ye, a $1 billion deal, you trust him that much? Yegulu shot him a look. What do you know? Forget 1 billion, I wouldn't even blink at 10 billion. Qin Fen was speechless, which only made him more curious about Ninh Trần identity. Just as Ninh Trần left, an ambulance pulled up to the bar's entrance to take Lin Xiaoyang away. Xu Shunyan's eyes were red from crying her hatred for Ninh Trần bone deep. Xiao Tang, I'm kicking Ninh Trần out no matter what this time. From now on in this house, it's either him or me. Back at the Rose Garden Villa, Xu Shunyan kicked open the door to Ninh Trần room, only to find he wasn't there. I guess he knew what was good for him and left on his own. Xu Shunyan snorted coldly. Big bro Dolly, did you really leave? Jiang Tang stared at the empty room, feeling just as empty inside. The next day, she snuck away from Xu Shunyan and went to clinical class 2 to find Ninh Trần. Su Wanwan told her he didn't come to class, which made Jiang Tang frantic with worry. He wasn't replying on WeChat and wasn't answering his phone. Scared that Ninh Trần might do something stupid, she panicked and told Qiao Jing everything. After hearing the story, Qiao Jing was furious. She stormed into the villa and gave Xu Shunyan a piece of her mind. Just as she was about to call the police, Ninh Trần finally picked up his phone. Xiao Tran, are you okay? Where are you right now? Qiao Jing asked worriedly. I'm at a hotel, Ninh Trần replied. What are you doing at a hotel? Auntie Qiao was surprised. Sleeping. Ninh Trần answered. In reality, he was modifying cultivation techniques, not just the fist technique to be passed on to Yegulu, but also magical arts, secret techniques, martial arts, and even divine abilities. In the cultivation world on Earth, these things were incredibly rare. Hearing that Ninh Trần was okay, Qiao Jing breathed a sigh of relief and advised Xiao Tran. I know all about what happened the other night. Please come back home. No one here is going to kick you out. As soon as she said that, Xu Shunyan's disgruntled voice came from the other end. If he dares to stay, I'll move out. It's either him or me. Then move out. Move out right now. Qiao Jing turned back to lecture her daughter. You brat, you think you're all grown up now. Let me tell you, Lin Xiaoyang is bad news. He scammed so many people into bankruptcy with cryptocurrency, you're forbidden from seeing him ever again. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Ninh Trần couldn't be bothered to listen to the mother and son argue, and had already hung up at some point. Afterwards, he checked his bank account balance, a total of 165 billion in cash. A normal person holding this much money would probably die from excitement, but to Ninh Trần it was just a number. He called a real estate agent, hello manager Truong. I found a house I like, and I'd like you to help me negotiate the price. On Wednesday morning, Diep Ko Lao saw Ninh Trần walk into class with breakfast and rushed over. Big bro, here are some crab buns, eat them while they're hot. Ninh Trần grunted, took them and sat down to eat. After he finished, Diep Ko Lao took the initiative to throw away the trash and approached him with a wide grin. Big bro, when are you going to teach me the fist technique? Ninh Trần said. I already sent it on WeChat. WeChat. Diep Ko Lao blankly opened his phone and sure enough, he saw a pinned message with a file. The file was named Phi Lin Don Kot Quyen. Diep Ko Lao's first reaction was that Ninh Trần was messing with him. Big bro, you could have at least made it an ancient scroll filled with profound incantations and diagrams of figures with acupoints and meridians. Who just sends it as a file like this? Diep Ko Lao looked totally dissatisfied. Isn't this just a total sham? In reality, Ninh Trần had no other choice. Before, when he passed on techniques and divine abilities, he would just touch their forehead, and the memories would transfer automatically. But now that he was severely injured, his spiritual energy depleted with every use, so he had to resort to this primitive method. I recorded a video so you can learn it on your own. Just ask if you don't understand something, Ninh Trần said. Fine. Diep Ko Lao felt like he'd been scammed, but his eyes darted around as he grinned. Big bro, since you've taught me the fist technique, should I change how I address you and call you master? Are you drunk this early in the morning? Ninh Trần shot him a look. It's just for the body tempering stage. To become my disciple, you need to be at the Qi refining stage at least. Diep Ko Lao didn't understand the Qi refining stage, so Ninh Trần explained, it's what you mortals call a grandmaster. Mortals. Diep Ko Lao pouted, thinking his big bro was being way too pretentious, acting like some kind of immortal. Diep Ko Lao skipped that class and ran off somewhere to study the Phi Lin Don Kot Quyen. After class, the class president Truong Han Nien found Ninh Trần and said with a blush, Ninh Trần, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Ninh Trần asked. Truong Han Nien was also a rich kid, but she was much more well-behaved than Uu, so Ninh Trần was willing to talk to her. Truong Han Nien blushed and said in a quiet voice, "Do you have Diep Ko Lau's contact info? I'd like to get it." Ninh Trần took out his phone. "Sure, I'll give it to you." Really, Truong Han Nien's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Ninh Trần. You're so nice." The two of them exchanged contact info, and Ninh Trần sent Diep Ko Lau's contact over. But a few days later, Diep Ko Lau still hadn't accepted her request, which made the class president upset, and she even suspected Ninh Trần was messing with her. These past few days, Ninh Trần hadn't returned to the Rose Garden Villa, but was staying at the Nine Streams Manor. When Old Master On heard he didn't have a place to live, he had the largest bedroom in the manor prepared for him, telling him to stay as long as he liked and treat it like his own home. On top of that, the On family treated him to gourmet feasts every day, with the food alone costing hundreds of thousands daily. Thanks to Old Master On's urgent arrangements, the Long Dum Sin Tin Huan pill also passed the Drug Administration's review and was officially launched on the market. Traditional medicine is different from Western medicine. It doesn't require long, expensive clinical trials. As long as you can provide a famous ancient formula as the basis, it can be sold. The effects of the Long Dom Sin Tin Huan pill were earth-shattering, and it was believed that it would soon cause a massive stir in the world of traditional medicine. That day, Ninh Trần and On Than Lam were heading home from school, idly chatting as they walked along the manor's main avenue. On Hak stood on the 6th-floor balcony smiling as he watched the scene. "Huan Ai, wouldn't it be wonderful if Brother Ninh became my grandson-in-law?" "Dad, you're thinking too much." On Hoa gave a wry smile. "Brother Ninh is someone that even the Deep family wouldn't dare to offend. How could our On family dare to dream of such a thing? If this were the old days, I as her father would be willing to let Tan Lam be his concubine." "You're right, I'm just an old man who likes to daydream." On Nak chuckled and waved his hand. Then he answered a phone call, and his face suddenly changed. "What, the goods were stolen? How did that happen?" On Hoa frowned and approached him. "Dad, what's wrong?" On Hak didn't say anything, and immediately went to find Ninh Trần to explain the situation briefly. "You mean the 1,000-year-old spirit herb your On family bought in Lin Nam was stolen?" Ninh Trần frowned. "It's not just our On family. The Tun family of Bin Hai, the Thang family of Kotu, and the Lam family of Kim Lang, all 5 medicinal families who bought this batch of herbs together, lost everything." Anak was worried sick. "Grandpa, what exactly happened? Who would be so bold?" On Than Lam asked worriedly as she brought him tea. "Ha! It must be those thugs from the Black Martial Alliance. Besides them, who would dare to kill members of the Martial Arts Association?" Anak sighed over and over. "This time I spent a fortune to buy 2,000-year-old spirit herbs from a friend in Lin Nam, and I was planning to give them to you, Brother Ninh. But as a result..." What kind of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs?" Ninh Trần asked. "I'm not exactly sure. In short, it's similar to the Puang Nao Chi, which is rarely seen in the mortal world," Anak said. "Do you have a picture?" Ninh Trần asked again. "No." Anak shook his head. Ninh Trần fell into deep thought, wondering if he should investigate. If it was an ingredient he needed for the Both and Dan pill, he had to get his hands on it. The hope was slim, but it was worth a shot. Ingredients didn't just grow legs and walk up to his door. Besides the On family, the Tun Thang and Lam families all suffered heavy losses. Those beasts from the Black Martial Alliance. Anak was furious. Dad, the leader of the Black Martial Alliance, Gui Qian Sao, wasn't he captured by the 6 great constables and thrown into the martial prison? That organization disbanded a long time ago, so why are they reappearing now? On Hoa frowned. "I'm just guessing. Who knows who's really behind it?" On Hak shook his head. Ninh Trần didn't ask about the Black Martial Alliance. He was more concerned that with so many Jiangnan families having their herbs stolen, one of them might be what he needed. Old On Ninh Trần said slowly, "If you get any news about this, let me know immediately. I plan on investigating it myself." "Okay." Late that night, unable to stand Q Tin's nagging any longer, Ninh Trần stopped by the Rose Garden Villa, also taking the chance to feed Hak Long a Huyat Thok Huan pill. Ever since it started eating these pills, regular dog food was no longer enough to satisfy it. "Little Tran, eat up. What are you spacing out for?" At the dinner table, Q Tin kept putting food on Ninh Trần plate, treating him like her own son, while her actual daughter, Hua Thu Nan, was ignored. "Who's the real child here?" Hua Thu Nan muttered, poking her rice bowl with her chopsticks, and glared resentfully at Ninh Trần. "Little Tran, my Thu Nan is a bit spoiled and stubborn. Since you're the older brother, can you be a bit more patient with her?" Q Tin said, trying to smooth things over between them. Ninh Trần just replied politely. A moment later, Hua Kan Soon arrived. The man looked weary and rushed. "Honey, what are you doing here?" Q Tin asked in surprise. "I thought you had a meeting at the company until late tonight." "I'm getting a bowl for Uncle Shu." Kuang Duong, getting the hint, stood up. But surprisingly, Mr. Shu just smiled and waved it off. "No thanks, Jiang Tang, I already ate. Shuyan, can you come outside for a minute?" Shuyan put down her chopsticks and followed her dad into the yard. "What's up, Dad?" Shuyan asked as she gently rocked on the swing. She had no idea that 10 meters beneath her feet, the bodies of 2 assassins were buried. "Shuyan, there's something I'm finding hard to bring up," Shu Jingshan said, sitting in a rattan chair with his hands clasped and a troubled look on his face. "Is something wrong, Dad?" Xu Shuyan stopped the swing. The corporation is facing a capital chain issue. I'm planning on selling this house, Xu Jingshan managed to say. Sell the house. Xu Shuyan was completely stunned. Having lived a lavish life for 18 years, she never thought her family would face a financial crisis bad enough to sell their home. Dad, what's really happening? Are we going bankrupt? Xu Shuyan knelt in front of her dad, asking in disbelief. Just don't ask too many questions. The bottom line is the corporation is short on a huge amount of capital, Xu Jingshan said, holding his daughter's hand and blaming himself. I'm sorry, Shuyan, I'm so useless. It's okay, Dad. The worst that can happen is I'll move into the dorms. Xu Shuyan said the things a good daughter would, squeezing her father's hand tightly. But you have to stay healthy. Money can be earned back. Silly girl, it's not so bad that you have to live in the dorms, Xu Jingshan said with a reassuring smile. I plan to buy a small apartment nearby for us to stay in for a couple of years. When the situation improves, I'll buy this house back. I really don't need you to stay in the dorms. Okay, plus I can build better relationships with my friends. Xu Shuyan smiled sweetly, then asked, Oh yeah, when are we moving? You should tell Jiang Tang probably in about 2 days. Xu Jingshan replied with a bitter smile. That soon Xu Shuyan froze, feeling a bit sad to leave. She was used to living here. Moving into a dorm meant sharing a bathroom and sink with no maids to cook or clean. And at night, listening to all her roommates' noises, could she ever get used to that? It's weird, though. The buyer came to us on their own and offered a high price. They opened with 1 or 2 billion, Xu Jingshan revealed. That much? Xu Shuyan's face lit up. Doesn't that mean we'll make a 200 million profit? That's amazing. Exactly, which is why I wanted to talk to you about it. Xu Jingshan sighed with emotion. It's fine. I'll try to get used to it. Xu Shuyan squeezed his hand, trying to act casual. Just then, Xu Jingshan changed the subject and asked sheepishly, Oh, by the way, Shuyan, how have things been with you and Lin Xiaoyang lately? Nothing special, just normal. Xu Shuyan pouted. Dad, you aren't thinking of selling me off to the Lin family because of the company's money problems, are you? I know Lin Xiaoyang is worth tens of billions, and I know what a scumbag he is. Xu Jingshan's brow furrowed. Even if I were to starve or freeze to death, I would never sell my precious daughter. You know I love you more than anything. After that, Xu Jingshan had a meeting to get to, and rushed out of the mansion. Xu Shuyan then told Jiang Tang the whole story. How could that be? Jiang Tang said, shocked. Shuyan is Mr. Xu, okay? I don't know the details. Xu Shuyan shook her head, her gaze firming with resolve. If 1 or 2 billion isn't enough, Jiang Tang, I think I might have to start actively pursuing Lin Xiaoyang. This made things awkward for Jiang Tang. It was the first time she'd ever heard her best friend talk like that. For years, Xu Shuyan wouldn't even think about chasing a guy, and no one had ever been good enough for her. Meanwhile, Chao Jing was seeing Ning Chen out and told him what was happening. Strangely, Ning Chen didn't seem surprised at all. He just said goodbye, and left. That kid is impossible to figure out. Chao Jing shook her head. At that very moment, in a commercial high-rise inside the penthouse office, the chairman of the Baishi Building Materials Group, Chen Zhibiao, was kneeling in front of a middle-aged man in a blue shirt, kowtowing over and over. Secretary Yu, I'm begging you, please give me a way to survive. I've never done anything to offend you. So why are you cutting off my funding? Why, Chen Zhibiao was about to have a breakdown. The man in front of him was from the Yi family, the leader of the 7 great houses. Even though he was just a council secretary, his power was enormous. A single word from him could bankrupt a small company like theirs. Secretary Yu, wearing glasses, had a cold expression, as if this was a common sight for him. He said blandly, My apologies, I'm not targeting you personally. It's just that your son didn't know his place and messed with our young master, so your family has to go bankrupt. Go ask your son about it. Chen Zhibiao was in shock. Chen Jihao messed with young master Ye. Secretary Yu had his bodyguards record a video before leaving. Chen Zhibiao scrambled to his feet and immediately called Chen Jihao. Hello, it's your dad. If you're not home in 10 minutes, I'll skin you alive, Chen Zhibiao yelled before slamming the phone down. In a bar, Chen Jihao was dazed, sitting in a booth with his arms around 2 gorgeous girls. Similar unannounced disasters struck the families of Li Zi and Yu Yu. A single word from the Ye family got Li Zi's father fired from his job as a branch manager. Yu Yu's father's company had its capital chain severed, all factories ceased cooperation, and his hair turned white overnight. Their parents were all told the same thing: their kids had messed with the heir of the Ye family in Binhai. Even though the 3 of them had been beaten half to death, they still had no clue how they'd offended the Yi family, especially since they didn't even know them. The semester flew by, and winter break was just around the corner. After final exams, Ning Chen planned to head back to his hometown. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I can handle myself. I should be home around 7 p.m. Don't wait up for me, just eat dinner first, Ning Chen said while calling his mom from the bullet train. Chen Lan was all smiles. He had wanted to go home several times over the past 6 months, but his mom always told him not to. Qingzhou was over 400 kilometers from Dongyang County, so even taking the bullet train, the trip home took half a day. His parents were normally pretty busy. Chenlan was a strong woman. She'd worked as a waitress, a taxi driver, and a wedding planner. Now it seemed she was running a clothing business. Making $200,000 a year was considered really good in their small county. His dad, Ning Chengmao, was more laid back in comparison. After a business failure when he was younger, he kind of lost his drive. So now he just rents a small plot of land and hires people to grow watermelons and tomatoes, living a pretty carefree life. Little Chen, how is everything over at Auntie Chow's? Chenlan's cheerful voice rang out. Shuyan has been spoiled since she was little, so she must be hard to get along with, right? It's fine, Auntie Chow takes good care of me. Ning Chen didn't complain to his mom, especially since he'd be leaving Shuyan soon anyway. Little Chen, to be honest, Auntie Chow and I were really hoping our families would be joined by marriage, Chenlan said with a suggestive laugh. Get out of here. Ning Chen rolled his eyes, thinking that with a personality like Shuyan's, he wouldn't pick her even if she were the last woman on Earth. I guess our family situation isn't the best. Anyway, let's put you and Shuyan on the back burner for now. The most important thing is to focus on your studies. How did you do on your finals? They talked on the phone once a week, and Chenlan always asked about a million things before hanging up. Ning Chen put on his headphones, planning to play some games when his phone suddenly rang. It was Wen Yue. Yo, Wen, Ning Chen answered, a bit irritated. Ning, I've got a lead, Wen Yue said urgently, and Ning Chen's eyes lit up. I asked an old friend from the Martial Arts Association to check, and the guy who robbed that batch of spiritual medicine is in Jiangnan province. Where specifically? Ning Chen demanded. Dongyang County, Wen Yue replied. Also, I have the list of spirit herbs. Does Brother Ning want to take a look? Great, have Qinglin send it to my chat. Ning Chen noted that his relationship with Wen Tinglin had become less strained after they started studying together these past few months. Brother Ning, you're not in Qingzhou. Wen Yue heard the announcement for a high-speed train in the background. Nope, I'm heading home for winter break, Ning Chen said. Brother Ning, why didn't you let me know? I could have sent someone to take you home. Wen Yue laughed wryly. Just cut the chatter and send the list of spirit herbs quickly. Ning Chen hung up. A few minutes later, when Qinglan sent the list of the missing spirit herbs, Ning Chen opened it on his phone and scrolled through, sighing. Over 30 types of spirit herbs, this was a huge deal. 100-year-old ginseng yellow essence fruit purple oriole flower. His eyes scanned each line. Suddenly he stopped at an ingredient named earth jade liquid. 100-year-old ginseng yellow essence fruit purple oriole flower. These were rare spirit herbs on Earth, but the small southern heaven realm had them all. The only exception was the earth jade liquid, which he had never heard of. Thinking of a possibility, he asked Wen Qinglan, Brother Ning, the earth. Jade liquid is an herb the Sun Binhai family spent a fortune to buy. I heard it was found deep in a mine. It's a milky white liquid, pretty thick. Wen Qinglan called back after looking it up. Ning Chen was shocked as an image of an herb called earth marrow flashed in his mind, just as the sky has dew. The earth has marrow. Earth marrow is a miraculous liquid formed from the fermentation of underground spirit veins over many years. It's also an essential ingredient for the soul-nourishing pill. Even if I'm not sure the earth jade liquid is earth marrow, I have to check it out. Ning Chen's eyes grew serious. According to Old Man Wen, the spirit herb thief being pursued by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association headquarters had fled to his hometown Dongyang County. Could this be fate? After a half-day journey, Ning Chen followed his memory to a regular apartment complex in Dongyang County and knocked on the door of room 406. My son is home. His mother, Chenlan, opened the door, her slightly weary face lighting up with a smile. Ning Chen's mother was smiling too. She was just as he remembered her, with slightly round cheeks, shoulder-length hair, and an apron on, while the smell of food wafted from the kitchen. Little Chen is back. A man with graying temples walked out, reaching for Ning Chen's suitcase, while still munching on a handful of melon seeds. It's okay, Dad, I got it. Ning Chen easily lifted the suitcase into the house. Look at you, haven't seen you in half a year and you've gotten stronger. His dad, Nin Sumao, patted Ning Chen's shoulder. How's school? Same old, just studying and eating. Ning Chen plopped down on the sofa, looking around the room, as a wave of emotion washed over him, before turning to chat with Nin Sumao. The father and son talked while his mom cooked, and Chenlan smiled as she returned to the kitchen. A little while later, while they were eating, there was a knock on the door. Second sister brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Chenlan opened the door to see an older couple, her expression a bit unnatural. Nin Sumao didn't look happy either. A woman with a stylish perm walked in carrying 2 cartons of milk, her face full of smiles. This was Ning Chen's second aunt, Chen Ya. Little Chen is back. A man in a suit carrying 2 bottles of fine liquor smiled and greeted Ning Chen when he saw him. He was his second uncle, Song Wei. Second aunt, second uncle, long time no see. Ning Chen stood up to greet them. Have you had lunch? Want to join us for a bite? Wow, little Chen is getting more and more mature. Song Wei laughed. No need to eat. We've already eaten. Chenlan looked at Ning Chen in surprise. Her little boy had really grown up a lot since starting college. Seeing Song Wei and Chen Ya put their gifts down, Chenlan quickly protested. Oh my, you should have just come. You didn't have to bring anything, we have everything here. Chenlan, this is good liquor. Second Aunt Chen Ya said, a little annoyed. 1 bottle is $1,000, it's for Su Mao to drink. No need, sister. It would be a waste for me to drink such fine liquor. Nin Su Mao said a bit too honestly, as he brought over 2 cups of pre-made tea, his posture radiating a sense of inferiority. It's fine, Su Mao, we just bought it for you on the way. Song Wei acted as if a few $1,000s was nothing to his family. Thanks. Nin Su Mao was a bit embarrassed. Ning Chen watched and sighed helplessly. These days, if you couldn't make money, you didn't need anyone else to mock you. You'd feel inferior all on your own. Su Mao, I'm not trying to nag, but how much can you really make from farming? Why don't you come work with Wei? We're all family. We'll guarantee you. At least 100,000 a year, it's just a little tiring. Chen Ya and Song Wei took their tea and sat down to chat. Song Wei was a contractor who traveled everywhere for projects, often not coming home for 2 or 3 months, and was deeply tanned. No, I'm doing fine now, just growing a few things. I make 40 to 50,000 a year. Nin Su Mao waved his hand, declining. Ning Chen knew his father had tried to start a business once and was cheated out of everything by his partner. After that, he suffered a lot of humiliation working for others. So for the past few years, he's hated working for anyone, even if it meant being looked down on by relatives. Su Mao, what can you do with 40 or 50,000? My family's trip to Hainan for the holidays cost us 30 or 40,000. Song Wei started to lecture him. A little Chen got into Qingzhou University, right? He'll probably want to stay there. Forget about a car. The down payment for a house in Qingzhou is at least $1 million. How many years will it take for you and Chenlan to save that up? Even if you don't think about yourselves, you have to think about little Chen, Song Wei said. Nin Su Mao suppressed his anger, but he couldn't just blow up, so he just gave a silly laugh. Little Chen is only a freshman, there's no rush. If we can't afford a house in Qingzhou, coming back to Dongyang is fine too. Oh, brother-in-law, Chen Ya was exasperated, saying, what's so great about tiny Dongyang compared to Qingzhou? Qingzhou is a tier 1 city, we've already bought a house there for Songbin. Little Chen is a smart kid, he'll definitely thrive in Qingzhou, right? Little Chen. Songbin was Ning Chen's cousin. They used to play together as kids, but lost touch as they grew up. When Chenlan heard her second sister's family had already bought a house in Qingzhou, a flash of envy appeared in her eyes. She also wanted her son to stay in Qingzhou, which was why she tried to set him up with her best friend's daughter. It's a shame the 2 families were worlds apart. Thinking of this, Chenlan shot a glare at Nin Su Mao. Just then, Ning Chen spoke up with a laugh. Second aunt, it doesn't really matter to me. Qingzhou is just okay. Dongyang might be small, but it has a rich lifestyle and a lot of familiar faces, which will make things convenient later on. Little Chen's right. Nin Su Mao quickly chimed in. Young people don't necessarily have to squeeze into big cities. It's exhausting. We're just ordinary people living a simple life is good too. Hearing this, Chen Ya secretly shook her head, thinking they had no ambition. Sigh, Su Mao, you'll be like this your whole life over 40, and you don't even have a decent car. Song Wei sighed. Heh. Nin Su Mao was fuming inside. Song Wei drove a Mercedes, while he drove an old clunker. There was truly no comparison. During the holidays, Song Wei always used this to mock him. He found it incredibly annoying, but family was family, and he couldn't just cause a scene. At this point, Nin Tran knew he had to step in and help his dad save face. He turned and asked his father if it wasn't time to change the old car he'd been driving for years. Hearing this, Nin Su Mao was surprised his own son was ganging up on him, which just made him more annoyed, and he stood up to go for a walk. Just then, Nin Tran suddenly suggested his dad switch to a Cullinan. Tong Vi, who was drinking tea, sprayed it all over the table, and as a car enthusiast, he almost burst out laughing when he heard Cullinan. Little Tran. Do you even know what a Cullinan is? Don't just talk nonsense. Tran Nha laughed too. This nephew of mine is so cute, he probably heard the name somewhere and thought it was in the same class as a Jetta. Hearing Nin Tran casually mention a Rolls-Royce, Tran Lan was startled, and shot Nin Tran a look. You little brat. A Rolls-Royce. They couldn't afford one even if they sold the whole house. Who said his parents were paying Nin? Tran smiled. I'll buy it for you, Dad. Tran Lan and Nin Shuang Mao both glared at him at the same time. Haha. Little Tran, I've been working out there for years, and have never even sat in a Rolls-Royce. When you buy it, remember to let me know. I'll come take a look, Tong Vi teased. Nin Tran replied, no need during the new year. I'll have Dad drive it over to wish you and Auntie a happy holiday. Hehehe. Tong Vi was speechless. This father and son duo were cut from the same cloth, all talk and no substance. Well, Tran Lan, we have things to do, so we can't stay long. Seeing it was getting late, Tran Nha stood up, and Tran Lan's family smiled as they saw them to the door. Turning back, the couple saw Nin Tran sitting on the sofa making a call. Hello, mister. Could you help me check if there's a Cullinan available in Qingzhou right now? Secure one for me. I'll send you the address. And have someone drive it over tomorrow. It's not for me. I'm buying it for my dad. Hearing this, Tran Lan turned her head, wondering when her son had gone crazy. Nin Shuang Mao rubbed his temples, his face a mess of wrinkles, feeling completely helpless about life. The couple paid no mind to Nin Tran's words, having zero expectations. He was just a normal college student who still relied on them for allowance. Forget a Cullinan, he'd have a hard time buying a pair of jeans. The night was quiet. The next morning, Tranlan went downstairs to buy groceries and saw a huge crowd gathered below. Manpuang, what's going on? Tranlan asked, pulling a neighbor aside. It's a luxury car, Tranlan, hurry. And look, it'll be gone soon. The middle-aged woman in a floral blouse looked excited. She pointed to a dark olive luxury car in the middle of the crowd. Beside it stood two men in black suits like bodyguards, preventing anyone from taking pictures. But one middle-aged woman ignored them and rushed forward to take a selfie with the logo. Excuse me, ma'am, this is a private vehicle, you can't take pictures. A bodyguard quickly pulled her away. It's just a picture, is it going to break the car? The woman grumbled smugly as she walked off. Tranlan, you're a business-savvy person. What kind of car is this? Her neighbor Ngu Manpuang asked. This is... Tranlan was stunned. She used to work for a wedding service. How could she not recognize the double-wing logo? Oh. Thinking about what her son said last night. She was startled, then shook her head. How could it be possible? Just then Ninh Trần got a call from Onhak and pulled Ninh Xuang Mao out of his room. What's going on so early in the morning? Ninh Xuang Mao yawned. Dad, I told you last night I was buying you a car. Ninh Trần pointed to the Rolls-Royce downstairs. My foot Ninh Xuang Mao smacked him on the head. Instead of sleeping, you dragged me down here to make a fool of me. It's one thing for your uncle to say it, but you too. As he was scolding him, the Rolls-Royce door opened, and a graceful girl more beautiful than a celebrity stepped out. Mr. Ninh. The girl greeted Ninh Trần. Why are you here? Ninh Trần turned to see Onthan Lam. My grandfather was busy, so he sent me. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Ninh. Onthan Lam smiled. There are currently no Cullinans available in Qingzhou, so my grandfather told me to bring our family's car for you to use first. We can swap it later. All right, thank you for making the trip. Ninh Trần nodded, taking the keys from Onthan Lam, and pushed them into the hands of the bewildered Ninh Xuang Mao. Little Tran, who is this Tranlan, hurried over her face full of disbelief. How did her son know such a beautiful girl, one who stepped out of a Rolls-Royce no less? Auntie, uncle, hello? My surname is An and my name is Tan Lam. Onthan Lam politely introduced herself and offered a business card. This is my contact information. If you have any questions about the car, please feel free to call me. What did she mean? Tranlan didn't understand. Ninh Xuang Mao swallowed hard, shook his head and grabbed Ninh Tran's arm, scolding. You brat, stop acting. Tell me, where did you rent this car? And this girl is your classmate, right? Hey Dad, you've misunderstood. I really bought the car for you. Ninh Trần didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle, please let go. Onthan Lam quickly intervened, saying the car isn't rented. Mr. Ninh truly bought it for you out of respect. I can swear on it. After much persuasion, Onthan Lam explained that they could process the title transfer at any time. Only then did Ninh Xuang Mao reluctantly believe it. Oh my God. Ninh Xuang Mao looked at the Cullinan, feeling unsteady on his feet. Tranlan asked impatiently, Little Tran, what on earth is going on? Your son is doing well for himself out there now, making a lot of money. It's as simple as that, Ninh Trần explained. Making a lot of money? Like any mother, Tranlan's first reaction was to suspect the money wasn't clean. Tell me the truth. Did you do anything illegal? He had to explain again. Ninh Trần told his parents that he sold an ancient medicinal formula to the An family, which helped them make a fortune, and that he had found the formula by chance at an antique market. The couple clearly didn't believe him, but Ninh Trần insisted, and with Onthan Lam backing him up. They had no choice but to accept it. Little Tran, how much did you sell that formula for? Ninh Xuang Mao probed while sitting on the living room sofa. Tranlan brought tea to Onthan Lam, her eyes constantly sizing her up. Thank you, Auntie. Knowing this was Ninh Tran's mother, Onthan Lam didn't dare to be slow standing up to receive it. Tens of millions, Ninh Trần said casually. Tens of millions? The couple was stunned, otherwise how could he afford an $8 million car? Ninh Trần smiled. Oh right, Mom, when you go grocery shopping later you can check the bank card. I transferred 10 million into it so you and Dad can buy whatever you want. If you run out, just ask me for more. The couple's minds went blank, and it took them a while to recover. This sudden windfall left them bewildered, feeling like it wasn't real. Ahem. At this moment, Onthan Lam spoke up. Mr. Ninh, Uncle, Auntie, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to Qingzhou now. She slowly stood up. As expected, Tranlan tried to make her stay. Young lady, why don't you stay for lunch? I'm just about to go buy groceries. Huh, Auntie, that's really not necessary. Onthan Lam declined, as it was indeed inconvenient. Ninh Trần saw through the An family's intentions and said bluntly, Mom Tan Lam is the heiress of a corporation. She's busy juggling her studies and managing the company. Oh, is that so? Tranlan looked disappointed. It was obvious she had taken quite a liking to Onthan Lam. Yes, Auntie. In that case, I'll be on my way. Onthan Lam heard the dismissive tone in Ninh Trần voice. She didn't stay, just exchanged a few pleasantries before heading downstairs. Two bodyguards came forward. Young miss, let's go. Wen Qinglan sighed helplessly. Her grandpa was dead set on matchmaking, but it seemed like Brother Ninh wasn't interested in her at all. After that, Chenlan went grocery shopping. She was in a daze the whole way, almost getting hit by an electric scooter. Her son was making money, and not just a little, tens of millions in one go. A few days later, after Ninh Tran's constant explanations, Chenlan and Nin Shuangmao finally believed that he had found a lost ancient medicinal formula and was partnering with the Wen family. Besides the one-time payment of tens of millions, he would also get several million in royalties each year, enough for their family to be set for life. Of course, this was a white lie to his parents. The annual royalties for the Dragon's Phlegm Spirit Genesis pill were actually in the billions. It was like their ancestors had blessed them even better than winning the lottery. The couple teared up, but they didn't immediately quit their jobs to enjoy life, still living like ordinary people, afraid it was all a dream that would disappear when they woke up. Ninh Tran hadn't even had a few days of peace when a high school classmate called to hang out Tang Yao, his best friend from high school. The two had known each other since middle school, spending countless nights at internet cafes, grinding World of Warcraft and Crossfire, forging a strong friendship. Unfortunately, Tang Yao didn't get into Qingzhou University and went to Jinling instead, so they lost touch. "Yo, Tranner, there's the class reunion at Wanda tomorrow, you gotta come," Tang Yao shouted cheerfully into the phone. "I have something to do tomorrow." Ninh Tran politely declined. What could be more important than a reunion with old friends Gu Shijiao is going to? Tang Yao said, annoyed and lowering his voice. Gu Shijiao. Ninh Tran paused, a radiant and beautiful face slowly appearing in his mind. He had almost forgotten about her, the campus belle of Dongyang No. 1 High School, whom he once had a secret crush on. He even wrote her a confession letter, but was flatly rejected. Thinking back on those silly things from 2,000 years ago, Ninh Tran couldn't help but laugh. "Oh yeah, trainer Gu Shijiao is also at Docking University. You guys haven't been in touch?" Tang Yao asked. "And not really." If Tang Yao hadn't brought it up, Ninh Tran wouldn't have even remembered. "Oh right. Campus Belle Gu is in the humanities department, and you're in medicine sci. What a shame." Tang Yao lamented, then said, "Tranner, if you don't go, that bastard Qian Jiao will definitely be all over campus." Belle Gu, can you stand that? Qian Jiao was the ugly rich kid in their class, whose family was influential in Dongyang. He pursued Gu Shijiao for all 3 years of high school. He never got along with regular kids like Ninh Tran and Tang Yao. They couldn't stand the sight of each other. These names were buried deep in his memory, and Ninh Tran just chuckled as he recalled them. "Yao, I really have something tomorrow. I can't make it. Let's meet up, just the two of us, next time." Ninh Tran refused again, exchanged a few more words, and hung up. This guy wouldn't go even if you paid him. Back in high school, he was more addicted than I was. Tang Yao hung up frustrated. He had no idea his high school best friend was now in existence from a different dimension. After a few days of thought, Ninh Tran decided to use his spiritual sense to search for the batch of spirit herbs. Even though it would consume his scarce spiritual energy, if he could find the earth marrow, he'd be one step closer to refining a divine restoration pill to heal his primordial spirit. It was worth a shot. Ninh Tran sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. The next second, the spiritual sense he had sealed for half a year surged out like a tidal wave in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire Fengxi Garden District was enveloped in his spiritual sense. But this was just the beginning. Next, every street shop building and wasteland in Qingpu town where Ninh Tran lived was penetrated by his spiritual sense. Not even private cellars and underground bomb shelters were spared. Boom! A massive amount of information flooded into Ninh Tran's mind. His primordial spirit was damaged, and he frowned slightly. But luckily Dongyang was just a small place, so the burden wasn't too great. He took a deep breath, slowly pushed his spiritual sense, and filtered for the necessary information. He saw his parents chatting on the bed in the next room, saw the neighbor scolding her child, saw Tang Yao playing League of Legends a few kilometers away, saw the ugly rich kid Chen Jiele asking his dad to borrow a car, saw the school bully who used to pick on him, and saw the high school goddess Gu Shijiao sipping tea in her private villa, and countless other relatives, friends, and classmates. One familiar face after another appeared, but he paid them no mind. He raised his spiritual sense into the night sky, looking down on the earth like a god. Within his vision, the more than 400,000 people of Dongyang transformed into shimmering specks of fire in the night. These were the flames of life. The young had strong flames, while the old and very young had weaker ones. But there was a type of person whose life flame was dazzlingly brilliant. You could tell at a glance they were martial artists with abundant qi and blood and flourishing yang fire. Dongyang has this many martial artists. Ninh Tran stared at the dozens of brilliant flames, stunned. Dongyang was clearly a remote place with shopping centers and theaters that you could count on one hand, yet this backwater town had over 60 martial artists and even a grandmaster. Could they be like me here for the spirit herbs? Ninh Tran guessed, spending the rest of the night monitoring the martial artists, especially the internal energy martial artists and the grandmaster. Finally, the next afternoon, a scar-faced martial artist in a hotel made a phone call that caught his attention. What's 100-year-old ginseng? The medicinal ingredients I have are beyond your imagination. How about this 3 billion? I'll sell you 100-year-old ginseng for 3 billion. Tomorrow, Fengji restaurant, be there or be square. The scar-faced martial artist hung up with a sinister smile. He had no idea he was already being watched by the Grim Reaper. And what's more, this Grim Reaper had traced the phone signal to the person on the other end of the line who was in a luxurious villa in Dongyang. Why is it her? Ninh Tran frowned slightly. As he retracted most of his spiritual sense, he opened his eyes to find two curious faces staring at him. Mom, Dad, what are you guys doing? Ninh Trần was taken aback. Little Tran, what are you doing? Are you okay? Don't scare us, Chenlan said worriedly. She was afraid her son had gotten into something bad. Don't worry, he's fine. Nin Shuangmao chuckled, standing up straight. He's probably been reading too many novels trying to meditate and cultivate. Heh heh. Ninh Trần forced a laugh to play along. He didn't eat dinner at home, making an excuse to go out and heading straight for Fengji restaurant. Fengji was a well-known restaurant in Qingpu town, and the scar-faced martial artist had booked a private room stuffing his face. As an internal energy martial artist, he ate so much that the waitstaff was stunned. But Ninh Trần never expected that the class reunion with Tang Yao and Qian Jiale was also at Fengji restaurant. Ninh Trần bumped into Tang Yao at the entrance, and both of them froze. Damn. Didn't you say you had something to do? Tang Yao looked at Ninh Trần, thumping his chest. I'm done with it. Ninh Trần gave a forced laugh. He was so focused on the scar-faced martial artist earlier that he didn't notice his classmates. Yeah, right, like I don't know you. You were worried about Campus Belgu. Tang Yao gave him a disdainful look, then turned and shouted, Hey guys, look who's here. Whoa, isn't that Ninh Trần? You didn't come all this way just to see Campus Belgu, did you, haha? Ninh Trần was popular in his high school class, and many people greeted him, but a few disliked him. Since Ninh Trần arrived around noon, a guy with a pockmarked face dangling the keys to a Mercedes walked over. He was Qian Jiale, Ninh Trần high school rival. The conflict started during an exam. Qian Jiale, being rich, didn't care about studying. He asked Ninh Trần to help him cheat on the test, but was refused, and he's held a grudge ever since. He even had people corner Ninh Trần at the dorms. Ninh Trần gaze swept past Qian Jiale, ignoring him and landing on a tall, slender figure. Guxi Zhao, the goddess he had a crush on in high school. It's been a while, and she was even more beautiful than before with a radiant oval face. Her bright smile was like a ray of sunshine warming the heart on a cold winter day. A beige sweater and long black boots accentuated her figure, making male classmates and passing rich guys turn their heads. Guxi Zhao's cheeks flushed a little, embarrassed. If she had known, she wouldn't have worn this. To her surprise, Ninh Trần wasn't just sneaking glances at her. His clear eyes were looking at her from a distance. This gave Guxi Zhao a slightly favorable impression, and she returned his friendly gaze. This scene caught Qian Jiale's eye, making him very annoyed. Hey, Ninh Trần, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Qian Jiale tried to shove Ninh Trần, but Ninh Trần grabbed his wrist and twisted it slightly, making him cry out in pain. Let go, ah! Are you trying to die? Qian Jiale quickly pulled his hand back, staring at Ninh Trần in shock. It's only been 1 year. How did this guy get so strong? Ninh Trần still paid him no mind, looking at Guxi Zhao with his lips parted and a hesitant look in his eyes. Seeing this, a few girls laughed and teased Guxi Zhao. Look, Shizhao, Ninh Trần wants to confess again. Don't talk nonsense. Guxi Zhao shot them a look, then glanced at Ninh Trần with a hint of helplessness. Given her status, she couldn't date an ordinary person. Let's eat. Don't just stand here. Let's go in, Tang Yao called out. The group of old friends laughed and chatted as they went up to the second floor. Nice one, Chenner. After 1 year of college, you dare to mess with Qian Jiale. Aren't you afraid he'll get Wang Ting to deal with you? Tang Yao slung an arm around Ninh Trần shoulder. Wang Ting was a hoodlum in their class, who dropped out in his senior year. Rumor has it he's now a bouncer at Qian Jiale's bar. Jiale had used Wang Ting to bully Ninh Trần at the dorm before. As for Wang Ting, Ninh Trần just smiled without saying anything. He had already conquered the entire Qingzhou underworld. Why would he be afraid of some county-level thug behind them? Qian Jiale rubbed his wrist and didn't go in waiting for someone. A moment later, a tall, burly guy with a cigarette in his mouth walked into the restaurant. Seeing him, Qian Jiale rushed over. Ah, Qing, you're finally here. Qian Jiale punched the guy's chest. Brother Qian, what's up? I heard that Ninh Trần kid got real arrogant after going to college, even daring to mess with you. Wang Qing was tan and very muscular. His neck was covered in tattoos. Help me deal with him later. Qian Jiale patted Wang Ting's shoulder. Tonight I'll treat you to a good time at Yinglun International. Easy. Wang Ting smirked. To him, Ninh Trần was just a goody two-shoes student. If he could bully him back, then he could do it now. A moment later, they both entered the private room. Bam Wang Qing kicked the door open and swaggered in with a grin, and the private room immediately filled with smoke. The girls, unable to stand the smell of cigarettes, frowned. Wang Qing randomly picked a seat, casually smoking, and said to Guxi Zhao, Whoa, Campus Belgu, you're getting prettier and prettier. Got a boyfriend yet? Guxi Zhao hated guys who smoked and frowned, replying, No. That's not right. How can someone so beautiful not have anyone chasing her? Wang Qing used the teacup of the guy next to him as an ashtray. The guy was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. He smirked. Want to consider me? For some reason, Guxi Zhao subconsciously glanced at Ninh Trần at that moment. Wang Ting knew Ninh Trần liked Guxi Zhao and was deliberately provoking him. Tang Yao, Qian Jiale, and the other classmates all looked at Ninh Trần. Suddenly, Ninh Trần spoke in a calm voice. Put out the cigarette! Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, What did you say? Say that again. I said put out your cigarette, Ninh Trần said. The private room fell dead silent. No one expected that after studying in the big city, Ning Chen's guts had grown too. Back then, he wouldn't have dared to talk back to a thug like Wang Ting. Chener Tang Yao tugged on Ning Chen's sleeve, signaling him, "Don't provoke Wang Ting." This kind of hoodlum? This guy is so dead. Heh, Qian Jiao smirked, enjoying the show. Gu Shijiao didn't expect Ning Chen to stand up for her. Haha, Ning Chen, haven't seen you in a year. You think you're so tough now? You think going to college in the big city makes you a city boy? Wang Qing didn't bother to put out his cigarette, laughing loudly as he said, "Did you forget the slap you got in the dorm a year ago?" Ning Chen didn't say another word, simply stood up and walked over. The 20-something classmates in the room were startled seeing that he was about to start a fight. "Chener, don't be rash." Tang Yao quickly tried to stop Ning Chen. "Tang Yao, don't stop him," Qian Jiale sneered. "Even if you gave him 3 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move." "Qian Jiale, stop trying to stir up trouble," Gu Shijiao scolded. "Whoa, so tough, come on over." Wang Ting didn't get up, just pointed to his own face. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen walked over, grabbed the back of his collar, and lifted his entire body off the chair with one hand. Damn. The whole group was stunned. Lifting a person with one hand. How much strength does that take? Did Ning Chen take some kind of super strength pill? "What are you doing? Put me down. Let me go." Wang Ting realized things were bad, but it was too late. Ning Chen carried him to the wide-open window and threw him straight out from the second floor. A scream echoed it through the private room. Everyone stared at Ning Chen with wide eyes, and only after a few seconds did they rush to the window to check on Wang Ting. They saw Wang Ting had landed on the roof of a BMW 7 Series. The roof was dented and the windshield was shattered. He rolled off groaning in pain, his face a total mess. The hotel security guards ran over, looking up at the second floor in horror. "Damn it, my car!" Chen Zhao screamed, miserably glaring at Ning Chen. You're paying for my car! You have to pay for my car!" "You want to go down too?" Ning Chen looked at him. Qian Jiao gulped and shrank back timidly. "The car belongs to my dad." "Your dad's?" A female student asked Chen Jiali. "Didn't you say your dad bought this car for you?" "Who would buy a BMW 7 Series for a college student? Are you crazy? I knew you were just showing off with your family's car." Tang Yao snorted coldly. Since Wang Ting wasn't seriously injured, everyone felt less tense. He was such a jerk that no one went down to check on him. Even Tian Jialak was just worried about the car. "Are you sure you want me to pay for this?" Ninh Trần sat back down, giving Tian Jialak a smirk. "What if I don't? You're the one who threw Vuong Khan, so you're not just paying for my car, you're also covering his medical bills." Tian Jialak thought Ninh Tran was totally screwed, and said coldly, "Long story short, you can forget about eating. Just go home and tell your parents to get 300,000 ready." "Okay." Ninh Tran chuckled and walked out the door. It's only been a year. How did he become so impulsive? His strength, Ko Tik Jiao watched Ninh Tran, her eyes full of suspicion. Was this really her old high school friend? A moment later, the call connected. "Big bro, I've mastered the first level of the Phi Line bone-shattering fist." Diep Ko Lao's voice was buzzing with excitement. "This fist technique is amazing. I feel so much stronger." "Ha ha," Ninh Tran was at a loss for words. "Did I call you or did you call me?" Diep Ko Lao quickly reined in his excitement. "Big bro, just give me the order." Ninh Tran said, "It's about that guy Tian Jialak from Dongduong. His father probably owns a construction company. The rest I don't need to spell out for you, do I?" "Understood. Understood, you want me to make him go bankrupt, right?" Diep Ko Lao wasn't fazed at all. "Dongduong Tian Jialak, his family owns a construction company. I'll teach him the consequences of messing with my big bro." Get it done." Ninh Tran hung up the phone. With someone of Diep Ko Lao's status, dealing with a rich second-gen kid in the county was a piece of cake. Just one phone call would do the trick. This time, Ninh Tran really saw how powerful the Diep family was. He had tossed Vuong Khan from the second floor, and soon enough law enforcement showed up to investigate. Initially, they planned to take Ninh Tran in for questioning, but after one phone call, the matter was completely dropped, and Ninh Tran didn't have to pay a single cent. 15 minutes later, he walked back into the private room. Tian Jialak was sweating buckets, getting chewed out by his dad on the phone. "You damn brat, why the hell did you provoke someone from the Diep family? The Commerce Bank just called, our latest loan wasn't approved, and now they're demanding early repayment, or they'll get a court order to freeze our company's accounts." "You little punk, where are you? Drive home right now. If I don't break your legs today, then I'm not your father." Tian Jialak had no clue what was happening, just sitting there dazed and taking the verbal beating. "Something came up at home, I gotta go first." Tian Jialak scrambled to his feet, his face a ghastly sight. Just then, Ninh Tran opened the door and walked in asking, "Why the panic? What's wrong?" Tian Jialak glared at him. "Ninh Tran, I've got an urgent matter to deal with. I'll be back to settle the car payment with you." Ninh Tran just chuckled. "It's useless. Even if you go back, your family is going bankrupt for sure." Your family is too poor to even have the option of going bankrupt," Tian Jialak retorted, leaving with a grim expression. "Tranner, what was that all about?" Duang Yu walked over to ask. "I thought Tian Jialak's family was wealthy. How could they be going bankrupt? Was there an issue with their cash flow?" Ninh Tran just shrugged and called the waiter to serve the dishes. Throughout the meal, Ko Tik Jiao kept sneaking glances at Ninh Tran, as if she was trying to figure something out. Ninh Trần goes out for a short while and Tian Jialok's family is about to go bankrupt. Is there a cause and effect relationship here? How could that be? Ko Tikjiao shook her head. Even her family, the Ko family, couldn't drive the Tian family to the brink of bankruptcy in just 15 minutes. It's impossible yet. Even as she denied it, she couldn't help but feel that Ninh Trần was extraordinary. Just lifting a man over 150 pounds with one hand was not something a normal person could do. Could he be a martial artist? The idea suddenly struck Ko Tikjiao. Being from a top-tier prominent family in the county, she had some contact with the world of cultivation. But her family kept a low profile, so even a young heiress like herself went out without bodyguards just like any ordinary girl. Since the obnoxious people had left, the rest of the meal was quite pleasant. Afterwards, the energetic group of students planned to go sing karaoke. Ko Tikjiao said she had other plans and couldn't join them. All the guys were disappointed. A short while later, a man with a scar on his face walked down from the third floor of the restaurant, his eyes scanning the room with a murderous aura. Ko Tikjiao mustered all her courage and approached him. "Hello, sir, are you Dantian?" Dantian was the alias the scar-faced man used on an ancient martial arts forum. Last night he couldn't help but boast on the forum that he had 100-year-old ginseng, and to his surprise, a girl contacted him wanting to buy it for 3 billion. After talking, they realized they were both in Dongduang, and they agreed to meet at Pengqi at 7:30 p.m. for the transaction. "So it's you!" The scar-faced man gestured toward Ko Tikjiao, a greedy look flashing in his eyes as he smirked. "Little girl, you really have 3 billion. You're not messing with me, are you?" Ko Tikjiao lowered her head a bit. I don't actually have the money with me." The scar-faced man's face fell. "Are you messing with me?" "No, I don't have it. But that doesn't mean my family doesn't have it." Ko Tikjiao looked up with her pretty face, speaking urgently. "My grandmother is seriously ill. If you just bring the ginseng back with me, my father will absolutely buy it." The scar-faced man became suspicious. "Why didn't your father come himself?" Ko Tikjiao's eyes filled with tears. "My dad didn't believe that I could find 100-year-old ginseng, so I reached out to you by myself." "So that's what happened." The scar-faced man nodded, and after a moment of thought, he patted Ko Tikjiao's shoulder. "You're a good kid, okay? I'll go with you." Thank you." Ko Tikjiao shuddered, and instinctively pulled away. She had a bad feeling about the way the scar-faced man was looking at her. "So how do we get to your house?" the scar-faced man asked, with a smile concealing a vicious look in his eyes. "I'll drive you." Ko Tikjiao led the man to the underground parking lot, and as she walked in front, she felt a growing sense of dread, like a predator was watching her from behind. After getting in the car and fastening her seatbelt, she glanced in the rearview mirror, and just as she feared the scar-faced man was staring at her with a predatory look, a sinister smirk on his face. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel, and Ko Tikjiao was suddenly filled with fear and regret. Just then, there was a knock on the window. Ko Tikjiao flinched and turned her head only to see it was her classmate Ninh Trần. She hurriedly lowered the window. Surprised, "Ninh Trần, I thought you were going to karaoke. What are you doing here?" Ninh Trần pointed at his throat. "My throat is sore, so I'm heading home. Could you give me a ride?" Ko Tikjiao paused for a second. Her home was on Vanvu Mountain. Was that even on the way to Ninh Trần place? Hop in. She didn't think too much about it and let him get in. Aside from helping out a classmate, she was unnerved by the scar-faced man's stare, so having another guy in the car would make her feel safer at least. "Thanks." Ninh Trần opened the door, got into the passenger seat, and glanced around the Tesla. "Sweet ride." Ko Tikjiao waved it off. "It's just a Tesla, nothing special. It just gets me from A to B." "Oh, and who's this?" Ninh Trần asked, noticing the scar-faced man in the back seat. Ko Tikjiao quickly explained, "This is my uncle, he has some business at my house." Ninh Trần smiled and greeted him. "Hello, uncle. I'm Ko Tikjiao's high school friend. My name is Ninh Trần." "Yeah, hey." The scar-faced man grunted, clearly, annoyed, his eyes glaring at him like sharp knives. "Just a regular student, guess it's your unlucky day." As the car started to move, Ninh Trần and Ko Tikjiao chatted cheerfully, reminiscing about high school. Half an hour later, Gu Xijiao found it a bit strange that they hadn't reached Ninh Trần house yet. "We're already past Phoenix South Road, my house is just ahead." Ninh Trần looked outside and smacked his forehead. "I was so busy talking to you I completely forgot to get off the car." Gu Xijiao said, "Huh," then giggled. "You forgot your own stop, you're so funny." Ninh Trần just played dumb and scratched his head. The truth was, he'd planned to follow the scar-faced man to Gu's house all along. "Well, why don't you come over to my place for a bit? I'll have someone take you home later." Gu Xijiao tilted her head and smiled. For some reason, she found talking with Ninh Trần really enjoyable. Okay, Ninh Trần nodded. 10 minutes later, the car passed Phoenix South Road and arrived at the city's famous scenic area, Cloud Mist Mountain. The Gu family's villa was located at the foot of the mountain, spanning a massive 10,000 square meters. Gu Xijiao thought Ninh Trần jaw would drop, but he didn't react at all. Instead, it was the scar-faced man who curled his lip into a sinister sneer, making her feel like she had just let a wolf into her home. A moment later, the car stopped in front of the villa's gate. Gu Xijiao tossed the keys to the guard and led Ninh Trần and the scar-faced man into the luxurious 5-story mansion. The first floor featured 2 spiral staircases. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit walked down the stairs, and seeing Gu Shijiao bring people home, he angrily scolded Shijiao. "You're being foolish. How can you get involved in the affairs of the cultivation world? Do you know how much money your father spent, and still couldn't even buy a 100-year-old ginseng?" Gu Shijiao quickly ran over her eyes filled with anxiety. "Dad, I really brought the person here. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." She pointed at the scar-faced man, then at Ninh Trần. "This is my friend who came over to hang out." Gu Henkai was speechless. Is this really the time to be having friends over? But he didn't kick Ninh Trần out right away wanting to save face for his daughter, and instead walked over to the scar-faced man, observed him, and asked, "You contacted my daughter saying you have a 100-year-old ginseng, is that right?" "I didn't contact her. It was your daughter who came looking for me." The scar-faced man sneered, walked past Gu Henkai, and plopped down on the expensive sofa. Gu Henkai frowned but didn't lose his temper. "Where are the goods? If you have it, we'll buy it." The scar-faced man pulled a plastic bag from his chest and tossed it to Gu Henkai. Gu Henkai caught it and opened it. Inside was indeed a ginseng root. But he couldn't tell its age, so he had to ask the scar-faced man to wait while he went to find an expert. A servant brought out tea and pastries, and Ninh Trần got to enjoy some as well. With nothing else to do, he asked Gu Shijiao, "What's going on with your family? Why do you need a 100-year-old ginseng?" One must understand that a genuine 100-year-old ginseng is an extraordinary spirit medicine, rarely seen in the mortal world. Back then, Lin Chaoyang spent 8 million to buy a ginseng root to give to Old Man Wen at his birthday banquet, boasting it was 100 years old. But when Ninh Trần appraised it, holy crap, the so-called 100-year-old ginseng was at most 60 years old. A wild 100-year-old one is extremely rare, costing at least 3 billion or more. It's my grandmother, Gu Shijiao, sadly recounted her family's recent troubles. It turned out her 90-year-old grandmother was in critical condition. The family had invited famous doctors from all over, but only one old traditional medicine doctor was confident he could extend old Madame Gu's life, and he needed a genuine 100-year-old ginseng to do it. Gu Henkai used all his connections and spent several million, but he couldn't even buy a single root fiber of a 100-year-old ginseng. This type of medicinal herb had been monopolized by the southern medicinal arts factions. Ninh Trần was about to advise Gu Shijiao that life and death are fated, and she should try to let it go, but the words that came out were, "Don't worry, she'll get better." Gu Shijiao's eyes were red as she nodded slightly. For some reason, seeing her cry made him feel uncomfortable too. After living for 2,000 years and getting used to life and death, his heart should have been hardened. Could it be because of her? Ninh Trần looked at the tearful beauty before him, and had to admit that Gu Shijiao's eyebrows bore a resemblance to his master, the exalted Yao Guang. Their personalities were similar too, cold and distant on the outside, but gentle, kind, and pure on the inside. Besides, because Gu Shijiao's name had the character Jiao in it, he felt an inexplicable fondness for her. Thinking of his master, Ninh Trần heart stirred his mind, drifting back to a magical night 1,500 years ago. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. "Brave warrior, I was rude just now. Please forgive me, please forgive me." It was Gu Henkai. He returned to the first-floor hall, cupping his fists in a salute to the scar-faced man from afar, his face full of apology and excitement. Following behind him was an old man with a cane supported by a few servants. "Oh, I didn't expect to find someone here who knows his stuff." The scar-faced man stood up and looked at the old man with the cane. "And how should I address you?" "This old man is Zhu Lianhai." The old man introduced himself, then asked warily, "May I ask, brave warrior, where did you find this 100-year-old ginseng?" The scar-faced man snorted coldly. "Is that any of your business?" Zhu Lianhai continued, "As far as this old one knows, 1 month ago, the Lan family of Jinling won a 100-year-old ginseng from Lingnan at an auction, for the price of 3 billion, but it was stolen during transport." The Gu father and daughter exchanged a look. The scar-faced man's expression darkened. "Old man, I have no idea what you're talking about. I picked this ginseng myself in Jiangnan." Jiangnan, Zhu Lianhai thought, then forced a smile. Perhaps this old man was overthinking things, but your ginseng is indeed a genuine 100-year-old root. This old one has a prescription that can unleash 30% of the ginseng's medicinal power, which can extend old Madame Gu's life by at least 3 years. Zhu Lianhai held up 3 fingers with an arrogant smile. Only 3 years, Gu Shijiao bit her lip. 3 years is already a great outcome. Gu Henkai patted his daughter's shoulder. "But I can't bear to lose Grandma." Gu Shijiao hugged her father and sobbed. Gu Henkai stroked his daughter's head and said to the scar-faced man, "Brave warrior, name your price. The Gu family will take this ginseng." The scar-faced man smiled and held up 3 fingers. 3 billion. Gu Henkai was pleasantly surprised. "Add a 0. The scar-faced man added. 30 billion. Gu Henkai was stunned. "We clearly agreed on 3 billion. Why are you jacking up the price?" Gu Shijiao was on the verge of tears. 30 billion is nearly the entire fortune of the Gu family. This is absolutely ridiculous. "The goods are mine, I'll sell them for whatever I want." The scar-faced man sneered, his eyes filled with malice. "Listen up, little girl, besides the 30 billion, I also want you to be my woman. You're courting death." Gu Henkai roared in fury, pointing his finger, but a second later, crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed through the hall. The scar-faced man had rushed forward, grabbed Gu Henkai's finger and snapped it. Our Gu Henkai fell to his knees in agony, letting out a pitiful cry as sweat beaded on his forehead. Dad Gu Shijiao cried out in terror. She never expected this guy to suddenly attack. What did he want, young Master Guju Lianhai exclaimed in shock, telling the servants, quick, go help him. Even without his order, 4 servants had already rushed forward. They were called servants. But in reality, they were 4 bodyguards Gu Henkai had hired at a high price, all of them outer-strength martial artists. Ha, 4 mere outer-strength practitioners dare to act arrogant in front of me, Yuan Ye. The scar-faced man laughed maniacally and charged forward. He didn't punch or kick, just spread his arms and crashed into them. Boom! The 4 bodyguards were hit like a freight train, spitting blood as they flew backward, and with 4 loud thuds, all 4 of them crashed through the thick wall and were knocked unconscious. Gu Shijiao was so stunned she fell to the floor. Uncle Yang, Uncle Li, Uncle Cao, Uncle Zhao. How is this possible? She couldn't believe it. Yang Jun, Li Kun Cao, Lei Zhao Xuan. These 4 were martial artists hired from the Martial Arts Association, each earning $1 million a year, yet they were taken down in an instant. Just then, the old traditional doctor Chu Lianhai reacted, pointing at the scarred man. Yuan Ye, your black ape face, Yuan Ye, the disciple of Wu Chuanji. That's right, I am Yuan Ye of the dark martial world. Yuan Ye had a ferocious expression. The scar on his face looked like a crawling centipede, extremely terrifying. He bent down to pick up the ginseng, dusted it off, and tucked it into his shirt. This 100-year-old ginseng is a treasure my master gave me. How could I sell it? You stupid worldly pigs are so naive. Ha ha. Gu Honkai knelt on the ground, his heart sinking into an abyss. He had never heard of Black Ape Face, but he knew Wu Chuanji, rumored to be a grandmaster of the dark martial world, whom the Martial Arts Association had failed to capture for years. Yuan Ye was the disciple of a grandmaster. His strength was definitely at the internal energy level. Otherwise, how could he take down 4 external energy fighters in one move? An internal energy martial artist. It's over, it's really over. Gu Honkai didn't even dare to think about escaping, looking at Gu Shijiao. My child, Dad, sorry, no, this is all my fault. Gu Shijiao was crying her eyes out, blaming herself completely. If she hadn't gone on the ancient martial arts forum looking for a cure, she wouldn't have let a wolf into their home. Worse, besides her family, she had also dragged her classmate into this. She deserved to die. Nin Chen. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Gu Shijiao turned to look at Nin Chen, her eyes filled with guilt. The dark martial world is full of desperate criminals. How could they possibly spare Nin Chen a witness? Sure enough, Yuan Ye followed Gu Shijiao's gaze and grinned at Nin Chen. Kid, I have no beef with you, but you're just unlucky, so I'll send you on your way. Die early, reincarnate early. In Yuan Ye's eyes, Nin Chen was just a pitiful bystander, like a minion getting killed in a game. Don't blame me. Yuan Ye dashed forward, his hand creating a strong gust of wind as he reached for Nin Chen's throat. Nin Chen. Gu Shijiao cried, a river of tears covering her mouth with her hands. Gu Honkai and Chu Lianhai knew Nin Chen was already a dead man, and they would be next. But the next second, the unexpected happened. Nin Chen moved like lightning, grabbing Yuan Ye's left wrist. Gu Shijiao covered her face, unable to watch. Gu Honkai turned away, not daring to look. Yuan Ye's painful scream echoed, leaving the 3 of them shocked and bewildered. Looking closely, they saw Yuan Ye's left wrist was crippled. Nin Chen looked at him coldly as if he were an idiot. A mere internal energy user daring to attack me first. Who gave you the nerve? You're no ordinary student. Yuan Ye backed away, his left wrist crippled, sweating from the pain but not groaning. You're wrong, I am a student, Nin Chen said emotionlessly. But whoever said students are easy to bully? Run without hesitation. Yuan Ye turned and scrambled to escape. Crippling his hand in one move, this kid's strength was definitely above the peak of internal energy. But the moment the thought of escape crossed his mind, Nin Chen dashed forward and swept his leg. Yuan Ye lost his balance and crashed headfirst into a grimy fireplace. This time Yuan Ye couldn't take it and screamed miserably, it hurts so bad. A servant heard the noise and ran over, but Gu Honkai shouted for them to stay back. Gu Shijiao stared blankly at Nin Chen, unable to process what was happening. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Yuan Ye groaned while looking at Nin Chen in terror. You don't need to worry about who I am. Nin Chen stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice, completely different from before. I'll ask, you'll answer. If you dare to stay silent or lie, I'll smash your damn head in. Understood, 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 understood. I'll tell you everything. Seeing that Nin Chen wasn't joking, Yuan Ye nodded frantically. The southern families who bought a batch of medicinal herbs in Lingnan have now disappeared. Was that you and your master's doing? Nin Chen asked. It was my master Wu Chuanji, Yuan Ye admitted through gritted teeth. Good. Was there something called Earth Jade Elixir in that batch of herbs? Nin Chen continued to ask. Earth Jade Elixir? I don't know, I really don't know. My master only gave me a 100-year-old ginseng, he didn't let me see the rest. Afraid Nin Chen wouldn't believe him, Yuan Ye shook his head repeatedly. Where is your master now? Nin Chen asked again. This? Yuan Ye hesitated for a moment, then continued to shake his head. I don't know. My master and I parted ways in Yingtan and I haven't seen him since. Oh, you really don't know about the Earth Jade Elixir, but you do know where your master is, don't you? Ninh Chen said calmly. Trying to fool me. You're still too green. Young hero, I really don't know. My master committed a capital crime by stealing those herbs. Why would he tell me where he is? Even if you kill me, I still wouldn't know. Yuanya refused to confess. The miserable screams made Gu Shijiao's scalp tingle. She stared at Ninh Chen in a daze. Was this still her high school friend? After half a year in Qingzhou, what had he been through? Kill me or torture me, do whatever you want. I won't reveal my master's hiding place even if I die. Yuanya was quite tough. Even as Ninh Chen tortured him, he wouldn't talk. You think I'm out of options just because you won't talk. Ninh Chen retracted his foot, his voice calm. Just kill me. Yuanya closed his eyes in despair. I will kill you, but not right now. Ninh Chen extended his right hand, and a stream of mist-like green energy flowed out of his body, shooting into the crown of Yuanya's head. What is that? Gu Hongkai and his daughter stared wide-eyed, thinking they were hallucinating. External projection of internal energy, a master of the transformation realm, a grandmaster. Chu Lianhai trembled with excitement. What? Transformation realm? Gu Hongkai was horrified. His daughter's classmate was a transformation realm master. That's a realm between internal energy and a grandmaster. A martial artist of that level is 1 in 10,000, revered as a grandmaster in the cultivation world. What internal energy? This is clearly spiritual power. Ninh Chen glanced at Chu Lianhai, too lazy to explain. Dad, look what's wrong with that villain. Gu Shijiao pointed at Yuanya in shock. Gu Hongkai saw Yuanya's eyes roll back, his head shaking, and his lips trembling as if he were having a seizure. Soul-searching technique. A common immortal spell. A mortal's physique is too weak, which is why this is happening. After the soul search, the person is also crippled. This technique is too vicious and harms one's karma, so Ninh Chen has rarely used it in the past 2,000 years. The three of them had no idea what he was doing. A moment later, Yuanya's memories appeared before Ninh Chen like a movie reel, which he could fast-forward, pause, and watch as he pleased. After about 10 minutes, he found the information he needed. Wu Chuanji, a notorious figure in the dark martial world, was a veteran grandmaster from the Martial Arts Association. 10 years ago, he was framed by the association's leadership and forced to become a rogue. He relied on a mole within the association and his disciple Yuanya to plan the herb robbery, and now he wants to sell them. For foreigners. Martial legacy, let me see where you are. Ninh Trần closed his eyes, finally finding a location just before Vienda's consciousness collapsed. Vienda slumped over, his breathing faint, his cultivation completely gone. Ninh Trần opened his eyes. Black Bear Mountain. Get someone to clean this up. Ninh Trần turned and said to Ko Huan Kai. Then he took out his phone, opened the map to search for Black Bear Mountain, but couldn't find it. Trying other methods was also useless. Damn it, Ninh Trần frowned. Using his spiritual sense to perform the soul search technique again had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. If all that effort was for nothing, wouldn't it be a huge loss? A moment later, Ko Huan Kai called the butler to take care of Vienda's body. The butler was a trusted confidant, so there was no worry of leaks. He carefully approached Ninh Trần, bowed, and asked, Grandmaster, is something wrong? It's nothing. Ninh Trần turned to leave in frustration, but then reconsidered. Why not ask the Ko and An families to investigate? After all, he had saved their entire family. Uncle Company, Ninh Trần suddenly spoke up, looking at him meaningfully. I wouldn't dare. Ko Huan Kai was startled and waved his hands. You are a Transformation Realm Grandmaster. Enough, I need your help with something. Ninh Trần waved his hand, too lazy to argue about the title. Grandmaster, please just ask. Ko Huan Kai was overjoyed. For a Transformation Realm Grandmaster to ask for help, it's truly an honor for the Ko family. Help me find a place Black Bear Mountain as fast as possible, Ninh Trần said. Black Bear Mountain, got it. Ko Huan Kai nodded repeatedly, and rushed off so excited he forgot about the wound on his hand. Afterwards, Ninh Trần made 2 calls to An Nak and Depko Lao, asking them to investigate too. More people meant more power. This old man from Kim Lang Chu Lianhai pays his respects to the Grandmaster. Just then, Chu Lianhai came forward, trying to awkwardly curry favor. Ninh Trần glanced at him. Chu Lianhai froze. He was one of the 10 most famous doctors in Jiangnam and was well known in the south. He gave a bitter smile. Thank you for saving my life, Grandmaster. Ninh Trần just grunted in acknowledgement. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk, Chu Lianhai didn't want to lose face, and quietly went upstairs. In the spacious first-floor hall, only Ko Tikjiao and Ninh Trần remained. It's getting late, Miss Ko, I'm heading home. Ninh Trần stood up, but unexpectedly Ko Tikjiao seemed agitated and grabbed his left hand, looking at him with the pitiful expression. What are you doing? Ninh Trần disliked being touched and frowned. I'm sorry. Ko Tikjiao quickly let go and lowered her head. Ninh Trần knew she was scared and comforted her. It's okay. That guy had the blood of many people on his hands. Killing him was a service to the public. Thank you, Ninh Trần. Ko Tikjiao looked up with her oval face, her eyes still red, and asked a strange question. Are you really the Ninh Trần I know? Yes and no. Ninh Trần answer was also strange. Having transmigrated to the Little South Heaven realm and struggled for 2,000 years, he was no longer the same Ninh Trần. After that, he went home and waited for 3 days. The Deep and Co families all poured their resources into investigating Black Bear Mountain. Finally, the Deep family found a mountain with the same name in a provincial city up north. Ninh Trần didn't even bother going, saying flatly that it wasn't the right one. According to Vienda's final memories, Black Bear Mountain had to be in the south. They found their way to the Co family's villa to a room on the 3rd floor. The Co family was sitting by a bed chatting. In the bed was a white-haired old woman, Ko Tik Jiao's grandmother, Ko Kui An. Ko Kui An had taken the medicine prepared by Chu Lin Hai and was sleeping peacefully. Ko Huan Kai had a sad expression and whispered, "The Grandmaster asked us to find Black Bear Mountain, but I had my men search every map of the south and we found nothing. If we mess this up, what will the Grandmaster think of the Ko family, that we can't even find a single mountain?"
This old man has traveled to all the famous mountains of Jiangnam, but I've never heard of a Black Bear Mountain. Chu Lin Hai gave a bitter smile. Perhaps it's just an unnamed wild mountain, which is why it's so hard to find. Perhaps? Ko Huan Kai sighed.
Dad, why does that mountain's name sound so familiar? Ko Tik Jiao frowned and said, "I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Ko Huan Kai asked, "Really, Tik Jiao, think hard, where did you hear it?" "I remember now." Suddenly, Ko Tik Jiao's eyes lit up as she looked at the old woman on the bed. In the stories her grandmother told her as a child, there was a Black Bear Mountain. Ninh Trần never expected that the first to find Black Bear Mountain wouldn't be the Deep or An families, but the weakest Ko family. The truth from Mrs. Ko's mouth left him speechless. It turned out Black Bear Mountain was in the neighboring city of Tongdai. That name was what it was called several decades ago. It had since been changed, and on the map it was now called Nguyen Bao Mountain. Damn it, why would they suddenly change the mountain's name? What a mistake. After getting the details, Ninh Trần stood up to leave. "Grandmaster, why don't we give you a ride? It's over 60 miles from Dongduang to Tongdai," Ko Huan Kai suggested. "That works." Ninh Trần nodded. Flying would consume spiritual energy. Ko Huan Kai was delighted and arranged for a 7-seater MPV to take Ninh Trần to Tongdai. The father and daughter pair Ko Huan Kai and Ko Tik Jiao went along. On the way, Ko Tik Jiao felt the atmosphere was suffocating and decided to ask a question. "Grandmaster, can you just call me Ninh Trần?" Ninh Trần was resting with his eyes closed. "Okay. Ninh Trần, are you still studying at Daithan University?" Ko Tik Jiao asked curiously. "What department are you in?" "Medicine. I'm in humanities, a bit far from you." The two made small talk, and although Ko Tik Jiao was the one asking, Ninh Trần answered every question. Ko Huan Kai drove occasionally, glancing in the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth curling into a hopeful smile. What if the Ko family could recruit a Transformation Realm Grandmaster as a son-in-law? The very thought was exciting. Over an hour later, the Mercedes MPV entered Tongdai and arrived at Truk County, where Black Bear Mountain was located. Just as they got off the highway to head up the mountain road, a group of people blocked their car. "Sorry, this road is closed. Turn back." A burly man in black stepped forward, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Are you guys from the Martial Arts Association?" Ko Huan Kai glanced at the martial arts logo on the man's chest. "If you know we're the Martial Arts Association, then why haven't you left yet?" The association member was very domineering. "Get lost." At this, Ko Huan Kai looked at Ninh Trần through the mirror. "Let's go for now," Ninh Trần said softly, frowning. It seemed the association had already found the martial legacy, but given the situation, both sides were probably still in a standoff on the mountain. Otherwise, there'd be no need for a blockade. I've arrived at just the right time. Afterwards, the Mercedes MPV circled Black Bear Mountain for a long time. Members of the Martial Arts Association were everywhere, along with many law enforcement officers maintaining order, telling the public they were hunting down a criminal. "Oh my God, there are more association cars up ahead. Did they surround this entire mountain?" Ko Tik Jiao said in disbelief. "The power of the Martial Arts Association is terrifying. Even the local law enforcement is just cooperating with them. Grandmaster, what do we do now? All the roads up the mountain are basically blocked," Ko Huan Kai asked as he drove, turning to the back seat. At some point, only Gu Shijiao was left. When did Ninh Trần even leave? Gu Shijiao was sitting right there and didn't notice a thing. By now, Ninh Trần was already on a small trail, heading into the mountains, his figure a blur as he zipped through the dense woods, his clothes brushing against rustling branches and weeds. The terrain on Black Bear Mountain was incredibly treacherous, a tough climb, even for internal energy martial artists. But for a monster at the Nascent Soul stage, a single leaf was all the foothold he needed. In about 15 minutes, he was already halfway up the mountain and could hear fighting in the distance. Wu Chuanji, the 4 grandmasters from Qingzhou, Songtai, Jinling, and Gusu all gathered here just for you. You can't escape today, even if you sprout wings, so hand over the herbs. Hand over the herbs, cripple your own cultivation, and come with us to the headquarters in Binhai to atone for your sins before Chairman Ye. Deep in the mountains, there was a clearing where trees were knocked down. Boulders were shattered, and the ground was littered with craters several yards deep, looking like a bomb site. The terrifying scene of destruction stretched for tens of miles from the mountain peak. A martial artist in black stood tall like a pine tree covered in blood, gritting his teeth as he stared down the association's elites. 4 grandmasters, 10 masters at the transformation realm, and 6 internal energy martial generals had him completely surrounded, cutting off every escape route. Is this it? Am I Wu Chuanji really going to die here today? The man in black looked to be about 50, still in his prime, but he was covered in wounds. Brother Wu, you're outnumbered 4-1, you can't get away. One of the grandmasters, a man with a mustache, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said sternly, "Just hand over the herbs and we'll make this less painful for you." "Ha! You want my herbs in your dreams," Wu Chuanji scoffed, spitting on the ground. "Be careful, Wenlong. Don't let him commit suicide by severing his heart's meridians," a female grandmaster warned. She looked to be in her early 40s, her sharp eyes locked on Wu Chuanji. "Chairman Ye wants him taken alive." This Chairman Ye they spoke of was the head of the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, who was based in Binhai and ranked among the top in the entire country. "Yi Qingshan, that old bastard, I swear I'll take care of him one day." Wu Chuanji cursed, then threw a punch, his externalized qi condensing into a fist aimed past the female grandmaster. Boom! Wu Chuanji blocked the grandmaster's punch, but was sent stumbling back several steps, spitting blood onto the dry leaves. He was badly wounded, otherwise he could have dodged that. "You rebellious scum from the dark martial world, you dare speak Chairman Ye's full name." The female grandmaster laughed coldly. "You don't know a damn thing, Ye Qingshan is a monster," Wu Chuanji shot back. "You're looking to die." Her face went ice cold as she drew a soft sword from her hip and slashed, sending a wave of sword chi right at his thigh. "Chairman Ye wants you alive, but he never said you had to be unharmed. You won't be able to dodge this next strike." Wu Chuanji's heart sank, but suddenly a figure flashed in and casually deflected the sword chi with a flick of his fingers. "Who's there?" the female grandmaster yelled in shock, slashing again. The newcomer simply raised his right hand and caught the blade of qi, which was sharp enough to slice through steel, and squeezed, crushing it to nothing. The female grandmaster's pupils contracted in horror as she stared at Ninh Trần. "Who are you?" The grandmaster with the mustache and the other 2 grandmasters, along with all the transformation realm masters and internal energy fighters, tensed up as if facing a major enemy, focusing their qi in their dantians as they stared at the stranger. Who saved me?" Wu Chuanji couldn't believe his eyes, looking at the tall, slim figure with a baby face standing in front of him, who was dressed in sportswear and looked like a high school student. But those 2 moves just now were at least at the grandmaster level. The person who arrived was of course Ninh Trần, right in the nick of time. Ninh Trần didn't say a word, just slung Wu Chuanji over his shoulder and took off running. The female grandmaster swung her sword and yelled, "Get them! That guy must be with the dark martial world, damn it! Don't let them escape or Chairman Ye will kill us!" At her command, the whole group scrambled to chase after Ninh Trần, but they were no match for Ninh Trần speed. In just a moment, he left them completely in the dust. After running non-stop to a small village, Ninh Trần found a random bush and roughly tossed Wu Chuanji into it. Cuff, cuff, cuff! Wu Chuanji tumbled for a good dozen feet before sitting up, hacking his lungs out. He looked at Ninh Trần and smirked. "I see. You're after the herbs too. Good, at least you know what's up." Ninh Trần voice was cold. "Where are they?" "And if I don't tell you," Wu Chuanji asked, clutching his pale chest. "You'll die a miserable death," Ninh Trần stated flatly. "Worst case scenario, I die. At least if I give them to you, a brother from the dark martial world, I might die in one piece." "Which is better than letting that association trash get them. Heh." Wu Chuanji let out a dry, surprisingly upbeat laugh. Ninh Trần remained silent, waiting. "I hid the herbs in an air vent at the Songtai Martial Arts Association headquarters," Wu Chuanji finally said. "The association's headquarters." Ninh Trần raised an eyebrow and gave a cold smile. "The most dangerous place is the safest. Hiding it right under their nose is clever. Ha ha!" Wu Chuanji burst out laughing, as if mocking that female grandmaster from Songtai. She was probably tearing her hair out looking for it, and it was on her own turf the whole time. "I'm going to get them! You better not be tricking me!" Ninh Trần stepped forward and hit Wu Chuanji's pressure points, then zipped away, vanishing into the trees. That speed was insane. Who the hell is this guy? Wu Chuanji was sweating bullets. 2 hours later, Ninh Trần reached the Songtai Martial Arts Association headquarters, easily sneaking past the cameras and patrols. A sweep with his divine sense confirmed it. There was a black duffel bag inside an air vent on the top floor. He took the bag up to the roof and opened it. Inside was a huge stash of spirit herbs. Ginseng, lingzi mushrooms, lotus flowers, spirit fruits, and even the internal organs of demonic beasts. The potent medicinal scent was overwhelming. There were nearly 20 kinds of spirit herbs, and he could tell just by feeling them that each one was worth at least 3 billion. As he rummaged through the bag, he found a jade vial. The vial was scorching hot, like it was filled with boiling water. He pulled out the wooden stopper, and the sharp smell of sulfur immediately filled the air. Ninh Trần peeked inside and saw about 500 milliliters of a shimmering milky white liquid. It's really earth milk awesome. Ning Chen was ecstatic, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To think he could find ingredients for the soul-nourishing pill on an earth so lacking in spiritual energy, and he'd already found 2 of them. He could finally see a real chance of healing his primordial spirit. Back at the bushes, Wu Chuanji was sitting frozen in place. No matter how hard he tried to use his qi to break free, he couldn't undo the pressure point lock Ning Chen had put on him. When he saw Ning Chen return with the familiar duffel bag, Wu Chuanji was both shocked and filled with despair. "You're back already," he sighed, closing his eyes. "Go ahead and do it. Just make it clean." Ning Chen just stared at him, confused. "When did I say I was going to kill you?" Wu Chuanji's eyes shot open in shock. Ning Chen had already walked over and released his pressure points. "You're free to go," Ning Chen said, then turned to leave. "Wait!" Wu Chuanji called out, completely baffled. "You're really not gonna kill me? Why would I kill you? Do we have some kind of beef?" Ning Chen thought there was something wrong with this guy's head. Thanks." Wu Chuanji said, his forehead beaded with sweat. He thanked Ning Chen again, but he couldn't stop himself from asking. Any other person from the dark martial world, just to keep the secret, they would have definitely killed me. "I'm not from the martial underworld," Ning Trần said before leaving. Tricked by Wu Chuanji, the guy's face was a mask of relief from his near-death experience. He actually managed to stay alive. That night, when Gu Shijiao called Ninh Trần, he was already back in Dongyang. The Gu family didn't ask what he was doing on Black Bear Mountain, and Ninh Trần didn't mention it, so they just chatted for a bit before hanging up. "Still need 5 more types of medicinal herbs. I wonder if I can even find them on Earth. This is a real problem." Ninh Trần headed to the Shiyuan downstairs from his apartment. He saw a few shady-looking teens sitting by the flower bed, smoking and chatting. Even though it was night, Ninh Trần recognized one of them at a glance as Wang Ting, the high school bully he'd taken care of at Fengji's during the day. "Yo, Ching, are we really gonna mess with that dude's parents? The code of the streets is you don't drag family into it." One of the thugs' voices rang out in the night. Smack Wang Ting smacked one of them on the back of the head, then held up his left hand with a cigarette to point at his casted right arm. He cursed. "You see this? That punk threw me from the 2nd floor. He almost killed me. If I don't get my revenge." "How am I supposed to survive in Dongyang?" Someone asked Ching. "But what if that dude doesn't come back?" Another guy chimed in. "He's probably scared of getting in trouble and skipped town." Wang Ting sneered. "Humph, he can run, but he can't hide. His family lives right here. Dingzi, get up there now and squeeze a ton of superglue into the lock of apartment 406. Wang Ting pulled a bottle of superglue from his pocket and handed it to a rat-faced goon. Amen Ching. The guy they called Dingzi got up and bumped right into Ninh Trần. "The hell, you want to die or something?" "You scared the crap out of me?" "You're going to put glue in the lock of 406, Ninh Trần asked, holding his duffel bag, his expression icy. "Ninh Trần, you actually dared to come back," Wang Ting roared, flicking his cigarette butt right at Ninh Trần face. But then something weird happened. Just as the butt was about to hit his face, it was suddenly swatted away by an invisible wave of energy and landed in the flower bed. It was dark, so Wang Ting didn't really see it, and just figured it was a trick of the light. He roared, "What are you all standing around for? Go get him." The 5 thugs were young, probably high school dropouts trying to act tough. They rushed forward, throwing punches at Ninh Trần face, but a second later all 5 of them were sent flying backwards with bright red handprints suddenly appearing on their cheeks as they spat out broken teeth and blood. No one even saw what happened. "Oh my god!" Wang Ting stared at Ninh Trần in absolute terror, speechless for a good while. He suddenly realized that coming after Ninh Trần tonight was a massive mistake. "Wang Ting," Ninh Trần said, stepping forward with the 5 groaning thugs on the ground behind him. He walked under the moonlight looking as cold as a demon. "That slap you gave me back in high school, I haven't forgotten it. The only reason I never got you back is because the gap between us is just too huge now in my eyes. You're nothing but a grasshopper trying to act tough, but you crossed a line when you decided to mess with my parents." As he finished speaking, Ninh Trần casually flicked a finger on his right hand, sending a needle-thin strand of qi shooting through Wang Ting's puffy jacket and into his body. Wang Ting didn't feel anything at first, just a tiny sting on his side like a mosquito bite. "Tran man, you got it all wrong. I would never mess with your parents. I know the code. You don't drag family into this stuff." Seeing how scary Ninh Trần was, Wang Ting didn't dare act tough anymore, and immediately started begging. Just as he was bracing for a beatdown, Ninh Trần said, "Get out of here." "Huh." Wang Ting froze for a second before he was overcome with joy. "Oh, okay, I'm leaving. Thanks for letting me live, Tran." He didn't even look back at his crew, just turned and ran. "See that's your boss," Ninh Trần said, glancing at the thugs with a sneer. "What century are you living in, still trying to be gangsters? Go read a book. Making money is way better than this." The thugs watched Wang Ting run for his life and started to think. Ninh Trần eyes were cold. Did they really think he'd just let Wang Ting go? The needle of qi he'd shot into his body would dissolve in 3 days and destroy his left kidney, forcing him to live the rest of his life with just one. Even if he went to the hospital, they'd never find the cause. A person can live with 1 kidney, but he'd be exhausted all the time, unable to do anything intense like getting into fights. And he'd have to give up drinking and smoking too. Ninh Trần had actually gone easy on him. After the 5 thugs stumbled away holding their swollen faces, he didn't go upstairs right away. He was thinking about a problem. There are so many martial artists in Huaxia. If they find out about me and decide to target my parents, then... Ninh Trần pulled out his phone and called Gu Shijiao. The Gu father and daughter were on their way home, and Gu Shijiao's face lit up when she saw who was calling. Hey, Campus Bell Gu, is your dad there? I need to talk to him. I need to ask a favor, Ninh Trần said. Oh, Gu Shijiao sounded a little disappointed as she put the phone on speaker. Dad, Ninh Trần wants to talk to you. Grandmaster Gu Hongkai was driving. Uncle Gu, is it possible for you to lend me 2 of the 4 bodyguards your family hired? Ninh Trần got straight to the point. I'm heading back to school and I'd like someone to keep an eye on my parents. No problem at all. Gu Hongkai agreed instantly, his voice filled with excitement. It's an honor for the Gu family to be able to help a Huajing grandmaster. Plus, Ninh Trần is so young, he'll most likely become a Zongxi in the future. A Zongxi. Just thinking about that title made Gu Hongkai's mind wander. Uncle Gu, are you still there? Ninh Trần voice asked through the phone. How much do you pay those 2 external strength bodyguards a year? I'll wire you the money. No, absolutely not, Gu Hongkai refused, shaking his head. Grandmaster, what are you saying? Sending over a couple of bodyguards is a tiny thing. The Gu family can handle it. Well, I don't know about that, Ninh Trần said, trying to be polite. There's nothing to know, it's settled, Gu Hongkai insisted. Okay then. Ninh Trần dropped the act after all he had saved their lives. After a bit more small talk, he hung up and headed upstairs. Chen Lan and Nin Shuangmao were still awake, sitting on the living room sofa, discussing buying a house in Qingzhou. A warm smile spread across Ninh Trần face as he watched them, and he joined in on the conversation, analyzing the pros and cons of different luxury villa communities. A few days later, it was the new year. Chen Lan cooked up a massive feast with hairy crab, Australian lobster, abalone, yellow croaker, leopard coral grouper, wagyu beef, and bottles of wuliangye and Mao Tai. That night, the whole family watched the New Year's gala together. While they were enjoying a happy New Year's Eve, his second aunt Chen Ya was soaking her feet, half watching the boring gala, and scrolling through her social media feed. When she saw the picture Chen Lan posted of their New Year's dinner, her jaw dropped. Oh my god, honey, you have to see this. Chen Ya shouted to her husband Song Wei. What's wrong? Song Wei walked over. Honey, look, Chen Lan's family is eating like kings. They're even drinking wuliangye and Mao Tai. Chen Ya was shocked in her mind. Her family was the most successful of all the relatives. Their own New Year's dinner had cost over 5,000. But at Chen Lan's place, those 2 bottles of liquor alone were worth more than that. Haha. Song Wei zoomed in on the picture, took a look, and then burst out laughing. Let me tell you something. Your sister Chen Lan is just showing off. She probably just stole that picture from the internet to make herself look good. Chen Ya frowned. That seemed right. The last time she was here, their tablecloth was yellow, so why is it white now? The Chen Lan is so competitive she doesn't even think about her own family's finances. How can they possibly afford all this? Chen Ya was speechless. Just then, her son Songbin came over and said, Whoa, Aunt Chen Lan's family is eating fancy Australian lobster, leopard, coral grouper, abalone, and oysters. That yellow croaker is huge. Even if it's farm-raised, it must have cost 70 or 80,000. Song Wei sneered. So what, your cousin even claimed he was going to buy your uncle 2 Rolls Royces? Songbin burst out laughing. A Rolls Royce? That punk Ninh Trần couldn't even afford a tire if he sold himself. The next day, Song Wei and Songbin stared dumbfounded at the Rolls Royce Cullinan parked out front. Ninh Trần family stepped out carrying gifts. Uncle, Auntie, Cousin B and Ninh Trần greeted them, a playful glint in his eyes. Little Chen Shuangmao, did you guys hit the jackpot? Chen Ya just stared at the Rolls Royce, completely stunned. The neighbors all gathered around to see what was going on. Many of them were snapping photos and gossiping as they headed inside. Ninh Shuangmao was carrying 2 bottles of Mao Tai in his left hand and 6 cartons of Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes in his right, looking absolutely radiant, completely shedding his old insecure and country bumpkin vibe. The clothes he was wearing were obviously high-end, especially his polished leather shoes, which looked like they were from some foreign luxury brand that Song Wei couldn't quite recall, though he vaguely remembered seeing them at the mall a few months back, with a price tag he couldn't stomach. Once inside, Chen Lan's family revealed the truth about how Ninh Trần earned his fortune. Honestly, it was pretty much like hitting the lottery. Shuangmao and I are just riding our son's coattails. He's just incredible. Every New Year, she'd have to listen to her older sister Chen Ya show off, but this year she could finally hold her head high. His ancient medicinal formula was licensed to a major pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou, earning him several million in royalties annually. Chen Ya was only half believing it. Song Wei, putting on an air of seeing through their charade, looked at the family mockingly. It costs 10,000 a day to rent a Rolls Royce. This family really knows how to spend money just for show. He patted Ninh Shuangmao on the shoulder and said, Shuangmao, since you guys are so wealthy now, why don't you buy a house in Qingzhou for little Chen? Cars lose value, but property only goes up. We just bought a place for little Bin in the Linjiang district in Qingzhou. It's over 2,000 square feet and costs more than 7 million. We covered the down payment and he's paying the mortgage. It's a prime location. Why don't you buy a unit for little Chen so the cousins can be neighbors? Haha. Songbin listened in, carefully observing Chen Lan's family's reactions. He refused to believe his cousin could be so lucky as to just find an ancient, medicinal formula at an antique market that sold for a fortune. He'd heard of Jishi Pharmaceutical. It was a huge company in Qingzhou. Little Chen, what do you say? Chenlan and Nin Shuangmao turned to look at Nin Chen. I'll pass. Nin Chen just smiled. Why pass, little Chen? Song Wei asked in a mocking tone. You've earned all this money, don't tell me you plan on staying in Dongyang. There's no future for you here. Little Chen, the location of Shanghua residence is seriously prime. It's not in a top school district, but it's near the subway and the mall, so the property value is guaranteed to shoot up, Songbin continued trying to test him. If you buy a place there, I'll hang out with you all the time. That's not it, Cousin Bin, Nin Chen said with a weary smile. I've already bought a house. The Song father-son duo froze. Songbin hurriedly asked, what neighborhood? Nin Chen said, a villa in Lucheng Rose Garden. Songbin was shocked. Where is that? Near Qing University, so it's an easy commute to campus. Lucheng Rose Garden near Qing University? Songbin was taken aback. He had researched every neighborhood when he was looking for a house. The Lucheng Rose Garden near Qing University was an ultra-exclusive area with average prices around 100,000 per square meter. Everyone who lived there was either fabulously wealthy or incredibly influential. He wouldn't believe Nin Chen bought a house there in a million years. Wow, little Chen, I'll have to bring my girlfriend over to visit sometime, you wouldn't mind, right? Songbin said, patting Nin Chen's shoulder with a smug look. Of course not. You're welcome to come over whenever, Nin Chen replied. Chen Lan shifted uncomfortably. The villa her son was talking about actually belonged to his good friend Qiao Jing. He was just crashing there. How could he say it was his house? It would be a total loss of face if they were exposed. And what would he do when Songbin actually showed up? Song Wei saw Chen Lan's discomfort and smirked to himself. This new year was the happiest one Chen Lan and Nin Shuangmao had ever experienced, free from financial worries. Driving a Rolls-Royce to deliver gifts left all their relatives in shock. Word that Nin Shuangmao's family had hit the jackpot spread like wildfire through their circle of friends and family. From the fourth day of the new year, even distant relatives they barely ever saw started visiting with gifts. Some were just checking in while others wanted to propose business deals. And of course, there was no shortage of people asking for loans. If it hadn't been for this holiday, Nin Chen never would have realized he had so many relatives. Their doorstep was practically worn out. A poor man could be a street performer in a busy square, and none of his relatives would come to see him. But a rich man could be hiding deep in the mountains, and he still couldn't get rid of his fake friends. Nin Chen really felt the truth in old Guo's words. The winter break flew by. Nin Chen was preparing to return to Qingzhou when he received a sudden call from the Gu family. The masters Cao Lei and Zhao Xuan were nearly recovered and would soon be discharged. Gu Hongkai was calling to ask for his instructions. Cao Lei and Zhao Xuan were two bodyguards the Gu family had hired from the Martial Arts Association. One was at the grand completion stage of the external force realm, the other at its peak. Perfect, have them move into the house across from mine. I bought that one too, Nin Chen instructed, adding, tell them not to disturb my parents, but whenever they leave the house, they need to shadow them for protection, understand? Gu Hongkai nodded in agreement. They arranged to meet at a tea house just outside the neighborhood. Nin Chen conducted a short interview with Cao and Zhao, using his mind-reading technique to see that neither of them had any bad intentions, which relieved him. Master, what's on your mind? Gu Hongkai asked when he saw Nin Chen looking pensive. Their strength in the external force realm is a little too low after all, Nin Chen said, shaking his head. I was originally going to ask the Wen family for help with this, but I thought since the Gu family is local, it would be more convenient. So I didn't reach out to Old Man Wen. Cao and Zhao hung their heads in shame. All right, I'll teach you two a cultivation technique that you can practice in your spare time. Breaking through to the internal force realm within half a year won't be an issue, Nin Chen stated. What? Cao and Zhao were floored. Reaching the internal force realm in just 6 months, if they didn't know who Nin Chen was, they would have dismissed him as a lunatic. Seeing that Nin Chen was serious, Cao Lei declared, if what you say is true, master, then I, Cao Lei, will serve as your father's bodyguard for free. I won't ask for a single penny. Same here, added Zhao Xuan, the man with the rugged features, his voice filled with excitement. Whatever you want, Nin Chen said nonchalantly. The technique he was sharing was a modified version of the ancient body strengthening technique. The people of Shui Yue were all practicing it, and even someone with terrible potential could reach the internal force realm in a year and a half. Afterwards, Cao Lei and Zhao Xuan moved into the house across the way, Unit 406, in the Fengxi courtyard. Nin Tran said goodbye to his parents, ready to head back to school. Little Tran, take care of yourself out there and don't let your studies slip. Trenlan and Nin Shuangmao walked him downstairs, only to be surprised by a beautiful girl waiting for him. It wasn't the young miss from the Wen family he'd met before. This girl was younger, with thick black hair and a sweet oval-shaped face just radiating youthful charm. Campus Belle Gu, you haven't left yet? Nin Tran asked in surprise. Nin Tran, you're heading back to school too, right? Let's go together. Gu Tijiao pointed to the Maserati MPV behind her, flashing a sweet smile before turning to Tranlan and Nin Shuangmao. Uncle Auntie, I'm a friend of Nin Tran's from high school. My name is Gu Tijiao. Nin Tran and I both go to Daithan University. A classmate! The couple was stunned for a moment, their eyes twinkling with amusement. This kid is quite the charmer, just like his father was back in the day. Nin Shuangmao chuckled to himself. Well, since you're classmates, you two should go together. You can look out for each other on the way, Tranlan said. All right then. Nin Tran nodded, and soon he was leaving Dong Duong in the Gu family's Mercedes MPV. By the way, how is Mrs. Gu doing? Nin Tran asked when there was a quiet moment on the drive. The girl sitting next to him seemed really tense. Good, she's doing great, Gu Tijiao blurted out, her face turning red. Grandpa made the ginseng into medicine, and her complexion is so much better after drinking it. She even got out of bed and walked around today. Nin Tran's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. The truth was, if he had refined that 100-year-old ginseng into a pill, it could have extended Mrs. Gu's life by at least 5 more years. But since the Gu family never asked, he couldn't be bothered to get involved. Thinking about the duffel bag full of spiritual herbs he couldn't return, he mused that heavenly treasures belong to the strong. Nin Tran decided to use them as a temporary source of spiritual energy. Even though he couldn't properly refine them, he knew an ancient divine technique that could temporarily extract their spiritual energy and turn it into spiritual power. They made scattered small talk along the way, and soon the car entered Thanchao and arrived at the Bak Duho district. Just as Gu Tijiao stepped out of the car, a young man in a white suit holding pink roses approached with a smile.
Tijiao, I've been waiting for you.
Cousin, what are you doing here? Gu Tijiao asked, looking blankly at the handsome and wealthy young man. Welcome back to Daithan. The guy in the white suit was about to offer her the flowers when he spotted a familiar face in the Mercedes window. Nin Tran, he blurted out. Nin Tran saw him too, a playful glint in his eyes. He smirked from inside the car. Lam Q Duong, you're quite the player, aren't you, chasing after 2 of Daithan's campus belles at once? Aren't you afraid of completely ruining your reputation? The guy in the white suit was none other than Lam Q Duong. Nin Tran never expected to see him here, especially not in front of Gu Tijiao. Why the hell are you in my cousin's car? Lam Q Duong shot a furious glare at Nin Tran. Cousin, you know Nin Tran? Gu Tijiao asked in surprise. Know him? Lam Q Duong ground his teeth. Tijiao, what's the deal between you and this guy? Don't tell me you're dating. Cousin, it's a misunderstanding. Nin Tran is a friend from high school. He was just catching a ride, Gu Tijiao quickly explained. Damn freeloader, Lam Q Duong cursed under his breath. Living at Wathu Nan's place, and now riding in Gu Tijiao's car, this guy was the king of freeloading. He was absolutely speechless. The worst part was that both girls were basically his sisters, making him feel like he was being cheated on. He wanted to chew Nin Tran out, but he was scared the guy would go crying to Wathu Nan. So he swallowed his anger and explained, Nin Tran Tijiao is my cousin, so go ahead and tell Wathu Nan whatever you want. We'll see who she believes then, you or me. He added with confidence. Wathu Nan has said more than once how much she despises you. You're just imagining things. Nin Tran looked at him with utter disdain. I couldn't care less about tattling to Wathu Nan. She means nothing to me, but Tijiao, I do have to give you a warning. A warning about what? Gu Tijiao asked, confused. This cousin of yours is bad news. You should keep your distance from him, Nin Tran said. Well, Gu Tijiao hesitated. The Lam family was a major powerhouse in Thanchao, and her Gu family had only become so wealthy in Dongduang thanks to their backing over the years. Nin Tran, you've crossed the line, damn it. Who are you calling bad news? Lam Q Duong yelled, pointing furiously at him. What, you don't like it, want to throw down? Nin Tran smirked. Anytime. You? Lam Q Duong was so mad he could feel his insides twist. But he knew he was no match for Nin Tran, so he choked down his anger and sneered. You really think my cousin will listen to you, Tijiao? I'm serious, this guy is nothing but a leech who mooches off women. You need to kick him out of your car now. He thought Gu Tijiao would take his side, but unexpectedly she said softly, Cousin, maybe you shouldn't come looking for me so much in the future. Tijiao, what did you just say? Lam Q Duong's eyes went wide, thinking he must have heard wrong. Gu Tijiao bit her lips, struggling to get the words out. Oh, we're cousins, but you keep coming to see me every few days. My roommates are starting to think we're dating and it's getting awkward. What a beast. Nin Tran's pained voice drifted from the car. He'd even hit on his own cousin. A total animal. Fine. Lam Q Duong was an arrogant person, and being rejected by his cousin sent him into a rage. He threw the roses on the ground and roared, Gu Tijiao, you'd rather believe an outsider than your own cousin you. You just remember what you said. One day you'll regret this. With that, he stormed away. At the entrance to the Bak Duho district, many students stared at the scene in shock. Gu Tijiao looked upset after being shouted at like that. Nin Tran, I'll take you to your dorm area. Gu Tijiao opened the door, sat back down, and told the driver to keep going. Nin Tran glanced at her and said, Don't think I was just saying that to get a rise out of him. I've met Lam Qiu Duong a few times, and he's definitely bad news. You should stay away from him. I know. Gu Tijiao gave a small nod, then added, to be honest, I know what Lam Qiu Duong is up to, but I'm not interested in him. It's just that because of our family's connection, I can't completely avoid seeing him. For years now, the Lam family has helped my family get a firm footing in Dongduong, and my dad told me to stay in touch with them while I'm here in Tanchao, so... Ninh Trần didn't say anything. After a moment of thought, Gu Tijiao suddenly beamed at him. But I'm still going to listen to you. I'll keep my distance from Lam Qiu Duong. What a good girl, Ninh Trần thought to himself. So much more reasonable than that fool Hua Thunan. When it came to looks, Hua Thunan might have had a slight edge on Gu Tijiao being the #1 campus belle of Daitan and all. But their personalities were night and day. One was spoiled and acted like a total princess, while the other had a humble, mature attitude from her family's rags to riches story. Suddenly, Gu Tijiao called out his name, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Ninh Trần watched her and thought, is she seriously about to confess? Can I come hang out in your neighborhood this weekend? After asking, Gu Tijiao's face turned even redder as she thought, that sounded way too obvious. What if he turns me down? So embarrassing. It was her first time asking a guy out, and Ninh Trần unexpectedly agreed, even he found it hard to believe. Really? Then it's settled, I'll see you this weekend. Ko Tik Jiao was ecstatic. Oh, Ninh Trần, how dare you steal my cousin, you and I are finished. Outside the Bak Dieho district, Lam Qiu Duong slammed his fist on the steering wheel of his Aston Martin. He was into Ko Tik Jiao, he'd fallen for her the moment they met. Even though they're cousins, they could still be together as long as they don't have kids. But that bastard Ninh Trần just had to get in the way, and the crazy thing is his cousin actually believes him. Ninh Trần, if I don't take you down, then I'm not worthy of being the Jiangnan agent for the Bloodblade Tavern. Lam Qiu Duong furiously grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Yo Jiao Tu, I need you to take care of a guy for me. After saying goodbye to Ko Tik Jiao, he called his real estate agent. Hello, Mr. Truong, I'm back. Yeah, the house needs to be cleaned up. I'm planning to move in soon. All right, have it ready in 4 days. Ninh Trần hung up satisfied. 4 days later, which was also the first day of school, he entered Kuke Manor to grab a bite at the restaurant, but in the first floor lobby he ran into over a dozen people in martial arts uniforms. So the Martial Arts Association finally came for him. Ninh Trần remained perfectly calm. The association's group was led by a man with a mustache, and Vice President Luong Vin Chi, Riot Squad Captain Vuong Qi, and Supervision Captain Hok Ao were all present. Nak was desperately trying to explain something to the mustached man. His posture was so subservient that the butler and maids felt sorry for him. The man with the mustache was the first to notice Ninh Trần, a sharp glint in his eyes. Mr. Ninh Nak saw him like a savior and rushed over. Mr. Ninh, you have to explain to President Trin. They're saying you're from the martial arts underworld. President, that's him, that's Ninh Trần. Luong Vin Tri pointed at Ninh Trần, his eyes blazing with hatred. The last time you were away, he was the one who stormed our headquarters and injured a lot of our guys, President. You can't let him get away with it. Hok Ao ground his teeth, wishing he could just toss Ninh Trần in a cell and torture him. From Nak's introduction, Ninh Trần learned the man with the mustache was Trin Van Long, the president of the Tanchao Martial Arts Association. This man was the Grandmaster of Tanchao. To be so unfazed in front of a Grandmaster, Mr. Ninh must have a Grandmaster of his own backing him up, Nak thought to himself. There's nothing for you to do here, wait outside, Trin Van Long said abruptly to Luong Vin Chi and the others. Yes, sir. In the Tanchao Martial Arts Association, nobody dared to disobey Trin Van Long's command. He was basically a god in the Tanchao traditional martial arts scene. That kid is dead for sure. Thinking this, Luong Vin Chi and Hok Ao left, closing the door behind them. Nak also dismissed the butler and the servants. Young friend Ninh, we meet again. Trin Van Long stared at Ninh Trần, suddenly letting out a cold smirk which surprised Nak. He looked at Ninh Trần, wondering if they knew each other. Ninh Trần remained silent. Have you forgotten, young friend? Over a week ago on Nguyen Bao Mountain at Tung Dai Mei, you rescued Vo Tri and Chi right in front of the 4 of us Grandmasters. Trin Van Long sneered. So you have the... Ninh Trần now had several ancient formulas. If they were real, the